structures, and so they used iron sulfate as clusters to protect the formation of lipid structures and so forth.
Okay, different. Okay, you just brought up a different problem with more complicated issues because now you're talking about, you also have the energy there, right?
I
Okay, then
understand
you
that.
got to talk
Listen,
about energy. You got energy processing. How do you convert your
I'm
heat
not trying to
into
run, but I have a class I have to teach in 30 minutes. I need to prep it. So I need you to forgive me for running or leaving, but I've got to go. So if you can make a quick point, and then I'll bug out of here.
Well, I mean, I've heard that typically you're getting the materials you need to create life from the thermal vents, but also the thermal vents also providing you the energy it's needed for cellular function.
Mm-hmm.
But that creates a whole other level of problems because different. It's just because how does it transition from processing thermal energy to learning to how to process ATP and
Again,
also breaking
those are more advanced. Those are more advanced cells, and again, those were evolutionary adaptations by cells who were probably close to thermal vents but not on them, and having a better survivability by using the energy from the thermal vents. And so they just started adapting as they got closer and closer.
Well, see, again, it's the devil's in the details. How did they adapt? How did they learn how to convert? How did they learn how to convert
down that road? The devil's in the details. The devil's in the details on why people go to church. I mean, come on. This is not the way you go in making a scientific argument. Based on the evidence that we have, we think this happened. Based on the evidence we have, we think this is why the moon orbits the Earth. Based on the evidence we have, this is why the Earth is a globe. All these things are the devil's in the details. The problem is experimentally you can reproduce a lot of these things, including the formation of complex strings of chemicals that resemble DNA and RNA. All sorts of I have a feeling that they're going to be able to create abiogenesis in a lab. I think it's going to happen within the next 50 years, and I'm being very, very conservative. Some people think it happens in the next 5 or 10 years.
Okay, so they're going to be able to go from lipids, actually from all the basic compounds. They're not going to steal anything from anything else. They're not going to go steal from any other cell. They're going to build it from the ground up, and then they're going to turn on it. They're going to turn on the engine inside this cell using ATP.
Not a cell. It's not a cell. Hold on. Abiogenesis is before the cellular event. This is basically just basic replicating life. That's abiogenesis in a lab. Has nothing to do with cell structure. Okay, we're going to get to that later.
You said a basic cell. You said a basic cell, right?
No,
Isn't that what you said?
I meant to say basic RNA, replicating RNA and DNA, abiogenesis. That's what the goal is for that. To find a way to have it artificially created in a lab to show that it can happen with the right environmental situation. And there's been plenty of experiments done that show that all of the proteins that are needed can be made in the lab under with the correct environmental conditions. It's just getting them to replicate into long strings and replicating. That's the hard part.
Real quick question before you leave, and you don't have to answer this. You can come back and answer it. Is the laboratory conditions the prebiotic Earth? And I'll leave you with that. You can come back and answer that next time.
I will. All right. Have a good night, guys.
Good night, G. That's my boy. Jace had described David Deemer's work. I posted it. He describes David Deemer's work as doing exactly like what Great Angelo says will happen in the next 50 years of doing not with the conditions of a lab, but he said he did it in Australia and in the United States where they sanitized the environment, so there's no life, no remnants of life or anything like that, and they were able to like the structures that formed RNA formed, and RNA actually formed. But I posted the paper.
Here's the thing, show you might be right. Put amino acids, ribosomes in the DNA in the thing, and you will get RNA. But how do you get the information to replicate the proteins necessary to take it from that to where we are today?
How to get to where we are today? That's what evolution That's where the evolution comes in. You have to evolve from that point to this state.
You mean the evolution that never happens, according to you guys?
No. The evolution that occurs is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, surely they can just make it up, you know?
Surely.
That's true.
I mean, think of it this way: we kind of think we dominate electricity when you look around the world, but do we actually know how it works, where it comes from? We don't even know that. So I don't know. Just a lot of people are saying a lot of things. I don't know. So it seems to me.
It's
It's
funny
possible.
because the answer for where electricity comes from and how the RNA gets its code and all of the things that were just talked about could come down to one thing. And you can call it God if you like, or you can call it the essence of intelligence at the microscopic level and the connection to all things through microzymas, which is what Antoine Béchamp capitalized on, which was discovered before him, and he did many tests on top of many other accolades that he received, but he's been erased from all encyclopedias. And I'm going to put a link in the live stream about microzymas, and it's basically describing all of the things that I forget his name that was just here, but I sent him this link as well. It's interesting because these microzymas seem to be something that's the code, right? Where the code comes from, and it's connecting all things. It permeates all things. It could be what the ether is made up of. It regenerates all cellular matter. It can't be destroyed or created. It is the God particle, if you will. I just put the link in the chat. I might have to erase it because I don't know if it's allowed, but it's definitely grab that link. And it's so strange because it's like they can talk about the RNA and all of these things happening, which is true. But the question seems to be is like the people that are talking about creation versus natural creation. It's the same thing, possibly, if the essence of everything has this intelligence and it has that code and it adapts and creates the new form that's either necessary or, is in balance with things. It's the code, right? And it doesn't have to be a creator outside of the system. It's the essence of everything at the very microscopic level that's in communication and connection with everything that makes up everything that we could call God without it having to be a separate outside creator. And I think that maybe we all could at least agree on that. Whether there's an outside creator or not is something we can never know. But I think we could all agree upon the essence of everything is connected at this intelligent level.
Yeah, I had to drop real quick. I'm sorry. Missed part of what Kosho was saying, so I apologize, Kosho. And I looked at you posted the DNA pairs. And I'll go back and read that article. I was actually trying to find something that Chase had said. I was trying to find that, so I appreciate that. So I'm going to go read that article. So thank you. But here's the question: adenine, guanine, thymine, however you say it. What determines the sequence of those? They call those chemical letters, right? They're amino acids. What determines their sequence? They're not amino acids?
Rufus here. Rufus is a DNA expert, dude. But let me finish off by just saying this last thing then, because I'm going to pass it off to Rufus. But just to be clear, I'm not at all knowledgeable about how those four letters, those molecules come about. Like, I don't know how those are created, but it's kind of obvious how those form into the structure, and it's just due to their pairing. There's a chemical. That's why I posted that picture. That picture describes the chemical pairing, and so if you have one half of the strip, that's all you need. The other half of the strip is going to form naturally based on those pairings. Like they're gonna pair up. So that's what
Well,
defines the
I don't
order.
disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. I mean, in a sense, what you're saying is the chemical bonds help ensure that they bond properly. And I don't disagree, but that's not what I asked. It's the sequence of those amino acids.
Well, not
Okay.
amino acids.
Now, okay, they're not amino. Okay, I'm sorry, they're not amino acids. But the amino acid. I'm sorry. Yeah, forgive me. Okay, but I think you get my point. You're being kind of nitpicky that I'm saying amino acids, but you understand what I'm saying. Those
So
nucleotides. Nucleotides. What determines their sequence?
That's a pretty vague sort of question.
Right. Okay. If I want a specific protein, for example, like we were talking about hemoglobin earlier, right? Those peptides. Is it peptides? I'm sorry. Have to amino or whatever. They have to be in a specific sequence so that the amino acids can link and form the right kind of strand. So when it folds, it can become hemoglobin. So it may be paired with other proteins to become hemoglobin. Correct? Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did the sequence come from?
Yeah,
Not
again,
the
that's a
chemical
very,
components.
very broad, vague question. If you ask me that and I say something like they were originally random and then shaped by natural selection, is that a good enough answer?
Okay, so what you're telling me is okay. Let's think about what you're saying. Okay. Okay, I put a bunch of letters in a box.
Right.
Okay, and so, but I want a specific thing, or it's random, but I want something specific out of that. So if I put the right environmental pressures on this box of letters, I will get a sentence that is coherent.
Yeah, it's not the greatest analogy.
It's not bad.
So there's two problems with it. First of all, the variance that is allowed in a protein sequence is pretty large. It's like the estimates are roughly 60 to 70% of a protein sequence can be swapped out with almost anything else. So there's variance there. In terms of what makes up the protein itself, do you know what the codon table is?
Well, when you say codon, what do you mean by codon? What is that?
Codon. So every amino acid, every letter in a protein sequence is made up from 3 nucleotides. Right. So there's a 3-to-1 mapping between the DNA and the protein. So every letter in the protein, every amino acid in the protein, there are multiple codons, which is a 3-letter DNA sequence. There are multiple codons that can make up a single protein. So there's also variance there and an allowance for variation in that. So the amount, what I think you're heading to is saying, oh, this sequence, this protein sequence is 100 amino acids long. Therefore it's ridiculously unlikely. But mostly those statistical analyses are just incorrect because they assume that every single nucleotide and every single amino acid has to be what it is, and that's just not the case. Yeah. They actually do like substitution studies, so they will like the easiest one is one called cytochrome C, and they manipulate the DNA of cytochrome C to cause changes in the protein structure, or the protein sequence at least, and then test which ones of these changes actually have an impact on function. And it's those sort of tests that tell you how much variation's allowed.
Cytochrome C.
Cytochrome C. In fact, I'll find the paper. 1 second.
Yeah, man.
It's by Hapsy. 1 sec. Cytochrome C substitution.
I know all about that. But hey, no. I never even heard those words or spoken before. But what he said though about the letters and what you said, I think what you said was it was brief, succinct, and I think it made sense to me about the random assortment of the coding.
Where did he go?
That would have been. Say what?
Was it R2R Paul I was talking to? Where'd he go?
Yeah, it's Paul. Yeah. He may have disappeared for a minute.
Anyway, I'll post the link to the.
All right. He says he has to get off. He has to get off.
Oh, cool. Right.
I know he's got. He's the same as me, dude. Where family life.
Yeah.
Doesn't really
Same
like
thing.
being on here.
My daughter sits behind me as well. Hey, Chuck. You having fun?
No.
But anyway, he's not here. But regardless, what you said made sense though. But like the initial random assortment, that's obviously acceptable because because that is just random. It's a random assortment. The question is, where does the complexity and the usefulness come out of that? And the thing is, if you have just a grand number of infinite assortments, most of them suck. Some of them are good. The ones that are good are successful. That's it. The ones that are successful go on.
There's also a sharpshooter fallacy there as well, in that he goes, "I want a specific hemoglobin," right? He's assuming that that's the target. Like there will be some blood system where hemoglobins are required, and it's just how it turned out. So it's a sharpshooter fallacy. Like knowing your target beforehand is just not how it works. Not sure I explained that all that well, but hopefully you get what I mean.
No, I get what you mean. And actually, this kind of stuff, talking about it, there's probably people who don't want to know the truth of it, or maybe I don't know. But it's like the more you become familiar with this kind of stuff, the process that allows for like non-living life, like non-living organisms or non-living molecules. I mean, coming into living molecules, living organisms, and then evolving. It just seems, it's they're become. You get an intuition for it that is it's a real thing. Like it's not even in question. But
yeah, it all comes from once you accept common descent, then you have to accept that complexity arises from it. So these questions about how did this particular protein, it's so unlikely, blah blah blah. If you accept common descent, then it must have arisen. It's just must have. Like unless you appeal to a god that just goes, oh, every 5 minutes I'm going to jump in and go, oh, I'm going to tweak this little base pair here, and tweak that little one there.
That's the other thing is you're a coder too, like me, so you can understand. Because I was making an argument the other day, like God is probably more clever than me or you. I'm assuming because I'm not that clever, and even so, if he had come about with this function of like these cells reproducing through DNA by making like a exact copy. By copying, by the the DNA function, how it splits and all that kind of stuff. That seems fairly clever, but I could have come up with that. And
it's error prone as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
It's error prone. Is it a clever thing that it's error prone? Maybe.
Yeah, but that's exactly right though. It is error prone, and if you were to make the whole thing from scratch, there would be ways to make it so that it didn't have it, like the copying function that you put into it. You could have made completely like you could have made it only focus on the beneficial attributes, and like the detrimental ones you would just immediately be able to eliminate in the next generation if you were this super clever being.
Yeah, if you had foreknowledge and could just tweak things here and there. But the paper that I posted, so the amino acid replacements in the cytochrome C, this is why evolution, this is why common descent is true. So there's a table in the paper. Let me find a table. Where is it? Is there a fucking PDF or something? Elsevier open access. There's basically a table where it goes through and shows you which amino acids they changed and whether it worked or whether it affected the health of the organism, right? If you take those amino acid positions where it did not affect the function, right, you can say that these amino acids and therefore these nucleotides are available to change. They are free to mutate, right? Then what you do is using only those amino acids and only those nucleotides, make a phylogenetic tree. right? And that phylogenetic tree matches other phylogenetic trees that were created using independent data, right? So you've got a phylogenetic tree that comes from data that we know has nothing to do with function, right? So you have to come up with a reason for why that tree matches, like a morphological tree. That there is no reason. That it destroys common design. It's like, why would a creator? You go.
No. Yeah, because that's the same question that I was asking. Yeah.
Yeah. Why would a common designer put these particular amino acids or particular nucleotides in organisms to give us the impression that they are related? That there's no reason. That it's only meant to deceive. That's it.
And of course, I'm not of the opinion personally that there's not a creator, but I am just under the impression that he did not have influenced evolution or anything like that. Because even chemistry, even like just the basic laws of physics, chemistry comes about, and from chemistry, biology comes about. So, I mean, that's all that's required is the basic laws of physics. But regardless, all right, the study you're talking about, is it any relationship to junk DNA? Because I was reading a junk DNA type thing. Okay, and it was doing a similar test.
Yeah, junk DNA is kind of pretty ambiguous sort of term.
They were doing a test. They were doing the test based on the non-protein
non-coding.
non-coding proteins. They were doing that same kind of test though.
Yeah, that's a better term, non-coding. So yeah, it still may be useful. Whereas this paper that I've linked to, it's demonstrably not affecting the function. So you can truly say this doesn't do anything, which is why I like it. That's helpful. Whereas, there are, when they say junk DNA, they often mean really big repeat sections. So just copies of copies of copies. They could even be copies of genes that are slightly broken. They could mean satellite DNA. They could mean, that's the thing, right? Things like telomeres on the end of the chromosomes are just repetitive shit, right? Just repetitive, that sequence, TTA, GGG. Just repetitive. It's not junk. Like, it has a function. It has a very important function. So it's, the whole term junk DNA needs to die and just call it non-coding.
Yeah, make that distinction. Yeah, I was reading into that yesterday when was bringing up the junk DNA thing, and it is true. Like, but because there's aspects that they're non-coding, but they still contribute in some kind of way to the functionality and all that.
Yeah, I mean there are lungfish, right? Lungfish has lungfish has one of the biggest genomes in it, and mostly. There's one species of lungfish has some ridiculously large genome, and it's mostly full of repetitive garbage. But how can you possibly say that it doesn't do anything? Like, there's a reason, well, there must be a reason why it expends so much energy replicating an enormous genome, right? Like, there has to be some structural benefit to it. So, yeah. I think there is DNA that's proven to be non-functional, and there is coding DNA, and then there's just everything else, which we don't really know. I'm going to show you this table first. There we go, that one. Yeah.
If anyone's interested, this is a paper from David Demers that shows his work on showing life, non-living cells, non-living molecules to life, or to RNA.
Nice. See the table I posted?
Yeah.
So in the first spot, so they got what's the thing I said? All right. above the line, are listed the other amino acids found in other animals. So above the line is other animals. Below the line are ones they tested, and the ones with a box around them are ones that basically killed it. So ones that don't work. So there's so you'll see like position number 11, right? Number 11, there are no other possibilities above the line. Like in nature, there are no possibilities or no other amino acids found, right? Because there's nothing above the line in position number 11. Below the line, they tested 3 others and they all failed, right? So that's strong evidence of how constrained that particular position is. A really important position, right?
Okay.
But if you look at something like position number 9, right? Position number 9, if you look above the line, there's 7 others found in nature, and they tested like 11 others, and that arrow at the bottom is like a start codon, the methionine. So that's the start of the sequence.
So then that shows that that can be completely different, and it has almost no effect.
Yes, that's hypervariable is what they call it. So you can, using the data above and below the line, you can determine a phylogenetic tree that's based on data that has nothing to do with function. What reason is there for that tree to match any other tree?
Right.
It has to be from neutral mutations being fixed through common descent.
Right. Yeah, like following those paths, basically. It's like there has to be like those paths have to be. They come from the fact. They come from something, right? They wouldn't just have a path like this.
Yeah. Why do we share this particular non-functional position? Why do we share it with chimpanzees? It has no functional use. Why do only chimpanzees and humans have this one here, and everyone else has something else? Right? Yeah. That's
interesting.
Yeah. That is the proof of common descent in a nutshell.
Do you have the link to the study that this from?
Yeah. Tagged you a minute ago. Tagged you.
Okay, my bad. Oh yeah, I see it. My bad.
Yeah.
I was looking at my screen before.
Yeah.
That's what's up. Yeah. Oh, no. This is just a screenshot. Did you tagged me before this too?
Yeah. That's let me check.
I see it. Never mind.
That's not the PDF. That's just a link to. Yeah. Anyway.
But no, that's actually really cool. I mean, it's hard to express that in a way that will give somebody intuition that that's the case, because it makes sense to me. Like, you know what I mean? But somebody who wants to disagree with it, like that whole path thing, doesn't really. It's not going to do it for them,
Yeah. Again, it comes down to their understanding, which is unfortunate. I made a shitty video about it years ago and didn't quite do a good job of explaining it, so I might redo that one day.
Yeah, I don't do a good job of explaining anything, but yeah, that like it seems like I'm sure somebody's done it, but I mean, it's just that whole idea of like that path, how identifying these paths in ancestry and stuff like that, it tells a story that leads back to common ancestry, basically.
Yeah, and like I said, this is the proof. This is the proof of common descent. Sorry. Yeah, this is basically the quote unquote proof of common descent. And once you accept common descent, you have to accept that complexity arises out of it, unless you've got this God that occasionally intervenes to tweak little tiny things here and there.
What's this guy going to say? What are you talking about, Jeremy? Didn't think so.
You're telling a story. It doesn't tell a story. You're telling a story about it. Not it's telling you a story.
Okay.
You're making up a story.
Do you understand the story? Like, look, could you explain the
story you made up? Yeah.
Else?
I know the story you made up, yes.
Okay. But could you explain it to someone else?
Yes, I could explain it to someone.
Okay.
Good question.
And my wife said, "Shut up."
I was talking to the cat.
She said she was talking to the cat, but I think she was talking to you guys.
If it applies to the cat, man, it applies to you. You know that.
Yeah. I think she's just telling you thinks you're a pussy.
All our ladies, they'll keep us in check, man.
That's true.
At least, yeah. A lot of us are not even allowed to be on here, really.
Oh, you got to put your foot down about that. So.
But I mean, at the end of the day, I know that I spend too much time. I mean, there's times that I can't. I spend too much energy because I have ADHD, so I spend too much time and energy on something that's not relevant, really.
Yeah, I hear on that one.
Yeah, same here. I'll be listening for a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, why do you, Glober, spend all your free time talking to flat earthers here? As a
The
general,
money's pretty good.
Come on.
But when they, you know why? Because when they find out that it is flat, these guys are going to be like, "Yeah, I knew I was in there the whole time.
Right?
I've been a part of the flat Earth community this whole time."
The first in jumper, yeah, dude. Just like say that honestly, you love having the high quality conversations that we offer you, and then we can all be satisfied.
Dude,
Dude, it's not even hard.
I don't want to offend people.
It's not even hard. It's so hard for you to do it, man.
I don't like to lie, though.
Oh my god.
True. That sounded like an ad, didn't it?
That was an edism, yeah. Just like a nothing negative spin connotation to whatever was said. Just like a little blah. That's like giving it one.
Why do you talk to Glober so much, Shane? Are you secretly a Glober? Are you wishing you were a Glober?
Globers.
These guys will come out. It'll come out in the public, the newspapers, the televisions. They'll be like, "Earth is flat. It's amazing." And I'll co-show Ruhit. Well, Ruhit will be in a psych ward, but the rest of them will be like, "Yeah, of course. Dude, I've been a part of this community for years. We've been talking about this for years. No kidding."
Dude, that makes a lot of sense.
Voluntary hold.
There's this video, if anyone has seen it, it's like how to start a movement, and it's like a 3-minute video of a dancing guy at like some Grateful Dead concert, just doing nuts by himself, and then like one of the dude comes along, and then like a whole bunch more, and then pretty soon everyone's like going nuts and wilding out. But there's a guy commentating on how to start a movement, and right in the middle, when it becomes less safe than more safe to either stay on the bank or go join the in crowd, when it becomes more risky to be ostracized by not joining, that's the only time that they join. And that's that kind of thing. Nah, you would join right at the point where it became safe to join, Drew. If that's you all day long.
I would leave the party. I would be a fucking hermit.
Great.
Yeah, the world has gone crazy. It is crazy now. Like the number of people that are basically conspiracy theorists is fucking insane.
Yeah, dude. More truthers every day. It must be intimidating, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's like literally going insane around you to your perspective.
Yeah. Yes.
It must be terrifying.
It's honestly concerning. Yeah, it's very concerning.
You should probably rethink like all of your values and things that you know, so you don't get left behind.
People are waking up, Ruhit, for realizing that the government's lying to you. There's people that are in cahoots with each other. There may be some Freemason, Illuminati, Skull and Bones, Rothschild, Rockefeller, demonic.
Are you sure there's more of them, or is it just more in the open? Thanks to the internet.
Are we just getting more courageous and more vocal? No, I think there's definitely more of us. More of us every day.
Problematic though.
I mean, for you guys, for you specifically, to have your ego identity built around the counter, yeah, that would be problematic, I would say.
Problematic for humanity.
Well, you remember when we asked you, like, there's a 1% chance that we're all right and you're wrong, and you were like, no, then I've obviously gone insane. I wouldn't even consider that. Yeah.
Yeah, the Earth is not flat.
You might have to go, like, you might have to go insane. Yeah, you might have to go insane.
Yeah. That would be a more likely explanation. Yes,
I agree.
You guys are both terrible.
No, we're just not insane.
Yeah, I'm deadly serious.
I know. That's why I know you're terrible.
Yeah.
Man.
I actually watched one of those one of the videos you posted on your Rumble or Odysee or whatever. It was about the analogy was when you're sort of quote unquote arguing with a glober, you're not arguing with the glober, you're arguing with that part in his head that rejects flat Earth or something like that, or rejects.
Well, the exact opposite of that, but I see what you did there.
Was
Yeah,
it?
I see. I see where you drew the concept. Yeah,
yeah. But that video that was pretty good.
That was Larkin Rose, I think. How to talk to brainwash people or people in a cult.
That's the one. Yes.
Yeah, and it was like geared towards people in a statist cult who like believe in authority of government and the divine right of the politician to rule. But I was adapting it real time to heliocentrism because it lends itself so nicely.
What the hell does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Why do you guys always try to involve the government? You think politicians decide what the shape of the Earth is?
Well, we constantly deal with cultists and people who believe a cult is like religion. So how to talk to cult members was a helpful skill. That was the correlation. You know, man, it's like you got to learn how to talk to cultists. You guys are weird. You don't accept new information. You won't accept any of opinions or objectives or videos or research or facts or anything that we want to give you. So how to wake you up is the question.
You're kind of mixing things here because you're saying we don't accept opinions and we don't accept facts. But the thing is, your opinions are not facts. You need to demonstrate your claims with evidence.
Yeah, but as you didn't watch like the presentation, the whole point of one of his tenets was you don't argue facts, which is like counterintuitive. And the reason is I can say this happened at one day and you say no, it didn't. And then we can waste like an hour arguing whether in fact that did happen or not. And the point is that's a waste, right? You don't argue facts. So when you're doing the method, you don't actually bring up your own personal positions, opinions, my research. Here's what I think. Here's a video. Here's a book. You don't do any of that.
Right, exactly. Opinions are not that relevant.
Right. So it's geared towards doing that without bringing any of your own opinions or perspectives or research into it. It's probably why Ruhiv was watching it, because it was pretty interesting.
Oh, it kind of explains your process, I think. I think you follow that method, right?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do like it. Poor Larkin is a heliocentrist. I got to use his own method on him someday in a live stream to bring him out of his funk, and everyone feels so bad for him. Stuck in that heliocentric lie, but developer of a wonderful method to break people out of such lies. What irony.
Hang on. Daughter might be keen for go carving. She fucked her ankle the other day. I'll post a picture in a sec. Me. 1 second, Boo. 1 second.
Ed, do you think flat earthists are in a cult?
Yes.
Yes.
I do.
Then you should watch the presentation.
Many of you are, yes.
Then you should watch the same thing to gain light clues on how to talk to us from that perspective then.
I've already tried that. There's basically no use.
Isn't it funny that like the flat earth globe is like one of the only arguments where both sides are 100% convinced the other sides are brainwashed and in a cult?
Yeah.
I say that quite often.
Yeah. It's a weird one.
Yeah, but knowing that fact helps you to be empathetic towards the other's position
side,
because you start to realize that you could be on the receiving end of that. That if that's the case, if both of you are just as certain as one another, you could be on the wrong side of that. And that makes you wonder, like, wow, that's kind of, what if that's the case?
It's kind of like relativity with reference frames. How could I ever know what's moving then? Oh no.
Yeah, it's like I have this argument with Gio all the time about, we both tell each other that we're correct, and they say no, we're not. But we know deep down we are correct. Like, you know what I mean? Like you guys think exactly the same thing. Deep down, I know I'm the one that's right and you're the one that's wrong.
Right, but they have the exact same sentiment, so it's just crazy.
Yeah. It's funny that you recognize that we have the exact opposing sentiment, though, because that is funny.
You got to keep yourself in check, you know what I mean?
most people won't even go so far to empathize to see how would they receive it from their perspective. What does it look like? They don't even do that.
That is an interesting take, but you'd be surprised how many people actually know they're wrong. They're just not willing to
That's
admit
true.
it.
Yeah. There's also the one objective difference is that we have a model that makes predictions that are borne out in reality. That's the objective difference.
Yeah, there is a painful certainty. Like, even though I understand what I said previously, my certainty, and what it's based on, is sort of, I don't know. I mean, you guys must feel exactly the same way, so there's no point in saying it. But it doesn't feel like there's any doubt, any room for you guys being right.
Well, I don't know, man, but like I think Witsit said it once, and I definitely said it, and I feel it. I doubt myself like every day, at least a little, right? You're always going to be like, "Am I the crazy one?" No, it's still everyone else, but it's not.
You
I was
might
just about to
actually
say,
do that,
Shane,
but
I'm like,
Witsit
what are
doesn't.
these guys talking about? I'm like, I always think I'm incorrect. I'm like,
Right?
you have to question
My
it.
first inclination is always I done fucked up before I look anywhere else. I'm
Yeah.
always like, "Oops, I must have done something wrong." Right? Clearly.
The whole take is y'all think y'all have this great fucking model. Sure, you got a model y'all put together, a lot of hard work and a lot of money. Bro, we're catching up to you broke as fuck, dude. You know what I'm
Brian,
saying?
you
Y'all
can't
even,
predict anything happening on Earth.
and I really wasn't talking to you, but no offense. But
Doesn't matter.
I think we can predict quite a bit of stuff. Like, this plane's going to be able to successfully fly, assuming the Earth is flat, and we're going to be able to measure things falling down, assuming the Earth's flat. And we know where every single object in the sky is going to be in the future, knowing the Earth is flat.
Right, so you can't predict anything using the shape of the Earth. You're just naming
Correct.
irrelevant things.
What?
Didn't Brian
I don't
make
think
a whole
those are.
video on that?
I don't think those are irrelevant, but I think that it is important to point out that those things you mentioned, yeah, it's true, but you could do the same thing by assuming the globe, and you could still do those things. So those things you should
That's my point.
put it aside. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. But
that's literally the point I'm making, though. I actually know those aren't even properly classified as predictions. Those
They're
are
not predictions using the shape of the Earth. That's the whole point, genius.
No. My point is, dude, you don't have any either.
Okay, I've tagged you in my prediction that I've been asking for months for people to make using basic geometry. Can you make a prediction?
We look through conditions also there, Ruth. You didn't know that?
Incorporate those conditions into your prediction. Make, like it says, make any assumptions about the atmosphere that you require, or any other assumptions that you believe are required. To make whatever whatever assumptions you like, just let it be known what your assumptions are, and then make a prediction. Can you do it?
Yeah, I could probably do it. Yeah.
Okay.
I already have an
there.
equation. I already have an equation for things to disappear the bottom up using perspective.
Okay. Would love to see it.
Okay, cool. So back to the actual question. Like, what you guys do is pretend the globe model has all kinds of predictions, but you don't have shit. You don't have any predictions. You have a whole bunch of post-dictions that you integrated into a model.
Why are you shifting the topic? The topic was predictions using the flat Earth, quote-unquote, model, which you guys don't have.
Y'all got a short memory, dude, because every single thing that they've studied and learned and engineered, everything without exception is done on a flat Earth and then mathematically transformed for your globe. I mean,
I have a prediction. I have a prediction for flat Earth. We're gonna send 100 megahertz radio signal, okay? And we're gonna send it out horizontally, and from just like 100 feet up, I can send out a radio wave. Just send it straight out. I can send it over 2,000 miles, even up to 2,500 miles. That's my prediction. My prediction is on a flat Earth with optimal conditions, I can send 100 megahertz radio frequency straight out over the Earth over 2,500 miles.
Without having to bounce on the atmosphere and all that stuff.
100 megahertz doesn't bounce off the ionosphere.
It's just a yes or no.
100 megahertz doesn't bounce off the ionosphere.
Okay, so no then. Okay,
That's
do you have
right.
any evidence for this claim, by the way?
That's your model. Claims anything.
No, you just made a prediction. So where's this experiment? When are you going to do it?
Oh, okay. So you agree flat Earth can make a prediction. Step one, though.
It's trolling.
Does it actually work?
Yeah. So we actually have this has happened quite a few times. 80 to 106 megahertz, ranging from like 17 to 2,500 miles.
All right, let's see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, we had personal testimony of them skipping relays, and we're told to go back and set it up for the relays anyway. And she's like,
No,
we don't need the relays.
literally
She literally skipped 2 relays.
We literally have the list of world records.
Holy shit. Hold on, sorry, 1 second. Gleam just asked if they use radians, does it work? You fucking idiot.
We literally have
Why?
we literally have world records.
All right, can you show them, please?
Yeah, I mean not right now because you don't want to. I've showed them on my stream.
Okay, so no, don't talk about what I want or don't want. I just asked you for evidence, so don't tell me I don't want to see any evidence. Just
I'm
show
telling
me
you where
freaking evidence.
I'm trying to tell you where I'm
You've
trying
never-
to. Holy fuck, dude! I'm trying.
I wasn't talking.
I'm trying to tell you where it is.
All right, well, I'm not going to look for your evidence for your claim, so you can post your evidence for your claim.
Okay, but before we get there, can we agree that when you said flat Earth can't make any predictions, you're wrong? I just made a specific prediction for flat Earth.
All right, so does it actually work? Does it check out?
But you do agree. Okay, so you agree if it did happen that it would work and it would be a flat Earth.
Well, let's see the evidence then.
See, okay, can another baller?
I'm not going to agree to anything because you haven't shown anything.
Why don't any ballers ever say, Ed, he's asking you if that happened, would that not be a flat Earth prediction? Why don't you
I don't care about your stories. I'm asking for evidence.
Please stop interrupting me. I've already cussed.
Ed, we can show you anything. You never respond to it. Why? You think we're just going to keep showing you things? You never, ever.
You never show
respond to what we
anything.
show you.
Just show it then. Stop flapping your lips. Post it.
That's dishonest, and you interrupted me to be dishonest, bro. I don't know how much more troll you can get.
The evidence.
I mean, I'm about to post it, but this is what always happens. I post it, and then he just tries to find a way to hand wave dismiss it. And there's no intellectual honesty in the conversation, which the claim was flat Earth can make no predictions. I gave a very specific one. An intellectually honest person would say, okay, yeah, that's a prediction for flat Earth. If you see it, then it does match the prediction for flat Earth. And I'm going to have to come up with some excuse for how it works on the globe.
So instead of all this poisoning the well and meta bullshit, you can just post your evidence.
Literal Ed tactic. You post evidence, and it'll be like, do the people who wrote that believe in flat Earth? There's your Ed tactic. If he even looks at it.
That's just poisoning the well again, not posting evidence.
Well, I'm just wondering why.
You going to read it and talk about it with us?
If his response after he posts it is a bullshit response, you're going to see what's going to happen, Ed.
You're not the arbiter of that.
This is a list of the world records.
You'll see who the arbiter is. You'll see.
This is a list of the world records.
If you don't have a rebuttal, that's fine.
Yeah, so.
At least you were already admitting to it, Odysee.
Ed, you asked for it several times. Now he posted it. Now go verify it, and let's talk about it.
Well, there's 2 links in one there, so which one is it?
I only dropped one link. So you're just lying.
Sorry, these radio transmissions or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, what? I've already gotten out in front of your robotic response, which is ionosphere. But the ionosphere only reflects up to 40 megahertz in your own model.
Ridiculing the rebuttal is not a rebuttal. It's just a tactic.
Okay, does anyone want to bet?
No,
okay,
I'm not.
Stop all the flexing like you know stuff you don't know. Objectively, your model claims that it's usually just 30. It can range up and top out around 40 megahertz. They have 3 or 4 totally separate explanations for this on the globe model. You are both ignorant of your own belief.
Sure, champ.
Do you want to bet?
I believe Ruhib will look at it at least.
Yeah, I'm not up with the whole ionospheric refraction stuff. I'm sure it's more than 30. Like I know
No,
it's the minimum is 30 and more than 40.
It's up to 40, man.
40. Yeah.
Okay, well, it's not.
Okay, thanks, champ.
That's why you guys should be watching my School in the Globers. So you can learn
so
about
this doesn't say they're shooting the thing straight out and horizontal. All those things you said in your quote-unquote prediction are not listed here. So this is not evidence for your claim. Can you please provide the evidence? Thank you.
Oh, meteor scatter. What's his name? Who was doing the meteor scatter stream the other day?
Okay, so these are transmissions. If I don't send them, just send them out on the Earth, which is what radio transmissions do, right? And even if you slightly tilt it up, it's just to avoid topographical obstruction. If I tilted it up or down, that doesn't change anything for the globe. Like we're just shooting them out. They're
We're not
spreading.
talking about the globe. We're talking about flat Earth. Remember, don't shift the topic.
Yeah, and right there's a list of all the different world records, the different
but those are all done on the globe. So,
see,
Anyway, I just don't think
you all knew you would just shit the bed, and you did it, and none of the ballers ever call you out. Like I'm so confused. Why do you guys not
anyone here? I don't think anyone here has the requisite knowledge or expertise in the field of radio propagation, tropospheric or.
But how are we gonna have an honest discussion with Ed spouting horse shit, dude?
Oh, now Ruth is the arbiter of what we are allowed to talk about because he has to give the
say that, Witsit. Don't lie. Stop lying, Witsit. Did I say that? I don't think I said that. Did I lie?
Why is it only the ballers who have to incessantly interrupt?
Right. I didn't say that we can't talk about it. I said that I don't think any of the ballers here have the requisite expertise in ionospheric refraction.
That's not what you said. You said, I don't
It's exactly what I said. Go and rewind.
No, it's not.
Go and rewind, Witsit.
Okay, do you want to bet on that?
Yeah. I said I don't think we have the expertise.
$500.
Sure.
$500.
Yep. We don't have the expertise.
Do you want to bet $500 you didn't say ballers?
Hey, by the way, Witsit, if the things were already done, it's not a prediction.
White Knight.
Just ad hoc.
White Knight. So
no, I'm just correcting you. You didn't make a prediction because those things you referenced were already done. You didn't do anything after you made a quote-unquote prediction. You're just ad hocing.
If you're asking me to make a prediction right now, how could I have gone out and then tested the one?
Well, then go out and test it, buddy. That's a prediction then, right? Otherwise, it's not a prediction, just ad hoc.
Okay, so what you asked for has no answer, is what you're saying?
He just explained
the globe model. You haven't done anything with your prediction, so it's not a prediction.
Just asked to the globe model, bro. Just asked you. He said the flat Earth can't even make a prediction, right? And then one's given. He says you haven't gone out and tested the one you just said yet. It's been 5 minutes. Why haven't you gone out and tested it? You're just a dishonest person. You should be banned from the server.
I second that. I told you he wasn't going to discuss any of the data.
That's not a rebuttal, it's it.
Bro, you're trolling. Just stop. You got other ballers here. You don't have to troll.
So why do we allow him here to troll though? Right? That's what I'm saying. He can go to Jim Pandas with the other moral degenerates.
You know, he's already spoke up.
So no answer then.
Just sit back.
Okay, so this is the point. This is the point. Like we 100% can test it. These happen on a regular basis. So like. I can't, obviously, I didn't say a prediction. You asked for a prediction. I didn't say one and then run out and do it that second. It's just incredibly disingenuous.
No, I asked for evidence for your prediction to be true. And you didn't provide anything. You just gave me things that were already done, which means you're ad hocing.
No, yeah. On a flat Earth, the prediction would be that radio transmissions can go super far, straight out over the Earth. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Now go do the actual experiment then.
We already have the evidence of it.
That's ad hocing.
How is it ad hocing?
Because it's already been done and you're making up shit afterwards. That's not a prediction. Literally and objectively not a prediction.
Hold on, you said, did y'all predict the ionosphere, or was that a post-diction? Did you predict refraction when we show you long-distance shit? No, we show you the photo, the long-distance shit that shouldn't be seen, then you say it's a prediction. Your model is making no predictions, bro. Welcome to your model.
Talking about the globe model again. He's literally in here to troll. I am now I'll have to be reprimanded by someone higher than me. You do it again, I'm muting you. If your response is, we're not talking about the globe, so you're just being disingenuous and wasting everyone's time. As if
I'm asking about the flat Earth model.
I'm talking. Why are you interrupting?
Well, then don't poison the well, buddy.
Why are you? It's like, why do I have to?
Okay, he's gone. Ed, you keep this up, I'm going to mute you.
Well,
You
go
either have
ahead.
civil
White
discourse
knights
or
for your
you're gonna
leader.
be muted, bro. You're not gonna play this game.
Yeah,
I'm
white
warning
knights
you.
for your leader. I don't care.
There's no what. Okay, you're gone. Bye.
Yeah, it's not fair. It's not fair. None of the ballers even call him out. He interrupts every time someone speaks.
Yeah, don't poison the well all the time. It's it.
There's not an excuse to interrupt. That's not how this room is run. That's not how the room is run, bro. Are you not going to acknowledge what I just said?
Don't poison the well
Ed
all the
is
time.
muted.
People
Ed
won't
is
feel
muted.
the need
He's just
to
as bad.
interrupt.
I'm exposing Glovers tonight. Ruf's just
Okay.
as bad. So he
Sure,
can't.
Ken.
He can't. There's a rule that applies equally to everyone in the room. Okay, it's that you let people say their point and then you respond. If it seems like someone isn't being concise enough, then we address that and we try to make it be more concise. Okay, but we don't interrupt and we don't have a list of excuses of why you can interrupt. If you feel like you're being strawmanned, okay, respond to it after they say it. If you think what they said is wrong, respond to it after they say it. If you have some, that's what a debate is. There is no list of subjective determinations of when you're allowed to walk all over people and interrupt them every time they speak, period.
Okay, stop poisoning the well. It's a gamma tactic.
Okay, cool. That should have been your response, where I would then say, I'm not poisoning the well. I'm specifically talking about someone who's doing something right this second and calling out what he did right this second. Poisoning the well is something you present to the audience to preemptively discredit an opponent in a debate.
Right, let's
You
get
don't
the
even know the
conversation
words you
back where it
use.
was. Like,
That's also incorrect.
the conversation
Okay,
with Ed
5
gone,
bucks is the definition of
conversation will
poisoning the
get
well.
better, dude.
Negator,
With
bet
Ed
5
muted
bucks
for a
is the
minute.
definition of poisoning the well. So you guys don't know things. So stop interrupting.
Yeah, we do.
Come here and take notes or something. You don't use fallacies when you don't know what they are.
We're devolving the conversation, guys. Listen, let's just get back on topic. Now that Ed's gone, we can fucking get back to having an actual conversation about shit. Does any Glover have a reasonable explanation for for all these records? Okay, we're using examples without the ionosphere, which wasn't predicted. I'll just throw in there. Okay, it was an ad hoc. The ionosphere was to fix the model. I could literally make you probably sick to your stomach, giving you all the shit that the globe made up as ad hoc, but I'm not gonna. Y'all already know them. Okay, can you explain this one? Just this one. Let's stay on topic of shit that ain't bouncing off the ionosphere, and it's projected like at 0.1 degrees straight out. I mean, what's the Glover explanation?
I don't think we have the required experience or expertise in this particular field to offer a strong argument. I mean, I accept ionospheric refraction exists, but I don't understand the mechanism. I can't argue it.
Fair enough.
I would love to know how it works.
All right, I'm gonna. Well, I got Rip in this mood. I'm gonna go down a list of shit, dude.
You only got about 10 minutes though.
Your dog's getting hungry now. But
I gotta go shopping.
Okay, so
an hour ago.
All right, I'm kind of joking, but I'm kind of serious. Like, what's the deal with the lopsided times north and south with the yacht races, the monohull, the skid, whatever you call them? Like, why are the same boats like averaging different times from the north and south, like consistently? I mean, I know y'all have to have a reason, but I haven't heard it yet.
I haven't looked into it at all.
All right, fair. That's honest.
Oh man. Anyway, let the record reflect that Whitsett said he would be able to do a prediction for that simple geometry.
One more, man, before I lose you. All right, so if the Earth is flat and I see a star, and I've mapped its zenith, I've mapped all the stars' zenith, about 50 or 70 of them over the years, so I know right where a star's at. If the Earth is flat and I travel right to that star, am I going to wind up underneath it, Ruhif?
Yeah, that's trivially true, isn't it?
Just checking. Okay, so on a flat Earth, I could literally go right to that star and literally wind up right underneath the motherfucker.
Right. That's just a trivially true statement.
I'm just checking so I know where to start.
Okay. Am I missing something?
Not really, man. I'm just serious. I mean, believe me, I don't always get that answer. In fact, I never get that answer.
Yeah, it's there is a GP for a star. You can go to that GP. It'll
Right, on
move,
flat Earth,
but not
or
on any.
yeah, sure, it will move. I'll give you that. And you also agree that the stars are plotted in a 360-degree circle around
In a
Polaris.
sphere. No, it's plotted in a sphere. Celestial sphere, right ascension declination.
360 degrees, though.
Of a sphere.
Right. So does one catch up or fall behind if it's south or north? I'm just checking to see how your brain thinks.
It's a celestial spherical axis.
The celestial sphere, so right kind of maps to the longitude and declination maps to the latitude.
Right. So why don't it just go from like 0 to 180? Why does it have to go in the negative?
Declination. Why are there negative latitudes?
But I'm talking about the LHA or the SHA or the GHA. I mean, as far as the stars, zenith in their position, it's a 360-degree circle, right? They're never going to fall out of place, and if one is taking some kind of different size circle, it's still going to fit right in line with that circle, right? That planar circle.
Yeah, but
or spherical circle, really. I mean, I shouldn't have said it like that, but a circle in general.
Right, but you got Greenwich hour angle, right? Or the local hour angle. That's a 360 degree, whereas longitude is minus 180 to plus 180. It's the same thing.
It's the exact same thing.
Yeah. So what do you mean?
I just want. I mean, that's the starting position for all this, man. Because I got to get Glovers to acknowledge this circle, this 360-degree circle. Before I could carry on. They think that's like
the hour angle.
Just only work on a globe. I don't. I mean, that baffles me.
Yeah. The problem is, right, the right ascension and declination is the celestial sphere. They are by definition spherical coordinates, right? You could make an argument with the AE map. No?
They're spherical coordinates when you put them on a sphere. They're AE coordinates when you put them on the AE map. And they're, I mean, you could transform them to the Mercator, right? They are. That circle is whatever you say it is, whatever you put it on.
Okay, I have a challenge for you then. Try and come up with a formula to convert the right ascension and declination into an altitude and azimuth for your location.
We've already done that, dude.
I don't think that you have. I don't think that you have.
What are you talking about?
I got a question.
What if we? Go ahead.
Go ahead. Finish it up, Brian.
No, I'm just saying. He just said that if I go right to a star, okay, I'm gonna wind up right up under it. Okay, I've showed the sun method. I've showed using the clock method. You'd agree that on a globe, there's no celestial navigation without a fucking clock that's accurate worldwide. No navigation. Okay, so we need to all acknowledge that without a watch and a clock that's time zone dependent, I might add.
Not time zone dependent.
Okay, well, explain that.
UTC.
UTC
Greenwich
minus
time.
what?
UTC
Minus what?
minus 0.
Right. So is everywhere UTC?
No, but the almanac is UTC.
Right, but then everything else that's not UTC is UTC what?
Plus whatever their time zone is.
Sorry, what is UTC? What does UTC stand for?
Standard time that everything that's compared to, yeah.
He just said at the end.
What's the U stand for?
Say again?
What's the U stand for in UTC?
Universal.
And it's not doesn't apply to everywhere.
UTC is the
you
time.
You literally just said that.
The almanac uses UTC.
That
right?
is
You don't have to know where you are.
Am I tripping, or he said that's like doesn't apply to everywhere? Or
UTC is universal.
You want to take them all again?
No, I don't think you understand what I mean.
I understand what you mean, but that's not what you said. And what you said was pretty funny.
What do you think I said?
You said it's universal. It doesn't apply everywhere. But literally, you meant it's universal. It can be applied everywhere with like a plus minus of like it's the derivative basic that all other times are compared to, right?
No,
right.
Brian said that you need to know your time zone to do celestial navigation. You need to know your offset from UTC. No, you don't. You need to know UTC.
Yeah.
Hold on. You just said you need to know exact time. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
UTC.
so
Don't care
why
about
would I
your.
not need to know? Why would I not need to know that I'm in UTC 5, -5?
Don't. You don't. You just need to know what UTC time it is.
I need to know where I'm at.
No, yes, you need to know where you are at because you don't know where you're at.
You
Right? You
hold on.
And
Whoa,
UTC
whoa,
time.
whoa,
And that
whoa, whoa,
UTC
whoa,
time.
whoa, stop
And
everything.
that
Wait, do you
UTC
think
time.
you can,
And that
hold on. Do you
UTC
think you can
time.
navigate if you
Never
don't know
mind.
about where you're at?
Brian, power through me, Brian.
Go, Jeremy.
No, it's too late now. Brian fucking ruined it. Never mind.
Okay. You have no, let's say you're navigating, you've been asleep in a coma for 6 months and you're floating on the ocean. You have no idea where you are, no idea what time zone you're in. If you know what UTC time it is, you can figure out where you are. Don't
Okay,
need to
you
know your
show
time
me
zone.
that with no idea where you are. Show me a way to find my fix with just anywhere in the fucking world. You might get lucky and get like close enough to find something semi-accurate, bro. If you don't have an idea where you're at and the time, you're fucked, bro. I don't care, dude. I don't think there's any way out of this one. But if you show me something I don't know, I'm glad to learn.
Right, MC Toon's challenge. You get UTC times, you've got no idea where you are. The end.
So if you haven't looked into it, that's fine too. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'll DM you. Look at any of the fucking look at any of the formulas, bro. You have to start with an estimated fucking position, period. You know, depending on how far away you are, and then that's the only way you're going to get the two other positions, the two possible positions. I'll DM it to you, dude. It's like a lot to just
You're getting
verbalize.
confused. You're getting confused with site reduction tables as opposed to just 3 angles to 3 stars. Right? Site reduction tables require you to have an assumed position, like a dead reckoned position. So yes, in that case, you'll have some idea where you are. But if you don't have a dead reckoned position and you just have 3 angles to 3 stars and the time, you can figure out where you are. That is MC Toon's challenge. What would be the point of MC Toon's challenge?
We've already done his challenge. What are you talking about, bro?
What would be the point of MC
challenge.
challenge if you had an assumed position already? What would be the point of that?
You just said the other night on the other channel. I listened to it a day late, but you're saying that. Oh no, well I think he changed it. You know, you didn't say it with certainty, so I let it slide. No, he didn't change it to let us use the AE map. He ridicules the AE map, but he won't let us use it. And even though hold on, Trulon did a version. I did a version and showed him just using flattened out fucking Google Earth, but what he said is that I used the radius of Earth, even though I showed him the math that 1 degree, 69 miles on a flat plane is 39.50, and I based everything off that. He said I still used the radius of Earth, so he basically hogged the radius of Earth. But even Trulon did it where it worked out in free space. He didn't even need an AE map, basically whatever map, and that's when MC2's like, no, you can't use the AE map. So so careful what you go around repeating, bro. His rules are getting more stringent. Technically, he didn't say we could, but he made it sound like we could when he updated the challenge, bro. But no, he's not letting us use the fucking AE map, just so you know.
Okay. I will let you use the AE map. You draw circles of equal altitude on it. Okay.
Okay, this is a nice segue. Speaking of circles, if Brian's done. You done, Brian? Brian, are you done?
Yes, he is. He's muted.
Just want to make sure. All right, so if we draw a circle on the surface of a sphere, and then only use the surface of the sphere, like say it's all up perfectly level, like cue ball shit. On Earth, how big of a circle would we have to draw to notice any difference in pi?
Sorry, any difference in pi? Pi is a constant. What do you mean?
It changes on the surface of the sphere.
Oh, spherical pi. Yeah. Not
Yeah,
really
how big of a circle? How big of a circle would we need to draw for there to be any noticeable difference?
No idea. Good job, Monkey.
Did you just call me a monkey?
Yep. Your wife called you pussy, by the way.
Why? What's up? My wife told you to shut up earlier.
I call my son Monkey. Yeah, buddy.
Fucking. Ask him how big of a circle you needed on Earth to have any noticeable difference.
Yeah, how about you do some calculations yourself? Figure
Does
it
he
out.
know Earth is flat? Well, I got math guys. I can put them on it, but I'd rather just get it done right now and find out.
Yeah.
Because I want to draw a circle with an X in it. Or, sorry, a square with an X in it. But it's going to be a big fucking square. I mean, I'm just seeing how if the circle's smaller or what's good. Mr. Universal's time's not universal.
You don't have to know your time zone to do celestial navigation. The almanac.
Yeah, it's universal. Yeah, no, it's universal. It works everywhere. Yeah.
Sure.
I don't. All right, sure. Yeah. Is pi a constant or does it change?
Pi is a constant. Are you referring to spherical pi?
The radius of a circle.
Okay, Jeremy. Okay, thanks, Jeremy. That's a good segue for me to go shopping.
All right, champ.
Yeah.
Take it easy,
All right.
Chief.
All right, see you.
Is there a difference though? Because a circle is analogous to a sphere, right?
If you were to stick to the surface, there would be. But that's not actually the radius then, no. Because radiuses don't curve.
I know the radius of a circle is the same as the radius of a sphere. Like they're analogous. I don't get what his point was, but it is what it is.
Well, no, if you just draw a great circle, yeah, but not just like a regular any old circle, willy nilly, anywhere you want circle. If you have a great circle, then yeah, the radius would be. Well, that's not sticking to the surface though. No, it wouldn't be the same.
Would still be the dot in the middle of the circle, which would be the dot in the middle of the sphere.
No, but on the surface of a sphere, though, if you have a circle, it changes. Because now it's a curve. It's not even really a radius. I don't know what we're calling a spherical radius or something, because it's not really a radius. It's when you stick to the surface of a sphere. Might be some spherical geometry shit.
Right, but like you said, the great circle is analogous to the sphere. And the pi to the great circle would be the pi to the sphere. No matter what circle, pi is going to be in the center, and you can draw a sphere out of it.
Yeah, if you cut through the surface of the sphere, then pi is always the same. Yeah, if you stay on top of the surface, though, then it's not the same.
Is that even possible? Hold on, I'll go see.
But it's not an actual radius. Like I said, that's not an actual radius, though, because it's not a straight line, because now it's curving. You see what I'm saying? Okay, look, there's this thing.
I just never seen pi described like that, like on top of a sphere.
Yeah, and maybe some kind of spherical geometry thing. But
okay, yeah.
My idea is to make a giant level surface, draw a square on it, and then put an X in the square. Because if you have that distance and the square is big enough, it will tell you if the square is planar, is on a planar or non-planar surface. However, there's an issue with that because the square needs to be like 90 miles long or some shit on each side or something crazy. So I was trying to see if you could do it with a circle, if you could use a smaller circle. Could I use a circle, something more reasonable than a 90 miles shit? You figure deal me?
I think I'm following. I was doing something else at the same time. Yeah, it is what it is. Like you said, it's I'm probably gonna look into it then in a couple seconds.
Gotta get one of these math nerds on it, that's all.
You remember Brenda and the variable radius? Remember? I don't know if you remember that one.
You mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Blue was on about that a little while ago. That wasn't even that long ago. Blue was on about it.
I think Blue is here now, isn't he? Yeah, maybe he can clear it up if he has time. That was so funny. That was, yeah.
Blue, is pi a constant?
Yes, dude. Somebody fucking rigged my fucking mute button, dude. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, we rigged
But,
it.
I only had a. No, I'm just. I'm joking. I can't even fucking hit. Like if you see me unmuted, I'll make sure I'm in a quiet place. But if I do that, I won't be able to talk, dude. It's like my button is literally fucking hijacked. But check this out. So they're acting like this, okay? So on the globe model, for example, everywhere is east, but it's not parallel. They want you to think
everywhere
it is.
is
They want you to
east.
think if
Hold
you're
on.
looking east,
Hold
you're
on, right.
yeah,
You said everywhere is
right.
east.
Hold on, like equinox.
You're breaking
Let
up.
me finish. Like on a equinox, sunrise, right? They want you to think that that's parallel. They want you to think that no matter where you're at on Earth, that you're looking at the sun parallel from every other spot, like along every latitude, right? But that's not the case. We're all looking at a star that's over Africa or right off the coast of Africa. That's fucking bullshit number one. Okay. On a flat Earth, okay, we don't need 3 stars. Okay. Like he just said, if we get the fucking bearing to 1 star, you can line it up with another 2 and do an average, or 3 and get a better average to consolidate your measurement like the globe does. All they do is they use the spherical trig to turn each measurement into a great circle and average them all out. Okay, that's all the fucking the Habersign formula is. It's like an average of great circles. First, you got to great circle the shit, and then you got to average it. Okay,
Right.
and with the flat Earth, it's easier than that, man. And I'm working on it.
But wait a minute. You said something on the
parallel.
equinox.
Hold
you
on.
said something about the
Howard.
equinox, the sun not rising at for 90 degrees to everyone on the Earth.
Let me
Right.
explain. Okay, let me explain. So can a star, if the sun is over one position, okay, and I'm on Earth, okay, for it to be parallel for every one of us, that means we have to travel in a parallel path toward it, right? If it's parallel for everyone, wait. Don't just say no. Think about this, God damn it, for a second. If the star is over one position, okay, and it's parallel to each one of us, if we're not traveling parallel with each other to get to that position, then it's not parallel, correct?
Traveling has nothing to do with where your sun rises.
This is why I didn't want to lose Ruhib right there. I'm just saying. You could say if it's halfway up or fucking noon. I'm telling you that a position, a zenith, that's over somewhere on Earth, if we're not traveling parallel, then the light's not coming at us parallel, right?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I don't know what you're saying.
Oh God! Let's say we're the light ray. Let's say we're backtracking toward the light ray. We're just backtracking from where we're at.
The part where no one understands what you say for like the next 30 minutes, and then we're lost in this merry-go-round of nonsense.
Never mind. Sorry, I didn't know my own. All right, sorry. I didn't think I lost y'all with fucking traveling to the same fucking place. If we're not traveling parallel, means it ain't parallel. I didn't think I'd lose flat earthers, but sorry.
All right, just try one more time. Be concise about it. No one interrupt them. If no one gets it after that, we're just going to move on. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, if the light's coming in parallel to 5 different people along a longitude, or from the top of the globe to the middle to the bottom. Now, if the light's coming in parallel and we all start traveling, we all get up under that light in fucking however much time, okay? If we all get up under that light on Earth, we weren't traveling parallel, were we? We weren't traveling along our latitudes like the demonstrations they show us. They show the light coming in along each latitude, but we're not actually traveling along a latitude. We are all not traveling parallel, right, Howard?
What has traveling got to do with where your sun rises?
Just backtracking to the fucking source.
I think this is what your problem is. You're
All right.
you're putting it's like putting the sun on the surface or something like that to indicate where the sun rises, but that's not the way that works.
But I'll never deviate from line of sight, right? So no matter where I'm at along that meridian, I see the sun above my horizon. Whether I get up under it or I get up over it, I never change direction, right?
Well, I mean, if you just go just with the observation of sunrise, and you've got 10 people scattered out along one longitude, they're all going to see the sunrise at 90 degrees to their location. But now you're saying they're traveling to the subsolar point.
Any
But
point.
I don't see what that has to do with where your sunrise is at equinox.
To any point, Howard. To any point. Not just sunrise. To any
All right, you
point.
just
To the stars,
just go.
same shit.
Yeah, you can go ahead. I'm just confused about what you're saying, but go ahead.
I realize that. Because your brain won't let you, because all you're picturing in your mind is the light coming in parallel along the latitude lines. They try and bend you over backward. That's horseshit, dude. You're not changing direction. You're not, I repeat, you are not changing direction, traveling straight toward the sun. Even if it's on the horizon, if you're doing a great circle, 90-degree, geodesic, great, whatever you want to call it, you are not changing direction. Period, man. They can bend you over backwards all they want. You're still going to converge above fucking Africa. There's mathematically no getting around it. That's why I can't believe more people haven't took to this. Mathematically, there's no way around it.
So are we all in agreement then?
No, I don't understand what he's saying. I'm just letting him go.
Man, he agreed that if we travel on a flat Earth, if we travel to a star, no matter where we're at on a flat Earth, we keep going towards it, we're going to wind up right up under it. Okay, it's that simple. There's your starting position. Is that if I see a star in the sky, on the horizon, doesn't matter where. If I travel toward it on a flat Earth, I'm gonna wind up dead underneath that bitch. Okay, if you want to start, if you want to start changing the size of the circle, I don't, Jeremy, but if you want to start changing the size of the circle based on the declination, this is just a hint for people who are curious. Then that's fine. You can mathematically work that out. You could narrow it in with more than one star, but you're probably good with one star. Therefore, you know the size of the circle, and but I don't know what he's talking about when he's saying that time zones don't matter. Like UTC is universal, but that star is not just always over UTC. Like that's insane. Like
Brian, you're like semi breaking up throughout all this.
No, the stars.
Brian,
that was it. That was enough.
You're just semi breaking up, man. We can't even understand what you're saying. Not that if we could hear you, we would understand, but we definitely can't because you're breaking up.
All right, man. My bad. I was pretty. You can say my closing statements.
We can't. You roboted through that. I don't know if we're gonna be able to comprehend it.
Yeah, let me drop and rejoin. Hopefully y'all heard some of that.
Blue, you there?
He could unmute Ed. I'm sure he's got something to say.
Unmute you? Who? Who?
Ed?
Nah, he ain't got nothing good to say.
Oh, that's not very nice.
Has he ever said something good?
He's a smart guy.
Well, I'm still waiting for him to say something smart.
Oh, that's not very nice.
I don't know. What's the screen name?
It's the only dude in here that's muted.
I can't. I'm on a phone. It doesn't show you who is muted.
Oh, I hate Discord on phone. It's equally applied rules. There you go.
Thank you.
Blue, you there?
Yes.
I feel like with Ed, I mean, I was listening, but I wasn't at my computer and stuff, so I wasn't really able to do any modding, but that could have been an interesting conversation when Witz had brought up the propagation of those waves. But yeah, it seemed like you were interrupting him constantly and it was just chaos. So, but that could have been, I'd like to hear that conversation actually carried out to its end.
I think the only end to that is that he actually follows up with an experiment to his prediction. We followed the thing all the way through. We made a prediction, and now we're waiting for the results.
Ed's been here for at least 6 years, and if you ask him for proof, he'll choke for a second and then try and reverse it. But if you pin him down, then he'll say horizons. How can you have a horizon on a flat Earth or sunset?
You know, we would have so many better conversations in here.
Says the psychopath.
Hang on. Number one, if we didn't call people psychopaths, but number two, if so much time wasn't spent just talking about how you don't like the other side. Like the things that you just said, Brian.
Bro,
and now you're cutting me off again. Okay.
Yeah, the ad homs and the interruptions. I know those are the biggest problems.
All right, sorry, yeah.
It's like an endless thing to keep. It's like I don't know why people just can't stop doing those things, but it's always creates problems.
Yeah, I agree. I really dislike what Negator just said.
I dislike you.
I dislike you.
We've actually.
Yeah, I like it better when we get down to the.
Man. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I said it's much better when we get down to the meat, to the bones.
Yeah, and then it's also a bummer when we talk about the problem, right? Like, just get into something.
Right. But what ends up happening is that the interruptions and the ad homs are what block the actual conversation from happening, whether people are doing it as tactics or whether it's their emotions, whatever it is. So that's why we end up having to. Yeah,
I mean, right, dude, I hate that, bro, and I'm doing it now. I just did it a minute ago, so yeah, I do hate that. So now I don't want to talk about why it ain't going good. Yeah, that's the dumbest shit, dude. That's the, yeah. Don't let me devolve a conversation. I apologize, but what's the subject now, man? I've been having trouble, and we were on celestial navigation, man. I just had closing words to say, if that's okay with y'all. Let me know. I'll try and keep it short.
Yes, dude. Go ahead.
Okay, like with the globe, okay, then they have east going, they have a 90-degree going all to one position, okay? But they want to tell you the light's coming in parallel. But if you follow that light, yeah, I heard that part. If you follow that light, we all converge. So it can't be parallel, okay? No matter how far they bend you over backwards, that's a fucking trick, okay? But here's the thing. You heard Rip say that even on a flat Earth, if I follow and head to one star, I'm going to wind up under it. Even if there's flat, if I travel toward that star, whether it's on the horizon, whether it's halfway up or even three-quarters of the way up, I head towards it. I'm going to wind up under it. Okay, so then it's easier to do this on a flat Earth. You just got to throw the globe out. That's where they get us every time. You got to throw the globe out, and then you got to look at the declination of the star, so you know how big of a circle. Because pi actually is a constant. And then once you know pi is a constant and you have a map, then you just base the size of the circle that star is doing based on its declination that's been charted from looking at it directly overhead, right? It's not like they modeled it with a globe model. I mean, if they just use a globe model to model it, they'd have every star modeled, you know, and for celestial navigation. The fact of the matter is they have a select bunch of good stars. Ironically, none over the equator, none over Capricorn, and none over Cancer, which pisses me off sometimes when I'm trying to prove shit. But still, it's just a select bunch of stars, and it's an almanac. It doesn't change like they say it does. Go take a look at it. I could keep going on and on. I'll put it to rest right there.
All right. What else we got, guys? What did you want to hear, Gio? The wave propagation thing with the radar or something?
Well, yeah, I was just saying I'd like to hear that more to the completion of it. Yeah, because it was, I don't know, there was interruptions and chaos, so just the actual information wasn't able to be fully gone through. But that's all right. I'm sure it'll be picked up at some point.
Yeah, no doubt.
We can talk about magnets again, Jeremy. Remember that one? In Brandon's server.
My perpetual motion?
No. Brandon's. We talked about doing an experiment with magnets. When people didn't know what magnets are, we talked about it for like over an hour. It was pretty wild. All the yelling and stuff, you know, the usual.
Yeah, that's why it's better when we do it this way, when there's no interruptions, no yelling, no craziness.
Now, it was only the two of us, and it still went crazy.
Because you're a nightmare.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's the correct answer.
I would have never guessed. Never.
I wonder if it's recorded. That's a legendary debate.
It's cool to see how much discussion is going on in the chat about this 700-mile photo. Just cool to see.
Which one?
Because we're fucking nerds with ADHD. They get stuck on things.
Yeah, that's probably it. You nailed it. Compilation of it out and put it out too, because there's like some overlay stuff that Witsit found from Amish that needed to go with it. They're like, nah, it's not the mountain, and then there's a nice like video of it overlaying the topography of the mountain to like 100% match, and just like smugly looking at them like, oh, it's not the mountain though. It's just a perfectly shaped cloud. Perfect.
Well, it's a match if you're okay with looking at the mountain from like 45 to 90 degrees off.
No, it's like 1 degree, bro. Look at Google claim. They don't claim that it's accurate.
Exactly, dude. So your
estimates are not accurate. They don't even claim it. They tell you they're not.
You're doing the same thing that the owner did to put like those measurements in there, and he just like roughed it, and you're roughing it a little bit less with less specificity, and you're going, look, it's wrong. Let's throw the whole thing out. It's goofy.
Well, I mean, does a mountain look the same from the north as it does from the west?
Just explain how like that perfectly shaped Mount Blanc cloud got in there right over Mount Blanc.
That's my answer. Does a mountain look identical from the north as it does from the west? I think it doesn't. I think most mountains are extraordinarily asymmetric.
Prove that's the direction, bro. The shit in Google Earth was stitched together, hence why they don't claim correct azimuths. They don't claim that their azimuths are correct, nor their heights.
What?
Okay, but I don't know what that means.
Yeah, you do. It's based on a WGS 84, but the images inserted, there's no guarantee the azimuths are correct. That's one of the disclaimers on fucking Google Earth. Of course you don't know. You don't ever look at shit.
Hey, you got me, Brian.
I know.
Google Earth is just a mishmash of puzzle pieces slapped together with no bearing on reality.
Yeah, that's your response is to just straw man me. Like I said, it's worthless. That's what you got.
Then what is the conclusion of your argument then, Brian?
Bro, it spoke for itself. Google
please
does not claim accurate azimuths.
Okay, and now what? What's the next part of your argument?
So if you say it's off by 1 degree, take that up with Google. You can't use that as an argument. Say I went to Google Earth and I had to move over fucking 10 miles because fucking the azimuth was off.
Okay.
They also don't have accurate elevation.
That means you just debunked the black swan. Thank you.
They also don't have accurate elevations on Google Earth. They're showing a flat baseline for your elevation profiles.
So what? There's no elevation on Google Maps. Now
Bro,
what?
y'all think y'all have this perfect model, Ed?
No, nobody said Google Maps is a perfect model.
You interrupted.
I thought we were talking about Google Earth.
Nobody said Google Earth is a perfect model either. Nobody said there is a perfect model, period.
But anyway, I was just going to be quick. You didn't have to interrupt. Any model is not perfect. Okay, so that falls under your globe model. There's nothing about it. As soon as you look at the details, we find problems with every aspect of it. No model's perfect, man. So you can say
Nobody claims a perfect model.
I mean, we have a perfect model either, but your model is not a perfect working model. Don't act like it is.
Nobody says there is a perfect model, period. That's a straw man made up by flat earthers. You're arguing against something you made up yourself. Nobody claims a perfect model.
Okay, you're not claiming a perfect model. That's fine. Well, Ed, welcome to Flat Earth, bud.
Okay.
Because if you want to say the azimuth is off by 1 degree to disprove a 700-mile mountain range, and then you admitted that your shit ain't perfect, what you use to try to debunk it, then I have no choice but to welcome you. Sorry.
Brian, I didn't say it was off by 1 degree. I said it was off and not off. And number one, I don't think I'm getting across to you my point very well, because you're clearly not, you wouldn't say those words if you knew what I was saying. What I'm saying is that Mount Blanc GIF that Shane links, that is, or rather, the observer is to the north of Mount Blanc. That GIF that overlaid onto Mount Blanc is what Mount Blanc looks like from the west. There's almost 90 degrees of incorrectness here, right?
I mean, that overlay image. That overlay image, I mean, the clouds do look like, it looks like the mountains are blocking some clouds maybe or something. It definitely looks like the mountains fit right there when he overlays it on that Grand Combine in Mont Blanc.
Thank God there's a video.
That could only be Mount Blanc if it was
pretty
viewed
much
from the west.
Tremendous.
I think it was a video though, right? Not a fucking just a picture.
Well, no,
so we had to get
not at all. Not, come on, Shane. Are you not going to give any credit to the argument being made here?
No, I think it's stupid.
Honestly.
Why?
Clone
because first you went, nuh-uh, it can't be because we simply can't see that far. Like that was a tremendous whoa moment. And then you were like, well, no, it must be a different azimuth, because I went to Google and I picked a location based on a varying degree of accuracy of GPS coordinates, and the azimuth, changing by location varies to a sufficient degree of the chosen GPS coordinates that I made when I went to Google Earth. And I'm now saying that whole picture is fake. That's a crazy position, dude.
But
Also,
let's contrast that with your position, which is to have taken a picture of the mountain, right? Because you don't know what angle that picture was taken up from, right?
Let me save you some humiliation, bro. Ruhip did this live on Shane's channel.
Ryan, do you mind?
Okay, go ahead, bro.
Thank you. Shane, do you know what angle that picture was taken that's used in the GIF?
What angle?
Yeah, was it from the north, south, east, or west?
Well, let's see. Where's the sun?
Are you saying that overlay doesn't match the mountain topography there to like the 1-to-1? Are you saying that that's a super special random cloud, or
no? What I'm saying is
that the overlay is fake.
What I'm asking you is, you're asserting that that's what the north side of the mountain looks like. because
it's
the observation
180
came
degrees.
from the north, right?
It's between 180.
Hey, Brian.
Brian, can you just let them talk for a bit, bro? You're being very disruptive. I'm just going to mute you for a minute, man. Please just let them talk for a second.
You understand what I'm getting at, Shane?
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're clinging to, sure. But when you look at whatever face we can lay that you said there's a supposed cloud, which is really just ice and white blending into the white background, right? Clearly very visually distinct from other clouds present in the picture. But when we overlay this supposed cloud with the topography of the mountain we're claiming it is, it's a near 1-to-1 match.
But is it a 1-to-1 match from the correct azimuth?
So it is a 1-to-1 match. You just want to quibble about the directional vector of the photograph then? Because I can do that if you want to concede the first one.
Well, I don't think that's a quibble at all. I don't think you verified that that's what the mountain looks like from the north. Did you?
You telling me it doesn't fit?
Did you verify that's what the mountain looks like from the north?
Are you talking about Mount Blanc right there?
Yeah, Mount
Yeah.
Blanc. Did you verify that image?
Which mountain do you think it is?
Well, Shane, this is important. Did you verify that's what Mount Blanc looks like from the north?
You mean like from the proper northwest longitude fucking vector from the azimuth from the picture of the owner, or from the azimuth of the picture that you got from Google Earth?
From the original observation point of the owner of the picture, so it's slightly northwest.
Yeah. But what I verified is that land topography looks a lot like the cloud skyline, right?
Okay, but let me ask you this: if I were to take a picture of Mount Blanc from,
do you think it doesn't though?
Shane, did you verify that's what Mount Blanc looks like from the northwest?
My God, Negator, you're the worst.
But the answer is no, isn't it, Shane? The answer is no. You didn't.
I didn't take the picture, right?
You're right, but you didn't take the GIF either. But you used the GIF and you asserted this is what the mountain looks like from the north. That's every single time you link that meme you made, or the little GIF. Every time you do that, you're putting yourself behind the idea that that's what Mount Blanc looks like from the north.
Yeah. Yes, I'm saying that it's a pretty good observation and that it seems to correlate. Yeah, that's what I'm putting forth. What are you putting forth?
Seems to correlate with your opinion, so therefore it's evidence. You don't need to verify it because it agrees with you.
Go get a still from the same azimuth
No,
that doesn't match with the cloud, overlay it in your GIF, and then we can compare and see
come on,
which one
Shane.
matches reality.
Yeah, don't tell us what to do. You need to verify. You're making this argument.
Well, is the argument now that Google Earth is incorrect and that I'm the one that needs to get a picture from the right azimuth and not you?
Well, you're saying that this doesn't match, and I want you to get a picture of the mountain that's in question from any angle and put it over that doesn't match, right?
Well, I did. I got one from Google Earth and the only way I can make it match is from the west, indicating that the image you used is from the west, which means from the north, it won't look like that image.
So it's a fantastic coincidence.
If you want to call it that.
Holy cow.
I mean, it's a cloud, right? Like I could go out right now and look at any number of clouds and like call it a coincidence that I can line up the shape of a cloud with something else I see in the distance.
I mean, if you make it look like this, it might be comparable.
Well, I mean, what's the explanation? If the mountain doesn't look like that, how are we seeing the mountain from 90 degrees off how most people see it? How's that work?
90 degrees off from how most. What are you talking about?
And now, instead of you're the one that put forth this idea that that's what it looks like. You didn't verify it, but now you're asking me to find a photo of Mount Blanc from the north.
You didn't verify anything, dude. You're saying that you ascertained the azimuth from the picture that I used to overlay on the mountain. How do you know that it's wrong? You must know which one I have, right?
Well, if you know which one you have, you can.
You have no idea, and you're asserting basically that it's wrong and that it's not the right one. You don't know which one I have. How can you know possibly the one that I have is incorrect? First of all.
because compared to what I'm doing is I'm putting a lot of I'm putting my weight behind the accuracy of Google Maps. Okay, I just want to be straight up with that. Now, if you know where that picture came from, which I don't think you do either, you should just, for the sake of conversation, tell everybody. Do you know where that picture came from?
Do we agree that it is the mountain, or that it isn't the mountain still, or that we try and quibble about which azimuth that the mountain may or may not be from? It is the mountain though, right? And then we can get the directional vector sorted out.
You mean the image that you used? Is that the mountain? Like the blinky image in the GIF? Hello?
I'm chewing.
Oh, sorry. Well, I appreciate it.
Well, this is great. We don't have to mod you guys at all. Just let you guys talk for the next 3 hours.
Oh, I'm gonna have to use the bathroom soon, anyways.
You guys aren't interrupting. This is great. It's like a relief.
But you've like emotionally drained me already. I'm just like, oh, every time you say something, I'm like, I gotta talk to Negator. So yeah, so all right, I have it up now. Let me look. So this image of Mount Blanc, the overlay of Mount Blanc, you say is from what, a 90-degree angle from the directional vector that the person was taking the photograph from.
Yeah, 90 is a approximation.
Okay, then go get that picture
more than
and
40, more than 45.
And show me how the incorrect angle would differ from what I have here. Otherwise, I don't see what you're talking about.
Well, so far I've got lots of pictures, but having a very difficult time finding a picture of Mount Blanc where I can also verify the angle it came from without also referencing Google Earth or Google Maps, which I guess is not a valid authority on this.
Dude, you guys are crazy. Look, you got like, who made this? Was it Gordon who made like this like measuring pixel grade scale and said everything's wrong? So like what? The whole picture's made up? Is CGI? The dude already took it down.
Oh, I mean, we can go on to talking about the angles if you want to. Because I'm still looking at pictures of Mount Blanc. Like, there's lots of pretty pictures, but man, it's really, really hard to find one where it says where it was taken from, and it looks anything remotely like, what we're looking at.
What about like all the other peaks? There's like 7 of them.
Well, what do you mean? What about it? We could go through the same sort of rodeo with each and every one, and we won't come to any mutual conclusion like we have with this conversation.
I mean, you're probably right. And that's
So what do you want me to throw that word?
sad observation and realization to come to as two people who are convinced the other side is brainwashed and incapable of receiving new information or changing their mind. But like all of those peaks line up. The Google Earth picture here, this one, where he shows all the points across like the ridiculous amount of curvature.
Oh, sorry, you're not. Where'd you link that?
Yeah, I'm still looking. Hold on.
Okay.
This one. Like all those peaks line up. They're all in the correct position, directionally speaking, on the horizon. The other thing is like the ISS claims how much of a horizon at that altitude, and we can see how many miles from a hill now. 250 miles, and that's 700 miles, so they can see farther than the ISS.
Shane, this is the picture depicting angles from Everest.
Yeah, no, I know, but Snowden's on there, right? So now we can see the direction and the magnitude of how much distance we're talking, right?
I don't know that anybody could draw any useful information from this image. But we can talk angles too. Like that one's easy.
I thought that the amount in question was a degree between 1 and 1.5 degrees. What are you talking about 90 degrees? I gotta just ask that.
The GIF, the overlay of Mount Blanc showing the cloud structure looking similar to what Mount Blanc looks like.
So it is similar.
Well, I think in that it's similar, yeah.
Okay.
Question number 2: where's the closest mountains to that observer?
Well, before we move on to question number 2, do you understand why my answer to question number 1 is important?
Yeah, I mean, I watched a stream where Ruhif, they all pulled it up on Google Earth, and it was off by a fucking degree, maybe a degree and a half. And then I went and researched it. Hold on, please quit interrupt, dude. I finally got unmuted. Okay, I went and researched it, and Google Earth claims that it's all based on the WGS 84, I believe. I would almost bet anything on that. But the images and the azimuths are not guaranteed. I mean, it goes on to talk about the elevations are not guaranteed, okay? Which means it's probably within a degree or two. Okay, but when I watched Ruhif pull it up live, it was off by like a degree. You could argue a degree and a half if you want to be a dick. But what are you talking about 90 fucking degrees? I mean, sorry for my language, but where'd that come from, bro? This shit was done live with your own, tacticianer.
Okay, if I had to guess, what Rufy did and showed that was a degree and some off was azimuth from the observer, which is not what I'm talking about.
So what are you using to base that it's wrong off of? Don't just say a GIF. What have you verified that it's wrong? Okay. Was it Google Earth or just give me your answer? Give me an honest answer, please.
I can answer, but you got to stop asking the same thing in different ways over and over. What I did was I used Google Earth to zoom in on the mountain from every angle I could until I found the angle that matched the GIF that Shane provided, or really
Stolen repurposed.
Someone else provided. Yeah. He's the name attached to it right now, but someone else originally came from someone else. Because someone made a GIF of the cloud overlaying it on the mountain, saying, "Look, this is the mountain. It clearly lines up with the shape of the cloud." For that to be true, sorry.
I was saying, luckily it was a video, and you could watch it. And it only lasts for about 10 minutes, but there's absolutely no change in the mountains in the background. You could see the clouds changing, just not the mountain. Not much. I'll give you that.
But Brian, that's not the point. The point is this particular overlay saying the contour of the mountain matches the contour of the cloud. For that to be true, the contour of the mountain must be the cloud. The image that Shane used to line those up must be from the same direction. Right?
Do they have to be Google Earth direction or real life direction? I mean, that's my question to you. You're saying that Google Earth direction is perfect. Okay, nah. Let me take that back. You're relying on the Google Earth direction. Okay, so when they claim that their azimuthal directions are not, to be held accountable, for lack of better words, and Ruhif showed that it was off by a degree and a half, arguably. Mm-hmm. Where's this 90-degree shit coming from? I keep asking the same question. Can you tell me where this 90-degree shit is coming from, please?
Yes. Can you look in the chat real quick?
Yeah.
Do you see the couple images I just linked? Ignore the green one. Look at the two images of the mountain. So look at the left-hand image and open that up. And just let me know when you got it open.
All right, hold on. So you did say Google Earth, though, right?
Yes, I said Google Earth.
Okay. So did Ruhif pull up something different, or?
Brother, I am not Ruhif.
I'm pulling it up right now.
I wasn't there. I don't know what he did. I've already made a guess as to what he was trying to do.
You're not Ruhif?
I'm totally not.
Oh.
All right,
much to my own surprise.
I see a picture in the top, middle, and bottom left, and bottom right. Which one?
Okay, look at the bottom left image, and open it up big, because we got to look at some details in there.
All right, got it.
All right. So you see the center small blue image.
The less than. You talking about the less than 00?
Yeah. So ignore all my red marks and shit for now, but just look at the little blue picture that's inset. That little blue picture is the one that's used in the GIF to compare the cloud to the mountain, right?
What are you talking about the GIF, dude? I'm talking about the fucking video, man.
Okay.
Wait, maybe the video is the GIF, but fill me in. Learn me.
Oh my God.
Is it so? In the video, you're talking about the video that Taboo Conspiracy made.
Yeah, that's the one that we seen.
Okay. Yeah, somewhere in that video, he does an overlay using this image, the blue inset image, to compare that to the cloud shape.
So just to be clear, I took that from somebody else from other than Taboo Conspiracy and incorporated it myself. He doesn't actually have anything to do with that. That was like separate. Yeah.
God damn it. Okay.
Yeah.
What
just
Shane
in
just
case.
said.
Hey,
Okay.
the only reason I would have figured that out, bro, is because you said 90 degrees, and I'm like,
but
hold on, dude.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. There's some
Shane
build
was
up to it.
playing with you the whole time, bro. He literally did this live on Google Earth with Ruhif. Like, I don't know why he ain't just jumping to the point, but I think he's playing with his food.
Okay. Let's let me try mine then, and I'm gonna go make some breakfast and take a break. So you're looking at the blue inset. That's what Shane used to compare to the shape of the cloud. What I'm contesting is that. Well, fuck. Let me do some more things before we get there. So you see in that blue image, what I did on Google Earth is I circled the mountain, Mount Blanc, until I got an angle that lined up with that blue image. And if you look at the blue image, I've got my greater than sign and then my minus, my 2 zeros. Those correlate to the bigger image in the background. All right, you can compare.
Peak, bro. That's all the same peak.
I agree. But do you see the similarity in the whole mountain, the whole image?
Oh, it was from Witsit. I remember now. It was Witsit dropped it here earlier, and then I incorporated it.
Yeah, he may. I don't know where he got it from.
I think from that distance, okay, maybe you're right, but I see what you're saying. If that is the same peak, but I'm thinking from a distance that far, we're going to be looking at multiple peaks. Like,
okay, but we're hang on. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Right now, I wanted to confirm one thing with you. I want to agree on one thing, and that's that in Google Earth, I was able to find the correct viewing azimuth to the mountain to match up with the picture that Shane pulled. Right? Are we all in agreement that it's pretty close?
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Okay. So on the bottom right of the image, take a note of that compass rose. The compass needle from Google Earth. See the red needle bottom right?
Hold on.
About 45 degrees.
Sorry?
It was about 45 degrees, maybe 50.
Well, the red pointer indicates north. Brian, are we on the same page still? You see what I'm talking about?
No, I'm looking, dude. I'm
okay.
Just, my shit's acting up, dude. So it's taking me an extra minute. But and plus I want to see exactly what you're talking about instead of just saying blah blah blah. So say that one more time. So now I'm looking at the bottom right picture, right?
No, not the bottom right picture. Go back to the bottom left picture, but look in the bottom right hand corner of it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, and what's important, like it says, the red needle that indicates north. All right.
Your
and
azimuth.
Also,
the azimuth.
Well, yeah, basically. And then that image to the right, if you look, not the image, but within that same image to the right of the red needle, there's a picture of Earth, and then there's a red dot indicating where we're looking, and then there's a green triangle. That green triangle indicates which direction we're looking.
Oh my God, bro. Hold on. Oh my God. So where he's at, you don't think the sun sets west, northwest? Hold on. Hold on.
Oh my God, Brian.
Nothing about the sun, Brian. Brian, nothing about the sun.
Don't get excited, bro. Just hold on. Don't get excited. Okay, the sun is right behind what he shows, if I'm not mistaken,
Hey,
unless
Brian.
I'm missing something. Go ahead.
Brian, we embarked on this conversation to determine why I said it's almost 90 degrees off. Can we get to that point?
Right, fill me in, bud. Fill me in.
Okay, great. Now we've seen the red pointer that indicates north. We've seen the green pointer that indicates direction. Close that image. Look at the bottom right image that I linked.
Okay, let me help out. Okay, just to be honest with you, I can't see. I can see the exclamation point, like the marker on the bottom left picture, but I mean, I'm assuming that it's shooting across that water, but that's the wrong way, bro. That's not even the right direction.
Okay, you can see the red needle though, that indicates north on the bottom right.
Yep, I see that.
Okay, look at the other image. The other image from Google Earth, I took a screenshot and I came at it from the angle of the original photo. So
That's right,
this is what Mount Blanc looks like to somebody at Snowdon.
So maybe they can correct Google Earth then. So,
hang on. Wait, Brian.
Go ahead.
What you notice, look at the red needle. Look at where north is. If you compare that red needle to my first image's needle, it's a little bit less than 90 degrees difference to get what Blanc looks like from the north. So the image that Shane used, I'm claiming, is what Blanc looks like from the west, which means it can't possibly look like that from the north, because this is what it looks like from the north, which does not match up with his little blue GIF.
Okay. Well, can't we just do this? Can't we do this? Can't we verify the observer location and then verify the direction before we go to Google Earth?
So
can't we verify the direction of the fucking sunset? Because what do we see in there?
No,
dude. Like, so it's the same mountain, but it's from a slightly different angle, but I still totally see it several hundred miles over
Slightly different angle.
And it's totally cool. That's the argument.
You call 90 degrees a slightly different angle?
You call 700 miles observation like over the Earth?
No, Shane, just answer the question. Is 90 degrees slightly different angle?
Well, no,
according to you?
I think that's massively wrong and incorrectly inferenced as well. So
Sir, 90 degrees, that's for sure.
It's almost desperate, bro. To say 90 degrees, bro, is almost fucking desperate. If he's right there by Crete.
But that's literally what it is.
Wait, he's by Crete?
Intentionally
I mean, if he's looking at Crete, if he's looking at Crete, okay?
Wrong
Shane,
observation.
Nobody is being obtuse, Shane. I'm being very real here and very honest.
You're
the image
saying
on the
that he's
right
shooting
does
from
not
the
look
south?
anything like
Hold on,
the image
on.
that you chose
Hold
to
on.
use in that GIF, and you have to
Are
agree
you
with that.
saying if he's off by 90 degrees, then he's shooting it from the south, right?
Yeah, no, I don't agree with
Oh.
anything that you did negate.
Well,
I'll have to
why?
go do it all myself. Because
does
now
my-
that I see the process that you went through, I'll go replicate that with a higher degree of intentional specificity. And if I get the same results, then I'll have to question it. But dude, that's a huge reach and a crazy, crazy, laughable. Like, all right, so it's the same mountain. We can still see it several hundred miles away, but it's from a different angle. So that negates the whole thing. Like,
Nobody look. Nobody. Number one, we're trying to prove if it's the mountain. So you can stop saying we still see it at 700 miles. That's part of the exercise here, is to prove that it's the same mountain. Your proof was that it matches the cloud shape. Therefore, we can then go back.
There is no cloud, dude. Like your argument is that you think the mountain we're looking at is a cloud, so we overlaid the mountain onto the mountain on the topography of the picture.
No,
the
Shane,
actual
that's
view to see what it is, dude. There is. You guys said there was a cloud there. There is no cloud, man.
You're missing. No. All I did was show that the mountain from the north doesn't match the shape of the cloud from the north.
Oh my God! What
That's
cloud?
all. The cloud in the overlay, right? In the GIF.
Where's the cloud?
What are we? Are we literally? You link a video.
Topped mountain. That's a zoomed in ice top mountain, and it's overlaid with another topographical face of the same mountain.
Negator, you got a lot of money, man? I'm serious. You ain't got to say I'm a gajillionaire or nothing. Do you got a lot of money? Okay, look. Come pick me the fuck up, dude. Look. Come pick me the fuck up.
Sounds like he has a lot of money, Brian. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Look, man. Come pick me up, bro. I'm a fucking loud voice, if nothing else, for this movement. I don't give a fuck. Come pick me up. Right, a couple days, just 2 days. I'll pitch in. I'll buy gas, whatever. We'll rent a fucking helicopter, okay? Right before the.
I am not buying us a helicopter to go fly to England. Look at mountains in France.
Bro. We'll rent a helicopter, bro. We'll pitch in. We'll rent a fucking helicopter like a couple days before fucking before Canigoo, okay? Before the Canigoo thing. So we'll go and we'll fucking launch a helicopter to where Canigoo is just barely in vision, and we'll rise up a little bit above that, okay? And according to the globe, with the sun behind it, you know, we got to put Canigoo a little bit underneath us in either model, but in your model, it exponentially drops. I'll bet you if we drop back 50, even 60 miles and get a little bit higher than Canigoo, we'll still see the bitch. If we, I mean, the elevation, the observation point. I'm getting excited. But if we get a little bit higher and we back up, so we're on the other side of the observation point from Canigoo. But when the sun gets behind that bitch, I bet we still fucking see it, dude.
Dude, you know what?
I'll pay for the whole trip, dude. If I'm wrong, I'll sell my house.
Do you know what the game is? And honestly, if I was like a globe defender believer and I wanted to be a good one, this is what I would do too. Like I wouldn't have to do anything about the observation. I would do what Negator just did and just sit back and knowing that none of us physically took this, just use the gray area to cast enough doubt and dispersion on whatever anyone else claims so that there's a significant gray area so I can still go to bed believing the globe. I think that was kind of expertly done.
Well, no,
In some circumstances,
you're
it's
missing the
definitely
point.
fair. No, we got the point, Ed. In some
No,
circumstances,
you
it's fair.
didn't.
We don't think any flat earthers didn't question that shit too. Like we're the first thing
Did
is
you really?
That's cloud. Fuck yeah, you're right, dude. We're still assuming that
Okay, well,
it is.
the Gator just did, and you seem to have a problem with it.
Bro, when your argument is that it's 90 degrees off, that's fucking laughable, bro. Like we're all like, yeah, maybe it's a
That's
cloud.
not a
Maybe
rebuttal.
I'm speaking for myself. Shut the fuck up. Let me finish. I'm almost done. Okay. When we all look at it, we're thinking, I promise you, I know the way flat earthers think, dude. So I know I'm not alone. Like, maybe that's a cloud. And then we look into it and we want to see further evidence. And
Did
when
you
y'all claim
look
it's
into
90
it?
degrees off, here's a crescendo, bro. Shut the fuck. When y'all claim it's 90 degrees off, bro, that's like, what the fuck? You're not even in the debate if you claim that it's 90 degrees off, dude. That's not even part of the debate. Go ahead.
Well, that's not addressing the point. You're attacking the person, not the argument. So, do you have anything substantial, Ryan?
I got a way we could easily fucking put this shit to rest. We can go past the elevation point or the observation point where they see Canigoo. Okay. We shouldn't be able to go another 20 miles, maybe 30 miles. So we'll go 30, 40, 50 miles. We'll get as high as the helicopter will go, a little bit above the observation point. You know what the fuck we're going to see, Ed. You keep fooling yourself, pal. But if we're 40 or 50 miles behind the observation point of the fucking couple 100-mile observation, when the sun gets behind that bitch, we going to see it, Ed. You keep fooling yourself, pal. You know what we going to see.
What?
I don't know, man.
I tried.
Look.
Oh, Shane, we can wait. Is Rudolph here?
Nah, he tapped out.
Oh, I thought I kept hearing someone.
We nearly had to feed the dogs or something.
Anywho.
Yeah, because
there's lots of other arguments.
Time zones don't matter. My dogs are hungry.
So if you use the image that appears to be from the proper azimuth towards that mountain, and then overlaid that on that cloud, I wonder what that would look like.
Yeah. Like I said, the other problem is the amount of degrees between the degree separation is way off. Ooh.
Nice.
Hey, do any Globers know how we could falsify the globe?
Yeah, do a 3 or 4 mile observation of reciprocal zenith angles.
Wait. You're saying if we can see them parallel?
Yeah, if you could see them parallel at, even 2 miles. Let's just do 2 miles.
Okay. Like 1,500 feet.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So if they're coming towards us or parallel, it debunks the globe.
Yeah,
probably would.
Do it like
cool zenith angles.
several thousand times. I mean, you can do it 10 times, and we'd be like, "Hey, that's weird and certainly a problem."
Let me see reciprocal zenith angles. How about a black swan? How about we show you a black swan reciprocal fucking measurement, bro? You fucking kidding me?
That's the thing. We got to do at least 10 observations. Multiple observations through the day.
Happen, Howard?
For a couple of days.
Fast. It changed so fast.
No,
right?
that would all be
Like, we
that would
know-
all be
we
it.
know
Man.
that
You couldn't just
reciprocal
present
zenith
me
angles
one black
changed.
swan.
reciprocal zenith angles change day to day. So it's like I knew you couldn't actually offer up something that would falsify the globe. Like you guys literally can't do it.
Well, I mean, we've been asking for a flat earther to show us.
Well, can I explain to all
for
flat
years?
earthers?
It hasn't happened.
Brian, you can't interrupt.
Explain to flat earthers who don't know, Austin, real quick. So for flat earthers who don't know what reciprocal fucking zenith angles are, it's simple shit. They try to make it sound like it. Bro, they church it up, okay? So what it is if you have two parallel lines facing each other, okay, then you can measure the angle to the line, knowing what your straight up is supposed to be. And if it's a little bit lower in the distance, due to whatever the fuck they claim, refraction, all this shit, then they claim that's fucking excess. And your reciprocal zenith angles prove a globe, except for if they just stay there for an hour, or sunrise, maybe sunset, or just be honest and show fucking multiple measurements for just that day. If they had an honest fucking bone in their body, they wouldn't even.
Okay, I muted you, Brian. I don't know. You fucking interrupted, went off on a tangent. Just don't interrupt, and I don't know. Go ahead with it.
Yeah, I'm saying like it doesn't only change day to day; it even changes within the day, right? So like, when I asked, do you have a way to falsify the globe? You said an answer that you knew had some like little protective bubble over it where you can dismiss it. As if we need to go out to falsify the globe, we have to go make reciprocal zenith angles, and they have to be the same thing every time. But whenever you claim them for the globe, they're never the same thing ever. But that's okay. But to falsify the globe, you need to go out there and see it be the same every time, because you know that they're not the same every time. So it's like you didn't actually answer how to falsify the globe. I don't think you guys
can account for refraction, so your argument doesn't add up.
Well, I mean, just the way
that's
that
what
I
I'm
would do
saying.
it.
So it's funny whenever you want to falsify the globe, you don't have to count for refraction.
No, I'm saying we can account for refraction. So even in that scenario you're proposing, we can account for refraction. So you can relax now.
He's the one that said we need to go. He's the one that said we need to go see the same thing like 10 times.
Right, and
but
during
we don't even keep
observation, we can account for refraction. What don't you understand?
Yeah, so then what you're saying is that what the other guy said to Witz's question isn't relevant. So you're actually debunking the answer to Witz's question, not Witzit. So maybe
Exactly
you can go ahead, Ed. Maybe you can go ahead, Ed. How can we falsify the globe?
Well, let me finish.
The question.
Let me finish my idea of the observation. I would avoid early morning or late afternoon. I would try to do midday observations. Make sure that I wasn't seeing the stick dance around. That everything was stable and still. Record every observation exactly as it's read, and at the end, you can compile your data and come up with a reasonable number of that would represent reality.
Well, wait. Now you brought up some subjective word, reasonable, because when I talked to the guy who was proposing reciprocal zenith angles, who's a surveyor, in the debate, he literally said you have to throw a lot of the observations out. So he said you can't just take them all and average them. So wait. To clarify, if I take them all together and average them, and it doesn't match the globe, then it would falsify it? No, of course it would not, because you guys would say, "Oh, well, it's usually 7/6R," but
Travis's brothers. Yeah, we're grabbing them out.
Well, so let me get this straight. You've asked this rhetorical question and come up with answers to it already. It sounds like you're not engaging in good faith.
See, you can't respond with specificity either, right? And it's just
no, I can. The answer is very specific. Measure reciprocal zenith angles.
That falsify the globe. Yeah, too easy to dunk on you people now. It's like you're not even actually having debates anymore.
If you were to measure them, and the results reflected a flat surface, we would have to come to you and admit, look, this looks weird and we don't know why.
Okay, what would that mean? What would that mean?
Mm-hmm. What
What does reflective flat surface mean?
What is a what now? I can't, Michael.
What does reflective flat surface mean?
What does reflective flat surface mean?
That's what you just said.
Does it reflect a flat? Yeah, if the measurements reflect what you would Hey, Michael, you're hot micing, man.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
what does
not.
that
Yeah, you are.
mean?
Yeah, you are.
No,
What
Go ahead
does it
with
sound like? Come
Well,
on, man. What does it sound like? I mean,
government speak, it's like the flat surface,
we're still waiting
dude.
for an answer. Fuck.
what answer? You've got an answer.
You said go make
No, I
reciprocal
don't see
zenith
how it
angles to
applies to
falsify
what he
the
said.
globe.
Okay, that was two at a time. I don't know.
You said go make reciprocal zenith angles to falsify the globe. Okay, what reciprocal zenith angles would falsify the globe?
oh, well, if you got measurements of 0 degrees, what's the word? If you got no excess,
Okay,
they add
and
up
so
to
if we
180.
do it, if we got no excess, you would just say we have to do it multiple times.
Well, so when someone says, "Hey, man, why is flat Earth?" You say, "Well, there's a bunch of different reasons, right? You like as many
Can't
observations
answer.
you like."
He can't
I'm so,
answer.
what's it? This doesn't have to be a pissing
He's
contest.
wandering. Yeah, he's just
No, you're the
wandering.
one that's
All right, so I got
get
two
to
people
do it.
interrupting me now. Is that how? Like, can we have the conversation or can't we?
You're not
Well,
answering the question.
you
You're
gonna
not having
answer
a
the
conversation.
question? Or you gonna walk around the mulberry bush while you tell fairy tales?
Are you know, so Michael come in to cheerlead for Witsit, I guess.
Yeah.
Leslie, you're
Yeah. Well,
supporting the
what are
Gator
you
right now?
co-signing this idiot?
Yeah.
You're supporting what the Gators doing. I keep on asking. So basically, what you're saying is we need to see 0 degrees 10 times in a row, or like, what does that mean?
Well, tell me this: why?
I just wouldn't do it in one shot. Witsit. If I did this myself, I would do the observations like I said. I do multiple observations, try to do them around midday, and compile the data and have everything recorded. Not throw anything out. Show every measurement that I got and present that and see what conclusion we could draw from it.
But if it showed way too big of an R value, you guys would just say that still doesn't work on a flat Earth. Ha 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 ha. So we know that the reciprocal zenith angles change, and that to get within 85% accuracy of the globe using standard refraction on top of it, you have to throw out different observations.
But what's it? Refraction helps you. It helps the flat Earth because it typically refracts in a way that makes it look less globular. So when they're thrown out, when they're thrown out, it's hurting us.
Dude, just think about how incredibly stupid what you just said was.
Actually, it doesn't hurt you when
refraction
things that don't comport with your model get thrown out. That doesn't harm you.
This dude said, if we assume a globe and how refraction works on a globe, then refraction makes the globe, I'm assuming, look more flat. So if we throw it out, then it helps flat Earth.
I'm sorry. You're entirely right. I had that backwards. Refraction makes it worse for you. Throwing it out helps you. Refraction makes it look more globular.
I like how you say globular because you're a nice globularist.
I like how you repeated your wrong statement several times.
And that's not even what you're
He still didn't say it right. He still didn't say it right.
No, well then you know what? If you can recognize I didn't say it right, you understand.
If it makes it look
how
more
it should be
flat, negator. If refraction makes it look more flat, and you throw those out, then what are you left with?
I don't think you
Jesus,
understood me.
bro.
Because
Right.
the heavily refracted results that do get thrown out, those, because of the way refraction works, makes it look more globular, not more flat. By throwing them out, we're helping your case.
No.
Now,
You guys are the ones who say refraction makes us see too far. Meaning that it flattens.
This is the reality. The reality of the situation is that the reciprocal zenith angles change, right? And so what you guys can never actually answer the question about falsifying the globe. You have to
we
always
did answer it. None of you like it.
You guys, hold on. We gotta go one at a time. Yeah, I'm gonna moderate. Please, no one interrupt. If you interrupt, you'll be muted. Everyone can have their chance to speak. Come on, please. Negator, don't do that. Go ahead, Witsit. You have the floor.
You're naming something that you know doesn't happen. So that's a disingenuous answer to how can we falsify the globe.
All right, Negator, if you want to respond, or Michael is trying to get in as well. Either one.
Sure,
Just have to go one at a time and keep the conversation cohesive, please.
Yeah, that's cool, Gio. I was just going to ask, can you give us an example of a reading that would be an error or fault and would be thrown out, and how it would make it better for us? One example.
Sure. After I answer once it. With the issue here is that even if you can take the measurements and not throw out a single one, we'll still consider the measurements you bring to us. Okay. In all the examples of Globers going and doing this, I don't recall any of them throwing out any measurements.
Well, that's not true though. So,
Okay.
who are you talking about?
When Main Surveyor or Jesse did theirs, did they throw out any?
He literally told me he threw them out. That's literally the guy who told me he had to throw things out.
Okay, but he might be talking to you about how something is done normally. But what I'm talking about is the specific observations, specific measurements he took of reciprocal zenith angles.
We debated specifically the angles he took. That was what the debate was about.
Wait, so what you're saying is under a normal process in survey, he would throw these out, but he didn't for the purpose of the globe.
Even though he claimed he did. He said he claimed he did. He said he had to throw them out.
I know he did. I listened to that debate with it. Yeah, he actually conceded.
Okay, well, if that's the case,
if he didn't throw them out. He said if he hadn't have thrown them out, he would have got way too big of an R value.
Okay, if that's the case, Whit, then I tell you what. Take the measurements and bring them all, and don't throw any out. And then we'll look at all of them and the ones that you think we would throw out based on our own rules, and then make conclusions from there.
Okay, so when you said that none of the ballers that have done it threw any out, you really just meant Jesse, and ironically, he specifically did throw them out, like the main surveyor did. That's his name, right, Jesse? I don't even know.
Well, if you'd like me to go look back at that debate, I will. But I don't recall in any of the main surveyor's videos of him saying that he took a particular measurement and threw it out. I don't recall that.
He specifically did say that. So whenever you said all the ballers, you were just talking about main surveyor?
No, I'm talking about the ones that I've seen. Both main surveyor and Jesse. But this is getting away from the point that if you want to do the measurements, do them all. Bring them all, and then we can debate the results.
Okay. So the fact of the matter is that the measurements change throughout the day. They change. Period.
Okay.
When you go out there and make the measurements, they change. You guys are saying that we should see them like always be 0 degrees to falsify the globe. So back to my first point, which is you've literally presented something as an answer to what would falsify the globe that is impossible. So that's all you can do, because you guys can't actually place something on the table that would legitimately test the globe. That's the point.
I think that if the surface were flat and you were doing this, and there was refraction, that you would get some readings that would actually indicate that the zenith angles were leaning towards each other rather than diverging.
Meaning they would have to be higher. They have to be higher. So at what point are we going to account for things getting smaller in the distance and then the atmosphere exaggerating those effects? Because I'm confused how we could ever have a situation where things are going to get smaller in the distance and we're going to look through the atmosphere that's going to exaggerate that effect, but we're going to actually see something higher.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it was a bad idea. So let's come up with something else, I guess.
No, it was a wonderful idea.
No, it's not.
And they're looking number one, Whit. I think when I mentioned the part about that being a good faith question, you've answered that for me, because you said that none of our arguments are falsifiable. So why would you ask us for a way to falsify it if your presupposition is everything we tell you is unfalsifiable? It seems like you just want to stir shit.
None of your arguments that you guys bring up in here, right? But in reality, the globe is very much falsifiable. It does make claims that are falsifiable. But you guys always appeal to possibility to remove the falsifiability. Well, there could be something we don't know that's going on. That could be really crazy refraction that made something happen. That could not bounce off the ionosphere, but maybe something else made it bounce back down. You always appeal to possibility so that you can remove falsifiability.
Can you stop projecting, please?
How am I projecting? You have no response directly, right?
Well, it's just not true.
I'll just ask it again. So if there's angular size change with the distance and the Atmos actually exaggerates that effect, then when is it that we account for that whenever we look at our observation?
What object which has an angular size are you measuring that you then suggest, because it's getting smaller, will change the RZA angles?
Well, okay, describe to us how you take that angle.
Well, hold on. Either you understand how this works or you don't.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Are you saying that we aren't measuring the angle down, away? Or we're measuring it down?
But for us to be measuring anything that shrinks with distance, you have to have a thing. What's the thing you're suggesting we should measure that will shrink with distance?
Well, we're looking at plumb lines.
So we're looking at a plumb line, and you're telling me that angle of the plumb line will shrink with distance?
Are we looking straight at the plumb line?
Well, okay, when you say a plumb line, is somebody holding a line and you're suggesting the distance between his hand and the bottom of the line is what's shrinking with distance?
What?
You said things shrink with distance. Angular size
Are you
shrinks.
saying plumb lines don't change in angular size?
Austin, I'm trying to figure out what part of taking RZA measurements involves measuring something that shrinks with distance.
What are we measuring?
Reciprocal
We're measuring
zenith
plumb
angles.
lines. So plumb lines.
Okay, so when you suggest that something is shrinking with distance, I'm trying to figure out what that is.
The plumb line that you're measuring to.
The plumb line itself is what we're measuring.
Well, what are we measuring then? That's I keep asking.
Well, brother,
that's what he told me. He told me that we measured the plumb lines.
Okay, for a minute, help me understand what position you're in. Put me in
All
your
right,
shoes.
I'm not playing this game. I'm going to pick up my food. You're not even addressing the point. You're trying to play a little game. You're in here to
No,
play games.
what I'm
walking
doing
to the
here.
restaurant to pick up my food. So I sat in the car to try to get you to answer the question. You're not going to. So I'm not
All right.
wasting my time all night with you. So either you
Well,
can answer what specifically is it that we're measuring reciprocal zenith angles to? What is it that we're measuring physically? Or I'm not responding to you. I'm going to pick up my food.
It's measuring it to another theodolite. Is the way he does it, right? He sets up two theodolites and points them at each other, uses the plumbs from each one, and then measures the angle of them.
That's correct.
Yeah, what I'm pointing out is that if Witz suggests that something out there is shrinking angular size, he doesn't actually understand how to measure reciprocal zenith angles.
That was puzzling. Why you talked about perspective? It doesn't matter.
Oh my god.
Well, then just ask for clarification.
I have been this entire time, and I'm still trying very hard to understand what he's saying.
In the distance, then you're measuring something that shrinks in angular size, and the Atmos exaggerates that. You guys don't even account for change in angular size, and that's why you guys are like so confused.
There's no need in it.
You don't
You're just
measure
looking at a target.
But we're not measuring the
target's immune to perspective.
What's Austin? We're not measuring the angular size of a theodolite.
Well, but he's talking about maybe lining it up and the angular size factors of doing that. Like pointing one theodolite at another, there's still an angular size change as you're pointing it, as you're directing it, and there's all the atmospheric effects that could be at play.
Yes, but everything shrinks with distance. But we're not doing a measurement that requires accounting for something shrinking in the distance.
That's what you say, because as it shrinks, you're saying, oh, well, it still stays in the middle. But in reality, as it shrinks and gets lower and lower, then you have atmospheric conditions going to affect what it is that's shrinking optically. That's the fact. Yeah.
How? Okay. At what point in measuring reciprocal zenith angles do we add in the angular size of the theodolite?
What did you say? I'm in a restaurant.
So at what point in measuring reciprocal zenith angles do I take a measurement of the opposing theodolite?
I keep asking what it is that we measure it to. That was my understanding. So that's what he
you're
told
not
me.
answering the question.
I just said that was my understanding. So if that's not the case, you would answer the question. But all three of you are intentionally disingenuous.
No, you just 2 seconds ago said that's my understanding. Up until this point, you've been extraordinarily confident in your understanding.
Okay, you want to bet $500? I said it 5 minutes ago.
Why this? You got to stop with this bet stuff. I'm so tired of you want to bet. You want to bet. You want to bet.
Because he calls out the lies.
What are they measuring? We got two theodolites or two total stations or whatever. Now what?
Excuse me, can we stay on topic? Witsit was about to explain how the angular size is included.
Yo, I'm the host. I'm hosting this shit here. Shut the fuck up.
No.
You're talking
I
about
tell you what.
reciprocal zenith angles and how they measure them, right?
Yes.
Can you
Okay,
not
what are we
cheerlead?
measuring to?
Well,
Eyeball
I'll tell
to
you what.
eyeball.
I would be happy to explain that if Whitsitt is willing to acknowledge that he has no grounds to dismiss these measurements because he doesn't actually understand how to take them.
He debated the main surveyor on this.
That doesn't mean he understands them.
Did you
And
watch that
the
debate?
things that he's asking today indicates the same.
Did you watch any of that debate?
It just sounded like you were trying
No,
to
of
get him
course
with a gotcha question. It was pretty irrelevant sounding.
Well, here, I'll link it
Well,
again for you. It's only an hour. You should
Yeah.
check it out, man. It's like really pivotal.
I will.
It's how we brought many people over to this side. Actually, this specific debate has attracted many, many eloquent flat earthers to
Yeah,
this side.
that's a big
I'll
part
tell
of
you
why
what.
I'm here. Was that debate?
There you go.
It was sort of a gotcha, right? Because I'm trying to put on display how he wants to dismiss something he doesn't understand.
No, you're
And
not.
that
You
should-
didn't do it though.
That should mean something to
I
everybody
don't
here.
think you understand it either. I don't think you
Okay.
have any experience doing it in a professional manner.
Okay, if anybody knows how the measurement. Okay, if anybody knows how the measurement's made, let's get it out there so everyone knows how it works.
Well, one theodolite's crosshair has to intersect the other theodolite's optic or a point that is at the same height.
You don't even have to use two theodolites. That's not wise.
So
What
it's,
if one's higher
it's
than
trying
the
to
other,
line it up.
Gator?
Wait, it's trying to line up the optic to a physical object.
Well, I wouldn't line it up to a non-physical object.
Oh,
What postulate?
so does that
What
physical
postulate?
object change angular size?
Oh
No,
my
it's
God.
the point.
What's it?
It's a target. It's a bullseye. It's a point. It's not a size of something. It's a bullseye.
Dude, this is why you guys are so confused. So the object changes angular size. You claim that it's just going to stay right there anyway as it changes angular size.
Well, it
But in
changes your
reality,
angle to view.
That's correct.
That's right.
It does.
And
It does.
the Atmos exaggerates that
It
effect.
does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then you measure down and say the Earth's a ball.
No.
Yeah, but
Yes.
but perspective doesn't have anything to do with that.
Really?
You're just measuring the eye height. If you set them both up at 6 feet and they're at equal elevations, you just look at them eyeball to eyeball, and you measure the angle from
a long
horizontal
distance away.
to your deflection down, and that'll give you your difference in the excess in angle. That's what it is.
Elevation's
Total
relevant.
stations.
It's
So you
really
got
pretty
two total
simple.
stations.
This dude said I had no idea how it worked, and then turned around and said what I said is how they do it.
So you got two
No.
total stations at the same elevation.
They don't need to be at the same elevation. I mean, the same
Yeah, they
elevation
don't-
would be ideal, but they don't need to be.
Well,
Yeah.
Left Lane just said you measure the angle off horizontal. So what?
Well, yeah, you do. Both of them are set up. Both of them have a horizontal. They don't have to be at equal elevation. I was just describing the ideal situation. And perspective or change in angular size with distance doesn't have anything to do with your observation and your measurement.
That's what you say.
I would
'cause you
say
have to
that's
say
a
that.
that's a measurement, but what you just said go against the standard of survey. So actually, it does.
And
So
the
you can
Atmos is
take
gonna
any
exaggerate
angle
that.
measurement you want, but that doesn't make it accurate or professional.
The Atmos exaggerates the angular size displacement, right? So like as it starts to get smaller from the top and the bottom coming down and compressing, or the conditions, the Atmos will actually exaggerate that effect. And then you measure out there and measure down and say the Earth's a That's what you do.
How
This is
does
the
the
fact.
atmosphere
This is
exaggerate
based on-
angular? Yeah, I don't understand
Good
this atmosphere exaggerating angular
I know you
size of an
don't.
object.
I know
Why
you
What
don't
is-
This
understand.
is based on.
What does that mean?
Listen, does angular size change at a distance?
100%.
This is
So it's
this
going to appear
measurement is
smaller. So if we're both 6 foot men and you appear smaller to me on my distance, your eyes are going to be at a different level than mine, right?
And I can measure that angle, right?
Sure, you can measure the angle. Nobody's arguing that, but would it accurately reflect reality? That's
No,
the
if you're on
question.
if you're on a flat surface, it doesn't matter if you're 10 feet or 100 feet. If you're on a flat surface and you're both 6 foot
does.
high, you'll be looking square 90 degrees at one another. That's ridiculous.
There's
Okay,
no
so
such
if I
thing
can
as a
provide,
flat surface, bro.
if I can provide
Yeah,
experimental
nobody's saying
evidence
there's
that
a
shows
100%
that's not true.
flat surface, guy.
So wait, time out. We don't
Guys,
need
we
that.
gotta go
We don't
one at
need
a
that.
time, guys. Please
This
go
is
ahead.
what I'm
What's it?
trying. They hijacked perspective. Our perspective is not Euclidean and changes with distance. The Atmos exaggerates that effect. This can be proven with multiple experiments. They ignore that. They don't account for it, and they claim that they're looking exactly where something is when it comes to the like Euclidean geometry and the fact that angular size won't cause any displacement. And then they see it lower and claim the Earth's a ball. That's what
Well, hang on.
happens.
You,
Right.
you, under,
So
you
now-
understand. Well, hang on. There's a number one. There's a misunderstanding here about reciprocal zenith angles, and whether it's below horizontal. The angle itself is measured off your vertical, not the horizontal. We like to say horizontal because it's easier to like get the idea across. But this works on regardless of elevation. It would be nice if we were at eye to eye.
You're not addressing my point at all.
Hang on.
He never addresses my point.
Because you're
just repeating yourself,
your
Negator.
point was just this like very generalized, sort of far off, non-specific.
No, actually, it wasn't.
Nonsense.
Still man what I said. Still man what I said then.
Yeah.
No, you go ahead
And
and say
where's
it
my
again more
example?
He
succinctly.
can't. He can't. That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't even know the argument. This is what gets frustrating with me about Negator. He's going to interrupt me. Like,
Oh my
I
God.
called it. I called that you were about to
Yes,
run
because every single time you say, this is why I'm so irritated. Like, it's such an absurd waste of time to say these things. Like, yes, you irritate me, but I don't spend most of my time telling you that I'm irritated.
Well, what's
Now,
Bro, quit acting like you understand the fucking math, bro. And Howard just said that elevation, bro. And then you heard us correct him, and then you said, "Oh, elevation don't matter." What the fuck?
Let's not talk about all this meta bullshit. I feel like the audience still doesn't understand how exactly this measurement is even.
Well, wait, are we going to keep letting Negator interrupt and then pretend that I'm not talking about the subject and I'm just insulting him? Is it now Negator's channel? Because in reality, what I was going to say is every single time I spend to make a point, Negator decides in his mind, well, that's a bullshit point. I don't even have to give Austin the common courtesy or respect to actually address his point. I'm going to blatantly ignore it for 5 hours straight every single time I speak. So then what's
Maybe
the
you should
purpose of
calm
me
down,
making
Negator.
a point? Exactly.
Fucking hell, man. It's not that
What's the-
difficult
hey,
a thing.
wait,
I don't
address what I just
understand.
said. Address what I just said.
Angular perspective and angular size does not have anything to do with taking reciprocal zenith angles.
I presented a very specific argument as to why it does. Negator, as you just did as well, completely ignored it, said that it was stupid and made no sense. I asked you to still man it. You couldn't because you never listen to what I say or what the flat earther says. You just wait for them to stop talking and then you pretend that their point didn't even exist.
Okay.
Yeah,
all
both of
you
them.
said,
They just repeated
all you said
themselves
was
after-
that
Well, and
we
they take
hijacked
turns doing
perspective.
it.
All you said was we hijacked perspective. I don't know what that means. Okay.
That's not all I said. That's not all
Yes, you said a lot of things, but that's the gist of it. Is that somehow perspective
No, it's not.
causes this angle?
No.
And what I
No.
don't know and what hasn't been explained is how that works. And what I was going to say about elevation, hang on. You went on a long rant about how I was going to interrupt you, and I've been interrupted 4 times so far. Can you two
How's it
stop
feel?
for a second?
This is so frustrating.
All right, I guess I'm just going to continue talking. Now, look,
Well, when you get what you give, you
when
know
someone
whether it's a good
is
thing or not, right?
when I said that this works regardless of elevation, what I meant was that if both angles to the vertical, when you add them together, make 180 on a flat surface, right? If we are eye to eye, 1,000 feet apart,
Surface don't
both
matter.
of our angles to our verticals are 90. They both add up to 180. That's the key thing, is adding the two. So if you're 1,000 feet away from me and you're higher than me, let's say you're 5 degrees higher than me, well, that also means I'm 5 degrees lower than you. So my angle to you is 85 degrees. Your angle to me is 95 degrees. We add them together, they still get 180. That's why elevation doesn't matter.
Duh.
And
now I'm
yes.
repeat it again. Oh my God.
Okay. But because Earth is curved, regardless of elevation, those zenith angles splay outwards. So that 180 will always be more than 180. Now,
Okay, hold on.
Okay, so
Winston, all right, well, hold on, Winston, before you go. Hold on, before you go. Negator, I'm going to temporarily mute you just so you don't interrupt and he feels like he can say his full thing. And Winston, while the time you're speaking, I'm going to post this image. This is showing, this is actually from McToon's website of all things, but just so everyone kind of can see the visual of it. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so that he proceeded to do it again. Like, he has a point he wants to make, like he's teaching about the fact it's not, or that elevation doesn't matter, but that's not what my point was. He claimed I didn't say how it happened. Like, I hijacked. That's not true, though. I literally said, you assume Euclidean geometry. I quite literally said what you did to hijack it. You hijack perspective by assuming it's Euclidean when it's actually not, and changes with distance. And then you ignore the non-Euclidean nature of perspective, and then what the Atmos does to exaggerate that effect, measure an angle, and then claim that it's for the globe. I specifically said how you hijack perspective.
All right, Negator, and if you want to respond, but the thing is about that image I just showed, how is this not basically just claiming to measure drop? It's basically the same thing. It's just using like the plumb line that the theodolite digitally, produces. It's basically the same thing.
Because I've seen the main surveyor's refraction measurements he accounts in, because this is essentially just measuring things dropping.
Right.
In the distance, absolutely, Gio.
Yeah, it's just setting up two of them, pointing them at each other, using the plumb lines that the device gives you, and then just basically making a square in the air instead of a line.
Mm-hmm. And assuming we can draw an infinite straight line out to that object and it just perfectly straight point to point. And that's not even how perspective works. So you did hijack perspective.
And I actually think there's a complicated component to all this. I actually think that our vision and perspective is spherical and toroidal, which is why these effects occur. So it's not that the Earth's a sphere, but there is spherical components to how we see, which is why this can all be conflated.
Mm-hmm. So
provably so.
In a flat Earth, perspective would still be a thing, right? It'd still be real?
Yeah, but not the way you think it is. Your perspective assumptions are wrong.
So on a flat Earth, what would perspective do to these measurements that it's also or not doing on a globe?
Yeah, we see in spherical geometry, specifically hyperbolic or elliptic relative to distance. So then things will look like they're curving when they're not in the distance. This can be proven on a small, medium, and large scale.
Okay, again, but what does it do to the observation? What is the asserted
the
result
observation's
on the observation?
not the problem. It's the linear math by which it's calculated that's the problem.
Okay.
Things converge down into the spherical limit of perspective.
So what's the assertion about the measurements?
That they're affected by this. That they're affected by this, and it can't be isolated from this effect.
Yeah, they're not linear.
And if I were to remove the effect of perspective, how would I do that to these measurements?
How could you remove perspective?
You can't. That's the thing about optics. It's one of the components about it. That's why I don't think optics is going to be like a finale to this entire situation. Like, there needs to be tangible physical things done.
Well,
like
let me put it to you like this.
And the Atmos, then they would be parallel to each other.
Let me put it to you like this. If Earth is a globe, we can take reciprocal zenith angles. If Earth is flat, we can take reciprocal zenith angles. Will those results on either Earth be the same, or will they be different?
Well, you have to use the same geometry to compare them in the first place.
So would they be the same, or would they be different?
They would be different if you use the same geometry.
I don't know. If I'm existing on a flat Earth right now, and I take a reciprocal zenith angle, will the result be different if I tried it on a globe Earth?
I just answered that.
Is it yes or no?
I just answered the results would be different if you used the same geometry of perspective.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's let Michael get in. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, well, it's a difference between linear and hyperbolic. So which are you going to use? You're going to use a linear equation to express a hyperbolic reality, or?
Okay, so if you have a separate set of math you would like to use, please walk us through how to apply that in the situation.
Okay, well, I'll drop the equation at home.
Okay, now I didn't ask for the equation. I want to know practically how it applies to the problem at hand and how to do it. That's what I want to see happen.
Hyperbolically.
Yeah, but it depends on the distance also. Like, there's elliptic and hyperbolic relative to distance. Yeah, it's been proven. So it doesn't really matter how much people say nuh-uh. Like, it's been proven.
What? You didn't say what it is.
that visual space and perspective is actually non-Euclidean. Specifically, it's hyperbolic and elliptic, right? And then we see it move around, and that's obviously because of the Atmos. So the Atmos exaggerates the effects of perspective, and our visual space effects that are exaggerated is based on the distance because it's not the same per distance.
Okay, and what's the math? How do I remove that interference from reciprocal zenith angle measurements?
How do you remove the interference of perspective when you use perspective to get the measurements?
Right.
We're just going in a vicious
Yes,
circle,
exactly.
dude. It's like every conversation is just a cycle.
That's like saying, how do you remove your car in a situation where you're driving? Like you can't take the car out of this situation.
Okay, well, how then do I take accurate measurements? Maybe is that a better question?
That's a good question.
I was going to comment too.
On either in a fluid medium that alters your view constantly at varying levels.
And then I guess the follow-up question is the fact that we have reciprocal zenith angles that angle outwards and just happen to coincide with the globe is that exactly
they don't
that little bit of extra arc seconds perfectly that's from perspective?
Well, I don't know
that
don't
coincide with the globe.
I was going to say I don't know
actually
that
it's cherry picking because you throw out anything that
you can't hear Geo, Michael.
It's all right. I'll wait.
I can. That's why I shut up. Did you want to waste your breath or what?
Oh, no, he was about 3 words in. I didn't know. I just didn't know.
I know, and I quit, and then you cut in, and gee, we helped together, didn't we?
Well, I was just gonna say, no, it's all good. There might be a bit delays and stuff. It's all good. I was just gonna say real quick, Negator, you're saying we have this. I was just gonna say I don't necessarily think that's the case. They're like this main surveyor guy. First of all, is not even around anymore. So he's kind of, as far as I know, he's not really much around. And even in the video he did, he was like writing things in a notebook. It wasn't very clear. And his equipment, who knows if it was calibrated correctly? Who knows exactly how he set it up? So, I mean, there are very few of these done. And as we know, like professional surveyors don't do this method. This is like thing that like, globe Earth proponents that wanted to assert a globe on the internet basically came up with and have asserted it. And then the only ones that have done it are those guys. Yeah. And only like one or two.
They end with the question, can we measure this angle? Well, you can, but that doesn't apply to the accuracy.
Gio, we've had this conversation. I've linked sources of other places, and it is categorically false that globe proponents came up with this. And please stop repeating that.
Okay, thanks.
Dude, he literally admitted to me that you have to throw... Sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
You can go next. You're next. We're fairly certain. We're fairly certain his equipment wasn't calibrated correctly because he actually went and set up 2 different tools, had them at the same elevation, and the crosshairs were at the horizon in different places. So, go ahead, what's it?
Personally, I don't believe he's a civil engineer either.
This is what he admitted, right? He's like, so you assume standard refraction. So he told me that you have a small window of selective measurements, meaning any measurements outside that window, you throw them out. And then you apply a weight. So meaning you apply like an idea of standard refraction, and then that's where you create your window. And then in that middle of window, closer to standard refraction around the dot, that's where it gets the most weight. Right, and then you even weigh the ones on the lower end of that window more than the higher end. It's not even an evenly distributed weight, right? Because it's closer to the globe, all the way up to standard refraction. So then they put more weight there than above it, and so they weigh out the measurements after they throw out the other ones. And I'm like, wait, what would happen if you didn't throw those out? And he said, oh, the R value would be way too big. So what he did was go 15% higher, throw a lot of them out, weight the average, and then only got within 85% accuracy of the R value with all of that.
I mean, ultimately, this is just a measurement of things dropping in this appearing no drop in the distance.
Mm-hmm. And if they didn't appear to drop, that would falsify the globe.
Also, wasn't this a really close? It was like 400 yards.
There's been several. This one he did, I think it was 1,300. So another one was 1,500. I think Jesse Gonzalez did one at like 10 or 1,200.
if we saw them not drop, you guys would literally just say that it was refraction.
Well, why don't
You
you
would say
do
that
it?
it got loomed up. Wait. You're saying if I go make one measurement that shows that it's 0 degrees, then it falsifies the globe?
I tell you what. No, I want you to match what's been done. I want you to
I'm just
go
asking
do what the main surveyor did. Take 5 on each side. Come back to us.
He's not a
I've learned
surveyor.
that
He didn't do it to any
I'm
state
not
or
going to
civil or
dispute whether
county
he's a surveyor
standard.
or not. That's silly.
I've learned that you
No,
can't
I
actually
wasn't
ask
done
him straight
talking there,
questions.
Negator, but thank you.
You can't ask him questions, so you have to do it like this. So I know that all the ballers would agree that if I went out there and just did one single measurement and it showed 0 degrees, that wouldn't falsify the globe, because you've already articulated that you think that you should do it multiple times, which means I'm asking, so say I did it one time and got 0 degrees, what would the explanation be for the globe?
Why do you do you want to engage in good faith or not? We've told you what to do. We've told you how to do it. We've told you the parameters and the standards.
It's not an answer.
You continue you're looking
accuses me
for
of bad
ways
faith
to
after
not
ignoring my
do the work. What's it?
No, I'm not. So he accuses me of bad faith after I've asked the same question 3 times in a row now, and this is the 10th question I've tried to get answered by him that he never answered. But I'm the one that's not having a good faith conversation. So what I'm saying is that you guys said you need to do it multiple times. You can't just do it one time. You need to do it multiple times, like 10 times. I'm like, okay. So if I did it one time, there has to be a reason why I need to do it multiple times. That means that there's some type of situation that could cause it to look like it was 0 degrees. If not, then I could just find it once. You guys are saying I can't just find it once, which means you're automatically claiming that there's a situation that would make it look like it's 0 degrees, like it would on a flat Earth, even though it's a globe. So what would cause it to do that? That's what I'm asking. Talk about good faith. Good faith would answer that question.
Good faith would be having a genuine interest in the conversation at hand. You asked for a way to falsify
accuracy,
it. We gave it to
accuracy
you.
of the equipment,
right?
ability of the operator, process,
Yes,
calibration. I can
you
answer
hear what
that
the
with
haters do?
Every measurement out there, we tell you to do multiple times a
Left
year, whatever you want.
Left lane, do you hear what he's doing? Can you
The
answer?
bottom line is that
Negator's not going to answer.
you just need to go do it.
Okay, Negator's not going to answer, so please don't jump in.
You do it multiple times because no value is absolute in surveys. So you want to establish a mean value and take it through the process. You've already described with it. You've already described it.
Yeah, you would have to
So
say it
none
could have been like instrumental error, it would have been
None of it,
calibration
right.
error, leveling error,
So
conditions, refraction.
So no measurement. So we got to understand this first. No measurement or angle is absolute. No one angle is absolute. The mean gives you an average, and it's called an approximation for the purpose of survey.
Yeah,
But I'm trying
I
before I
agree
go do
with
my
you.
test, I'm trying to map it out.
Yeah,
So, like,
and it's
I'm
done in a
actually trying to-
process to have the most accurate approximation.
So it's being misrepresented. Like, I'm actually just looking for an excuse not to do the test, but it's quite the opposite. I'm actually looking for a specific, like the specifics of the test prior to wasting my time, right? So I'm saying I need to know what all the globe claims I need to account for. What are you going to claim as a globularist, right? Like, that's what I'm asking. So it's like, if I see it and there wasn't an instrumental error or calibration, right? Like, is that the only thing that could explain it, or could refraction conditions themselves explain why it's 0 degrees according to your paradigm? I'm trying to iron that out prior to going and doing the test so I can account for everything, instead of spending time to go do something, bring it back, and then just immediately you end up saying something like refraction. So I'm asking, can refraction cause it to be 0 degrees on the globe?
Yes, it can probably, but that's why I say avoid observations early in the morning or late in the afternoon. Try to do all your observations around midday and do about 10 of them.
Okay, so but you say I did it in midday. You're like, the point is that refraction can cause it to look like it's flat Earth, right? So this doesn't falsify the globe then.
What's it? Refraction can do that. It's possible. The question is whether that happens often.
What kind of refraction would make it do that?
The answer is not very often.
What kind of refraction doesn't happen very often that would make it do that?
What do you mean, what kind? Does light refract? Yes or no?
Well, how would it do that? Well, like, what type of refraction would make it look like that?
You've got your answer. What's it? Do the measurements.
You claim to know that refraction can do it, but you don't even know what type of refraction would do it?
We don't need
There
to
are no
play
types
games.
of refraction.
Severe. severe
There are
refraction.
types of refraction. You have looming.
No, there's refraction. There's different effects. Get
Yeah,
it right,
that's right.
genius.
Yeah. Okay, so what refraction effect would cause it to look like that?
Well, I'm gonna just like, for instance, early in the morning, and I'll be paying attention to this when I get up and continue west on my run in New Mexico. Some of the mountains on the horizon will appear to be a couple of thousand feet taller than they actually are. It's a pretty wild observation. But as the morning goes on, I'll actually watch that dissipate, and then a mirage will happen, and it'll look like part of the mountain's floating in the air, and then it poof disappears. But if I come through here at midday, it all looks like it's supposed to.
So what is happening?
All measured
whenever
by
that?
eye.
Like, I don't know why I
Yeah.
have to keep on asking this.
Yeah.
What happened? And by the way, I can cite university papers that call it the types of refraction. Okay, so I want to know what type of refraction, what refraction effect specifically is happening. You guys have all the answers ironed out for why we see you fall on the globe. Light bends down to the more dense medium. The light bends down and displaces the object optically up because of the way we see it with our eyes, only observing a certain part of it after it bends down. Okay, can you give me a similar explanation for what would make it look like it's on a flat Earth? What's going to make it look like that? That's what I'm asking.
Looming refraction.
I thought looming is what made us see further on the globe. I thought it was the most
Yeah.
frequent type of refraction.
Yeah, it lifts things in the distance.
So it's the most frequent type of refraction, right?
No idea. Why do you keep asking these questions? What do you mean frequent?
Dude, why is he allowed here? Like, I'm being honest. Like, he literally is only here to always just like meta bullshit the conversation. You're not. You always do that. Stop asking.
Can you
me why I'm
not
asking
poison the
questions.
well?
Stop asking me why I'm asking questions. We're in a debate server discussing a subject. Therefore, we're asking questions back and forth. Okay.
It's a red herring. That's the point. You're getting away
No,
from the
it's
facts of
not.
the matter because
No, it's
you're
not.
trying to
It's
poison the
specifically relevant.
well. That's all.
You don't even know what poisoning the well is. Please stop.
You could stop telling me I don't know what words mean. Okay, it's not a good. Gosh.
Can you define it? Because I'm pretty sure you're using it incorrectly.
Yeah. Crypto, right? Is
I
big too.
mean what you think it means.
Well, then you
Dude,
can't.
Crypto, I had to define it. Yeah, I had to define it for him earlier because both Ed and the Gator, again, deja vu, accused me of poisoning the well. And Ruif, and I defined it, and then they said that wasn't the definition.
Oh, of course.
When I said it was preemptively discrediting your opponent to dismiss their point, right? It's usually specific to an audience. Preemptively discrediting your opponent to. Well, I'm not doing that. I'm specifically asking about a point that's relevant to the conversation.
But it isn't though, because you've already discredited our position by dismissing how to do it.
That's not
and then
what
questioning how refraction. Oh
Let me
gosh,
give you an example of poisoning the well. Let me give you an example of poisoning the well. When I debated,
you've been given the parameters to falsify the globe. It's on you to take action. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll be
but
back.
then I had to poke a little further, and it came out. You guys said that wouldn't falsify the globe, and that there's a refractive effect that would make it happen. So whenever we see it, you're just going to say it's refraction. So I wanted to get out and edit it, and you guys can't be honest enough, so I forced you to answer it. But the point is that this is an actual definition or an example of poisoning the well. When I was debating conspiracy cats, right, on Modern Day Debate, in his opening presentation to the audience, he talked about how I believe in Atlantis and giants, and I'm just a crazy conspiracy theorist. Right? The subject was about flat Earth, but he brought up all this other stuff to paint me as being crazy, to discredit me preemptively to the audience. That was a textbook poisoning the well fallacy. I'm not doing that at all. I'm specifically asking.
You always do that.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. All right. Good one, Ed. Well done.
He sounds butthurt for some reason, or is it just me?
I don't even know why Lori's still allowed to talk tonight.
Can you yell louder?
Were you finished with it?
Yeah, man, it's all good. I just, my point is simple, bro. Like, I'm having a good faith interaction because I am interested in doing it. Because according to what Jess, like main surveyor himself said, if you actually didn't throw out the measurement, you're going to see all kinds of stuff, including stuff that gives you way too big of an R value, even when you account for terrestrial refraction. So if you don't throw them out, it's not going to get anywhere close to the globe prediction, right? So honestly, you would think, well, maybe the best conditions you can imagine is when you would see it closer to vertical, to 90 degrees. So then you would not see that very often. Duh.
Okay, so Ed, you jumped in. I did temporarily mute you because it seemed like it was kind of an interruption, but maybe you thought he was done. Would you like to have the floor? But if you do ad homs and stuff, we're just going to leave you muted for the rest of the day. So, but go ahead, Ed.
No, I'm not ad homing. I'm only pointing out when Witsit is projecting, and he was doing exactly that.
Okay, do you have a point you wanted to actually add?
Are you a licensed therapist?
Well, I'm still waiting for Witsit to provide any evidence that angular size is included when measuring those angles we talked about
I said
earlier.
it's not. I said it's not. I said they ignore it.
So it's not needed then.
Well, no, it's not included by globularists.
But you didn't provide evidence where it needs to be included, though.
Well, we know angular size decreases over distance, so we actually did.
Excuse me, I was asking Witsit.
Well, that's a
I know.
known
I'm
fact.
pointing out it's already been covered, and you just deny it. You're like,
Can
no,
you
no,
not
that doesn't
interrupt,
affect
please?
nothing. So you can't address that?
Yeah, so
Is
real
that what
fast,
you're
I have to
saying?
go inside and eat, right, with the wifey. But this is all, like, you did this earlier. You're like, oh, you want evidence because you think that I'm not going to give it to you. Well, guess what? I'm not going to give it to you because I'm walking from my Jeep to my house to chill with my wife with my food. So, like, it's all good. But in reality, right, we already know that angular size changes with distance. You guys just ignore it, don't account for it. Well, I have already provided tons of evidence with experiments that show that a perspective is actually non-Euclidean. It's hyperbolic and elliptic relative to observer height conditions and distance. And it's been mapped on a small, medium, and large scale, which means we have to account for that with our perspective, which means if that's actually the case and it's non-Euclidean, it would be relevant to this observation because it causes optical convergence based on spherical geometry. So that would be relevant, but you guys don't account for it at all. Okay, so I'll drop all the evidence once I get through eating, and that's it. If you want to just say, okay, no evidence, then Austin's projecting, all this nonsense, it's whatever. Just a waste of time.
So if you could show us how to accommodate for perspective in reciprocal zenith angles, we'll incorporate it. Just show us what we need to do.
Yeah, exactly. That whole spiel you just didn't demonstrate anything.
Yeah, shocker that he said something with absolutely no value.
Yeah, that's not a rebuttal, though.
I was thinking the same thing. Why even respond to that, bro? It literally had no protein.
It's the same thing every day, all day, bro.
Well, then provide evidence.
All right, I love you guys. I'm gonna eat.
I bet he thinks he's intelligent too.
No, not really. I'm just asking for evidence. I'm not getting any.
Well, Ed, I don't know why you're responding that way. He just gave a detailed explanation of how the spherical components of how we see are factors at play.
Yeah, and you didn't reply to it. You just said, nah, that bullshit's not true.
Are we using our eyes to measure the angles between plumb lines?
Yes, optics.
Oh, really? We're using our eyes to measure the angles between plumb lines.
If you're using an optical theodolite, yes. If not, you're just using GPS and Wi-Fi.
Is there an eye in the theodolite?
Have you ever used one? Yes, there is a viewfinder, yes. Have you ever used one?
Is that a human eye, Michael?
It doesn't.
Come on. You're being ridiculous.
No, you're an idiot. It's an optical aid, you fucking moron.
It's not a fucking human eye.
Easy, guys. Easy.
How does it work if you don't look through it? How does it work if you don't look through it?
Yeah,
it doesn't work like a human eye.
I'm posting. Hold on.
How does it work if you don't look through it? It's an optical aid. It works along with an eyeball. Come on. This is second grade shit. My 5-year-old.
Doesn't matter. You can still measure it without a human eyeball.
Now it's just, it doesn't matter.
You can still measure it without a human eye.
So what we're measuring is angles of view here. Obviously, you don't understand that.
Actually, the human eye is just reading the measurement.
Angle of view.
Ed, I just posted it. This is actually that one from the main surveyor, and it shows the crosshairs. So you have to use an eyeball to line it up.
You have to use an eyeball to read the measurement. Yes.
No. What you hold on. You line up the optics, and then the measurement comes up on the digital screen.
It's an optical measurement, guy. Listen, it's an optical measurement. It's an optical angle. Oh my god!
But it's not measured with the eye. It's not measured with an eyeball.
No, it's established. The lines are established with the eye, the viewfinder.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You line up the crosshairs using your eyeball looking through it.
That doesn't matter. Your
It
eyes
does
are not
matter.
doing the measurement.
Well, they kind of are.
No,
in a
listen,
sense.
No.
your eye is creating the line that you're going to take your angle from, guy. You should, if
Oh
you
my
have
God,
no
your eye is not doing.
Don't interrupt, Ed. You're
yeah,
interrupting again, Ed. We're just gonna, dude.
Yeah,
I'm gonna.
I don't want to.
Hold on, I'm gonna. Michael, you go, but dude, Ed, I'm gonna unmute you. If you interrupt one more time, I'm muting you. You're muted for the rest of the day. I can't sit here and mute and unmute you like this, bro. You got to let people speak. Let him finish. Let him say his full point. Let there be silence when he's done, and then respond. You're just gonna hack him off every time. It's a tactic to try to piss people off. So go ahead.
It is. So it's just you're observing an optical point and creating lines from that. With a coordinate system, you need a coordinate system first. Then you make a visual observation. You create lines and you measure the angles. So honestly, it sounds to me like you don't have any experience in this. I don't want to attack you, but I really think you don't understand it. A lot of you, while you say we don't understand it, I'm a highway engineer. This is what I do for a living.
All right.
You think the Earth's flat?
Yeah. Here's the thing. Yeah, I mean, this is real simple. You set up
That's a dumb
two
question.
theodolites. You set up two theodolites. You make them plumb at their locations. They'll read 0 at each location. And you look from one theodolite and you'll aim it down or straight ahead, whatever you end up doing, at the bullseye or at the optic of the other instrument, and it'll give you an angle of how much you're deviating from your horizontal, and that's what you'll record. And then the other one looks back and does the same
we've already
thing.
covered this. Yeah, so
And you record that, and then there's calculations involved, but it's pretty much as simple as that.
there are,
to
and they
get that,
also
yeah.
include the magnification of your optical aid. If you guys know that, you can change that out. I can use 50 millimeter, 30 millimeter, 60 millimeter, depending on the distance. There's a reason we use this in a controlled distance. It's for accuracy.
But it won't
Based
change
on-
the angle.
I mean, I do find this to be a pretty weak way to measure the shape of the Earth. I mean, 400
is.
yards, 400. It's unbelievably abysmal. Going at 400 yards, pointing two theodolites at each other.
I just want to point this out. You guys are just a bunch of guys that are saying we can observe angles. None of you are licensed surveyors.
All
Or
right, so
civil
I
engineers.
just want to have a counterpoint in here. Finally, so it doesn't matter what you say. You're not using your eye to do the measurement. You're using your eye to read the measurement.
Yep.
Well, okay.
No.
You're using your eye to line up the crosshairs, which then ends up being the measurement.
There's no measurement without a visual observation. You're wrong.
You're reading the measurement, not doing the measurement with your eye.
Well,
your eye is not involved.
No, you create
because
line.
it could be a readout in Braille, and that means a blind
could.
person could do it.
But
No
a blind
eyes
person-
involved.
A blind person can't survey because they need to create an optical grid, 2 lines of sight. So no.
Yeah,
You're
let's
wrong.
That can be done with lasers and things that observe
How's a blind man seeing a laser?
things that observe the laser to be aligned correctly.
Now we're going to get into accuracy.
and
of
then
laser
the
level.
measurement is read out through Braille. So
is
a
not very
blind
good.
person did it. No eyes are used.
It's a pretty bad case.
There is no total station in the world a blind person can use.
Yeah, that's just because I just went over a way they
it's
could
not
do it.
It's
I
not.
just went over a way they could
What
do
I'm
it.
telling you is they don't manufacture.
Hey, Gio, why is this
total-
guy not muted for interrupting me constantly, by the way?
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. I don't know who's going. So why don't we just let Ed finish? Go ahead, Ed. Say your thing again, because I don't think
I thought
caught
he
it.
was.
Well, let's
All
just
right.
let him fully finish, and then Michael, if you want to go next.
I mean,
you can
yes.
full time.
Listen, yes, you laid out a way you could manufacture.
I
a
thought I
total
was
station.
going.
Michael does.
Mike,
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Ed, and then Michael, you can go next. Go ahead, Ed.
All right. So if you're going to use your eyes to line up the thing, that means you can also do it with light detection. So you can put up a laser and the thing detects if it's aligned or not. Then the measurement is read out in Braille, which means a blind person can do it. Therefore, no eyes are necessary. Done.
Yeah, that equipment's not manufactured or available to people, and I can't see any engineering school even giving a blind person a certificate.
Irrelevant. It's a way to do it. You have no argument against it.
It's not irrelevant because there is an argument against it. That's why we don't do it.
Well, hold on. Yeah, what he said, Ed, is a good point. He's saying they don't produce. Hold on, they don't produce that equipment, and it's not something people do. That blind people are out there surveying. I think we'd all agree.
What?
We'd all hold on, man. Don't interrupt. Let me finish my thing. You can go next. All right. Yeah, blind people are not out doing surveying in that sense. So, but let's. That's like a little bit of a laugh. Of course, I'm not. I'm just laughing at that idea because it's obviously not a field that blind people are in. So, but the thing about it, Ed, I hear what you're saying, but what I would say to that, you're suggesting an idea where like some type of system where you would use a laser or something. But I guess what I would say is that that's not the same, because what this is using an eyeball to read the optic crosshair lens scope to then have the device read out essentially what that angle is as the best as it can in correlation to horizontal and vertical. So with what this is, it does need the optics. I just feel like what you did was used in a separate scenario with a laser, which is now shooting a focused beam of light over distance, which would be a totally different type of thing than what this is. Even though those could have similar readings or whatever, it's a different actual
they're optical lines, and the angle is the intersection angle. That's all.
Here's the thing, guys.
Optically,
can I respond?
Yeah, but I mean, this is important. I mean, we talk about these that plumb lines are not parallel, and Flat Earth says they are parallel, and this is an observation that would detect the difference. But I say that it would be an excellent way to detect that, but for some reason you guys say that it's not a good way to detect it. So what are we going to do?
Something other than this to measure, to get the shape of the Earth conclusion. Yeah, it's not going to be this. I don't think this is sufficient for a lot of reasons.
All right. So can I respond now?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So just because this technology doesn't exist today doesn't mean it's not a valid way to actually do the measurement. You guys are huge proponents of laser tests all the time, which means we can use a laser to line up this thing, have a detector inside it to see if it's actually aligned correctly, and then the angle can be measured.
Yeah, cool. I'm going to go Glover on you, and I'm going to say go ahead and do that, and when you do it, let
I
us
wasn't
know.
finished. Can you not interrupt, please?
Go ahead and do that.
The measurement of the angle can be read out by someone without eyes, which means again there were no eyes involved and necessary in this experiment.
When you do that, let us know.
Yeah, in these that we're discussing, the eyeball was essential. In fact, it all started at the eyeball. The ones we're talking about. But if you're talking about a different one, that is interesting. That is actually a good idea. Possibly,
I would like to see it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking. It's kind of cool, actually. You're talking about like, in a somewhat closer range, meaning maybe not. We're not talking hundreds of miles, but we're talking a much closer range. Whether it's 1,000 yards or something like that, and be able to have some kind of auto level or theodolite, which is set up to a laser, and then have like a sensor, like with a target, and then the sensor would dial in like a motor. So like the closer that the laser gets to the center of the target, it would tweak the motor on the auto level or something to get it lined up. I mean, there's some interesting ideas with that. Yeah, trying to get some very precise like laser measurements linked with plumb lines. It's interesting. Whether you'd have accuracy with that, so that's the huge question. And the margin of error.
Yeah, we do use lasers to map out for survey. Sure, we do, but the people have to be able to operate and code the machine. I'm not saying it's not. It's a great ideal, and if you can design the product, I would back it if we could show that it worked. We could tell that. You and I could get rich off that.
Can I dispel a huge thing in all of this? Why is this guy doing planar surveying and then claiming a geodetic result? A geodetic surveying result? These are close range planar equipment used in a close range planar why is he claiming to use it for a geodetic type to measure the shape of the Earth? You know what I mean?
He's not
They always
he's
say
not-
planar measurements is all planar. We treat the Earth as absolutely flat and planar for all planar measurements. This is like 400 yards, and he's claiming to measure Earth curve. What's going on here? This is like
you couldn't see curve in 400 yards, but you can measure it in planar. Yeah.
You can
He's
measure it
not-
with planar equipment in a planar
He's
environment that
not
they
a-
admit is always planar surveying.
So I can't say this enough. These aren't people doing surveys. These are just guys going out in the field with equipment they know nothing about measuring angles.
Playing around.
The
with
thing is,
amazing-
Michael, you
Shooting
use
them-
this
shooting-
equipment.
shooting them at targets, getting ad hoc things that they can then try to assert.
Yeah,
to
but,
themselves.
but this equipment is used at pretty good range in building highways, right, Michael?
For planar.
What do you mean
Yes.
by pretty good range? I have sectors that I
Planar
have to use.
surveying, bro.
Yeah, but I mean, why is it okay to use the equipment to do that stuff, but we can't measure reciprocal zenith angles?
Everybody that uses the equipment on the highway goes to a specific standard that's been taught, tried, and true for accuracy.
Yeah.
So
I
sure,
just-
the company tells you that their equipment will work at a greater distance, which it will, but that doesn't apply to the accuracy of the equipment. You do it in shorter distances, capable of to increase accuracy.
Yeah. So, Michael, let me ask you this: since you're an expert in the field and have a lot of experience within it, what because I don't have tons of in the field experience, but my understanding of it is that when they use these equipment, doing highways, parking lots, warehouses, etc., they're running shots and cross-validating them with the physical world. Like you said right there, the equipment has already been dialed in, tuned, and spec'd for a particular distance. But the reason it's spec'd for that to be accurate to the degree is because they're able to validate that in the physical world, and vice versa, by using multiple shots, multiple angles to cross-validate with the actual physical world. Whereas what in some of these cases, what these guys are doing is they're not actually linking it to the physical world. They're linking it to a theoretical conceptual model.
Yeah, they're wrapping around a model. So
like in spherical access too, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So what we do is grading and runoff on highways. You want to make sure you have a certain grade, certain runoff, everything's level. So you guys act like we use this equipment every day to measure the round earth, but we don't. We use it to level ground to build on.
Yeah, and
the
this guy's
map-
using it at 400 yards. This guy's using it at 400
Right.
yards to try to claim a geodetic surveying result, even though it's planar surveying
Right.
equipment in planar surveying distances.
Right, or to come up with property lines in a planar survey, which is the Cartesian coordinates. And people always say, well, you go off this North American datum when we do that. No, when you set your property lines, you go off a known monument or a known establishment. Could be a drain in the road. It could be the road edge, the edge of the road. You don't need a North American datum unless you're doing geodetic survey. If you're doing planar survey, you go off known existing monuments, like the corner of your house versus the roadway versus the drain. The drain
Right, which
can
are
be
all
used-
validated with like the way water flows and actual physical things in the tangible world.
Yeah, so I can tell you the exact elevation of the sewage drain in my road. Yeah, so based on that, I can plot the elevation of my plot in planar, Cartesian coordinates, tic-tac-toe. We do it in small portions for accuracy.
And everyone is cross-validated with each other, with each measurement, and with the physical world.
And
all the way
every time I've brought up the fact that you go outside of a professional standard that no county, township, or state would accept, I always get told, but can we measure an angle? Well, as long as you're creating two optical lines, you can always measure an intersection angle. Yes, not an angle. We're not just measuring an angle. That's stupid. You don't know what's going on in the process. You're creating two lines, and the angle is created when the two lines intercept each other.
I feel like I just
Obviously-
learned more. I feel like I just learned more on what you just said there than we did in the last 2 hours debating these guys that are like hardcore globe pusher guys.
It's an intersection angle, and it should be stated that way if you know what you're talking about. This is why I don't waste my time debating these guys. They're just going to say, "Nuh-uh," but this is the way it's accepted by my county, my township, and my state.
Well,
And
the
if
reason
you
why you
if you don't do it that way, you don't get work from them.
well, the reason why you do small segments is because the farther out you go, you become you start measuring angles to shit that's not actually there.
Diffusion, yeah. Refraction, diffusion, distortion. These are
You're
also
measuring an
things.
angle to an apparent position as opposed to its actual position. Whereas the closer you are, you're getting it's closer to you're measuring the angle closer to its actual position.
You are absolutely correct, Jeremy. And this is one of the things that Witsit was actually trying to point out. He just didn't lay it out that way. Are you creating an angle to an apparent position or an actual position? Does it actually represent reality, or is it representing the distorted reality you observe?
Yeah, dude, I got all the way back here with my food, and they didn't even give me all the food. I have to go back. But yo, like, yeah, about that though, that's what's so crazy is, like, say it's clearer outside. Like, that's why I'm interested in doing it, even though I think it's kind of a joke. But the reason it's interesting is, say, like, you go out there and you make a bunch of measurements, and then it's really clear one day, and then it looks way closer to parallel, right? For like an honest person, that would kind of be evidence towards a flat Earth. Because when there's less atmospheric conditions affecting it, it's closer to parallel, you know?
Do you think like the warping effect of like refraction in the ether is what causes those actual like curved fluctuations?
Are we just gonna let it slide that he said, if you disagree with me, you're dishonest?
That's not what I said.
Yeah, that's literally what you said.
No, I'm saying,
Well,
like, for like an open-minded, honest person, if we go
Yeah.
outside on the world and on the Earth and we make a bunch of measurements, and whenever we get the most optimal conditions in the middle of the day with the least amount of atmosphere and it's the most clear, and then it's closer to parallel, that would be evidence towards a flat Earth. Especially if you pulled out an infrared and it makes it less, like it lowers the angle. That's a good way to test their claim right there. You go make the reciprocal zenith angles and then find a way to, can you do that in infrared? Can you somehow do that in infrared? Because if, I don't know if that exists, but if you could use a theodolite in infrared, you could show like, oh, look, it's closer to parallel when we use infrared. And if that was the case, that would debunk the claim that would debunk their claim entirely.
But infrared theodolite, that's an
No,
interesting idea.
well, actually, it'd be better with a laser level and an infrared view.
Yeah.
View the laser lighting in infrared. As soon as you said that, I was like, yeah, we can view laser light pretty undistorted in infrared.
Like, because this is I think the infrared is like, think about what they did, right? Like they shifted the goalpost in the conversation to come up with an equation that's like not even actually tested in a laboratory or anything, to just like say any observations possible on a globe because of refraction. But there are a couple chinks in the armor, right? They've had to claim refraction. They don't really define it. They use it vaguely and they just presuppose the R value and fluctuate it. So they think, oh, this is like bulletproof, right? This is unfalsifiable, but it's actually not. Because if we have methods of observations that cut down on refraction, you can directly test the claim. Is refraction making us see further or not? Because if I can lower refraction, I shouldn't be able to see as far. If I lower refraction of this observation and it gets closer to parallel, then that goes directly in the face of their claim.
Yeah, and also if that parallel effect is like a midpoint as well. Because like, you know how like in Skunk Bay when like it wavers up, wavers down, so it's going up, above, up, down, you know, it's like looming and expanding up and down. But like that actual midpoint when it's the most calm and clear, you know, that would be like the least disturbed or like perturbed state. Sort of like if you're trying to look through water, you know how if you're looking through water that's really clear, like maybe in like an inland lake or something where there's very little turbulence and it's like you can see through it very clearly. Of course, there can be different components like the thickness of it, but I'm just saying when it's very calm. Whereas when it's like swishing around or moving around or there's more turbulence, then it causes more distortion.
Like I've been bringing up the infrared thing a lot because I think it's like such a pivotal change in this conversation if we make Like I said, I have a couple, and I will look through them. I started looking through them last night, dude. I have so many thrown everywhere. It sucks because I have to find the right date, and then I have to match up both SD cards, which I've unloaded and mixed around. It's just the whole thing. But anyway, my observations aren't like incredible because they're just like, I mean, they do make the point. You can see more of the boat in infrared than without it. Like for sure. I did this multiple times without even recording it. Like I know that's what happens. But I don't want to just go around saying, I know that's what happens. I want us to test it. But my point is that this is a huge thing we should all get behind. Because if we can show that we are decreasing the amount of refraction and now we're seeing further and seeing more of the object, that immediately debunks all their claims that the only reason we see over the curve is because of refraction. We need to find observations that are far beyond the curvature of Earth. It's like, okay, let's limit refraction, right? We should see more of the object blocked and not be able to see as far. I'll stop ranting, but this is my point. On a flat Earth, it makes perfect sense that you see further in infrared because infrared cuts through the haze. And one of the primary reasons that we can't see over great distances is because of the atmospheric obstruction and turbulence. So when you pull out an infrared, you cut down on that. So our position is completely logically consistent beginning to end. When it's clear outside, you see further. Whenever there's less atmospheric turbulence and obstruction, you see further. We pull out infrared, it cuts down on the haze, turbulence, and obstruction, and we see further. Like ours is completely consistent. So anyway, that's
yeah, that definitely it throws a wrench in their like refraction claims. The way they claim refraction is working, yeah, it would throw a wrench in that. Absolutely.
Yeah, one of the primary reasons I'm a flat earther, I mean, obviously, like all the history and evidence and what they're hiding and the fakery is like enough to like launch you into the conversation if you're like genuine and can step back from the globe. But it's when I went out and I saw that when it was clear outside, I could see way further than the globe predicts. And it was always when it's clear outside. It wasn't when I was like, wow, there's so much refraction. Those mountains are clearly not really there. That's a mirage. That never happened. When you see the stuff from way further away, it's when it's clear outside every single time.
That's why I like that that refraction thing we were talking about with the infrared, where we should see less as far. Like that would be fucking awesome to do that with their monkey wrench and the whole refraction shit.
I'm already trying to put some money aside. The only problem though, man, it's like I have a P900 and I want the cameras to be the same so you can compare them. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm almost forced to buy a P900 to do it. And I really didn't want to do that. I wanted to look for a better camera. So like I think that you might can find a better camera, but
I've looked with it. I think I've settled back down on at least the 900 or maybe the 1000.
1002, but that sucks because it's 125x. I could convert the 900 and buy a 1000, right? But then it's just not as exact. Meaning, like you should see further with the 125 zoom, the P1000. But if the P900 is infrared with only 83 times zoom, but I'm seeing further because it's infrared, that would make the point, I guess, you know. But I don't know what the difference is going to be. So I don't know. That's a pretty big magnitude of difference.
Yeah, using the same camera would be ideal. Like two 1000s, one that's infrared and one that's not.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Deal.
I don't know if it's necessary.
But I have people close to me that have them. So good.
I hear where you're coming from with using the same camera. I'm just not sure it's necessary.
Well, this is what we need to do though. Like we don't need to expect everyone that wants to do it to go spend $2,500. Honestly, like $3,000 because by the time you buy the two P1000s and then you convert one of them, like you're pushing $3,000. So that's like unrealistic to think everyone's going to go spend $3,000 and we can get a lot of them. What people need to do is create some type of a system where it's like, oh, well, I live in Jacksonville. I live in Orlando. Okay, Saturday in 2 weeks, we're going to meet up here. You bring your P1000. I'll bring my infrared P1000. Like, oh, you live in South Carolina. Let's match up our P1000. Right?
Yeah,
so that way, yeah, exactly.
Do a little meetup.
It sucks because I was so busy on the tour, bro. I had a P900 infrared and a P900, and I didn't even realize the magnitude of this. I remember telling Chris, I'm like, dude, you can see further with infrared, but it was just so common sense. You know, like when we were on the tour, we were looking at all these beautiful places. It was so obvious the Earth was flat everywhere. So like our vibe was so like no shit, you know, like with everything, you know. And I was so busy I didn't do it enough. It sucks because I had to send the infrared back to the guy.
I feel like the ideal condition would be to just, I don't know, go like maybe not do a black swan one because you can't even tell how far you're seeing without the infrared in that, but do something that where the horizon's like way closer, and you got something on the you know, that's being cut off by the horizon where you can clearly see like B-Ball's hotel floors or something maybe.
Yeah, I agree. Something closer, just lower to the ground where the curvature of the Earth should be. See something beyond it. And you want to see something further than the globe predicts with the regular camera. That way you can say, okay, globe has to say that object is refracted.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it's just something not as drastic as like the Chicago skyline or the black swan or something crazy.
Which would be cool though. Imagine like bringing the Chicago skyline back in infrared.
Yeah, I mean that would be wild if it did that. If it actually can change the position of the horizon with infrared. I mean, has that ever
Like if you can only? My bad, yeah.
Has that ever been
Yes.
shown?
Well, no. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm gonna have to try to find because I'm like positive, pretty much positive, that I was specifically recorded. I think it was maybe Key West, but it was definitely in Florida. And like, I pulled out an infrared, looked at the boat, and the water that looked like it was blocking the bottom of the boat in the regular camera was lower in the infrared.
Okay, now do you think that's because that position was changed on it of where the water hit the boat, or is that it cut down on a lot of other like haze refraction and other like down at that layer that just allowed you to see more clearly?
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it was. It was just that you're seeing clear. It's obvious when you use infrared, if anyone's ever used it, that you're just seeing very clear. I mean, the Glovers wouldn't even disagree with that, which is the funniest part because they have to. It's provable, right? But like, when you actually use an infrared camera in real life, you're like, there's no words that need to be spoken. You just see clearer what's actually there. You know what I mean? Like, that's just what it does. But like a closer one that's not too zoomed in is more ideal because when you zoom in with P1000s or P900s, it starts to get crazy when you get all the way zoomed in, right? Like the clarity really like drops pretty significant at the end. So you'd want something where you don't even have to zoom in all the way, or if you zoom in all the way, it still has enough like resolvability because it's closer. You want to test that so you can look at all the parts of it, right? You want to get like really intricate. I think the boat may be like the best. A boat like a couple miles away, a few miles away from like right on the beach surface. It's probably the best. You can do this on lakes, calm lakes in colder climates. Like you can do this in a lot of places. You can also do what we talked about, which is taking like an infrared laser, right? Like an infrared laser, a regular laser, or just even like a violet laser and infrared laser, putting them at the same height with the same what's it called, culmination, with the same like beam divergence, same intensity, and then just start moving them backwards at the same time, and you should see the violet laser longer if it's being refracted over the curve of the Earth because it will be refracted more.
Oh, those are very interesting ideas. Yeah, and then to combine infrared with that.
Yo, here's what you got to do. You got to
Yeah,
have
that
the two
would be
cameras.
awesome, dude. Absolutely.
You get the two. You get the two cameras and the two laser beams, and you do it all at the same time. Hell yeah.
Yeah, bro. And think about just doing it everywhere. Like think about Taboo doing this. So it's like, oh, we can see these across his like different light. Well, like imagine if those were lasers or even just different spectrum light. And then it's like, okay, we can see across the whole lake. So let's make everything lower, right? Until we can't see it. Because even on a flat Earth, the ground ramps up, bro. You know what I'm saying? So like the ground ramps up, but also converges into a curved distance. That's what's so interesting is that perspective is actually very nuanced and complex. It's nothing like what they say. But anyway, like I just think that these are two tests that they're really not super expensive and could be game changers. Also, mirror flashes in infrared. So like if you do the same thing but do them with mirror flashes, basically what I'm saying is every observation we do, we should do in side by side with and without infrared.
Yes.
Every one of them.
Absolutely. Well said.
Because I can already still man the best thing they can say, which is, well, you will see some more stuff in infrared because it cuts out on the haze. That's the best they can say. So, but it's like, yeah, we know. Welcome to flat Earth, right? So you have to find observations where the curvature of the Earth should be blocking something, but you can see it, and that's what you want to do. You want to pull out both of them in that situation. So I can't say, well, it just helps you see through haze. That doesn't help you see through the Earth's curvature with X-ray vision. I think the radio test. I'm so tired of hearing refraction. That's why I came up with this, because like I thought back and I remembered like, oh, dude, I remember having this epiphany on tour and I just glanced past it. But this decimates the refraction claim. And dude, if you decimate the refraction claim, the globe dies overnight. That's all they have. And that's why I keep on harping about, give me the equation. Like, okay, if these are the temperatures, this is the density gradient, and then this is the humidity, then you should be able to tell me that 40-foot object should be completely obstructed with those conditions at this distance. And then I could test that as well. Because we're about to move to Florida, so, you know, like maybe north central Florida. So like I can pop over to both coasts, and the northern part will maybe be a little less turbulent. Yeah, so anyway, I'm like dead serious that I want to do the test. I'm trying to come up with a list of tests to do. So, all right, sermon over.
Yeah, man, those are all very good things to be working on and getting processed and manifested through all these components. So, dude, absolutely. What I was going to say as well, if you could get it to where by going infrared versus non-infrared actually moves the position of the horizon visibly, then that is virtually impossible for them to explain on a globe. Of course, over a planar surface Earth, that completely makes sense because you're just seeing a different arrangement of the medium. So you're going to either see more of the planar surface or less of the planar surface. Whereas on their model, if they're trying to claim that obstruction point or the horizon has anything to do with the curve of the Earth, just switching to infrared, that's not going to make the Earth stop curving just by looking at it through infrared. Like you're not going to change the curvature of the Earth just by looking at it from infrared versus non-infrared, which is what they would have to admit is happening if the horizon is actually moving.
Yeah, I wonder what would even happen if you pulled out infrared to look at their like little fish tank examples. You know what I'm saying? Like imagine the only problem with that is it's so exaggerated and non-analogous that it's really hard to say anything with. Because it causes such violent displacement on a small scale. It's not really analogous, but if you could replicate it on a small scale, that would also be cool. You know how those people introduce like cold air to a room and they measure all the refractive effects?
Yeah, dude, we were just looking at those last night, dude, because I found the video where there was this guy, Pebbles on the Pond. He did this back on Brandon's like years ago, and it's kind of been somewhat infamous because he wasn't a guy. I think he might be on this server, but I'm not sure if he's ever if he's active much. I think he is on here though. Pebbles on the Pond or Pebbles in the Pond. But anyways, he did this one, and I found the footage of it again, and basically he has these like lights. They're on a warehouse floor, and there's lights at different elevations, and it's all planar surface level floor. He doesn't even have the camera super down low, so if there's any curvature in the floor, it'd be no difference at all. It's up high enough, and basically like he just opens the garage door and the cold air comes in, and it completely causes this miraging effect. It shows the obstruction from the bottom up because it actually it makes the bottom light, the one that's on the bottom, it actually makes it invisible. Just by letting the cold air in, it completely blocks one of the lights.
Yeah, exactly. His videos are dope. I always hear ballers just hand wave them. Because I mean he does cars, boats, everything. He shows them in real life compared to his observations. Imagine if you pulled out infrared, dude. Like imagine if you pulled out infrared and you were able to get a clear enough shot that you could actually see a difference, and there's less refractive effect, and you can see a difference. You could test it on the small and the big scale, which is what they should have already done 5 years ago.
So do you think that like these ships where we see basically just about all of the ship obstructed, that if you viewed it through infrared that you would be able to see the ship?
Yeah, you'd be able to see more of the ship. Yeah.
It'd be interesting.
Yep. That would debunk the globe for sure, because it pulls away the refractive claim of the modern globe argument, and that's really all they have. That's their last leg standing.
And it invalidates 7/6R because the radius value would now be changing for you. So that's not possible.
But what if you do this and it doesn't show any more of the ship? What does that do?
No, that'll be interesting if we have clear enough observation that show when I pull out infrared more of the object's blocked, then I have to step back and be like, wow, your refraction claim is viable. As of now, I don't think it is. It's just a made up story. You don't even have tests to show it. So, like, yeah, I would definitely consider much more validity in your claim of what's happening with refraction if I pulled out infrared and more of the objects blocked. That doesn't happen. I mean, that's why I don't believe in the globe left claim.
Can't wait to see those full moon observations with infrared.
Oh, back to the moon.
Like that Canada one that I posted a couple times, like that one is incredible because that whole ground layer, here I'll post it again, it has the actual calculations on it too. Although I have the image in high def as well, but this one's incredible. But that one does have the math on it, although it's not as high def. But basically it shows all this water ramping up with all this cityscape and then going up to the mountain. And you can see like incredible detail of all that city skyline. You can see, there's like no haze or obstruction that would block any of those layers. So it's like you're getting incredible level of clarity. Whereas I could see if there was another scenario where there's like rain clouds or there's a lot of haze and stuff, then yeah, your horizon line is going to be way before all of that. You might not even be able to see, parts of the mountains in some cases.
Is there a non-infrared photo of the same thing to compare to?
I don't have a non-infrared of this one. It's a good point. That's what we were just talking about. Like that every observation, ideally moving forward, we should be doing like P1000s and other equipment as well. But like at least with the P1000 infrared and P1000 regular.
Yeah.
Going up to that Snowden site and doing that, how awesome that'd be if we had all that right now. Like somebody went in there and went up there compared to this iPhone footage and even this iPhone one where we got quite a bit of runway out of. So there's so much more that is going to be done. It's like there's just like a wellspring of.
Yeah.
Can't wait. Can't wait.
The globe is like in the crosshairs pretty clearly, because like for example, you can see even in the creep video, right? Like you don't see the sun at the same time in the regular and in the infrared.
Right.
So
yeah, I don't know.
Well, that's what even on the ballers have been pointing that out.
Because then we could start to identify what the infrared is actually cutting out and then how that correlates with the land. And then, like you were saying too, what if like infrared, we're talking about the lasers or very bright lights or some way to have like a beacon, almost like a lighthouse over these very long distances. And that was a good point you made too. I wonder if in infrared, like what if there's a particular laser spectrum that, or even an infrared laser, but a particular spectrum as well that the infrared camera will pick up more than another. Like get the one that's going to be the most visible. And would we actually get a better detection using infrared? And there's the question of doing it at day or night if you're talking about some kind of a light, but or a laser or something. But I was just thinking, like, would the infrared allow you to pick up that beacon more accurately than the regular one? Possibly.
What I'd like to see is just a full moon on the horizon. Through infrared and through not, and on a clear day. But on a side note, I did go back and I watched through the main surveyor debate, looking for this admission of his that he threw out results for his plumb line experiment. And I listened to his whole intro, and I listened to him and Whitsitt debate that specific experiment. Then I listened a bit more when they started debating other things, and then I went through the Q&A. At no point does it say he threw out any measurements for the RZA measurements that he took.
So that's what I'm saying. You just have to like come in here and blatantly deny. So you think that everyone in here that watched it is just lying? That's your argument now?
It's not an argument. I'm telling you what I saw. If anybody
Did you
here
go
is
through the Did you go through the whole thing? Did you go through the whole thing? You got to watch the whole thing, man, before you're going to give a report on it, for real. At least watch the whole thing once. Give us a give it a one-time run through the whole thing and make sure you got it.
I skimmed through the video, so I know everyone in here is lying.
Yeah,
So
like
what do I get?
claim.
Okay, if I commit, let's see. So I've committed the last like 40 minutes off and
No.
on. But you want to know? You want to know?
Get
And what happens? What happens when I get off?
None of that matters. Do you want to do it or do you don't? That's all that matters.
Well, that's.
We don't care about your excuses or reasoning or
It's
logic.
not an excuse. What I'm pointing out is
We
he's
don't
lying.
care.
I know you
He
don't.
did. He specifically told me. Hey, did you see where he said then the R value would be way too big?
Okay, and
Did you see that part?
yes, I remember him talking about it.
Really? What's the timestamp?
You think I took notes on it as I went through?
Well, what's the
Negator,
context?
if you're gonna
Do you have
come
any
with
idea?
something, yeah. I mean, Witsit is here, and he did the debate live, and then many of us have seen it over the years. So if you're somewhat new to the content of that video, that's fine. Maybe the best thing to do is for you to watch the whole thing, maybe take notes, and then give us a presentation and actually bring your points. 'Cause it sounds like you
But
don't
he's
have
saying-
that, and you're
he's
trying to
saying he
just
saw the part,
shade
bro.
without.
Yeah, he's saying he's seen the part where
He's
he
saying he
actually
saw
admitted if they don't comport with it, then we throw it out.
No,
Yeah,
because
we
the part
have,
where he said the R value
we'd have
would be,
too big a R value.
the part where he said that wasn't related to his RZA.
It was.
No, it was not.
It was related
What was
to
my
the question of some of them get
What was
thrown
my
out.
question? Yeah, what was my question
No,
that he
it
answered
was.
that way?
It was not. It didn't have anything to do with the RZA measurements.
What was my question when he answered that back?
I don't know, but if you want
What
to
do
tell
you
me, I
do
can-
with I know what it is. What do you do with measurements that don't correlate with your coordinate system? Well, we throw them
again,
out.
if you want to give me a time stamp, I'd be willing
because
to
then we'd have too big a R value and it would be outside
Yeah,
of
literally
our,
the question
our
I asked was
coordinate
what would
system.
happen? I said, what would happen if you didn't throw those out? And he said the R value would be way too big.
And what do you remember? What portion of the debate that was in?
No, dude, you just said you saw it. You said you remember him saying that.
I did, and I went over. You guys debated his specific experiment for a long period of time. Not once did that question come up, or did he state?
Then
that he
you
threw
didn't
anything
hear
out?
him say that he'd have too big of an R value. That's all I got to say.
He explained his methodology in the beginning of the video. Then you guys debated step by step what he did through the length of the experiment. Not once did he say that.
Okay, so you're claiming you heard him say that the R value would be way too big, but you don't know what question I asked for him to say that. I'm telling you
what he said.
specifically what the question was, and then you just avoided it.
Okay, and was that during the debate regarding the
I
RZA
think you should
experiment,
go back
or
and
was it later in
rewatch
the
it,
Q&A?
bro. I
That's
think
what
you
the
should
whole
go
debate
back
was
and
about.
rewatch it.
Well, wait, that's
Yeah,
a valid question. That's a valid question. Yeah. Is it? He's saying, is it in the main debate? What's it? Is that? That's what he's
Yes.
Okay, so it's not something, not anything after or before. Yeah, it's during.
No, I did talk to him before and after. It was even worse. I didn't get to record it though.
Okay.
You know, it's funny. What's funny is that
I'll
you
go
just
do it
claimed that
again.
you saw it. You just claimed you saw him say that though.
He
So
did.
what was the question that I asked when he said that? Are you claiming it's some different context or something? So if you're going to make that claim, then what was the context? What was the question I asked where he answered that?
Yeah, what was the reference to too big of an R value?
Is that the part when you were just skimming through it? Maybe you skimmed past that part.
He definitely.
Nuh-uh. He read the A.
That was
You
the
read
party.
the-
That was the party skip past. You know how if you like go through a YouTube video and you just kind of click quick, you know, it's like those.
Yeah.
Maybe he missed that part. Totally picked up the second part.
He just so happened to click on the point where I had just asked the question.
Yeah. Listen, in his defense, he read the title of the video. He is qualified to talk on this video.
Yeah, and he watched at least a second of it.
He's got the
I just
link.
think it's funny, man. It's funny, man, because like I don't even know what he's saying. Like what that was the whole debate was about his measurements and how he claims they prove the Earth's a globe. That's what the whole debate was about.
Your timing is uncanny when I talk about you, bro. I don't like to talk about people when they're not around, but if I even mention him and he's not around, he just comes back in and starts talking. I'm like, yeah. Oh wait, he's still there. What'd you have for dinner?
And like, wait, this is the point. If you went there to find that and you say you heard it, then you would have hyper focused on that point. You know, you would have been like, okay, this is what they're talking about. Let's see what it is. What the? I
Bro,
don't even get it.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm of the impression he didn't watch it.
I think he watched through it, but he never saw where he said the R value thing. I think that's where he kind of fibbed.
That's like this argument the Globers use. I read an article once that said you're full of shit about what you're talking about. Can you refute that article?
Well,
But I'm
yeah,
not
it's
gonna.
like whenever
I'm not gonna cite it.
it's whenever Ed was asking me for like flat Earth measurements. I'm like, well, plane surveying like treats the Earth as if it's flat, and that's how we make the measurement. And he said, no, they don't. Source that. I sourced it where it literally says that
That
plane
dude doesn't
surveying
know
is
anything
done.
about surveys.
It literally says word for word, plane surveying is done as if the Earth are treating the Earth as if it's flat. And then he said, it says the Earth's a globe in this article.
Classic. Well, dude, I was mentioning earlier, did you hear when I was saying that the thing about this like reciprocal zenith angle claim, they're basically using planar surveying equipment within planar surveying distances. However, they're trying to claim they're measuring the shape of the Earth, which is actually a geodetic surveying type of thing, which they don't even do this in geodetic surveying. So
yeah, absolutely.
This is literally just planar surveying that is being like altered to be claimed to be measuring the shape of the Earth. Because in planar surveying, they always say we treat the Earth as flat. It's absolutely planar, stationary. Like planar surveying does not use any curvature of Earth. It's absolutely treated with horizontal, level, verticals, plumb lines, etc.
Exactly.
And they're doing this thing over 400 yards, reciprocal zenith angles, pointing two devices at each other, theodolites at each other, and then just claiming that they're now measuring the shape of the Earth within planar surveying.
Yeah,
this is not a planar surveying. They're not planar surveying.
It is. It shows deviations of elevation. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
no, they're actually measuring the deviation from plumb on the zenith angle. That's all they're doing.
And that would show a deviation in elevation.
Left lane, they're pointing to they're pointing two horizontals at each other. The vertical is just what the equipment reads that claims that that's the vertical. The actual thing that they're lining up, it's sort of like the idea of taking a globe and you have two, let's say lasers on either side, and then they're both pointing and they're both shooting off into space. That's essentially what they're trying to claim. But this is within planar surveying dimensions with planar surveying equipment. That's the problem.
Well, I mean, but the claim is that the plumbs are not parallel, and this is a measurement to determine that. That's all it is.
Well, they wouldn't be with varying topography.
To even do the geodetic survey in the first place, right? They use a distance, and they use the plane survey to get the distance. Why can't we just go use geodetic survey to map out all these distances and make the maps?
Yeah, I know that's all measurements and calculations at that point.
I know I'm just jumping back in.
Cosine, and tangent. What do you know about it?
I found the spot in the interview where the main surveyor says the R value would be too large.
Was it in response to a question that I said, what would happen if you didn't throw those out?
No, it was not.
Timestamp
29:55. What the main surveyor
just timestamp it and send it to me.
29:55. Okay. I'll do it just
it's
for you.
only a couple
It's actually
clicks.
a little,
Christ,
actually a little bit earlier than 25:55.
I mean, take a sip of your Budweiser in a minute, or Bud Light, which you drink. I really don't care, though. It's
Cool,
just
man.
a joke.
What you guys are going through your initial debate, and you're challenging him about some of the measurements that he made, and he brought up the lighthouse, right? And then you asked him what the measurements were the following day, and then implied that he should take measurements more and more days. And he said, well, basically said I didn't do that. And you asked, well, wouldn't you get different results and why? And he said, yeah, because of refraction. And that it can cause the R value to be too big.
That's not what I'm...
Okay. I mean, you can go look at it.
I will, yeah.
Okay. And what I'm getting at...
specifically asked him, what would happen if you didn't throw them out? And he said, well, the R value would be way too big. It's literally a point of the debate where I press him on the fact that he's saying unless they're too far out or outliers or however you worded. And I said, so wait, what would happen if you didn't throw those out? It was like a genuinely curious question, right? And he responded by explaining that the R value would be too big.
Hang on.
And then I laughed.
Okay. I mean, I can look some more, but so far, because at no point in any of your discussion about his measurements did he say that. The only time I've heard make the radius value too large is at this point. But for the sake of you in this conversation and being honest, I'll go back and look. Okay.
Okay. Well, whoever finds it, we need to clip it out because this happens all the time. And it's really annoying.
Yeah, it'd be cool to
It's
if someone who's good at making GIFs and little clips. That
all
would
right.
be good.
It's an hour and 19 minutes. When I get parked, I'm going to put it on 1.5 speed, and I'm going to watch the whole thing, see what happens.
Cool. Nice.
Yeah, just let me know what the timestamp is, and I'll clip it for you, dog.
Nice. I still remember this because my presentation was in the form of tabs on a browser, and I basically
Oh yeah, well, I mean, we all
timed
watched it, bro.
Geodex.
Like I remember it all happening exactly that way because I was like, no way it works this way. Like, how do these people believe in this shit? And then he's like, no, it does. And then he's like, but then check out this book that also says the same thing that you're saying. And I was like, all right, well, I mean, I guess they just can't see it.
Yeah. I've actually had a lot of people tell me that survey, that debate woke them up, like to at least look into flat Earth further.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, that was a really good one because they fall back on that stuff super hard. Like that's their go-to, you know. And then, like Gio was saying, it's literally planar instruments, you know, and then they're just attributing like fractions of arc seconds of curvature to it. Cool.
Yeah. This is the person that's supposedly professionally measuring a globe, right? Like this is like the heart of the issue. If someone claims that they measure the Earth's a globe, that's the whole debate. So when people watch it and they see the guy doing it say that he has to cook the books, they're like, wait a minute, why is this flat earther able to press this geodetic surveyor so efficiently? So, yeah. And like I admittedly didn't know all the specifics that he does. All right, so really the debate was me just asking critical questions.
Yeah, and it's cool that he, you know, gave those responses and was honest about it. If you don't get that, then, you know, it makes it a lot harder to find out what's actually going on.
Yeah, I bet he got a lot of flack for that. I think that's maybe why he disappeared. It's like the anti-flat earthers messaged him and said, "Rule 1 of anti-flat Earth Club: never tell the truth." No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, dude, the first rule of Spherical Assumption Club: never talk about the assumption.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no assumption was made.
So, do y'all
It's
think
like
if you went out and did this observation that you would actually get spherical excess or greater than 180 degrees? Or what do you think would happen?
I think we would definitely get some measurements that would look like they're greater than 180 degrees. Yeah. And it would fluctuate all over the place. You know, I was to take the data raw and then apply an average, like an actual raw average to it, that it would get nowhere close to matching the globe. I mean, he said he only got within 85% accuracy applying that refraction. He applied a ton of refraction and then drew a lot out and weighted it.
Is that if we don't throw any out? If we don't throw out any measurements and we just come with a mean and no errors, we just approximate every measurement we take. Is that what he's saying?
No, more like just say you take all your measurements, you write them down, and then you like just take an average of all of them.
Yeah, all of them.
But they don't do that.
Except in the ones that comport. I know they don't. But listen, you're either going to be below or above because they fluctuate. Yep. That's why they throw out anything that vastly disagrees, because this is the thinking. We know it's a globe, so it can't be that low. Yep. We know it's a globe, and we know the radius, so it can't be that high. It has to fit within our mean level, and that's actually true in survey. And if it doesn't, yes, that's what I was going to say. If it doesn't, I have to choose through 7 to 13 things of what I'm going to call an error based on. I can just throw refraction on all of them and be done with my work and get paid.
Yeah, and that's crazy because what are they really doing whenever they're like? I mean, I feel like that is what they're doing, though, right? Like when they claim error, they're not just gonna be like. I mean, I guess they could just say like they messed up or it was instrumental error or something. I don't know, but
Well, mathematical error, right? What? So that means it doesn't equate. So if it doesn't equate, it doesn't equate with what?
Yeah, exactly. That's how you get the window.
Our known coordinate system. And yes, and then what you're going to call a window, I'm going to say, is tolerances. So it meets within these tolerances. All things that meet within that tolerance is not a fault or an error, unless everything mean together is too low or too high. Then we're going to go through it again until we get numbers that put us at a mean within the mean.
Yep. To at least around 85%, ideally at least 90%.
Yeah, and that
what
would
are the
mean
percent of what? 90% of what?
90% nominal of the tolerances.
Yeah, like he's saying, like he's trying to get within 90%
almost in the
of the R value.
middle. So it's almost in the middle of what we say the R value is.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to then take out, like, say, WGS 84. He brought up another one, India, NDS,
the North American, North American datum. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
sorry, I downloaded the transcript from the debate.
The transcript.
Look at. Yeah,
I've been searching through it.
You can get a transcript.
Are you gonna get it translated into several languages as well?
What is it like? Is it
so
closed
much work?
caption?
You could have just watched it, for Christ's sake. Well, you could have watched it twice by now.
Is it closed caption?
Because I've watched the parts where they'd be talking about what he did, and I don't see it in there. So the next thing to do is then search the transcript for keywords.
Bro,
no,
you want to just watch the whole debate?
That's
I tell you
funny.
guys what. Can one of you watch it with me then? I'm committing time to it. We'll
you buying popcorn?
Why does it matter? They already know what it says, Negator. Why is it like
because it's not what it says.
Hold on now.
I saw it live when it happened.
Hold on, I haven't had a date in a minute. You paying? What's up?
Anywho, I'm searching for all the keywords that he's been referencing.
Okay, look. Okay, read off out loud whenever he says radius or R value. Or he might just said R.
Well, if I search for R, I'm going to get quite a large number.
Negator, you're doing it like an AI. You're basically getting like a transcript, and then you're like trying to pull words, and then look close to those words for other trigger words, and then you want the Negator GPT to pump you out a result.
What's funny is, regardless if he even said it or not, it would make the radius value too big. So why does it matter if he said it?
Well, the claim though is that the main surveyor says that he threw out readings that would skew his results.
Yes,
and
it didn't fit into the radius value. That didn't fit with the radius value assumption of 7/6R.
So now it's in question. So it's in question. Did he actually say that or not?
I think this is how the trick is done, Howard. This is how the trick is done, dude. We've been dissecting it for years. They do it in. The whole arc of the parallel thing is this. Just on
the truth
scale.
is
Same thing. Same trick. Same parlor trick, essentially.
Yeah, the truth is surveyors are restricted by a datum. You guys love to point that out, and anything that doesn't correlate with the datum is an error. Whether you accept it or not, I really don't give a
So are your benchmarks incorrect?
Left lane, answer this.
That's not what I said.
Left lane, think about this. Where do you think they're
listen, hold up. I want to point this out. It's only a benchmark once you've logged it.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah,
that would be your. So if you were going to reference that, that would be your datum to reference.
Yeah, but left lane, think about this.
No,
if
the
you
datum
go out
would
and
be the North American datum or the GSW84, and the benchmark would be one that you accepted, not being a fault, not being an error, and you logged. Then it would be a benchmark. It's not a benchmark until you log it. If you don't log it, it's not a benchmark.
If you're doing a geodetic survey, you're trying to go out and measure the Earth that you assume to be a sphere and see how accurately you can make measurements. Okay? So in order to determine the accurately part, you have to have something to compare it to determine how accurate it is. In geodetic surveying, what you compare to determine accuracy is the spherical model.
It has nothing to do with taking the measurements first, if there's anything that is.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude! If you take a bunch of reciprocal zenith angles and then you want to see how accurate they are once you get your average, what are you going to compare that to see how accurate it is?
Well, I mean, like if I had two datum points, if I had two benchmarks at some great distance that were at equal elevation, I would expect that datum to be horizontal to my position as well. But on a spherical Earth, I would expect it to be below my horizontal off in the
So
distance.
you guys always do this. You never want to get. You just want to make the broad claim. Like it should
He
be
didn't
perfectly
even address
parallel.
what you said.
I know, dude, because it's
And
obvious.
the other guy said it doesn't apply to your measurements, but it does when your measurements have to meet the tolerance of this datum, or you don't log them and they're not a benchmark. You redo them.
Like he admitted this openly, though. He wasn't being disingenuous in the
The only
debate.
thing
So,
apparent
like,
here is that you two have no experience in survey.
I literally asked
I've got
him,
a little
like, what
bit.
do you? I said, how do you determine the accuracy? He said something like 85%.
What
Within the
grading in the
prediction
laser level?
Yeah, I said, what was that? You know, like what are you using to determine how accurate it is? And he said like the NGSA model or something, whatever it's called, which is a spherical Earth model.
Yes, but
NAD.
there's nothing to do with the calculations, which is what
It's
it
a North
sounded like.
American datum.
No, what he's doing is he's going and getting the measurements, and he's trying to get a final product to compare to the R value of the model, right? And he's trying to get within at least 85% accuracy. He said that there is a tolerance, and you throw them out. If they're way outside of that, you just throw them out. I said, what would happen if you didn't throw them out? And what led into that, seemingly, because I can not really remember, it's been like 3 years, was like, wait, it would change day to day, though. I'm like, it changes all the time, right? He's like, yeah. I'm like, okay. And then that leads into the conversation where he says, if he didn't throw him out, he would get way too big of an R value.
I think you're remembering a different conversation.
No,
I'm searching for all of these terms.
Actually, I just paused it on that point, and I can back it up a little and timestamp it if you want.
Yeah, that's all.
I
It's
would.
all yeah, it's all jogging my memory. It's accurate the way he's.
The problem, though.
I remember when I was watching it. I remember, that like for him, like he's kind of his side of what he's asserting, and I remember like once that was revealed, it and I'm not trying to be kind of critical in any way, but it was like it was revealed the trick he was doing essentially. So it was kind of this thing of like, oh wow, that it's been, and it was almost kind of this letdown for. And I just remember when I watching it, just in a sense, like for his side, not that I personally felt that way, but just sort of like he was doing his thing, and then it was like, oh, so the whole thing is based upon, an initial assumption, throwing out values that don't fit that assumption, and then plugging it into the affirming the consequent, begging the question fallacy model.
Exactly, like the
Except
Glover
what the
side
claim
deflated.
is that he threw out observations he made while doing measurements.
Right after
That's
he
the
said,
specific claim.
State your claim. And
They don't fit the 7/6R.
Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready, Negator?
Do it.
He would throw it out 29:50, right? 29
Yes,
minutes 50
that's
seconds.
what I
right?
said to you like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have anything to do with the topic because we're talking about the measurements he took during the REZA analysis.
What's he throwing out?
Come on, Shane.
What's he throwing out? What is he throwing out?
I don't know. Ask Shane.
I'll tell you.
Shane's got it. What's he say, Shane?
We need the Jeopardy music.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun,
Like,
dun,
why can't another ball? What else would he be saying he's throwing out?
Here, for later reference, which is the datums are the NAD 83 and the WGS 84.
There you go. Yeah, it's the N one. What was it? ND what?
NAD 83, that's a North American datum 1983, and the World Geodetic Survey 84, 1984.
Okay, there you go. I've been saying that wrong for 3 years.
People do. It's just
So
and
so
then,
I just don't care.
did we find the portion where he says he threw out measurements during his RZA analysis? Have we found that yet?
What else would he be throwing out? That was the whole context of the conversation.
No, I told you earlier.
really, I'm
that
beyond
what
that, man.
Shane actually
I
just
think we
referenced,
should
and it
just
looks like
walk
Shane
around
is
that and
listening to it right
continue the
now,
conversation
is
we're having.
the measurement of the lighthouse, which is exactly what I told you earlier. What's it?
Measurements of the lighthouse.
Yeah, well, and not even that. What he said, the term "throw out" isn't in there. He said the R value would be too big if, or rather, based on additional refraction. That's all.
What was the question? What was the question that he answered to say that?
He was taking measurements to a lighthouse in the distance,
And then I
you
asked him
asked
what?
him. You asked him, well,
Does
what did the
it
next day's
change?
measurements reflect?
Yeah.
And he said, well, I didn't do it.
He said it does change.
And you asked him
But
if it changed, and he said yes. And then you guys
I
said it
just
was refraction.
timestamp that and send it.
Yeah.
It's in the,
And then what? Wait. He said yes, and then what I said.
He said that the R value would be too big if you with those refraction
Yep.
measurements or refraction.
We already covered this one. We already covered
I
this
already
yeah,
told
I
you.
know. That's why I said we should have just moved on. Well, Negator was gone. We gracefully moved on, and we were having a civil fucking
But-
conversation.
but
I thought actually these guys are actually all right.
Well, dude,
No, the thing is, though, the
he
claim
came back-
was that the main surveyor threw out observations in his reciprocal zenith angle observation. That's the claim.
Yeah, I know.
I just opened it up and came exactly to that part, which is why I was like, "Oh, it's right here," because you spent like 40 minutes algorithmically like translating it to a thing that you could keyword search in a database instead of watching the thing. And I'm like, "Oh my god, I found it in 14 seconds."
Probably because you subconsciously heard me
Oh,
say
it's
it
way
like 10 minutes
it's
ago.
way in the beginning.
That's exactly. I said 29:55 was what I said when I came.
I
in the
didn't
chat.
hear any of that because I don't even remember it happened. Therefore, I'm right.
Did you timestamp? Yours just starts at the damn beginning of it, Shane.
No, I didn't timestamp the thing. Sorry.
Well, son of a bitch.
Here. No,
Well, see, we need to understand the validity of his RZA observation. Did he throw out measurements in
Well, if he
calculating
didn't,
the reciprocal zenith
listen,
angles?
if he didn't, he's not a licensed surveyor. Because he would start with a datum, that would be his reference point. Anything that didn't comport with intolerances would be considered an error.
So you say he's got to throw them out then, but did he throw them out?
I'd
Did he
say
say
if-
he threw them out?
I'm saying that it's done every day in survey. It has to comport with the datum.
To make it work or what?
Yeah, and for your
you
state,
don't, it would be
county,
too
and
big.
township. Listen, so you want to build highways for a state, right? They say you live on a map. They give you a datum. It's got to be perfectly here on the spherical coordinates. Are you gonna give them measurements that say no, we're way over here to the right on your sphere? But fuck it, that's how it measured. No, you're gonna tell me, yeah, I paved that roadway right where you fucking said to. Right there. There's your numbers. I'll make the shit work if I got to. Or actually, the guys I pay for, because I pay some young college kids right now. It's a lot easier. When I first started this shit and I did state highways, I was the only one with a degree, and I was a greedy bastard trying to build a company, so I did it myself. Now, these college kids, they can do it with their pencils. It doesn't matter. They're like, we got it, Mike. We're getting that bonus this year. And I'm serious because I'm a money sharing motherfucker. If you make the company money, there isn't a reason in hell I can see that you shouldn't share in that profit. Extra money. Like if we project a job and this is how much we're going to make, but because of you, we made an extra 300,000. You're goddamn right. I'm giving you a bonus check.
So does this hyperbolic vision? Do y'all take that into consideration in any of the work that you do?
The only thing we take into consideration in what I do is making measurements comport with the datum we're building in. You got to understand it. Whether or not it's real, I don't know, but this is what's got to be done to get paid. But you do have a tolerance, and if your measurements, I don't care. Most of you guys don't even know what we're measuring. You never even reference that it's an intersection angle of two lines of sight. You never even reference that. You just say we measure angles. Well, what kind of angle? An intersection angle.
Oops. Negator.
Mm-hmm. Still waiting,
Ruthie. Trying to pick up the conversation. I've just looked at the modern day debate, and main surveyor says he got a radius way too large. Doesn't he mean then he's kind of using, he's kind of saying if you ignore refraction, you get a larger radius, right? That's all he's saying.
Well, yeah, he's saying if you calculate it with refraction, I think you get a bigger one. But like, it's not a very specific conversation.
Yeah, he said refraction is a thing, and then like halfway through a sentence, and then says you get a bigger radius, like a way too big radius.
After which it said, well, what if it changes? He said, then I'll get a bigger R value.
No, I don't think that's what he was responding to.
And then which it said, I just listened to it, and then which it said, how can you claim it to be definitive when it changes hour to hour? And he said, well, you haven't refuted it. And he said, well, I'm not going to even attempt to refute a claim that you haven't established.
So I linked the transcript. But anywho, it's
I
just
bet
one more.
you do. You can read it word for word. That's cool.
Yeah, but it's just another claim by Austin that's completely unsubstantiated.
Well, yeah, that it doesn't address the point, though. Surveyors do throw them out when they don't comport to their survey. If you were experienced in survey, you'd know that. It has to be within tolerances, or there would be no need for the reference of a American datum or a geodetic datum. Why reference that shit? Any measurement's cool. It's going to show a globe. If what you're saying is true, all intersection angles show a globe. There's no need for a North American datum.
By the way, was he a geodetic surveyor? Is that his official?
No, he was a grunt. He's not even a civil engineer, but he's working towards that. So it's like journeyman. You start out when you're a journeyman, you walk around with my leveling rod.
So
are you sure about that?
Yeah, I am. He's not.
I understand he's a career geodetic surveyor. That's what I understood.
Yeah, so he's using, because it sounds like everything he's doing are these geodetic type calculations with the WGS84 and all these datums. So he's just, but he's using planar surveying methods to then try to use his geodetic surveying calculations to try to claim this.
Listen, bro, if he did survey for a living, he wouldn't want anybody to be able to question his work. So we would have started with the calibration of his equipment, his certification thereof, and then the system check you go through to make sure that certification's valid. Nothing got bumped while you were transporting it to the job site. He didn't. So that shows out he's not a professional. Period.
We eagerly await any flat earther.
I know you do, because you're seeing on one guy that did something else.
No,
and you think that non-professional guy, listen, you break it down to, can we measure an angle? Yes, but is it going to be accurate? That's debatable.
All right. Like I said, we've been going on 10 years, not a single flat earther has stepped up.
It has. That's because it's not worthy of refutation. It doesn't establish anything. What should I refute?
You can hand wave it if you'd like, I guess.
I didn't hand wave it. I was real specific about it. But you're leaving out all the circumstance to just say hand wave. Like the 10 years you just mentioned.
You're drunk, dude. It's okay.
I'm drunk.
I mean, you're claiming that he's a grunt.
No, hold on.
He's
Shut
not
up, bro.
a licensed surveyor.
Shut up.
No, don't tell me to shut the fuck
I'm
up.
not
You
drunk.
shut up.
I just do. What are you going to do about it? I'm not drunk. I don't drink.
You smoking or just like belligerent?
If you had
a dude, you're getting muted if you're just going to try to start.
If you had a point, you wouldn't be doing that. I'm just not. You two don't emotionally bother me at all. Neither one of you.
All right,
This left lane can't speak without stressing his voice. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Did you blow a nut out or something?
What do you mean stressing my voice? How am I stressing my voice? Yeah, when people tell me to shut up, when grown men tell
shut
me, a
up.
grown man, to shut up, I stress
Shut
my
the
voice.
fuck up.
Yeah, there you go.
Listen,
Geo,
you do it
I
constantly,
mean,
dude.
is this the way we're going to do it?
Listen, you started the shit.
Yeah, I guess
Don't
I'll just
cry
mute.
now.
How about we'll just mute all you guys and let the room breathe a little bit. I mean, we got to do something to move forward here.
All right. Let's go.
Well, I mean,
Maybe
I'll unmute them all, but I mean, if you guys are just gonna overtalk and fight and stuff, it's not productive. So yeah, Ruhif, bring something up. Come on, let's just get onto something new.
Oh, my bad. Weird.
Oh, Witset's going to make a prediction for the anger war measure. He'll either make a prediction or a bunch of excuses.
Yeah, no.
Who
So
wants to
this
take
is
that?
the same thing basically as the whole. It's basically very similar to the claim of the reciprocal zenith angles and this main surveyor. This whole thing, it's very similar. You're just going up on a mountain. You're claiming that you're measuring below horizontal, and then you're claiming Earth is globe because of that. And it's all the same. But what you're doing a much further distance as well.
Right, geometry. Geometry to determine the shape of something. Novel concept, I know. But let's do some geometry. Anyone?
I mean, you've done this so many times. We've already been on this topic. I mean, if we could get some other conversation going as well, I guess it's up to the room what you guys want to do.
How many predictions did I get? Did I get 0 predictions?
I'd almost rather hear Negata argue, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I'm with Shane here. If I get a vote, if not, I'll just shut up.
Wait, what did Shane say? I didn't hear.
So I'd almost rather hear Negator and Mike argue. That's how bad I don't want to hear Ruh's presentation.
Ruhif pulls the graphs out. We're gonna have to pull the hook out and hook them up.
Jeez, you love the graphs. I know you do.
What are those hooks they use in Hollywood? Or they got you put the hook,
Oh yeah,
grab the guy off the stage.
The stage hook. Yeah.
Oh.
Let's just bring it up if I get a prediction.
Let's just randomly engage with other people and see if we can't spark a conversation. Hey, Alan, what are you doing? What's going on, man?
Yo, what up, G? Oh, it's just grinding, while listening to the boys wobble over, fake surveying measurements. Preconceived notions.
It is interesting what Gio said, that like you're not really like taking measurements and making predictions and then comparing them to reality. You're taking measurements, making predictions, and comparing them to your previous predictions that presuppose the Earth is a ball. Almost in every aspect of spherical excess, measurements, reciprocal zenith angles, anything optical that's comparing it to a geoidal longitude lat system at the end of it is just presupposing the ball from the beginning, no?
Yeah, man, it's crazy, dog.
Well put.
Yep.
Or you just take your measurements and see what you get.
Yeah, and see how that goes. As Mike eloquently
What are we
explained,
measuring?
Why would you compare it? If everything just derives back to the globe.
Hey, yeah, you would. That's the thing. You wouldn't get that result, Howard. So if you have he's like 400 yards pointing a theodolite at another theodolite. That's the whole point of planar surveying, is that you can get very, very accurate measurements at those distances. So if he did it correctly and didn't throw things out, he would be measuring a planar surface. That's how they level out parking lots and warehouse floors. And so to claim that he's getting this deviation from that close of a distance, he's only doing that because he's throwing out the values that don't fit with the calculated radius values. He's basically using geodetic techniques at a very close range, and then trying to claim that it's doing something it's not doing.
He made a claim that he throws out values that don't align with the radius value. Can you back that up?
Rue, I can draw straight lines that parallel the Earth. You're just claiming they're both curving. You're claiming they're both curving. Admittedly, I'm paralleling the surface, correct?
You're talking about lasers, right? And we're talking about angle
or
measurements.
The sun, or anything else, or line of sight. But admittedly, I am paralleling the surface, right? It's not going wildly in any direction. It's It's like
Well,
straight
not
across.
wildly.
There they are. There they are. Right there they are.
Not
Right.
wildly.
So
It's not like it's
your
15
assumption,
degrees.
but your assumption is because of the curvature of the Earth, my light must be bending. But I don't think you've proved the conditions warrant that. Jesse hasn't either.
There is
And
always,
when I change it, no, don't say that,
light bending.
because when I go somewhere else and it ain't 100 degrees, it's now 20 degrees. It isn't the same fucking thing, man. And when I'm
There's
over ice
always
instead
light
of over
bending.
land or over water, it isn't the same. You can't do this to me in all rationale. You got to admit I'm paralleling the Earth. You got to admit that you got to come up with the reasons why it just happens to come out at 8 inches per mile squared when the light beam should be straight.
Okay, you said it was 100 degrees in one place and then 20 degrees in some other place. They could have the same light bending because it's the gradient that matters, not the absolute temperature.
But
Ambient
the gradient isn't the
conditions.
only factor. It's not the only factor. You got humidity and heat.
Ambient conditions.
You really let me down, Ruif. You let me down. If you won't admit,
Yeah, me
I'm
too,
paralleling
Ruif.
the Earth.
Sorry, Shane.
I mean,
Love you.
over and over again, I could keep bringing up examples of examples, and you could see it straight across. You know I'm paralleling the surface. You're just claiming they're both curving. Jesse says, hey, from that angle, you'd never notice the difference. I get what you guys are saying.
Can
But-
Ruhif redeem himself?
In short, we're not impressed. You're going to have to do better. Give us
Well,
a
he's not
chart.
as bad as Demon Stride, so I guess there's that.
Demon's good.
I
No,
just
he
think I got
was.
enough examples. I got enough examples.
I'm just going to
Different
post random
distances.
memes.
You don't know what memes are. These are infographics, dude. I keep trying to explain this to you. Jeez. I gotta make you a meme to have you understand properly. Hold on.
Yeah, make a meme to explain the graphic.
Globe's dead.
Okay.
Make a meme. Make a meme that shows what a meme is.
or more accurately, what a meme is not.
Meme a meme. Make a meme of a meme.
I'm gonna meme an anti-meme. Ruhif just calls a meme to spite me personally. That's my reasoning.
I'm gonna start asking for his graph if you don't quit picking on him, guys.
Dude, I can draw his graph from memory. Hold on. Give me a crayon.
Come on, Rupees. He's civil. At least he's civil. I like him.
Sometimes.
Well, hey,
Unless
we all-
Witsit's around, and then he
Yes.
evolves, evolves
fuck.
into like this angry high school girl in a spat or something. Weird. Not
yeah.
just him; it's all of them. It's so weird to watch.
He's over there telling his Glober friends at Gem's like, yeah, Gio's all right, Mike's all right, St. Pierre's okay, but that fucking Witsit guy, fuck him.
Fucking jackass.
That
Oh,
fucker.
Sorry, Dean.
He's a right proper
Stop
son
swearing
of
in
a-
front of your kids.
I like that meme, Richie.
just
What
kidding.
that mean?
Oh, I got no kids tonight, man. I'm good.
That was one of Banjo's flights from the World Cup soccer or something. Back to Buenos Aires, went via Rome for some reason.
Oh,
Shout out to Banjo. He's done some great work.
Really?
so the white lines are actually shorter than the red line, but they look longer there.
Yeah. Substantially. 2.5 hours faster to go this supposedly longer route. What is that?
That's interesting.
Very interesting. Got another one here as well.
I don't know. Are those 4 points at intersection? Are those
Are you
transfers?
measuring
That
southern
layover
point to
time?
southern point distances again using the sphered and skewed longitudinal system as displayed there? You wouldn't be doing that again, right?
Which red flight? Which red flight are you talking
It's
about?
probably one of
Blaine?
5 things, so it may be one. It's
refraction.
Just pisses me off. I mean, you look at this fucking picture and it's like, Ruhif, is there really 30 feet of obstruction visible here?
Oh, he's fucking mad, man. I can hear it in his voice.
He's just disappointed, Mike. He's not mad.
I literally gave Glenn the freaking flight numbers.
That is disdain, brother. I know it when I hear it.
I'm looking at day, I'm looking at night, I'm looking at different light sources, I'm going to different distances. Then fucking asswipe fucking changes the metabunk calculator, says we can't do water, so we go do 27 miles here. There's a land strip in between. We go all the way out to the fucking salt flats, and it's just no one is gathering this. This like line of sight is line of sight. You'd have to prove that everything everybody ever sees is like not dealing. In other words, your refraction is completely different than the
Hey, Smurf.
logical assumption of the curvature of the Earth. Your refraction means it's an optical
Hey
illusion.
there, buddy.
Fuck that.
Talking right to
My images are curving to me. Light's curving to me.
The
That's
whole
it.
coastline's curving. Everything's gonna, it's
But
just.
we're gonna calculate this shit with some linear math. Hold on, bro.
Oh, and an average. Oh, it's standard refraction, of course, because we don't know a number, so we're just going to throw something in.
To infinity.
Claiming a gradient, which is really going to mess it up, as if there's no such thing as an average across the 10 miles on a normal
See,
day.
works with the globe, man. It's like we predicted.
Interesting.
I mean, Nat Geo lies here, PBS lies here.
I'd say you're smoking better weed than me.
Dan, when's the next Flatlanders coming out?
She's finishing it up. She's going to blow them all for free. Blow them all out. Stop charging for them. Put them on Rockfin at least. And
wait, what? Who's blowing
What?
who?
Yeah. Is that the wrong answer?
Did he say free? I'd say, listen, nothing you ever get in life free is the quality of what you want.
I do have some relative cool news.
Pay for it and get better quality.
It's kind of hush hush. I'd have to tell you in private.
Shane, what are you doing, buddy?
No, listening to Dan speak.
Alan, how are you?
All right. Chilling, bro.
Yeah. Good day, good day.
Is it a good day for the living on of relativity, or do people resurrect the corpse to beat it one more time?
You know what? Somebody dug it up earlier, and then they just reburied it again. It was really weird. Like they moved the tombstone and everything. I think they were just checking to see if like the corpse was still there, and it was.
Yep, still there.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was cool to see. That
Let me
people
look
are still
around and
super
see if
into
there's
it.
any tracks. People.
All
been
your
walking around
interferometry
here.
are belong to us, Alan.
Yeah, man. I just gotta follow up on one more thing, and then like I'm gonna go to battle. So,
Interferometry battle.
yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and cop them all.
Nice.
I mean, you
I'll
can't
show
have a
you,
good. You can't have a good day. There's always a
Some
gradient.
shit later. This fucking-
It fluctuates, bro. Yeah. I spent my day on Lake Michigan. I thought the whole day was straight. Big lake, plenty of water. You just bring food. Nice.
I mean,
Yeah, it does seem like there's a lot more work that could be done with an interferometer. I'd be interested to hear more about what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Did you do another presentation or have one ready, or are you just gonna like wing it?
The funny thing is, we still
Nah,
don't know what.
still working on it.
light
I
is.
sidebarred it for a minute because I came across something that I need to further look into, and then once I get that, like it's pretty much GG. Like there's no going back. It's basically just like kind of similar to all the stuff that Witsit talks about, like with the Mickelson Morley and the Dayton Miller and Maurice Elias and all that, and just kind of tying it all together because like they try and act like without the revolution speed detection, they can just cop the sidereal rotation and act like that's all good.
That is the kind of what they did. They went, "Oh, we
Like,
don't need
yeah.
them both." Or
Like,
no,
yeah,
it's-
nah.
you
Like-
explicitly need them both or nothing.
Yeah,
Nah,
like,
we'll
we're
just
just
take
gonna-
half. But it's
Yeah,
only
we're
one.
just- We're gonna go ahead and take them all back.
When does the
That other one, we'll just throw a little Lorentz retraction,
Dude,
Lorentz
dude,
retraction band-aid on it. We'll
Yep.
make it confusing and weird, and not actually linked to anything in reality, but we'll assert it with the rest of our agenda, and it'll go over.
Fucking nailed it. And it did, just like that. Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, I'm just gonna tie it all together, and then I just recently heard like one of their quote unquote best refutations, so I'm just figuring that out. And once I get that, for your boy the Sanyak effect, be good to go.
Procession.
Right. Nice. This is like the year of body bagging the globe, huh?
Yeah, dude, it's actually insane. Like, it's crazy. Just like every week, it's just like something else, dude. Like
Does
you
seem
realize,
that way.
like I don't think you guys realize what Witsit did to atomic clocks. Like fully explaining how they work. Like, there's no the fact that they go out of sync naturally. Just like bye. Time dilation. Who? It never met her, dog. They literally constantly correct it. Like, hey, thanks for playing.
Cesium
As
has
they
a
say.
natural oscillation and frequency, which
Dude.
they custom tamper with to match their predictions. And
Dude.
wouldn't you know it, when it doesn't, guess what they do? They throw it out, and off we go with perfectly synced cesium.
Dude, I
way.
used Witz's explanation in an argument, and the guy was like, "But wait, that's not." And then he started realizing that he didn't actually know either, you know. And then like it was great.
Dude,
So we got to learn that time dilation isn't real together.
Dude, as far as I knew, nobody knew the intricate details of how
No.
cesium clocks work. That Witsit went over, dude. We all had our mouth
No.
open, like, what the fuck is he talking about? Holy shit! Oh, is that what it is?
No.
Oh my
No.
god!
Well, and you know what's crazy, dog, is the guy that made him, Lewis Essen, when he retired, he went back and like looked at relativity theory, and this is before they even used the clock to do time dilation experiments. He was like, you know, he saw like a logical inconsistency with the time dilation twin paradox, and he was like, anything like derived from this, even if you did measure something and calculated and did an experiment, it wouldn't have any physical meaning because what this was derived from is retarded, like basically. And he completely turned on relativity theory. He taught it, and like, you know, was a big relativist.
For
and
an
then after he
atomic clock.
retired, yeah, he looked into it and then saw that it was like super
It's based
retarded,
on the
like foundationally.
lifetime of.
Yeah, so that's inspiring, right? Someone found the
Yeah,
evidence that you just put forth, and they went, "Oh, I rethink everything that I've ever thought in my life. Let me go against my core foundational beliefs." I like it.
Yeah, and
It's
then
promising.
so when you bring that up to people that talk about atomic clocks, they're like, "No, well, Lewis Essen didn't know. He went crazy. He was a hack." Sometimes people are brilliant geniuses, and then they turn against Einstein so they can feel special. It's like no, it's like, or they know that it's fucking manufacturing the conditions that they're gonna use to lie about how they're gonna measure time dilation. Like I don't know, one of the two.
Dude, he figured out it was all bullshit, went against it, and they just, nah, he went crazy. Yeah, no, he figured out the truth.
Yeah,
That's where we're at. It's a similar pattern. It's amazing.
Every time, bro. Every time. He was a former genius until he decided he was smarter than time dilation.
Dude,
Until he
imagine
stopped
telling
believing in Lorentz contraction. It's like, all right, man.
Imagine telling us that time dilation is real, that it proves something called special relativity, and that we detect it with these awesomely complicated things called cesium atomic clocks, and then not explain what any of those things are. I mean, man, that's where the globe was last year. All those things proved the globe, right?
Yeah, we know that special relativity is the best model of what we have, and it was predicted by the.
I know
All
it's the
right.
most precise clock on Earth, but I don't know why. I don't even know how it works, but it proves the
Dude, you
globe.
should.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and you guys wonder why after 7 years, Mike was like, I think I'll just get high and play chess today.
But they program it into the GPS, so it has to be real with the satellites. It's the whole
Oh, yeah.
satellite makes it all
Yeah,
work. Right?
yeah.
It's what gives
Atomic-
us our internet. So, oh my gosh.
And atomic
TV.
clocks are updated twice a day via the internet, too.
How do you explain Sirius satellite radio? Like,
Well,
the internet, dude. The internet proves the earth.
Precious.
Radio waves.
Everybody believes it because they think it's bringing Justin Bieber songs to their
right
to their iPods.
They be on their globe and gravity shit.
Well, I kind of was thinking of that. Like, is that actually part of the satellite deception? Is like this claim that they're circling the globe, and then of course the timing component of it as well, along with GPS. And the way that they claim that the time dilation correlates with that, which then kind of puts it in that category of like where people are in awe, oh, it's so incredible. Look, we get our cell phones and our internet and all the music and video and all this stuff. Like, it's like almost like they're God in a sense. It's like used to control.
Yeah, I love those kids, the millennials that say, man, the internet was built on the satellites. And I'm like, you don't even know the pain of waiting for the internet to be built, kid. Shut up. It was built on fiber optic cables and satellite dishes and cell networks that bounced it when it actually made it to the shore, and we connected every computer in the world. We just bounced that shit around via satellite dishes, which are basically just the strongest antenna on Earth, directional antenna, focused directional. So if you put enough of them together, then you can make a sector, or a cell, which is where you cross an area with multiple beams, and they're linear beams, line of sight, transmitters, receivers. HBO and Cinemax came through that shit when they first came out. This is all built on fiber optics and hard wires, telephone wires, telephone network. But this dumb boomer doesn't know the internet was built on the satellites.
Sounds fantastical, Mike. I don't know.
Which proves
Wires
the
and
vote.
cables.
Fuck, I had to dial up on a phone, man. I wait 20 minutes for it to
right?
quit
56K.
dialing. Yeah.
That's how it started. So it was all
After an
based.
hour, it
Right,
said you
dude.
could start your download now. 4 hours later, it's all downloaded. Now you could start your upload where you actually put it into the computer. 12 hours later, you're finally looking at the photo. Your mom comes in, realizes it's a nude picture, and unplugs the entire hookup.
Oh, that's
Well,
the worst.
now, oh, go ahead. I was just gonna say now with Starlink as well, because now that it's pretty. It is it's much better than satellite internet. Like the pings are much faster.
You know what we
the
did?
download and the upload speeds are much faster. Generally, satellite internet has like a delay to it, and you
satellite is so bad, dude. I used to have it. It's it's unusable.
You know how we set up a communication network in the core for, like, say, Desert Storm? We went in there with these big trucks that have cables on them, and we just launch a hot air balloon that has a signal reflector on it, and then we make a signal reflection grid that'll cover like 30, 60 miles, depending on where we want to communicate. And they're all tethered right here to Earth on balloons. And then once we get enough of them, we can build up a directing signal so we can actually transmit from continent to continent. We access our own damn Wi-Fi that's being propagated from the U.S. in the same directional manner, just caught by reflector balloons and reflected into this cellular network. Did it with hot air balloons.
Dude, man, I remember. I was gonna say, I remember this meme, dude, when I used to argue satellite, and it shows like the coverage, how it selectively avoids the oceans, and then I just I want to thank Bacon for putting up his map converter thing and teaching me how to use it, so I could just convert real time memes to AE projections like this, and then you can think that makes sense to me, right? Like that map, that coverage. Like half of the world that is ocean isn't bothered to be covered by the supposed orbiting satellites that geosynchronously orbit the Earth and do complete orbits all the time. Oh look, Smurf just put the meme that I did too. Nice.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's cool. Exactly. Yeah, I think about that with the GPS too. Like there could be another one that could be made, perhaps. Well, no, this one. Okay, this one's for GPS as well. Because I've thought about which parts are actually the real planar portions, like in our cities and things, and then which part are they hacking to cause the rest of the inconsistencies that would be then needed to create the globe model, to have it fit on that system. Like if you were to have certain areas that don't have the curvature involved, incorporated, then other areas would have to have much more of it. Like, I guess what I was thinking is, in addition to this one, what if on the land, there's another system, you know what I mean? That's even separate than the ones even out in the ocean that this shows. But then this is a good point that shows that there's tons of Southern Ocean. Basically the Southern Atlantic and Southern Pacific are just open zones that it seems like nobody is going into, especially with GPS.
Yep.
And then it becomes easy to lie about it, right? Because you can look at this and you can just avoid the areas where nobody goes anyway. Okay, easy enough. They even covered all of New Zealand and the Gap, where they'd be probably I don't know, inter-shipping lanes between those two, since even though they hate each other, I'm sure they interact all the time, and then that's everything, right? GPS on flights, riff. Riff.
That's a good
Yeah.
point. And then who even knows those GPS in those southern regions, like what actual signals they're even getting, because there's so much more sparse, and people are not out there in the ocean like measuring mile for mile to validate those. Be interesting to see how many anomalies there are in the south.
Yeah, I'm still held up on that longer twilight in the south. I think I saw Dawn post something that like refuted it, but ended up being like a program that I decided to program based on globe sphericity, and I looked at shows sphericity, and I was like, I was excited for a second, like, oh yeah, he did an experiment that just presupposed the globe again. Never mind. But I'd like to confirm the longer twilight in the south somehow. Do we have like day and night twilight times to go over maybe?
Yeah, I would like to see that more thoroughly documented. Yeah, I haven't seen like a large amount of those actual observations, like either like on video, for example, or that are like timed in multiple locations. I've seen a couple of the like individuals claiming that they've tested both.
Mhm. Remember that, like, so I was looking through my stuff, the impossible day on the globe, where they had to claim that, like, since 70% of the populated world was in sunlight, that then they had that 50% was in darkness and 10% was in twilight and dawn on each side all the time. So that perpetual 70% of the globe was lit. That's insane. But if that's what they're claiming, then timeanddate.com, we should be able to take the data that we usually do for daylight and see where the twilight extends and see if it's different for the sun's output for the south versus the north.
Yeah. Well, I think the thing is being able to get like a position in the south and in the north, like ideally over water, where you're going to be able to get like a consistent sunset point, because it's all about like when that sunset actually sets, like when the sun is gone, and then the actual twilight time, light after that. So it just makes me think, because yeah, if you have any situation where you have like the sun's going to be setting early on like a false horizon, like if you're like behind a mountain or land masses or situations like that, so it's a little bit of a unique thing that for someone to actually track, and to have like a consistent location, it like wouldn't really be that hard to do. It just takes kind of the time and energy and effort to just spend, really it's just a couple days to do it.
And it would be more pronounced the more south you go, like at the 60th parallel to like the 80th parallel. It'd be insane. It'd be like twilight, sunset, dark. I imagine. I imagine. And then like at the equinox, it'd be equal, right? No matter where. So that'd be in the other controller to test it with, I think.
Yeah, and then the north as well. Like the further you go north, like up into Alaska versus the southern tip of California or something, there's going to be the variations there as well. Yeah, that would be a sweet. Wouldn't that be a sweet to do that as a project? Just have like just to do several points. Like 3 or 4 points on North America, 3 or 4 points, a couple points on South America, going all the way down. That would be awesome to actually see all those twilight times and documented with the best, like the most accurate ability to measure when the sun has actually set, which does get into like refraction and some of those components, but it's pretty consistent, considering as long as you're like over the water and have a do enough of a range of days where you have enough because if one day if there's just a huge rainstorm, then yeah, you're not really going to get the crisp sunset moment. So
Do we think time and date data already has this proof inherently within it? Like if I pick a day and correlative GPS coordinates, like say like 60 south and north, and then compare like a day, sunset, twilight, and dusk time for like 3 or 4 days from those points, wouldn't you think the data is already there? We could probably show that. I gotta figure out how to get past timeanddate.com. Does anyone know how to work that like daylight map that timeanddate.com has? I can see it for like general stuff and for now, but I don't know how to retroactively like select dates for it.
Well, there's this thing like astronomical twilight. So they claim that this is when the sun reaches 12 degrees below the horizon, 12 to 18 degrees astronomical twilight, which generally has to do with seeing the stars, like waiting for the sun. So that's kind of different, really. That's actually not quite the same as what we're talking about. That's basically trying to get to a point where, like, all right, the sun is far enough, it's dark enough to begin doing observations of the sky.
It says that's the earliest stage of dawn in the morning and the last stage of dusk in the evening. Whatever.
But we want that moment of when the actual sun sets, like the visible circle of the sun is gone, and then how much daylight, twilight light exists after that until it's all the way to darkness. That exact time period. In the north and south, in the north summer, and in the south summer. So it would take a while to do it if someone's going to start now, because it would take at least a year, because you'd have to wait for the sun to be in the different seasons.
Yeah, well, like 6 months, right? So it'd be separate and opposite.
6 months, yeah, it's true. There's also civil twilight and nautical twilight. Civil twilight is 6 degrees before, nautical goes to 12, and astronomical goes to 18. But those are all below the horizon, so we want that time of when the sun actually goes below the horizon through, which essentially are those twilights. I mean, it's not really the focus of where the sun is, but it is that 6, 12, and 18 will correlate with how much daylight exists. So it is kind of the same thing. It's like the timing of those.
Civil twilight. They seem to have that down. So they definitely have like twilight. Like it says today, civil twilight today, 4:38 a.m. to 5:12 a.m. So it's a very specific, relatively small chunk of time that they seem to have quite identified. So that would mean like twilight it rises at 4:38, and then by 5:12 the sun is completely visible, or is it the other way around? Oh yeah, and then 8:16 to 8:50. So it takes like what, 35 minutes?
Yeah, but the specific differences in the north and south, yeah, that would be interesting to see if there's any current claims out there of it. My sense of it is it's just something that they don't quite have in their whole system. Now, that's a question in and of itself, unless I just haven't come across it yet. But because there are these different forms of twilight, but this is like it needs to be a specific measurement of when like the circle of the sun is completely disappeared, and then the amount of actual light, that is like the actual like lumens that is active, and then that linked to the time as well. So
yeah, I'm kind of thinking like it's one of those things they've already pre-band-aided up with one of these already pre-named twilights that they just shove the differences in so you wouldn't notice, maybe. But that's just an off-the-cuff guess.
Well, it'd be interesting to know if they even have an explanation for it as well. Like if, I mean, they claim it's going to be like scattering, like light scattering as the light kind of goes around the curve of the ball or whatever.
Well, as with most of them, the Glovers that I asked, their first impulse was to deny. They just said, nuh-uh. They said, I've been in the South and the North. I asked Jimbo, he was from Australia. He immediately was like, no, I'm in the North and I don't notice that at all. And I was like, okay, but is that like an anecdotal comparison? Have you ever been looking for it or measured it? He's like, no, I'm just telling you anecdotally that I've never noticed it. I'm like, okay. So it seems to be a jarring realization that if it is there, you have some like cognitive dissonance to work through. Like, why in the world would that be different for the South when you have an like symmetrical dipolar sphere with identical north and southern conditions, especially for sunlight? Because sunlight's the big one that has to be distinctly equivalent for north and south, because the way that they distribute the light, right? They say that the tilt of the Earth and the parallel sun rays, and that it gets the same amount of
Yeah.
light all the time, every second. So literally, twilight and dusk should be like instantaneous for everyone.
Yeah, and the angles at the pole should be equal. Or the angle of light received at the pole.
Yeah. Exactly, because they have that
Well,
tilt
I
on
mean,
it.
right, they have, but at the, yeah, it's not perfectly at the pole because of the tilt, but the angle, the distribution is even from top to bottom, even though there's no top or bottom to a sphere. Whatever way he's facing, it's going to be even and symmetrical, equidistant. The angles at the top and bottom of the distribution, wherever it may lie, should be equal.
Uniform motion and uniform progression from twilight to dawn to dusk. That's the globe prediction, right? Shouldn't be anything but that.
Yeah, I like that one. Why doesn't a ring gyro measure the precession of the precession? So
Well, the people get lost with the gyro stuff, and they try to thank Bob and do all sorts of cheeky nonsense.
two
But
rotations.
the whole point of the gyro was to measure like the giant 66,600 mile an hour orbit that the Earth was making. We figured, oh, we'll definitely be able to detect that, and they went, oh, we can't. But we got this 15 degree per hour motion that we'll misinterpret and say is the Earth spin. We'll just call that a win and get out of here. Wrap it up.
Right. What
Do it
moves?
like
What moves 15 degrees an hour that we know? The
sky.
sun.
Yeah. Things in the sky, although the sun's a little bit faster.
Right.
Yeah, I want to look more into all this. This is interesting. So this is actually
Well,
mentioning some interesting things here. This is just on the Wikipedia page, and I'm wondering if it's basically already saying what we're talking about. It even says here. All right, it says these are the largest cities of their respective countries where various twilights can continue through local solar midnight. So meaning like, yeah, from sunset, essentially, that's what we're looking for, through solar midnight. So the first one is civil twilight from sunrise to sunset. It names a bunch of cities. Then it says here, in the southern hemisphere, there are no major permanent settlements far enough south to experience this.
Well, go figure.
So
there's no land at the south. It's all in the north.
Well, there's no
So
one
they're
that
saying
experiences that length.
Well, civil
That's right.
twilight is the first one. So they're basically saying in the southern hemisphere, are they saying it doesn't exist? Because that's what we're saying, which is what, on an AE type map, that's exactly what it would be. The further you go south, there'd be very, very little. Like it's like the sun sets and just poof, it's like night.
It's a whole phase of twilight that doesn't exist out there. That's what they're saying, right?
And then this one says, this one names a bunch of northern cities like Helsinki and Oslo, etc. So all very high northern. And it says, also enter into nautical twilight after sunset. And then it says this: they do have noticeably lighter skies at night during the summer solstice than other locations mentioned in the category above, because they do not go far into nautical twilight. A white night is a night with only civil twilight, which lasts from sunset to sunrise, which then so a white night is when it's like really lasting. And then that goes into the 24-hour sun in the north as well. So, because we know that obviously happens the more you go north. So, I mean, this already is an effect based on that. But the question, you go south, that should happen going south. And if it's the opposite, then that's much more akin to the Earth's, expanding outwards in the south over a planar surface in that way versus this globe idea where it should be the same. It should equal, that twilight should get more and more bright, and then it should go all the way to the 24-hour sun instead of, the way people report in Australia where like when the sun sets, that twilight is much shorter. It's like it gets pinched off very quickly, which is the opposite of what it should be doing.
We don't report that, by the way.
I've seen reports of that.
Man, there's nights out
You
here
represent all of Australia.
towards the end of the summer in Michigan where where the woods are lit up. There's really no shadows or darkness in the woods. It's still light. I can still see. Now, a lot of people say that's because I'm a country boy and I grew up where there isn't a bunch of background light pollution.
Well, you're fairly high north though, so you do get it.
Yeah.
You get a decent amount of that. Yeah.
There are nights where I could literally, without night vision, go out and pop you off 150 yards away in the woods because I could see you. and it's not always a full moon night. You know what I mean? Some people say, well, if the moon is full, yeah, well, some of these nights it's just you can't even see the moon in the sky, but the sky is very light. And the ground too. I mean, if you could see the forest floor at night, come on. Now I can navigate my forest. I grew up here. I can walk through here in the woods and at night and get where I'm going without a flashlight. I can do that.
Yo, Geo, did you see this one? Oh, look at that map. It's got it all rocked out right at the parallels, right at the 60th south where it gets crazy. That's where all this changing and different twilighting happens.
Yeah, and
Exactly
those
what
are
you think. Go figure.
I've noticed them because in September and October, country boys are having bonfire parties. So
I think it's
it's
interesting. It does the same thing in the north as it does the south.
Well, that's what they're saying, right? This is a nice, perfect, symmetrical map. That's exactly what we're looking for, giving us just the right globe answer. It's amazing.
Yeah, so
Doesn't-
that's what they're kind of like in that one. They're leaving out all the middle, which would show the actual, you know what I mean? And then they're just claiming the thing about that south. Who's really going there? I mean, that's Antarctica. That's like the very southern tip of South America. I mean, that's even south of, it's almost south of just about everything that any civilian lives in. That's south of Australia, south of New Zealand, virtually south of South America, even though they show a little peak of it there. And then now you're getting into Antarctica. That whole,
Yep.
So they're just like putting it on there, like, oh, looks like a globe. No, nothing to see here.
Just like they took the globe data, flattened it
What's
out in a
funny
perfect
is
symmetrical fake world, and went, "See."
But
Yeah,
what if it
exactly.
does kind of work in the South like that, though? See, that's the question. Like in some South, there should be a shorter twilight, but then there's even like the caustic, like the coffee cup caustic thing, where could it actually wrap around like that? Due to that caustic mathematical, the light refraction of caustics, where it can like wrap around a circle like that. So then I could almost go the other way and say, well, what if there is some effect like that is caused by that, which does give like a 24-hour daylight as well. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice, Shane. Thanks, brother.
We need to verify this because this just backs up the bullshit they said with perfect symmetry. It doesn't look like real data at all. It looks like a perfect model that they modeled out and then stretched out to a Mercator, mocked up with some data, and went, "See."
It's a meme.
Yeah, it doesn't look like an oblate spheroid to me,
It's
boys.
just
If
a
you know what I'm
meme,
saying,
man.
because I'm told that Worth has a little thicker at the bottom, due to its oblateness. And it's a
Give the
little
globe
wobbly.
answer. That's just a meme.
But that map looks a little too symmetrical.
That
If you know what I'm
doesn't prove
saying.
anything. I could make a better meme than that, and it'd prove something. Then I'd cite it. I am the citation.
It's amazing that they have so much data on these specific twilights and transitions. It's almost as if they knew this could bite them in the ass if people like us put it together.
Oh, dude, they're
So this other
probably
one
just refining everything for the next wipe. Like all these arguments that we're coming up with, we'll have new answers for. Future.
Yeah, and
I mean, this one that you just posted, it shows it pretty symmetrical is what they're trying to claim with it.
Yeah. It's like a projection. It's a stereographic one with out towards the edges. They're just
I
finding
like how-
different ways to portray it so they look like they're right. That's what I think.
I like how Gleam's thing in there in the red line, it shows Rome. Bam! All roads leading to Rome.
If we could get documentation of this, that would be huge. Like you start adding these things together, like the time zone inconsistencies in the north and south. Like there's so many different layers that all look like they're stacking together.
It's almost like every observation you'd think would be different in the South is different, but lied about profusely. That should be just as easy to find out.
But why would they lie?
Maybe because the globe is rapidly becoming a fatality.
Dude, who was in here? Who was in here that was bitching? I think Negator. He was like, "I'm getting kind of scared, nervous. There's more crazy people all around me every day. I'm waking up to more conspiracy theorists." And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, truthers are coming up every day. More of us every day." And I guess if I were you, who claims that if I were to think that I might actually be wrong, I'd preferably go insane first. It must seem like everyone else is going insane around you. Poor guy.
I mean, come on, guy. Your best friend is Roofy. His name is Roofy. We know what you guys are doing.
Was it Roohif or the Gator? I can't tell. I don't remember.
No, birds of a feather flock together. One's ruhifinol on people.
What's Odysee?
That's a roofie. The
Yeah,
other
it's
one
probably
negates the fact that the person has been roofied. No, that don't matter. It's minuscule.
the timeanddate.com. So that picture you put in here, that's the attempt to explain the wraparound then? The wraparound sunlight that goes to the other side during the equinox?
Yeah, it is an idea like correlated with this caustic mathematics, which is like light refraction within a container, within a circle, essentially. Kind of creates like a toroidal field. It's like part of a toroidal field that all splays out, which I think is interesting. Like that whole shape connected to corpuscular rays, and there's a whole bunch of ways that structure. But yeah, in that kind of general conception, there's that idea where if the light wrapped around, then you would maybe get like a 24-hour daylight, but not an actual 24-hour sunlight in the south.
I didn't know there was mathematical grounding for that. Is that a video somewhere? Caustic mathematics? What am I looking for? I'm gonna need to see that.
It's called caustic mathematics. It's like a component of differential geometry. It has to do with like the enveloping of rays within like a refracted manifold.
Gotcha.
I like that copper. I like that copper ring. That's cool. You got
So
a bigger version of that?
Well, I was claiming this before without having like the technical terminology that this is, and the way you put it up with those pictures, that is exactly what I think is happening. Right? Because I don't think we can explain the light distribution over the Earth on both solstices and the equinox without a reflective firmament to do this effect. And now I can mathematically describe it, which is neat.
Yeah, and then within the magnetic field as well, and getting into ether and like, yeah, exactly how like the magnetic field of the sun is actually like, impact, kind of stretching upon the Earth in different seasons, and so on. Like this image here, this one I actually pulled from some video that has to do. I think it was actually like a pro globe video, but I just had found it or I clipped it because it just showed that little shape. I'm sure there's other ones that show that over an AE map. But I think he's trying, whatever that little text is, he's trying to say something, whatever he's trying to say about it. But
you know what that image reminds me of?
I definitely stole that same globe video and used it for
an
fire.
astrolabe.
This one looks like an angel.
You rotate it, yeah. No, I mean the last one you posted. Let's see who posted that.
Yeah,
that shows the circle of light. It looks like an astrolabe. Like if you rotate it, you'll see whatever stars will be above it at that time. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, like a planisphere as well.
Same thing. Yeah.
This one too. This one kind of shows also the idea that, like, if the sun's actual spreading upon the Earth, if you want to call it that, and like David Weiss shows this in his app too, like the way he has it animated in his app, which shows the, like, have you seen it too, where there's like when it's animated, like from north to south? Yeah, you may have one that shows that as well. Yeah, that one, and then just sort of shows how like in the different seasons, which would account for the different daylight times, and so that's already creating the caustic thing. Like that one I posted on the bottom, like it's already showing that. It's interesting. It's like built into that kind of geometry.
Right. See, that makes a lot of sense. And this one I think shows like equinox, solstice to solstice, and then back again. And then it backs out to the one you just showed, and then it incorporates the pen light, showing the same thing that I didn't have a way to describe. Nice.
Oh yeah, this one's good. This is a good animation. Nice.
I threw a couple things in there to add it up. But yeah, that one was definitely from a pro globe video trying to say how this looks stupid. I just cut out the part where they said it was stupid, and then they like did this nice commentary, and I'm like, yeah, all that's accurate. I'll just take that.
Oh, so you pulled it from the same one I did? Yeah, it's that same. Oh yeah, it does look the same. Or does it? Is it? Yeah.
There's another one that does sunlight angles of all of the globe that I pulled it from. I think that's the one. It's got like classical music to it. It's like fire this.
This is a good. Yeah, it's awesome that you put this together, man. That's awesome. It shows a bunch of good frames like in a row.
I was just on Melodome the other day, and they were talking about how like it was intimidating that they argue the sunlight angles over flat Earth, and without a real good understanding, or at least an ability to just project data onto like different map projections, is kind of debilitating. And then you come at this, and you're like, actually, makes perfect sense. And how come you don't have perfect twilights and symmetrical like lighting patterns on the globe? What do you mean?
It almost looks like liquid. Reminds me of like a liquid drop or something, like the way that the sun pattern, which would make sense of like the medium's fluid, there's a fluidic medium, and that gets into the question of light and ether and how that it's like where it's like a bubble within a system.
There was someone who put this thing right here. It was a Ferrocell comparison to a picture of a solar eclipse, and he called it geometry and apparent diffraction. And that definitely plays to the toroidal magnetic field of the sun, which when it's like interceding with whatever the solar eclipse really is, it like spectrumed out into this little pattern that Witsit always shows with Ferrocells.
That looks like lens aperture diffraction.
Cool.
This
is sweet though. It's still awesome. Ruha, if you're saying that that's not authentically what it was show, you think that's from the lens? I mean,
yeah, from the aperture, yeah.
Where are you getting that claim from? Like, where are you getting that from?
It's just how diffraction patterns work on lenses.
Can you show another example where that's the case?
Maybe.
This one I got. This one of the solar eclipse shows that toroidal field pattern. Although it doesn't quite show that. Yeah, that one with the way that relates to the Ferrocell is awesome. I haven't seen that before. So this is claimed to be a solar eclipse on the right, and then like it says apparent solar eclipse. So that's like that's an actual shot of a solar eclipse.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, because I haven't seen that like diffraction pattern coming off. Like the one I just posted, I've seen ones like this and ones that have the toroidal, like the different converging, but I've never seen it quite have that level of like a geometrical sharpness to it.
Right.
Maybe they took that just the right time, the refraction.
Right.
Maybe there were some unique conditions. That's cool.
But like it kind of looks like you can see it with your naked eye if you caught it in the same conditions. Like you can imagine the light diffracting off it, and you'd think it was any number of whatever spectral anomaly that you see when you usually get glare. But I don't think it's the lens. I mean, I can't prove it's not the lens, but I've never seen another lens flare that looks just like that geometric expression, though.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If Ruhip's going to claim that's what it is, then you've got to have he's got to be able to find at least 5 or 10 other examples and other scenarios.
Well, I Googled it, and I'm not seeing anything that looks like that. Here, I'll give you an example of what I'm seeing.
It's also incredible because the Ferrocell has that like black hole in the middle. Basically, it's like the center of the toroidal field. You get into like counter space, a lot of the different concepts around like what that is and how that's functioning between ether, like in and out of the dimensionality. But it's like that black hole in the center is like the meeting point. And so in the solar eclipse is like creating that effect by whatever that darkening of the sun is. It's like replicating an exact electric field.
So that leads me to like speculate wildly, and like the true solar lunar system is them together, and that's what truly is going to be represented in the magnetic patterns and the interconnected reactions that they do. So maybe only together are they like whole to be able to like the most like you're trying to compare the sun or the moon to a Ferrocell by itself wouldn't work, but both together works perfectly. Just saying.
Yeah, it's like a marriage of the field. You mean like
right. Yeah.
Wow, that's deep. Yeah, it's like the two sides of like positive, negative. Then you get into male, female, day, night. There's all these different components between the sun and the moon. And yeah, the concept that like almost like a marriage of the two.
Exactly.
Wow.
Just saying. I have no idea if that's the case, but that's what I was thinking of. That's what it lends itself to me in my mind right now, looking at it.
Where are those from, Mike?
Hey, here I'm gonna post it so you can see my Google search, and so it's diffraction patterns, lens, and just so I don't see that it distributes in that manner at all. So I don't know where he's getting that fractal pattern there from these images I posted. But I mean, maybe his Google search came up with some spherical shit. I don't know. Maybe he's got that G shit and I got that FE.
It was clearly a knee-jerk reaction to just like a apologist position with the whatever the. Obviously, it's probably this. Like, okay, I mean, maybe.
I mean,
well, like the other night when Chronic, like, he was
looking
talking
at
about those P900 zoom-ins of stars, and he was like, "Oh, those are out of focus." And we went through it all, and it was like, "All right, well, then could you show some that are in focus?" And he didn't have any. So how did he know something was out of focus when he didn't know what it is when it's in focus?
That's
There are
a nice
stacks of
basic
videos on
point.
that, Geo. Stacks.
Let's see if I find anything that lends credit.
Right, but he couldn't show that, is what I'm saying. He was saying it was
will-
one thing without actually knowing what the other thing was, which is kind of like you. I don't know. I'm just relating. Is that what you just did with this lens thing? Because you'd have to. Well, could you show lens diffraction or lens flare that shows this effect? Because if so, then I mean, you'd have to have that to back your plane. Otherwise, are you just winging it? I mean, that's fine if you are.
I'm not certain of it at all. I'm not certain of it.
Here, I'll show
But
you the closest thing I've seen to a roofie. I googled it.
The out of focus is most definitely correct. Out of focus.
Right. Well, I'm talking about the diffractions. This is one of the closest, that right image, to that, but it's still not even close to that patterns. It don't even look like a scarab. Those other ones look like a scarab, an Egyptian scarab, you know.
Yeah, those like
With-
geometric. It's like the sacred geometrical. Like it has like the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio. That spiraling effect. Yeah.
Yep. It's the flower of life, the seed of life, the toroidal magnetic flux field of Earth, and a bunch of other like
and
nested
so
shapes.
mostly for diffraction, I see a bunch of wavy circle patterns, but they're all equidistant circles. So I just don't see those geometric shapes.
It would be
for the
one of the
image.
weird coincidences, right? That when the sun and the
Yeah,
moon
for
come
fuck's
together, they exhibit a field that looks exactly like a like a magnetic field under a Ferris.
How many times, Gleam? Honestly,
He's not in here, dude.
I know, but
Oh,
So you're bitching to us about him.
You are
keeps
not
saying
going
I
to
love you,
say
bro.
Witsit again, are you? You're not going to talk about Witsit again, are you?
No,
Please.
yeah.
Nice PTSD, bro.
Come on, I'll be really nice, Rufy.
We love Gleam. Gleam's
I'll
the
call
fucking
you the
man.
man for the next week. There he
You
is.
hold your
There's the
tongue.
man. My
It's got to be
man.
trolling. To be trolling.
Rue, you didn't say shit to me. Show me that 8 inches per mile. When you calculate light bending, you show me it matching 8 inches
And
per
so
mile.
here's the lightest diffraction lens for a laser beam of light that I thought was cool, but it's still, it comes kind of close, but not really. It's not twisted.
It's not like we didn't try it again and again. Different conditions.
And that's for laser diffraction, not normal light diffraction. Laser lens diffraction.
Nothing, Rue? Not even a how's it going? This is if I don't
I'm blown away by Gleam.
fuck.
So
Sounds like
wait.
he has you muted, Dan.
Hey, can
No,
I
it's
ask you a
me, Dan.
question?
You have,
So
you have him turned down again, Rufus?
No, I just
So-
wasn't paying much attention.
listen, so I'll give you this, Rufy. Those the lines in that image do kind of resemble the way the aperture works. Some apertures.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. So those lines, I can give you, a display that shows different apertures and different light distribution. But it's not about diffraction. But it is about the aperture, and it's the motions. This is showing the motion of the aperture. Some are
That's a nice one.
some are like the patterns that we see. The one here that looks, spinning circles. That's
Dude, those look like stars and how stars twinkle.
Well, they do.
Cymatics and like the sacred geomet. It seems like stars have this like sacred geometrical cymatic pulsation to them that are like cycling through these different refractive patterns.
Well, it looks to me it's like a star is like an effect of a lens or an aperture.
Hey, Mike, do you know if And if interferometers can detect the direction of motion as well as the, obviously they can detect motion, but like, could they detect the direction, or does that
No, I
require
don't think
additional
they
things?
direct. They don't detect a direction, just that there's an interference caused by movement with light, and the assumption is that movement causes interference with light.
Thank you.
That's why earlier
So
I
guess what,
asked about.
guys? Good news.
Oh, good
All the
breakthrough. What's
laser
up? Lay it on me.
all the laser interferometers belong to this. All right. That's what I thought.
I mean, what interferes with
We can,
light? Is it the Faraday effect?
Yo, light
That's-
interferes with light. I never really hear people bring this up too much, but there's a thing.
It's because it has EMF. That's the Faraday effect. Yeah.
There's a thing with light where it actually it can look like it's bending, but it's not actually bending due to interference patterns from the peaks and the troughs of the light itself.
Yep. From another light source.
Like just to grasp
Or
this in your
spectrum.
head. It looks like it's bending, but it's not actually even bending. I don't know if were you guys talking about light bending or
No, you're good, man. Yeah, it's just right along with the topic. I mean, not really, but it goes well with it for a side dish. I mean, it's in the category.
like it may
So
not just be refraction what we're seeing out in the when things aren't appearing where they should be or their actual position or whatever. It could be something like that maybe.
light interference from another light source, basically. And I agree. I agree with you, Jeremy, 100%. I mean, you can see the effect with strobe lights and oscillating disco lights when they cross. That interference pattern, it creates more disco light,
You mean those like laser light shows when they intersect, when they overlap?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm from that era. I'm showing my age, but yeah, exactly, Gio. You're with me. But they do it nowadays with them raves and shit. Just add a oonts, 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 and you millennials should get it. Oonts, 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 oonts. When them laser lights interact with each other, they do crazy shit. Makes for an awesome light show. Pink Floyd did that shit all the time.
The old laser light diffraction show.
Well, you didn't know that's what it was, but when it's broke down, you're like, oh, that's why them laser lights do that crazy shit.
So Alan,
what's up?
Do I gotta like brush up on the Sagnac effect and the double slit and the other double slit before I can understand your breakthrough? Or
okay, so the one refutation I was having that had came to me was about the Sagnac effect and how it was detecting the direction of motion along with the motion, and that motion was corresponding with being like antipodal on a globe, like the angle was like off, like aligned, you know what I mean, so that it would correspond with like being tilted or whatever. But like I think the guy just kind of made that up, but like I kind of trusted him on it. But like I've got like conflicting information so far, so I was just gonna call some like manufacturers of that shit and ask them on Monday, see what I could find out. But yeah, it looks like you have to have additional factors to do that. So what Witsit was saying, from my understanding, was like that it doesn't detect a 15 degree per hour rotation at every latitude. There's like a variation, and they make a correction to it, but based on the variation or correction they make, that corresponds with the latitude, and that would be as if to say the further you're away from the vortex, the more or like the you would get like less of a reading or whatever, like it would change. But like, I'm still trying to make sure that that's all correct.
By vortex, you mean center of a toroidal field.
Centrifugal convergence, centrifugal divergence. So literally
No,
at the
I just
centrifugal convergence, that's what you say. You get like, so as you go inner, it goes faster, and as you go outer, it goes slower. But I think like, so are you gonna try and prove like the same measurement at the different altitudes at the same latitude? Is that going to be part of it?
So hold on. We're all on the same page here that it's detecting the movement of a toroidal field or an EMF field.
It's detecting the motion of something, yeah. But the dude's argument was complementary to that, saying that it also detected like the angular motion of it, so like it could tell that like it was on a globe tilted, based on that sort of thing.
No, that guy's full of shit.
Okay, so yeah, dog.
He's fucking high.
So all right, well, that's good for us then, dog, because that's the only thing that actually made sense when he explained it.
When I was a kid. He said, "Son, don't ever talk about stuff you don't know about." I said, "Why?" He said, "Because you risk the chance of sounding stupid. Shouldn't talk about what you don't know about unless you're asking a question, expecting somebody else to teach you." So there's people here that read an article, read a manual, a user's manual, and they think that applies to real life application by engineers and civil engineers, and they're wrong. This is just an assumption based on inexperience. And the same kid will ask, "Well, why do you ask me how old I am? I can't be as smart at 16 as you are at 51." No, son, you lack experience. But if this offends people, then I can't say it, But it's literally the truth. You got people on Discord telling you shit that no surveyor would ever tell you.
Yeah, the only reason I give this guy the benefit is because he has a PhD and he's credentialed and all that. So I just kind of was like, okay, I'll give him the steel man on it. You know what I mean?
Surveyor,
like if it's not even
say,
true, it's hilarious.
"Thanks, bro. You shown us a differential in elevation. We know Earth has topography." Next, no real life planer civil engineers survey guy is going to say differentials in elevation proves a globe. They're not going to say that.
So what guy were you talking to that you're talking about? Some credentialed PhD guy who does what for what exactly?
He has a PhD in aerospace engineering, and he teaches somewhere in California. He teaches perspective and how light reflects off of stuff, and all that kind of stuff, like involving light and ray tracing. So, so yeah, I took his word for it on that. But I've never heard what he was saying said, and I feel like if that was true, that would be like the opening globe argument, because that would be really hard to overcome if it worked in the way that he was saying. And I'm like, this can't be, So I'm just gonna look more into it because, like I said, like this is the same guy who didn't know how the atomic clock worked. But in his defense, no one did until until a certain day.
They've tied light down to a definitive thing, and they say it works a certain way. And the truth is, we know very little about the propagation of light. So if that tied down principle is wrong, then how many different technologies or advancements do you think are wrong and should just be thrown away because of that? Quite a few, just on the property of light and how it propagates. We know very little about light.
We have a lot of assumptions, though, huh?
We know it's probably a wave and definitely a particle at the same time, probably depending on the situation, or if you're thinking about it, or if you're watching it, then it changes path. Those are all the things that mainstream science knows about light.
If you're looking at it, it decides to do something different to trick you, because light's a little
conversation
trickster.
we're having about light, which one of those will be definitive at that time.
Well, don't forget how far it travels in vacuums, light years.
Oh yeah, right. It can be seen forever and
infinity.
Disobey the inverse square law of its own light. It's a pesky little thing.
To infinity and beyond. It's even expanding faster than the universe is expanding. Imagine that.
Yeah. Now we've arrived at Obermann's paradox, right? And why isn't the entire universe, if light is infinite, lit up? Why is there a night sky? There's an infinite amount of stars in an infinite universe that their light travels infinitely. The entire night sky should be lit if light is infinite in open space.
Right. Why would it
Right.
travel to our eye just in a little tiny dot?
Yeah, that's Obermann's paradox. He said the entire night sky should be lit up if light is infinite. These guys knew back in the day, they knew this shit was wrong, but the only way they could prove it is to kick at foundation stones. If you destroy a foundation stone, a structure tumbles, and it's really that simple.
Because if you have a source light that you can see, then you would be getting the luminosity related to the inverse square law of your position to it. So it doesn't make sense that something would have a luminosity that is lighting up. Like, let's say claiming that these things are suns and solar systems, that it's lighting, that the light is reaching those planets, as it were, in their solar system. But then
it's
exactly.
local.
But then the only part that gets to us light years is just a little twinkle, and somehow that's like a laser beam twinkle that gets to us.
Yeah,
it's like we should get an even illumination due to the actual inverse square law of the entire source of what that light's putting out.
Yeah, and another thing they say is that these stars put off white light that gets polarized by an atmosphere. So it's not, if it doesn't reach the atmosphere, it doesn't become visible again. It's still invisible. It's white light. It floats through space unseen, lighting up nothing. In other words, it'd be darkness around the sun, but it lights up it illuminates our atmosphere, polarizes, illuminates, make the atmosphere glow. That's how we get light. So they're saying basically an invisible light source gives visible light through a process. And so that in itself, answers the Obermann paradox too, because light's invisible and it's got to travel till it reaches to us, but not in an infinite universe. Eventually, it should just keep getting brighter and brighter at night. Eventually it should still be lit up because that light will have an infinity to travel with. It can't. Nothing is infinite. Where's the energy coming from for infinite expansion? Where's that energy coming from?
How dare you ask big cosmological questions?
Infinite expansion requires energy to move matter on a universal fucking scale. You know what I'm saying?
Even to those who think everything suddenly came from nothing and no one and nothing caused that.
Yeah, and not only while all things out there are moving and expanding from us, we're rotating in a propelled manner, circling in a flat disk galaxy, while a spiral disk galaxy off to the left of us, the Andromeda, is just spinning the opposite way. No friction, it's all spaceless. We can just spin whatever way we want. Powered by what? And expand powered by what? Well, the answer for our galaxy is, the great attractor, the center, the nuclear fission, the black hole at the center of the galaxy powers it. Well, what powers the entire fucking universe?
Oh, no way, Shane. Where'd you find that?
Yeah, that's nice.
I don't remember, but as soon as you were describing it, I felt I had to post it. Looks like it's exactly it.
Yeah, and this is just this. If we just look at the universe, infinity as
Dude, imagine not believing in that. You know what I'm saying?
We're just a millisecond in a million hours or days.
Dude, look at all the different wobbles you have to believe in to say your prayer of wobularity at the Globe Church every day.
Dude, you have to make sure you say thanks for all your wobbles.
So they live on a frisbee.
Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
They live on, they live on the pizza disc,
and all
bro.
them twists and curls. That's time.
It's all a projection.
It's all been projection, dog. They literally live on a spinning pizza disc in space.
Well,
you know that song, "The Wheel in the Sky" keeps on spinning.
That was my first
it about
question
pizza? I think so.
Gravity causes spheres, right? But they say the Milky Way galaxy is a flat disk.
It's a disc, yeah. Among other discs, all with crazy wobbles and tilts, going at different degrees, varying degrees of specificity of gravity, dude. Holding all sorts of nonsense things going in every direction.
Degrees of
Look at
specificity,
that.
dude. Oh man,
specificity.
Dude, I like wobularity and globularity. Those are my two favorite words.
That's such a
Because
good
to maintain your
animation.
globularity, you gotta like pray to the wobularity and make sure that you don't lose your
Man,
wobularity. 'Cause it's
if I'd have met if I'd have met you 3 years earlier, we'd have wobble gobbled that up there in a rap, buddy, and had somebody rap it on video.
Wobble
Yeah, dude,
gobbled
that's
it up
fun.
does sound kind of gay.
I mean, well, I'm just saying, we'll throw your globularity in there with specificity. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think it's fun because all the old school like flat Earth G's called all the globularists like they all call them globularists specifically because it was a slang pejorative that they made fun of all the normies with, and that people hated it so much they coined it as like a conspiracy term. Don't call me a globularist like these guys. When you say globehead, they're like, I'm just a normal. What do you mean globehead? Everyone's a globehead. You guys are the weird ones, right?
Yeah, listen, we threw that word fatality in there as an honor to the first gifts we ever got to post. Most of them were, Mortal Kombat gifts. Fatality.
Wobular.
Fatality on wobularity. Globalists are a fucking parody.
See, that's good. And like, if you want to maintain the globularity, you best not mess with the wobularity, dude, because the whole thing is dependent on the wobularity. The observed ecliptic of the sun in reality, as it transgresses its path, has been misprescribed to a 23.4 degree tilt of the entire world, i.e., the Earth, which has been further misprescribed to all the other orbiting bodies having their own ridiculous tilt to offset our tilt, so that everything works with our actual observations.
Yo, Shane, can you add a pizza at the end of that GIF? Like make like a transparent pizza kind of fade in?
Yeah,
Dude,
probably.
if you got a hotter verse than Choco Man, I'll get somebody to rap that. But when he
Nah,
came out
man.
with way too many reifications of privations, when we crammed all this shit together and make it a verse and he dropped it, I was like, yeah, that's hot.
Well, for that
That's
model,
easy.
the Earth would be like a pepperoni on the pizza.
It was catchy. It's catchy too.
Yeah,
But
dude, that'd be dope.
Agent
Shane, do it.
Flatcats has spoken for all Globers, saying that he finds nothing wrong with that gift, just so everyone knows.
Yeah,
I told
dude,
that
there's nothing.
motherfucker
I
I'd
used to
build him
believe
a
I lived on a
studio.
spinning pizza disc too, dude.
Dude, looks fine to him. Checks right out.
Then I realized it was a stationary pizza
Chocolate
disc.
Sand can rap, man. I would literally invest in that guy. He can rap.
The only real difference is just like 8 inches per mile curvature. We basically all believe in the same shit. They're on a spinning pizza disc. We're on a stationary pizza disc. Their pizza disc is more curved than ours. Like, I mean, it's crazy what we're fighting over. It's almost like it's meaningless.
I know, when we first started this argument, they acted like our solar system was a static solar system that just sits there and rotates around itself. They used to
Yeah.
always leave out the fact that it's in
Thanks
the
to
arm
your
of
boy,
a
Sir.
rotating Milky Way galaxy. Well, they're saying gravity creates globularity, but we live in a flat disk. We live in a flat rotating
Well
disk.
said, Mike. Well said, bro.
Globularity is derived from gravity. Oh, that's the order of operations. I get it.
PEMDAS, man, PEMDAS. You start with a flat disk. You say the thing that made this also created this round shit. It all rotates like a big disk.
Doesn't globularity sound like something contagious if contagion was real that you don't want to get? Like,
I might take
I
that
came down with
vaccine.
globularity. Don't
If
get
they
any
said,
on me.
hey, man, we got the globularity vaccine, I might take that one. I'd be like, Jeremy, if I get sick, I'm coming to your office and I'm going to shoot you, motherfucker. That's how a doctor, listen, doctors shouldn't get paid when people die. You should be like, look, motherfucker, I'll pay you when I know damn well you didn't fuck me up worse than I already am. Son of a bitch. You guys killed my cousin. He's only got half a liver now. No, you know what I mean, though? I mean, you
Dude,
can't.
you
It's
see
hard
this
as
gif?
fuck to sue them if they fuck you up.
You see this teabagging, really inappropriate, really juvenile, immature gif?
No, hold up. Let me check it out.
Yeah. Dude, Amish was like, "Way to go, guys! Keep rubbing it in their face." And this was the first thing I thought of, so I had to post it.
Oh, where's the
we,
homie Amish
we,
at, dude?
we,
That
we
guy's
will,
awesome.
bud. Isn't he, dude? He's so great.
Dude, we got to have him on to do
Well,
a
how many
hyperbolic
quiet Glovers we
geometry
got
visual space thing, dude.
I've never heard him speak in VC. Apparently he does and doesn't have a problem. But he's been in my DM since I got the Discord. He's always been
Yeah.
super helpful and resourceful and informative and
That
supportive and
dude,
just a great dude.
yeah, dude, he's
I
been
don't think
dropping
these
bombs in
Globers
Witz's
that are in
chat.
here. Listen, the
Yeah.
globalists that are in here right now, they're all right because they're doing what globalists should do: be quiet. You know what I'm
You're
saying?
gonna rile up the globs, bro.
Yeah,
You
if you
keep
start poking them, they're gonna come
Don't
alive.
poke the globs. They're gonna start
you can't
wobulating.
talk and listen
Why you
at
gonna
the
hit my
same
feelings
time.
like that?
There he is. There's the
They're
bomb.
gonna have an
Hey,
equal and opposite reaction, Mike.
I don't have to explain it, do I, Jimbo? We got history, bro. I got history with a lot of people. I'm sure you guys hear it every time I open my mic. It's cool. I take it well.
Is he on Discord too, Shane?
He Amish?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's mostly on Discord. I met him in 24/7. He hangs out. He's mostly like a textual warrior, but like the good kind. He'll just
Oh,
like
word.
handle and like 5-1 all the other textual
Dude,
warriors,
yeah,
so we don't have to
nice,
deal with
dude.
him. Yeah,
Dude, my man, we need a guy in the trenches. That's what's up.
he spends so much time arguing nonsense with idiots. I guess we all do. Can't really
Yeah.
fault the guy. He is good at what he does, dude. Some of his main observations that he's come across to me is that all the meteors and the comets come from like the same 4 like quadrants of the sky near Polaris. That all
Yeah.
originated with like the Astronomical Society in Canada for some institute did some tests. That's where all that data comes from.
Really?
A couple other stuff like the electrostatic tethering of satellites. He dropped me a bunch of stuff, set me in the right direction. The programs and the PDFs that like eventually
Nice.
like it was all the launches in the 90s that led up to the quote space station being launched. They were perfecting electrostatic tethering and taking advantage of ether flux to go like super fast without friction or whatever. And then they were like,
Yeah.
look, we launched a space station that uses all the same technology that we just tested out.
Look,
It's
guys,
totally
space
crazy.
time is contracting. You stupid! Like, dude, they got us, boys. They got us.
Oh, he was super helpful on spherical excess, directing me
Yeah.
to the PDF on the Arc of the Parallel PDF. Dude, he's just an all around like fucking dope flat earther.
The very
what's up.
proof that Earth isn't a globe, they turned into a proof that it is globe access. They say no, we don't add in any spherical math, but then they correct the measurements or the angle intersection measurements for longitudinal and latitudinal position. They make it whether it's shortened at that position or lengthened at that position, depending on your position in that spherical coordinate system. You'll use a different equation. You'll either extend it, the angle, or reduce it. And then they say the fact that it doesn't work out is proof it's a globe. When actually, the fact that you can't take planar survey and wrap it around the globe and make it work, there's access left. That's actually proves that it's not a globe.
All you got to do is just add wobble. Just add wobble.
Geo gets it.
And there you go.
There's no comparity with the wobblearity.
I was gonna say, are they wobularists instead of globularists?
Yes.
Is that
Well,
is
you're
that like-
inherently a wobularist if you're a globularist.
Yeah,
because the globularity is dependent on the
wobularity factor gives the globularity.
Yep. If there's no wobble, then they can't explain Polaris or whatever.
Yeah, or anything. They literally can't explain anything. They must invoke a universal wobble, dude. Like it gets crazy because there's so many like other words that go with it.
Don't put it past to do a universal wobble, dog. They took a universal axial tilt and applied it.
Made the wobble universal.
So,
So the Milky
they're not
Way
afraid.
galaxy rotates on a 23.7 degree tilt from the Great Attractor. The Great Attractor.
You know who got their PhD in great attractoring, man? Your boy Neil deGrasse Tyson. He made great attractor observations or something.
But like, dude, wobularist we pretty much made up, and wobularity we made up. But globularist is totally real. So are globularities, globularity, globularly as an adverb, globularness as a noun, and globulars when they get plural.
If you want to hit them with a little bit of Latin, globulus.
You're right.
Globulus Maximus Decimus Meridius, father to a murdered glob, or whatever. You guys see that movie? You guys see the movie
Globulus
Globulator?
contendus.
The globulars globularly expose their globularness to globularity with the wobularity. How's that? I used them all.
Yep.
I'm high. Can you say it again? I didn't quite catch it.
Yeah, come on. I closed everything. I forgot everything I said. It'll never happen again.
It wobbles all the way down.
You have to go to Globe Church every day, recite the prayer of wobularity, receive your boon and blessing from the dogma church, so you know what to regurgitate the next day.
Pray peace upon your prophet Aristotle.
Oh,
Copernicus.
dude,
Our
this
prophet is Copernicus, peace be upon him.
Peace be upon. Dude, we should start saying that whenever we talk about Copernicus and Newton and all that shit. We should peace be upon them.
Dude, this needs a meme. We need a meme for the prayer of wobularity being recited. Hold on, this one. I'll have to write it up and do something. That picture maybe for the prayer of wobularity.
There's one true globe.
Well, there's this one.
Hey,
There's this famous one, which is pretty funny.
Oh, that's a great one, Shane.
Oh, that one's pretty good.
There's one true
Saving
globe, and Copernicus is his prophet.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That's like gay and funny all at once. I
Oh,
love
where'd
it.
you get that at, Gio? That's nuts.
I know. I forget. I saved it at some point. Yeah.
Well, if there were two of them,
That's the funny one.
the left one's glowing.
They all look younger too. That's what's kind of funny about it. They're all like in their younger form. They look like they're
Yeah, they're like super into it. They've been at it for a while.
Ripped and shit. Like
Carl Sagan's got a cannabis leaf.
It's his young hippie years, probably.
Yeah.
Neil deGrasse Tyson looking like Captain Planet.
Like before they all went evil and satanic.
This is
I wonder how much those guys are in those networks. You know, like how deep they actually are. They've got to be in there to some extent, but I mean, they're such like figures of this whole cosmology that they've been pushing.
Yeah. Dang, you got more of these, Shane? Where did you get more of these? Because this is the intro to my show. I just made a slideshow of like all these.
You stole them all, you bastard.
Yeah.
I totally asked Osco to use his subscription to generate me with specific context, and it gives me like 12.
Bill Nye's fluid ass in there. They all got the.
I used to pay for Midjourney, but now I don't, so I need to mooch off.
I
other
love
people.
it. Got the primordial atom.
How much is a
hookup.
Midjourney?
Like $30 usually.
Oh, it's a little steep.
Yeah, I think I went 15, and they give you like 200 generations, which I cruised through in like an afternoon. And
really?
Like, oh.
So that atomic, the atomic symbol on that book with Bill Nye in them, that's a Hermetic principle. You guys know what that is? Atomistic science is a Hermetic principle. All things vibrate. Same thing with atoms. Atoms always vibrate. Nothing ever sits still. That's a Hermetic principle. Hermetics. They're prophets of Hermetics, which the Kabbalah is based on Hermetics.
Yeah. The Kabbalah, dude, I was just watching Ethereal. You guys ever seen that?
Never heard of it.
Oh, it's so good. It's one of the better cosmology wars. It's Ethereal, the war between heaven and hell.
Nice.
It was going over how the Hermetics and old school Gnosticism and all the old traditions are really just pushed into quantum mechanics as the framework for the Kabbalah and all the ancient mystery.
Well, they are.
Wow, dude. As you're saying
Bill
it, I'm
Nye,
literally yes.
Bill Nye
That's
says
wow.
sexuality is fluid, and that's a Hermetic principle. So this image is a Hermetic image to me. Men become gods through ascension, so your name can live forever, but you never will, and that's how you ascend to godhood.
Do you know who recommended Ethereal, Ellen? Well, it was Amish. That's the only reason I know that video. So everything that dude does is awesome.
Yeah, send it to me when you get a chance. I'm gonna add it to my playlist.
I
I'm
put it in
gonna.
Telegram like yesterday.
Is
I'm
he a
gonna.
real Amish person?
I think so.
I can't go back and read a
Has he
telegram.
got the beard? No
I
mustache?
mean, like I've never seen him or talked to him, so it's hard to gauge, dude. I think I'd have
Dude,
better
what if
context.
he's like that Amish researcher dog? Like he hits up the public library and just drops some bombs, and then goes back to doing Amish shit on the farm.
Amish shit. Shoeing
think-
horses, plowing fields,
I think it's
building
true.
barns.
But like every time he changes his name, it's like Amish space station, Amish aero engineering, Amish
Yeah.
astronaut, Amish astronaut. Like so, it's always Amish something. But I think his family history does have some. I don't think he directly is, but I think he's been like around them and he's familiar with the culture, from what I can tell.
You lived in Pennsylvania? You saying you lived somewhere in Pennsylvania?
I don't know where he lives.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Amish there, man. The Amish here came from there.
Mike, aren't you Amish? Amish?
No, I'm not
Arma?
Amish.
Are you
man.
Amish, Arma?
Oh, I thought you were.
What's that thing they go on? Bumspringer or some shit like that?
I think that's what it's called.
Rumspringer. Are you drunk? Are you Amish? He's on Rumspringer.
Might be.
He's trolling me. No, I'm not Amish. I'm Ojibwa and Polish.
What are you high, Mike? Seems like you're high.
I am high, but my dad
Yeah.
was a full-blooded Chippewa native, and my mom was Polish.
Nice.
I like how someone earlier was like, Michael, you're hot miking. And I'm like, yeah, they haven't been in a VC with Battle Mod in a while, it seems. He's
Yeah, I
constantly
told him.
exhaling his joint, dude. Someone's like,
I
oh,
said,
it's
no,
annoying. I'm like,
no,
I
I'm
know.
not.
Yeah.
ABC dog. Always be exhaling that joint.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. So the statistical probability that I'll be doing it tomorrow is like solid, man. Because I was doing it today and yesterday.
Starting to sense a pattern here, but you know, I'm not like a I'm not like
And
a Rain
that's a
Man or
logical
anything. Yeah.
syllogism. I'll probably be doing it next week.
Are you saying there's a cyclical nature to your weed smoking pattern, and I could build a
Yes,
cycle and make predictions off of it? Oh my god,
You
we
are-
live on a fucking weed joint.
You are an astute man, Alan.
We live on a weed plant, guys.
You pay attention. I thought I was a squirrel in a tree for a long time. I went in the forest and there's a whole bunch of trees.
You
and a whole bunch
know,
of squirrels.
you know your boy Yidriso? What if that was just a giant weed plant, Mike? We lived on that.
Yeah.
Weedriso? I don't know.
That's the tree of life, bro.
Thanks, Shane.
Odin's up there somewhere. He gets the biggest buds.
Oh, dude, Odin gets all the big buds.
They top buds up there.
Imagine trying to give Odin not your best bud, and he just fucking smokes you right on the spot.
Save my nigga, please. Nigga, please. Take that dirt back to earth. You know what they'd say? We don't smoke that dirt weed. Like, there's cities in the cloud, man. They're not going to smoke dirt weed, man. Come on. Orgoponics, dirt weed.
Yep.
I ain't heard that one in a long time, or have you? You don't know what dirt weed is? How about Mexican brickweed? You ever had that shit?
So long since it's been so long since I've had that. Because like there's dispensaries and stuff now, and everyone just has dispensary stuff for sale.
Yeah. Dude, I come from an era where I bought a $20 bag when I was a kid cruising the air. It was a brick. I said, what the fuck is this? Oh, man. I said, Mexican brickweed. That's good shit. I got it out. I broke it all up and was splitting it up, man. It was 75% fucking stems and seeds and like 25% weed. And my brother come up and said, what's that? I said, I got some brickweed from our boy. He smacked it out of my hand. He said, don't smoke that shit. I got Sensi. We'll get your $20 back tomorrow. My brother was like, I'm going to kick your ass on my brother that dirt weed, motherfucker. I was like, yeah. He said, don't go to him no more. It's like, hey, man, I don't know.
Yeah, dude.
Started this shit.
$10 an ounce back then.
The old Mexican
Yeah.
dirt.
Get a lid for $25. You know what a lid is?
Never heard of her.
It was over 4 fingers.
Yeah, 4 fingers or a lid. Yeah, guy take
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
a lid to a bugler can and throw you some up there, and you put it
A
in your bag. And
bugler can, bro. What is that? Hold on.
Roll ups, Pall Malls, buglers.
Oh, okay. My bad. For some reason, I thought
Bugler
of not
tobacco.
that. Okay, yep. Gotcha. Makes sense
So
now.
yeah, you take the lid from a tobacco can and just cover it with weed. That was $20. Unless it was some good country weed the Farm Boys grew. Yeah, eventually I grew up and learned. Like, yeah, I want that country boy weed, that green shit. I don't want the brown shit.
I remember Colombian Gold came around.
Yeah, I didn't really start smoking until a couple years ago.
Tell me
Or
about
no-
that Colombian Gold, dude. I want to reminisce with you.
15
Dude,
a
what do you know about
quarter,
that grandma's
60
purse weed?
60 an ounce. It was great weed.
You ever smoke any Thai stick?
That
No.
was a punishment. Like the real Thai. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, Thai weed is good.
What
Or
the
at least
fuck did they
it
do to that?
was in the 80s. Yeah, that's what I was like, what the fuck? Where do they grow this shit?
I mean, sometimes it was dipped, but I don't know in what. Remember they used to call it, what do they call it? Not dipsticks, but something like that, right?
Yeah, my favorite thing that we don't get anymore is black Lebanese hash. They make this fucking processed bullshit hash nowadays. Lebanese, and they used to set the weed out, in the harvest time. They'd be baling the weed up. They'd send the kids running through the field in burlap sacks. And they'd come up in these burlap sacks and they'd just scrape the resin off them and put them in these troughs. And that resin would make hash with the keef and all the vegetation that came with it. You just scrape it right off the burlap sack. So sometimes you'd get burlap in your gram of hash, but the shit was so good, man. It was better than having a fucking half
Dude,
ounce of weed,
one time I got a Lebanese child in my weed sack, bro.
The Lebanese.
Yeah.
Oops.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, they forgot to take the kid out.
Hey, man, can I get my adoption papers?
Yeah, I mean, I took care of him, raised him as my own. I'm not like a stickler or anything. He's a good kid. He's in
Did he
college
come
now.
out the bag talking about citizenship?
Nah, he didn't have much to say at first. He was very, confused about the whole situation, but
He had to learn
he
your
acclimated
language.
pretty quickly. Yeah. Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, I mean,
I found some crazy shit in a bag of weed, but man, back in my day, they used to bale the weed up, run it through a baler. You could get 100-pound bale of weed, It's called a cash crop. They grow marijuana before they lose the farm, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there'd be cardboard. There'd be all kinds of
drug money to supplement the old income.
There'd be what do you call them? Cocoon things, from bugs.
Yeah, beehives and shit. I've seen
Yeah,
beehive.
there
I've
was
seen a
stuff.
beehive and a
There was
bale of
always stuff in
fucking weed. Mm-hmm.
Yo, I'm heading off for the night, boys. You guys have a good night.
Sure.
It's been a pleasure, gentlemen.
All right, Alan.
Good night.
Peace, G.
You too, bro. Good night.
Peace.
So what's new, Dan?
What's off air stuff? Some shit might be in the works. So I could talk to you private about it, but I'm kind of excited, and that keeps me calm when there's shit in the works, Otherwise, I get agitated.
Yeah, it's always good to have some irons in the fire.
Yeah, got to have something going on, One of the things is I really look forward to going forward with the Flat Earth channel on smart TVs. It's just really hard to get anyone to want to work with. But I just think, these other venues are the shit. getting out to normies. I don't know what to do with them then, but it just seems like if we can prove censorship, then we got something to fight for. It's like fighting for flat Earth is pretty hard, though. Nobody really cares. Gonna have to find something else that makes people upset to get their attention to want to care about Earth. In the meantime, there's with these hydrogen cars and shit, there's going to be less war. There's going to be less reason to control oil, which is pretty cool. I mean, it seems like the world stage is changing. And I don't think we've seen that in our entire lives.
What do you think the next event that they might have in the works is going to be?
Oh, man, that's an excellent question. I don't know. The health one was pretty easy for them. So, money's not safe to pass around because of health reasons, maybe? They'll implement
Financial reset?
Yeah, they'll implement cash being illegal. So then anything cash is going to be illegal. That seems logical and doable. Man, Chase Bank has so many street corners because all the banks have bought each other. I cannot believe how many corner lots they have through the city. Maybe 70, maybe 150. I don't know. Just like everything, everywhere I see a Chase. Like I remember there used to be a gas station and a 7-Eleven, and now there's a Chase with a giant parking lot. So they like the real estate of the corners. They know the corners are valuable. It's weird to think about businesses like McDonald's and banks are really in the real estate business at some point.
Ultimately, yeah. And well, yeah, at least as main part of the overall sort of like market cap of their whole business, basically. Well, yeah. So you're saying if they are you saying as far as like removing us from the current fiat system and actually replacing it with like some kind of a digital currency system or like a different system like that?
It seems like the dollar's crashing pretty hard. I don't see how they can fix it. You know that they've been leaving the old bills in circulation the whole time because they know that like throughout South America there's a lot of counterfeiting, but they circulate them around amongst themselves. So it's weird. You can go to a bank and get old bills, and that's really unusual. In other countries, they change the money just to weed out cash. But here they don't seem to pull the old bills, you know, the ones without the strips. They're still around. So it's weird that they haven't fought to clean up the amount of counterfeit bills that are out there. Most countries try and weed out the mob and shit by changing their money, and they give the people like a year to change it, you know, like anything under their bed or anything they've got stashed. Otherwise, that money's no good. If you got it built in the wall of your house or something, and you don't figure out a way to turn it, it's dead meat. It's toilet paper. God, money's such a trip. I toured with bands, and you'd like get to some place and want a Coke, like jump out of the bus, you know? And you don't have the money, right? But you know nothing costs too much, right? So somebody breaks a 20, you know, and gets a bunch of shit, like large denomination shit for change. Like they don't know what it is. Hundreds, thousands of ding dongs, or whatever they're fucking called, you know? So you finally, like, you get some, and then you're stuck with the change. You go to the next country in 2 days, and they won't take the stuff. And so you learn to go up to the dude getting change, and you just be like, I need some of the, give me some of your change. Because it was just like he only broke a 20 for a Coke or a coffee or something, So it got to the point where we didn't know what they were worth or what they were called. So you just be like, dude, you got any shitters? Because they were only worth wiping your ass tomorrow. So we just started calling them shitters from country to country. Never learned their value. Because it was all just, a few bucks. It was like, dude, you got any shitters? He'd be like, here. So you could buy whatever you needed, $5 worth of whatever. But it was funny. We genericized all money into toilet paper called shitters. Because once you moved on, the stuff was no good. It's funny. Is anybody following this prize fight going on in chat between Ruhif and Gleam? They checked out of fucking VC so they could just battle it out on something. I can't even tell what they're fighting about.
Yeah, it looked pretty involved. I didn't really see all the details.
It's like a prize fight going on over there. I mean, they're battling it out toe to toe. They chose not to do it in voice. It's funny.
Well, Gleam is a force to be reckoned with in chat. He will not stop until the truth is there. So,
well, I don't even know the subject matter. I'd appreciate it if they'd come in. It'd be nice.
Yeah, well, they might be listening on.
Pound that shit out. Since Ruhif was kind enough to ignore the shit out of me. He said he was involved. But I can't even tell the subject. It's an extension of the flight path thing somewhere. So can I ask you a question? If we take basic perspective and things shrink in the distance, what are they saying? Why aren't they admitting that? What are the Globers up to when they're just going, look, the mountains and shit are small. They're not level on a level line anymore. It's like, yeah, they're far away. To us, it's like, yeah, they're far away. I don't understand why they think things should stand tall in the distance. And maintain.
Yeah, I never figured out how they excuse that in their mind. It doesn't make any sense to me because it's clearly like a property that you would want to account for, but then it's just not there. And they're like, "Yeah, this is good enough." I'm like, kind of, not really.
and then they tell you it's refraction.
Well, refraction would exist, but including the shit that we talked about too.
But
you can't just have one or the other. It includes both.
It's never the curvature of the Earth. No.
See, it kind of fucks them up too, though. Like when they realize, well, this has only happened maybe once, where somebody will realize you need both. You can't just have like one or the other. That's a false model. It's kind of like relativity without electrical influence. You can't just say that this explains shit and then leave shit out. But yeah, like it doesn't make any sense. And when you actually factor it all in, it's just a flat Earth with refractive effects and perspective. Also, isn't that funny? Which explains why things go down. Which explains why some things in the distance are magnified. Which explains why we can't just excuse all the different types of atmosphere between us and the target. And it explains why we have an overwhelming observation of things being way too far. Not because we're just really good at cherry picking some kind of crazy refraction. How about it just is the majority observation? How about that?
Yeah, it's the default.
It is the default.
The ground.
And what even blows my mind even more is that half of these guys will they will disown the default up until the point where somebody will actually concede on their own side, and then they've all agreed the whole time. But only when there is a consensus flip flop will they actually be like, "Oh yeah, well of course." They have to do everything together, or it just doesn't fit the model, I guess.
I was at the ocean yesterday, and I knew Catalina was out there, but you couldn't see it. So you guys say it's the default, but seeing 30 miles isn't. Where I live, you can't do it every day.
I know.
It's only like 10 or 20 days out of the year.
But you're also see. Look, man, I live in the desert. My default exceeds the globe every day. Like the humidity here is like 10% every day. We have different elevations here. We have mountains. We have long stretches. Like I'm literally at the end of the Rockies. So we have some mountainous ranges, and then we have just flat ass nothing in between them. Just get on a fucking mountain, see how far you can see. I can see shit at least 70 miles away, all the way to the bottom, every fucking day. Every day. From where I was at my house, which is 4,000 elevation, I could see the mountains in New Mexico, 70 miles away, down one stretch of road. I could see the bottom of the mountains. And not only that, but the mountain range itself, it was trailing north and south. So not only could I see the beginning 70 miles, I could see like the several dozen miles to the side of that going along the side. Like it is not an uncommon experience for it to seem like it is specifically a flat Earth.
When we went to do Flatlanders, we went across Nevada and Utah and Idaho. And fuck, it's vast. Like when you think of like where the buffalo roam and the plains, fuck, man, the U.S. is big. Like lots of open space of fuck all, nothing. Lots of it. I was shocked. It was just that big. That big of an arena. With 50, 60 miles with nothing around you, many runs,
Yeah.
Nothing.
Dude, the fucking United States is full of places like this. There's just not enough people to realize it. Like, it's not that we have an overpopulation problem. We just have a people don't get out of the fucking house problem. They don't stop looking at their phone problem.
So let me get this straight. In like 1910, they bust out a bunch of triangles and they measure everything. And when they get to the point where it doesn't match up, they go, but it's a sphere, so we just adjust and call it spherical excess? Is that what happened? Like, it seems weird. I mean, it seems like...
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Spherical excess thing seems like a way when they're doing the wrapping it up, wrap it on the ball thing. Have you seen the butterfly map? That's called the Waterman projection.
I might have seen it. Let me see.
It's the one that you'd have to cut out to wrap.
Yeah, it's the most accurate.
No, that's the one that was.
Yeah. No, that I think is supposedly one of the most accurate maps.
The Waterman map,
like where things are located.
Isn't that weird? It's called that. I think it's the Waterman projection.
I'm looking it up right now.
But we call it the butterfly map. Why do they call it a butterfly when it flutters by?
Maybe they were high.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember a map like this being shown to be apparently like the most accurately depicted map.
Yeah, I think I saw that too.
But I don't know if that's true.
I have no idea what I just posted, but it's related. I promise.
No, it's the orthograph. That's what it's called. So it's not this one.
The route of the airmen of the circumaviation of the globe, 1915.
It's pretty similar though to the one that Dan posted, but it is different. Yeah,
it's just slightly different. Yeah.
So I'm really convinced that Lindbergh knew there was no great circle, and he was totally like kind of against our government. Like he operated outside of our government, so he was the most influential person. Like he was the most famous person in the world, and he wasn't connected to the government at all. And his baby got swiped, and he talked heavily about letting Hitler do his thing because the Jews were taking over. And his investigation of his kid is all weirded out with the police being kicked out of it and the mob being involved and the mob in his house. And it's really weird, real world stuff about Lindbergh. And I think Amelia Earhart too. So those two were both early first circumnavigation people, the first ones that weren't connected to government. And I think they both got sort of silenced in a way. I mean, Lindbergh didn't get silenced, but he sure got challenged. I think they both knew. Lindbergh entered World War II as a civilian because the U.S. wouldn't have him. And he went to be, I think, with like the P-40s in China, like certain squadron of stuff. But he had, on paper, trained them how to trim their carburation to get more mileage out of the plane. But I think it was due to route by flying straight. I don't think it had anything to do with carburation. Because I think he learned and he knew. So anyway, it's cool to try and tie that in to Flat Earth.
Yeah, that is very interesting with Amelia Earhart as well. So when people ask what happens if you try to go to Antarctica, we can just say, well, ask Amelia Earhart.
But it is that moment in time, where people started to reach out. And it's also like that moment in time between world wars, between heavy distractions. And during that time, it was all prohibition here. During the in-between war shit, Like there was a whole nother war, like a war on drugs. There was a war on alcohol in this country. I heard people had prescriptions back then, just like early weed in California. You could get your alcohol prescription if you had the right doctor. You know who made a bunch of money as a doctor giving out bogus prescriptions, don't you? In Michigan.
Yep.
It's sort of an interesting move for a legit doctor. It's kind of a sideways move. All the doctors I met like that were goofy dudes. They weren't like, they were just in it for the stamp, the money, A couple of them went through the motions, I remember, asking About your health? All you had to do is claim anything, anxiety. And honestly, just say, I don't want to be on pills. And they were pretty safe to do what they were. Nobody's ever OD'd on weed. So even though they were never able to do any of the research, because that's how they cracked down on it, is you weren't allowed to do research on it in a lab. You weren't allowed to transport it. You weren't allowed to do anything. It's weird the way they clamped down on it. And then we almost fucked up by trying to make it medicinal. Had we kept that up, Big Pharma would have closed in. Can't believe we got away with that, actually. Because it slid from medicinal to recreational in literally no effort. You can fully smoke weed in the street here in front of the cops. As if it weren't dangerous at all. Imagine that.
My employer forbids me from using it.
Forbids you from what?
Using weed.
Mine does too. I'm self-employed.
I'm not sure you're missing out on much. I mean, I wouldn't
Yeah,
say
I'm
you're
not.
missing out on a ton. But it is mellow on the body compared to drinking, which is like fairly poisonous. In contrast.
My boss don't let me do that neither.
What does she let you do?
Is that a joke? I just said I was self-employed.
Well, this time you said that you had a boss, though. So that
Well,
means that's your wife.
No, that when you're self-employed, you're your own boss. It's a joke. Get it?
Yeah.
Well, his was too that, if you're self-employed, your boss is your wife.
The moon is absolutely incredible. This is the peak of the full moon tonight. Like right now, this is it.
Yeah, 841 was the maximum of the strawberry moon.
Yeah, it's beautiful out there. I can see it right through my window. Yeah, because
you notice that it doesn't change apparent size all night tonight.
okay, yeah, why would it?
Because it's moving across a flat plane. Oh wait, it's not.
You were saying some conflicting things there.
Yeah, I'm saying that if it were moving across a flat plane in a linear fashion, then we would expect it to change size. However, it does not change size all night tonight.
Dude, in a linear fashion? Wait, what?
From if it changes distance from you, how about that? Not linear fashion, distance.
Matt, Mark's coming back on the 24th?
Holy shit.
Oh, really? To Southern California?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you going to talk about Mark Sargent for the rest of your life?
No, I met him. I met him briefly a couple of weeks ago, and Dan was telling me he's come back. That's all.
Riggs wants me to be a He wants me to be obsessed with Mark. But I don't see it as an obsession.
But Matthew, that's why I was. That's why I asked with the rainbow. You know, does a rainbow change in angular size? So I think you're making assumptions about what the moon is to then.
Right. I'm assuming the moon is a physical object that obeys the laws of perspective. But so you're saying it might not?
Yeah, like a rainbow.
Yeah, rainbow is definitely not a physical object.
It's fun. I mean, I think they're functioning on like it's a separate plane, if you will. I mean, it is actually a different plane. It's like a separate, almost like a separate realm. Maybe that's not the full right term for it, but doesn't mean like it's like I think the way it has to do with light and electromagnetics.
Yeah, and I actually think that's your best answer for what happens every month during the full moon. It's just that people who've seen the moon through a telescope or spend any time looking at it, it sure looks like a physical object.
Yeah, it looks like a crystalline hologram. Looks like a crystalline holography. Because it has that kind of transparent quality and the luminescent qualities of crystals.
I don't know. It doesn't look like that to me. I've never thought of it as transparent.
You know how crystals can change their transparency as well? Like they can luminesce and fluoresce, but they can also change their transparency.
Yeah,
depending on
the
conditions.
moon doesn't change its transparency.
Seems to at different times. Like when you can see the blue sky through the moon, for example.
You're seeing the blue sky in front of the moon, not through the moon.
G Riggs, you want to talk about Mark?
No. I would like to never talk about him again. I don't think he deserves to be in this community, and I don't want to ever hear his name or see his face.
I think your thought pattern is out of balance. You have to weigh the bad and the good.
That is rich coming from yourself.
Well, it's just that you don't have me convinced that
I don't need to.
Then why aren't you weighing the good and the bad? Why are you just focusing?
What makes you think I haven't?
Because there's been huge amounts of shitheads and idiots that didn't stick it out that long, and he hasn't caused the disdain and trouble that you guys want to tag him with. He was silly. He is silly. He's a dork. He says he is. He wears funny glasses to give people something to pick on so they don't pick on his baby face. You know.
Wow.
So, if you think flat earthers could be represented as anything but, let's say, stupid, let's say for in terms of the commercial or something, how the people that made that went way out of their way to make sure that flat earthers were represented amongst a group of oddballs, and the other people in it were all oddballs.
That is kind of the vibe of the Netflix documentary that they went with. Yeah. With him in particular. It kind of seemed to have that. Yeah, like kind of a. I'm just gonna say these things very generally, and I'm really I'm really just kind of commenting on like the vibe you get of, because he's really like the main one in that whole Netflix thing. He's obviously the kind of focus of it, and like even just from like a cinematography kind of like the symbolic and the character building and all that stuff. In terms of him being like that kind of main character in that, it does seem to have like an overall aura of. I'm just gonna say these things generalized, but yeah, kind of like a vanilla, kind of a little bit nerdy, dorky guy that just sort of a little quirky and just sort of stirred up this kind of old idea, and it's all just sort of very light, kind of light. Like it doesn't have a seriousness to it of like, oh, this is the truth. What this is truth. This is the implications on it. It's none of that. It's not about the implications and the potency. Like he doesn't seem to carry that spirit of like the potency of the truth. It's more like, oh, it's this kind of quirky, dirky little like side thing, and oh, look at their little conference, and he wears funny glasses and says funny things, and people follow him around and ask for his autograph, kind of vibe.
Well, and it's literally called Behind the Curve.
Yeah, they they use that whole storytelling to kind of like to give the audience the idea that they shouldn't think that we're stupid, but that they should just feel sorry for us. Yeah, flat earthers aren't stupid. They're just emotionally damaged, and you should feel sorry for them. That was the message of that movie. It was very obvious to me that was the very specific message of the movie.
Yeah,
but
I would
I'm
agree.
open to whatever your interpretations are, except Dan, not Dan's interpretation.
It's just the movie did expose a whole other audience. That's all, and that's important. That's what I
Cool.
want to do. That's what I want to do with Flat Earth channels: get to a new audience, and get to a mainstream audience where they could get past the laughter, because they need to get past that and find out, just like the Globies, that we're worth talking to for 5 years. That we're worth talking to. That we're interested in science. We're not anti-science. We're not reverse, backwards, Amish people. Otherwise, I would assume that flat earthers were completely Amish. Just otherwise, why don't they believe science? It's a logical assumption that we don't believe science. Because they think of science as the globe and space. So we really got to go back, whether it's Earhart, and Lindbergh, or what's the Apollo guy that burned up in the capsule? The guy with the lemon. It's like there's got to be.
Is that Grissom?
Yeah,
I forget the guy's name.
I mean, there's got to be certain people that stand out as like fighting to say, "Hey, is anybody looking here?" You remember? I mean, that's the guy that said, "If we can't talk between two buildings, how are we going to talk in space?"
Yeah.
So that shit's real. And I think people are in super denial of what's caused all the wars, and super denial, especially as Americans, because we benefited so much. So I think that.
What do you think?
Sorry. So, like, I I mean, why isn't there real news as a trip? It's just because it isn't profitable? Or that it's, literally a cabal against information.
Well, like, what do you think about the fact that Mark has been on like a lot of the biggest, news stations and all that, BBC and all these things? And like, I mean, I guess I just think that like walking away from those, were people's like minds blown? Were they able to see the depth of all this? Like, did he like lay it down in a way that was like people were able to be like, oh my gosh, like, like did he just drop the truth in that way? Or did it kind of just seems like he's been the one that's been on a lot of those major stations?
Well, guess what? If we put fucking Weiss on there, Weiss makes shit up to see what sticks on the wall. So you can't do that. And we can't put any religiotards up because they'll make it seem like it's all about the Bible. I mean, look at our limitations when it comes to actually public speaking. I got lucky. I got to do it, but it was only by default. If there was someone better, I mean, that's why Austin's such a breath of fresh air, right? He uses deeper language and he comprehends the inner portion of the outline, ABC 1, 2, and 3. He's not just parroting the fucking, beginning of the outline like most flat earthers. So like,
if you had had the chance to be on the major news stuff that Mark has been on, would you have what would you have done similar or different than what he did?
I've been on lots of shit. And the whole idea is to just not make a mistake. That's the whole idea, is to not say something stupid. Not make a claim. Really, So I don't know, if we could drop down to Chill Lounge, I could tell you about more really quick if you guys want.
Yep, that conversation is teeming with life.
What is Mark actually doing these days? I mean, I haven't followed his stuff. I mean, I've really Dan. Would you say you're like a fan of his work, as it were, or like his channel? Because I just say for myself, I've never followed his stuff. I've never even subscribed to any of his stuff. So I haven't. I mean, the last I heard, he was doing shows with Karen B. Is he still doing those, or I don't?
Absolutely, yeah. It's always been Tuesday, and she kind of helped it continue when TFR fell apart, and he still uploads like interviews and shit that people do of him, schools and stuff. But I don't really listen to it. I don't listen to, because it is sort of, a lot of Flat Earth 101 and then a lot of fence sitting, which is what Mark is guilty of a little bit, is he sits on the fence a lot and doesn't want to commit to anything. And it does end up sometimes just sounding like, yeah, well, it's just lights in the sky. And that's a short claim for us, And hopefully we can get out of the term belief, right? That it's not a belief, that we are doing science. We are measuring it as best that we can. And when these experts get on and talk about stuff, they're not only are they relatively shy and stay in theory, but they're still talking to us 5 years later. So, it's not that they don't question things. And it just seems like it's our job to seek in the cracks, and that's why we make big deals about small cracks. It's just we have to be careful not to be short-sighted and finish the research on stuff and stop parroting stupid stuff. Like this level thing that came out had some spec in it, and it went into outer ponds, which is totally cool, but I don't think it was needed. It was too speculative. And then they went on and on. Austin went on and on in that thing about project. It turned into Starfish Prime, but it started as something else. That he says, was to test the firmament, and it wasn't. They were, and very few of them were even high altitude. And there were a bunch of tests, but it was really about dispersal and things like that, like radiation. First time they were testing at different altitudes and shit.
Yeah, we Globers are glad that outer ponder stuff is in there, and the tests that you mentioned. We're happy.
Why you need the help to make us look silly because you don't ever know.
Just because I think that it is a accurate representation of the how credulous certain people are for certain kinds of ideas.
So what do you think of the
Well, dude, oh, go ahead. Well, I was just saying real quick, coming to the conclusion that the Earth is stationary and planar, there's having more land out there. So just that alone, like whether you call it a ponder or not, because pond, I get that kind of indicates that it's like there's a whole nother solar system and a whole nother sun, that whole thing as well. Or not a solar system, but a whole nother sun system, I should say, if it's like an outer pond in that sense. But I'm just saying, in general, and there being, in terms of there being more land, yeah, of course. I mean, that's just logical.
Is it? There's never been any proof for it, and it's just pure speculation. But many people believe it. It seems like it should at least like withhold judgment about it.
Well, Dan, I kind of jumped in over Dan. So Dan, if you
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Matthew, I just wanted your opinion on perspective, since you're totally aware of it, and aware of the argument, and aware of our difference of opinion. But in other words, I never hear you whine about refraction. Ruhif has got a routine where he says, it's gradient and therefore it's refracting, and I know that we're all aware of tricks of light. So I was just wondering what you thought of their, when I say their Glober disregard of things shrinking in the distance due to basic refraction, and when we're setting up, like Jesse trying to set up a straight line, a straight edge to look down, it shouldn't be surprising that it doesn't maintain that quote unquote height out there. And I was just wondering, I know you hear me. Yeah. So why are we arguing that point when we know shit shrinks in the distance?
Because the question is, where does it shrink to? And it ends up shrinking to the vanishing point, which is on the horizon. And so that can make things above the horizon shrink down towards the horizon, makes things below the horizon shrink up towards it, like the road. But what I don't think perspective can do is block something from the bottom up.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my that's my perspective on perspective.
Cool.
Do you think atmospheric conditions can cause that?
Atmospheric conditions can bend light slightly. I mean, and by slightly, I mean like 0.01 degrees per mile, something like that. And those kinds of things can cause, these mirages and things, or just change things, like the Skunk Bay video. Just watch that video, things jump all over the place.
What about completely obscure something?
So in the sense, if it causes light to bend down and hit the ocean, then the ocean would obscure something. If you're looking at something over the ocean or water or whatever. So I think that slight turbulence in the atmosphere, or refraction, if you want to call it that, can make it so that if you're zoomed way in and looking at tiny little angular sizes, then yes, things can either be obscured more than you expect or visible more than you expect.
Well, but I'm talking about the obstruction. Can atmospheric effects, temperature, pressure, etc., can changes within that cause physical obstruction in your view?
No. Only the water causes physical obstruction, but atmospheric changes can make it appear in different places than you expect.
Okay, take a look at this video. I timestamped it. It's actually it's from a Sky Free video, but it actually has the Pebbles in the Pond demonstration, which actually this guy Pebbles in the Pond did this on Brandon's show a couple years ago. Like he did it live on there. Well, he didn't do it live, but he presented his footage live. Anyways, if you watch that, he has this little. It's over a warehouse floor, and he's got this these lights on this little setup here. It shows it, zoomed in and so on, and it's over a warehouse floor, and you see all the lights. All he does is raise the garage door, and just by raising the garage door, the cool air comes in, and you start to get all these miraging effects, sort of like the Skunk Bay, the sort of wavering and looming and towering and stooping. You get various different of these refraction effects. And the light, the green light that is on the bottom of it, completely disappears, completely and totally obstructed to where you cannot even see the light. And nothing has changed about the position of the camera. The only difference is cool air coming in. So that shows,
that's exactly what I was talking about.
Shows that the atmospheric effects can obstruct things.
So I would say it's not the atmospheric effects that's obstructing things. It's the ground that's obstructing it still, because that's what you see in front of it. So technically, it's not the atmosphere that's obstructing it. It's the atmosphere that's causing the light to bend down and hit the ground, and then the ground obstructs it. In other words, if you just had it hanging out there in the same exact spot and you removed the ground or lowered it 2 feet or whatever, you would see it. So you're right. The atmospheric letting in cool air or changing the atmospheric conditions changes what you see.
Changes the gradient.
I would say it also changes because of transition, because of the disruption during the transition of what Ruhif calls a gradient. The major transition of contrast is actually probably showing movement, or what we call temperature inversion.
Yeah, it's
So
a cool,
what's a
it's a
temperature
cool
inversion?
experiment and cool idea. I think that was a good way to show what he was looking for. I would have never thought of like raising and lowering the garage door. I think it's an interesting video.
Well, Sky Free has replicated these themselves as well. They've done it same type of idea with air, where they opened up like a door in their house and it brought in cool air. And theirs actually showed very similar effects. That one is really good that they did. And then they also showed sugar water in a fish tank, also over a planar surface, that the refraction effects caused by the sugar water cause also these different, like the wavering up and down, like in the Skunk Bay footage and so on, and also shows bottom up obstruction just from adding the sugar without any curvature involved.
Right. Yeah.
So bottom up obstruction without curvature shown and displayed and demonstrated in multiple scenarios.
Or with the inferior mirage. Yeah. I agree inferior mirages can hide things bottom up, but then you've got an inferior mirage, right? So look at observations without an inferior mirage. What's the explanation then?
How do you assume that there's no inferior mirage at that point? What
You can see it.
What other myriad of excuses of the bending of light are you going to employ that you're now asking us to deny?
You can see the inferior mirage, like it's a mirror image of the actual object underneath. That's blocking the bottom of it. So if there's no inferior mirage, what's the excuse then?
Now, can we have multiple effects? In other words, if we had a prism and we changed the direction of light and then hit another prism and it hits another, direction. So if you had more than one effect, for instance, both temperature and humidity, or as I suggested, movement in the terms of what you call a gradient is actually probably a contrast and a little movement of what we would call almost like a weather system as things look to settle and find what do you call it, an ambient temperature. In other words, the disruption of air is probably due to movement in temperature differential.
When you say temperature and humidity,
right, there's got to be something fluttering.
Yeah, there are those things are both factors in determining the gradient.
Fuck Ruhif, you're being an asswipe.
They are both factors in determining the gradient, and pressure and CO2. No one's actually. I've never actually seen a CO2 gradient before, so I just keep it stable, constant.
Yeah, so in observations that show bottom-up obstruction, since it can be shown and demonstrated that there's multiple ways it could be happening, then the claim that that's Earth curve is just out the window, right?
The two explanations that are possible, in my view, are inferior mirages and Earth curvature. If you have another one, I would love to see it.
So you're double fisting it on that one?
What do you mean?
Well, when you have a beer in each hand and you're drinking both beers, I'm just saying you're using both of them basically. You're double dipping.
They are the two explanations for bottom-up obstruction. Yes.
I know. I'm just joking.
If there's no inferior mirage, what is the explanation for bottom-up obstruction?
Yeah, I would say there's multiple reasons that it can occur. It's not just two. It's not just one thing or two things.
Okay. Can you sort of demonstrate any other? Like I can show you why inferior mirages hide things. You've got upwardly bending light, right? So there's a part of the object where there's no path between the bottom of the object and your eye because it hits the ground.
Explain sunsets again, Rue. Set me straight. So they're past. They already set, but I still see them because of what kind of condition?
You're just talking about typical sunsets where refraction, lifts it by half a degree or so, right? That's all you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about far away sunsets that would be impossible on a globe.
I don't understand what you mean by a far away sunset. Like the horizon is a distance away.
Never mind.
Some...
If I wanted to argue like this, I go to Gems. I'm going to go to Gems.
Okay.
All right. Bye. I can't take it.
Yeah. So do you understand why an inferior mirage hides the bottom of something? Geo. I can draw it quite quickly.
Make a drawing.
Yeah, 1 sec.
Drawing. How do you spell that? Drawing with an R.
Drawing.
While he's drawing something, I got a question. So if there's a community of people that believe something and they want to congregate with each other and they want to share that message with a completely different group of people, and every fucking day there is some kind of like heckler in the crowd or some kind of like anti-believer that shows up to that congregation every day, does it serve that group to keep that dumb fuck around?
No, it does not.
No, it does not.
Echo chambers are much more effective in spreading ideas.
No, actually, dumb fuck, if you would like to identify as such.
I would not.
Then don't don't stand in front of the target. Okay? Don't stand in front of the target if you don't want to get shot.
I am rubber, you are glue, bounces off of me.
Okay, sounds great.
Nice one. So, Gio, can you see my screen? Oh, no one's watching my screen. Come on, champ.
Yeah, I'm not really that engaged with what you're saying. I was more interested in what Riggs was talking about. Honestly.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is it's not an echo chamber if we're inviting everyone to that group to converse. However, keeping those same staunch hecklers around to ruin that possible engagement is a fucking problem.
If you want an echo chamber, Gio just has to kick us out.
No, it's not an echo chamber. It's not an echo chamber. We'd invite everyone that is actually interested instead of just parroting the same bullshit every fucking day.
How would you define
We are interested in the truth, If you don't want
No,
an
you're
opposing view,
not.
then
You
Geo, kick us out.
are the 1984 fucking Ministry of Truth. I don't
Okay,
believe
thanks, Rick.
anything you fucking say.
Okay, thank you.
Well, where's the line between what you're referring to, Riggs? Like in your mind?
Yeah, I would say the line is about 3 to 6 months of get the fuck out if we're done with you.
What do you mean, just a time?
I mean, if people are coming to our group and we're offering infinite fucking inquiry, and they're not a curious someone who's actually like evolving their belief system, who's actually like looking for alternative information, if they're not that person, then they're just a heckler. They're staying around for personal pleasure. I'm not talking to you, Ruhif.
That's me.
I'm not
You
talking
just
to
gave
you.
yourself away, Riggs. You said if you're looking for alternate explanations.
Correct. So the fuck what?
Like, shouldn't you be looking for truth?
Sometimes truth is an alternative explanation.
Right. Sometimes.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
sometimes.
Right. Sometimes. But you said
Well,
looking for alternate explanations.
I mean,
You didn't
have
say
you
looking
ever
for truth.
found one that's alternative?
Have I?
No, you could never
atheism?
admit as such. You could never
Do you
admit
consider
that.
do you consider atheism I don't know, one of those things? I don't believe God exists. Is that a truth according to you?
You don't, you said, or do?
Yeah, see, this is the kind of the fucking sludge that we're dealing with, dude. I don't know why. Like, this is the kind of mold that grows on shit because of
Would you
glyphosate
accept
being
this,
on all the
Geo,
food.
from one of us? Geo, would you accept that kind of rhetoric from one of us?
Well,
would you kick us out?
Hold on. What are you referring to? I think. Why can't we just have
calling
a
us the
conversation?
sludge mold of shit?
Yes,
I don't
you are
think-
sludge and mold.
Hang on, but Rick, if you're if you think he's talking about you, that perhaps is more on you. Even I
course
understand because
Yikes.
he's just talking about it in general.
Yikes.
He hasn't said.
He's talking about
I phrased it in such a way that excluded you guys. I gave you guys an out, and you literally walked in front of the bus. So thanks for outing yourself, if anything.
Okay.
I
Thanks,
found it
Riggs.
quite poetic, to be honest.
Well,
why isn't the guy looking at the object, Ruhif?
This is the path that the upwardly bending light takes to his eye. Right? We've got an inverse density gradient, so light's bending upwards. So you can see from the bottom of that object, there's no path to reach his eyes. Right? That's hidden. But what you will see is the inferior mirage.
Why isn't he looking at the object though?
He is looking at the object. This is
So
the
what's the
path
green
of light. The long green curved light is the path the light takes from the middle of that object to his eye.
This is where you're mistaken. There is no path of light. You know, when there's a displacement, the displacement happens where it is. It's not like a tunnel vision fiber optic path of light.
Okay.
So Riggs, yeah, how do you define that difference? Because I do hear what you're saying, but like,
yeah.
you know, how does it not? Here's my question: how does it not become a cult? That's my question. If you start like,
No. You're always inviting new people in, but there are people that are clearly here for their own entertainment.
well,
That
I think
has
about
nothing to do with us.
Okay, so like there's certain people, like if we're gonna take the shape of the earth discussion, you know, like I'll just throw Kosho for example. Kosho is like he does assert his points and stuff, but he is open-minded. He is interested to hear other perspectives. He is open in a lot of ways. I've had many conversations with him they're very interesting, where it doesn't really seem like when he's in the debate thing, he does assert his points and so on, but it's not like he's not like evangelically trying to convince us all necessarily all the time.
It's
And so
called
that's
dude,
a flow. Whereas
please don't be this naive.
There's other people who are much more like agenda driven, where they have one thing and they're just gonna use everything in the book to kind of push that particular. Which is that what you're referring to more as a heckler, like someone who's like just kind of
okay, like I don't know. There's Jesse, there's Ruhif, there's this there's a bunch of them. There's just a fucking bunch of them. And you know what? They just grow like mold. And as long as they're going to be here, as long as they're going to be here,
from a global
regular ass people are
talk
not
about
going to
Riggs in
find
this
this
way,
an
are you gonna
interesting
put up with that?
conversation.
Gio, if I talk about the flat earthers here as mold and slime and scum, are you going to put up with that?
Wah.
I mean, dude, it's not really like me just deciding or something. There's like the server guidelines, we moderate for it. I don't hear anything egregious at the moment, so I'm not going to control what someone else says. If you had an opinion that there's certain, I mean, I did say, I mentioned Kosho, but I mean, I'm not trying to get into. I was actually trying to say a positive thing about him, anyways. But I haven't heard any negative names being called at any particular person. But my point is that if you had a thought that there's a couple of quote unquote flat earther people that are kind of like pose or hecklers or coming in to cause trouble, and you said that why, yeah, I mean, that would be your opinion that, hey, if you came and say, hey, you know what, I feel like there's a couple people that are really kind of causing a lot of chaos or whatever. I'm sure you could probably name 10 of them off the top of your head right now that you already think that about.
Yeah, so Riggs, would you prefer to have this be less of a debate channel and more of an indoctrination type channel where new people come in and learn the truth?
Look, debate is an accessory to what we're here for. It's not the main reason. It's literally not why we came to Discord. But it's literally not why we made the live streams. It's literally not. We're trying to reach an audience of people who have not had this discussion. We're trying to let them know that there is a discussion, trying to show them what all the different areas of discussion are. And what we don't need are a bunch of people that are in strong opposition, that are literally that are literally straw manning our position, lying about our position, and then saying the same points every day as if we haven't already moved past it.
Right. You don't have a position. You can't make any claims.
Then guess what? You have no reason to be here.
Okay, then Gio, kick us out. If you don't want us here,
no,
Gio,
you said we don't have a position. So then, what are you doing here?
I'm trying to get you to have a position. Like my where is it? Hang on, I'll post it again. One sec.
All right, I'm leaving before I get banned. I can tell where this.
Nobody's getting banned. Why? Yeah, why are you referring to that? That's okay.
Look at that weird emotional manipulation tactic there. What a weird tactic.
I'll tag in this one.
Go to HR, buddy.
If you are interested in truth, Riggs, if you are actually interested in truth, you will have a crack at this question that I just tagged you in.
I'm good,
such a simple geometry.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. I know. I know that no one will make a prediction. I'm well aware.
Yeah, I'm just asking Riggs, like, what's the fine line between, like if it's an open platform, people are coming, sharing their viewpoints. Ruhif has his strong viewpoints, other people have theirs, etc. And then there's the discussion on that level. Where does it blend? Because I do hear what you're saying, that some people like all right, let's say there's a group, just a totally different scenario. Let's say there's a group that's into astrology and they're all interested in it. They're looking into their signs and their positions and their charts, and they're all like curious. They want to learn more, etc. Maybe even to the point like, hey, they feel like they've been lied to about astrology. This whole shit in the newspapers, bullshit. And they and there's a lot of groups like this. It's been going on for obviously, forever. But anyways, and let's say that this group gets together and they really want to explore, they want to look at charts and everything, and they're moving in that direction. Now, to have other people there who are just like coming in and being like, it's all pseudoscience, astrology is bullshit, you guys are idiots, the planets don't mean anything, and the position, you guys are idiots. That would be counterproductive to that group actually making progress in terms of moving forward. And if that other group kept coming in and just being like, astrology is bullshit, and if every day your energy had to be spent with going to, having those people being like, no, astrology is legit, I swear to God, like the planets do this and do that. Meanwhile, like, potentially you would be distracted from actually being able to explore it because you have to like defend your position before you can even like explore it, as it were.
Pretty much.
So there's that scenario.
It comes down to, this is Geo's server. He can control what he wants from the server. If I don't like it, or if Geo doesn't want me here, kick me out, whatever, people will go where they want to go. That's it. If you don't like it here, Riggs, then start your own server, go somewhere else. I like it here. I would be disappointed if Geo didn't want Globers here. I would find something.
Oh, wait. Who said that Globers were being targeted? What are you talking about?
The conversation so far sounds like you don't want us here. You don't want any.
He never said that though. That's the thing.
No, I never said that.
Yeah.
No,
he never
I just think that maybe there's a dozen or so people that are ruining it for everyone that could possibly enjoy this place.
I enjoy this place.
Well, that's also a problem.
that is what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Deal with it.
Well,
Yes, I am. Are you dealing with it?
Well, just to
I
go
am.
another step too, though, Riggs, with like the thing about the astrology thing I mentioned, that's a particular idea. But the thing with like the shape of the Earth discussion and Earth in general is that it's like a much larger scenario out in, you know, that's going on in terms of the world, you know, and it's like it integrates into so many different parts of society. So, you know what I mean? Like, if it drifted into like a culty church vibe, then I feel like that would be
Culty church vibe. Whoa.
Yeah, like definitely.
I
would
think
never
you
be
guys
that.
have like the worst imagination for what like things could be. I find that kind of strange.
No, I'm just saying that it could go that way if you start if someone starts just selectively getting rid of people they don't like. It turns into like a different energy. It's more of like it just doesn't have as much of like a holistic structure to it.
Well, do you think there's anything natural about the certain characters that stick around and parrot the same points every day without ramification, without any correction, free reign to just ruin all the conversations they can possibly ruin, like on a schedule, like on
ruining the
clockwork?
conversation for me. Maybe you are ruining the conversation for me. That's a possibility.
Well, this server isn't made for you.
Right. It's Geo's server. Geo gets to decide what happens here. If he doesn't like
Then shut
Rover's
the
being
fuck
here,
up.
then
I'm
he
having
can
a
kick us out.
discussion with Geo, buddy.
Well, I'm in the discussion too.
No, you're not.
Yes, you are. You called me scum, or you called me mold and slime.
You identified as scum. I didn't
it isn't.
label you.
You were talking. You mentioned my name and Jesse, and then followed it
After
with,
the fact.
What?
After you identified yourself.
Incorrect. Anyway.
Okay.
Well, I just want to comment on one thing. This whole thing is Geo server. I don't really see it like that. I mean, I don't feel like it's like my thing, and I'm, you know, it's like everyone amongst the moderation, like we all kind of choose together. And even if anyone else on the server has suggestions or even wants to help in any way, like that's very, you know. So to me, I'm more like midwifing the overall platform rather than it's like my platform.
I think it would make a lot of sense if we invite people from outside the platform into this platform and we remove these fucking doorstops.
And who are you identifying as a doorstop, Briggs?
Why are you so concerned, doorstop?
Well, here's what I would say. Okay, on this live stream, there's generally two vibes. There's the debate vibe, which, yes, it can be contentious and people trigger and it can get wild and blend some borderlines into shit show territory. And then the only way to not have that is to moderate it, etc. The whole debate thing and the going back and forth and letting each person talk. That's more of like a courtroom style where it's like, you know, it's like moderated and it's like debate style. Then the other style is like chill style, like either just building ideas, philosophizing, sharing our minds, our thoughts, etc. And it's pretty 50-50. Maybe it varies at times, but I mean, today it was pretty 50-50. Like there was very intense debates, but then like the last couple hours was like with like Michael J. Smith and Shane and we were all just laughing and joking for hours. So it's like that was not that contentious vibe, but it came right out of that because there was like Ed Freeze and Negator that were like doing a whole thing, and then it went into a whole different chill mode. So what I'm saying is that there's those two modes, and if it was split up into two live,
what would you want the mode to be instead of like seeing how it was? If you're trying to cultivate, what would you want it to be?
Well,
what was the goal?
The general structure of this server, and it still will fill out to this as time moves forward, is in general, and of course there could be even more in the future, but 3 live streams. The first one is like the introduction one where you'd have like maybe a panel of like maybe 3 or 4 people, maybe 5 or 6 that are very knowledgeable in many, many topics. And, you know, there's a certain cohesion in a sense, and it would be like introductory type style where people that are brand new either to the Earth conversation or to the physics conversations or to all these different things could come. And it's like, it's just a stream of content, like either, you know, just people doing presentations, people just talking, just sharing knowledge, sharing information. And then that panel could rotate throughout the day. So you could have like a panel of 5 and then different people.
You want employees?
No, I'm saying, so that's the one live stream would be like a panel of people presenting information.
But how does that work?
For new people. Let me just finish my thing. I'm just saying, yeah, a panel introducing and answering questions and introducing information to new people. Then the second live stream would be more where it's the building, philosophizing, sharing knowledge, getting up to date on things, get new ideas, brainstorming, you know, all of that. And then the third live stream would be the debate one, which is the, you know, So that whole style. So in that way, you've got the introduction thing for new people. You've got the kind of building dynamics of growing and expanding and trying to get solutions to things, etc. And then you'd have the third one for the debate style, which is going to have its whole, component, which is like bringing the minds to the table and like, having a medal of intellectual sparring. So having those three would kind of allow for a much wider range of accessibility for these different styles. But having it all on one stream right now, yeah, it's all kind of just shifts throughout the day.
Yeah, but how do you manage that? Okay, because this sounds like an incomplete business strategy. Like, do you have employees? Is there a schedule? How is this being managed between? I'm not talking to you. I am literally not talking to you. There's going to be
annoying, man. There's better things to talk about than fucking managing this.
You can go talk about them then. I'm talking to the server owner at the moment, and he has questions. I asked him a question. If you want to get in on it, go for it. Because that shit ain't working. So, obviously, we don't have employees. If there's 3 live streams, yes, you can have a special event, and then you can bring one up if need be. But most likely, that's not going to happen. So, if we're going to reimagine this place, what's realistic? Realistically, we don't have employees. We don't have a schedule. But we do have people that act like employees, that act like they're on a schedule, and they ruin every fucking conversation.
What do you mean by ruin? I mean, are you just saying like
the constant debating? Badgering and debate style has nothing to do with flat Earth. Period. It is adjacent to the flat Earth conversation. It was only out of necessity that it actually happened. Dude, people weren't debating about the flat Earth. We're professing it.
Well, dude, I mean, think about like back on 24/7 in the early days, like the 1.0, the original server. I mean, it was like that. There would be debates, like even those 3 I just said. That it's similar in that way. Like that was always like in a lot of these discussions, it seems to be like there's the introductory part, there's like the building, philosophizing, growing part, then there's the debate style. And I feel like on a lot of platforms, that's the case. They're all different though. But I mean, Bro Sanchez has his own version of, he's got the heated debate thing, he's got the building thing. Probably some introductory thing too, new people asking questions and whatnot. So he kind of does all 3. It's kind of a universal pattern, it seems, in terms of. But I mean, I'm open.
I think the debate thing is a mistake. We are never going to outnumber a Glober community. It's not going to happen. Their arguments are bad. They don't touch on other things like occult nature, historically natured. There's a lot of things that don't get touched just because we're stuck on like page fucking 112 of some document that came out 100 years ago about people that may or not even fucking matter anyway. Like the theoretical physics of things, etc. Doesn't help us at all.
Well, but dude,
it's not the flat Earth discussion.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing about debates, though, what about like, what about the fact that a ton of things need to be figured out in science, like actual, like the debates, like do have a component of helping to like sharpen one's sword to what the truth is, and then bringing the minds to the table. I almost think of it as like anabolic and catabolic, like building or breaking down. And like with your body, you build up, you break down, build up, break down, like the anabolic and catabolic systems. I think of it in that way. Like when you're doing more, like right now, we're more in a building mode, even though you guys are kind of fighting a little, it's kind of debate style, but like you can, if it's in the building mode where you're building ideas and brainstorming and sharing knowledge, that's the building. That's when you're building up. The breaking down is like the debate style where you're breaking the ideas down. You're bringing all the things that you've done with the building. Now from the building, you're bringing it to the debate. And now you got to be quick on your feet and you got to think fast and you have to have, and you have responses and responding to people's information. That's like breaking down, not necessarily in a bad way, breaking down. It
literally has nothing to do with flat Earth.
2 swords that are like, coming together to ideally form a new structure of understanding.
Tell me any of these debates, formal or otherwise, where you've heard a very prominent concession of agreement.
Well, dude, there's been a lot.
Make better arguments.
Well, just today, Negator had said that if this 700-mile observation that was probably hours and hours on that earlier that was gone through in detail, if that 700-mile observation is showing those mountain peaks, and there's a way to validate that, either with putting like I've had the idea of putting like a laser on the mountain peak. There's all these different ideas. He will, agree that the Earth is not a globe.
Yeah, this person who talks of both sides of their mouth, you think he's actually going to stick to that?
Well, it's funny because Jeremy was like, "All right," he's like, he was being funny about it.
Yeah,
but yeah, I mean, I guess time will tell.
The thing is, everybody here is an amateur. There's no one that can claim they're a professional at this in this topic and in this field because it's so vast. So it's really, the argument itself is there for the listener to have their own discernment, and then when someone else comes along with a new idea, then that's going to spawn from these topics and these
but
the
that's the problem, is that the very particular parts of the argument are will be lost on the audience because they're literally so niche that it is not the most prominent question in their mind. It is not at the front of their mind. Their question is, well, why does it matter? Or why would they lie? Stuff like that is what people out in the middle of fucking nowhere are curious about.
But at the same time, this platform isn't like a slideshow platform. It's mostly voice, and people that might be watching it on YouTube, they don't really get to see the clear picture in all of the debate and talk going in the text chat either. So it's really relying on just what people can hear.
Well, Riggs, what would it look like in your mind? Like, what is an ideal? Like, are you saying, because now the word indoctrination can have negative connotations, but there's other words that go along with that. Like Matthew was saying, like if there's like a message that one wants to share, a specific thing, and then there's ways to kind of get that information out, answer people's questions or whatever it may be. But like, what are you suggesting? Like, no more debates, basically, is what you're saying. Like, zero debates, and then what? What would it look like to you as the ideal?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that the people who spend all their time debating the points that have already been tackled, the one, like, if I tell someone, okay, that optical is not actual, which is factually true, and they scoff at that and they keep posting the same image every day, like, which, show me where the path of light is on this image that I created, and shit like that. Like, dude, you're wasting everyone's time. You're spamming shit everywhere. Okay. And if you're in VC and you're talking about the same points that have already been discussed and dismissed, like, it's only going to breed a negative conversation. So I'm not saying that's everybody. I'm saying there are at least a dozen of them. And because they've been allowed to profess in such a manner, as long as they're kind about it, they don't get removed. And then the discussion never continues.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the people, like, okay, let's say somebody, let's say like
manners doesn't fix the problem, is what I'm saying.
I'm not going to say anyone's name just out of respect, just to be neutral. But let's say somebody comes in, they have a particular thing that they're asserting, and they come like every day with that same thing. The thing about it, you're suggesting that's a negative thing because they're kind of running people through the mill, and then there's all the defense and the assertions and the kind of some of those components. But what about the fact that there could be somebody new listening or somebody else listening or just somebody who maybe comes in once a week or whatever it may be?
That's fine. That problem will still get discussed. It will always be discussed because it's a real problem. But people who come in and they act like, oh, well, this is the answer to that problem. And they throw it in your face, and then them and their buddies are putting emojis on every fucking thing you respond with. And then it's like, okay, suddenly I'm dealing with a bunch of people, and suddenly I can't just have an open conversation, and it looks like I'm getting toppled by people in a server that's supposed to be open-minded. But clearly these guys are not open-minded. They've already decided. They're pushing their conclusion on me. The thing is, like, this is supposed to be a flat earth / alternative / like open platform for discussion. And what I'm seeing is that there are people that are very keenly closing the discussion down with talking points that have already been, talked over a million times. So they're literally not allowing the discussion to progress. You're telling me, oh, well, we have this new cosmology. There's so much we have to figure out. Well, guess what? These people are not allowing the discussion to take place because we can't even get past point 1 to get to point 10. It's not going to happen.
Okay, Pumpkin.
So what is your? I hear what you said there. So what would be then?
Dude, Ruhif is so offended. It's crazy.
What would then be?
He knows he's the top offender. He knows that, right?
Oh,
That's
I know,
why he's
I know
speaking.
Gio was talking about me. Gio was saying, "Oh, someone that comes in with their one single agenda point or something." Like I know that wasn't me, or at least an example of one of them.
Well, why do you keep speaking up like it's always you then?
Well, I don't know.
No one can answer the question. No one can answer the question. It's a question of geometry, and none of you guys can do geometry.
Like if Ruev hadn't said anything this whole time, probably would have gotten my point out and progressed at some point. But you keep a dozen of those guys around, you're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to be showing any truth to anybody.
Oh, that word truth. Wow. You unintentionally gave yourself away when you said you're looking for alternate explanations. That's really what you're doing. You're not looking for truth.
Well,
I'm looking for all the explanations, not just one particular one that you cooked up.
Riggs, what do you then think about somebody who is authentically? All right, let's say there's somebody out there in the world, some 25-year-old guy, he's just going along his life. He hears about people, oh, the Earth's not a globe, we're not on a globe, like what is this all about, right? And whatever it may be. And then he gets into it perhaps. Now, of those 3 I said before, he could listen to the introductory one and he could get information, he could ask questions, etc. That style. He could maybe come in the more building one and kind of hear people's when people are in a peaceful vibe and there's just new ideas and he's able to hear things and maybe ask a question there, whatever it may be. But is there a benefit? Because everyone's different too. People take in information in different ways. Some people take it in through, more of a presentation learning style. Other people more talking with others, maybe. And so in your mind, is there a value to the debate one? Even though a lot of the points might be repetitive in terms of refraction or different things about it, is there possible a benefit to offering to that person to have a debate style where they can hear, they really want to know what's going on and they want to hear both sides? They don't want to necessarily just be quote unquote indoctrinated, as it were, not you know what I mean, though, just told one idea and just told to believe it or something. They might not only want to just philosophize or kind of build and hear more ideas. What if they want something to challenge so that they can find truth? In your mind, my ultimate question, is there benefit to that style of the debate style where you have sort of the best of the best on all sides in that sense? Is there value to that in your mind?
Maybe every once in a while. But it's not I'm talking about culture here. Building a culture. Right? So that's not something you can keep around all the time. You're not going to attract any audience. You're not going to get new people that are interested. They're going to hear stuff that's way beyond their point of view. They're just a 9-to-5 guy, just does a job or something. And we're trying to reach people with new ideas that a lot of people are maybe not going to feel qualified for, but if we're only attracting these very obsessed, ignorant people, I don't know.
Some of them do have, I'm not calling any names in any way. And we all know some of these terms that are used. I'll just say this. Some do seem to have a hate for those who think the Earth is not a globe. For those who think that Earth is not a globe and or have other ideas about cosmology. It's like a particular form of hate, which then kind of turns into the bullying, the trolling. But I think Adam was going to get in. Is that Adam? Go ahead, man.
Yeah, just on that last point, though, I would also say that I've observed plenty of that from both sides in the short period of time that I've been listening in on the chats and occasionally joined in. But what I wanted to respond to was when you asked Riggs what his ideal scenario would be. I've thought about that a lot, and what I would really enjoy to participate in or to witness would be if a group of let's say people from both sides, people put aside their ideas about what they either think is real or what they believe is real, and just come together and see if they could prove all of the phenomena that we observe on a flat Earth model for demonstration purposes, just for fun, or perhaps even like a different model. Like, it would be just a really interesting scientific experiment to see if we could put together a completely random model even, and see if we could make everything work to that particular model. Like, I think one of the biggest hurdles for the mainstream scientific community to put aside is that we've got this, footage from institutions saying that we've been to the moon, and there's apparent proof there that is very convincing for those people. It's like, so a lot of times their arguments are backed by that particular evidence, that it's not, everything must support their theories because we've got that proof there. But imagine if those people, or some of these people even, and from Flat Earth, any sides, people could just come together and say, for experimental purposes, let's see if we can work together and make all these phenomena work on a Flat Earth model. Let's see if we can make it all work on a globe Earth model, whatever. Just
that will never happen with these personalities, though. We've
Not
seen
with
it
that
time and time
mentality.
again for like a decade.
Well, I've talked to a lot of.
that
I mean, no, there's been a lot of just to use the term globe earther individuals who have actually been very helpful in terms of brainstorming about ideas or how to measure curvature and a lot of that. So yes, some of them are very open to a lot of that, like actually trying to figure out how it is working. I mean, that was one of the first things Kocho did, was he was trying to do models and stuff. So I mean, he's just one example.
Yeah, and my slide is about how to measure drop. If you want to measure drop, that's how you do it.
Wow.
Usual
Like I said,
saboteur,
if
and
you
then
are,
there's a guy like Kosho that'll just sit quiet for some time. We know his usual arguments, but the saboteurs, they kind of derail the whole conversation when it gets juicy. That's what Riggs is getting at.
Saboteur. There you go.
Yeah.
if you want to measure
Thank you,
drop,
Ron.
it's on the screen. It's on the screen right now in the chat, Briggs. If you
Wow.
want to measure drop, that's how to do it.
But I think what Adam said was really interesting. Like, but how to actually, constellate that in a community, meaning what you were saying, because it is very different. Like, if people come together and they want to do like a more fight style. See, I even think with debating, there's different styles. There's like healthy debate where there's civility, there's not crazy ad homs and interruptions. The actual points are being made. There's an intellectual stimulation and the points are fully being made. Then there's another style where it's like a food fight, where it's just, people are throwing, French fries in each other's faces and it's just a mess. And that's more when it's into shit show territory, or when the people get into their ego, or they're trying to just, dominate the other person, or make the other person look stupid, or make the other person look, ridicule, mocking, all that stuff, to where now you're almost dealing with like, it's almost like the difference between like, if your parents like sit down and problem solve and actually like bring their minds together versus they're just screaming and yelling and throwing plates and, and the kids hiding in the corner. So it's like, when it's that scenario, the food fight one, that is the least productive in my thoughts. It's the absolute least productive because there's so much ego involved. There's so much fighting that usually the people are not even getting their points out fully. They're only getting partway through their points and they're getting interrupted. And that's where it's just so challenging. It's like breaking up a fight to even moderate it. It's like, I have to sit at the computer and like, individually mute people and like let each person speak, because it's literally like breaking up a fist fight.
Yeah. Hey, in response to that, Gio, I think, because I've heard a lot of the statements where people have made when they're going to answer or respond to something that's been said already, they lead with, see, that's the problem with you globe heads, or that's the problem with you flat earthers. And they start with like an insult before addressing the thing that was presented. Although I can still see that perhaps there's a discussion that needs to be had about psychological phenomena and how people interpret information, rather than bringing up the issue in the middle of a separate debate. Does that make sense? Like, if the debate is on whether or not the Earth is flat or round, and observable phenomena or measurements, experiments that can be done to prove it either way, it's not necessarily constructive to bring up a person's biases within the conversation, because that is like an aggressive action. And when things get emotional is generally when they get very hard to manage.
Right. Like, so, yeah, absolutely. No, I know what you're saying. See, that's where, like, if you're in a courtroom, that's why they have all those things in courts where there's all these, like, there's structure and, you know, sustained, you know, there's all these terminologies that they use, and it goes through the judge, and there's all these, you know, then you have the jury, everybody kind of listening, and you know, so that's the reason courts are set up like that, having those structures. So I see what you're saying, and that's where it gets into fallacies. So it's like, if it's a debate style, that would be what you said right there is a fallacy, and that could fall into a bunch of categories. Strongman fallacy. There's a whole bunch of them that, you know, where you're basically just, lumping all people into one category and then making some ad hominem attack, some insult or disparaging or condescending based comment, which is only going to stir content, stir, emotions and reactions and interruptions and all of that. So, yeah, I mean, but see, that would be a thing. See, the thing is, it happens so quickly when it's a more heated discussion like that. They're going back and forth. It happens so quickly. So it's like, the only way to do that is like almost stop it right there. Like, mute both people and be like, okay, this one guy just, you just did a total straw man ridicule based attack. That's going to be strike from the record. Essentially, we're going to start over, and then you could even have like a tally of fallacies if you wanted, and have some system for it if you want. But I'm just saying in general, to like not let that actually fly in that debate style, and that would be the only way to do it. It's like, stop it right in the tracks. Because if you don't, then people tend towards what you're saying. They tend towards that. And then it's, it goes into that more fist fight thing. So, but is that what you're saying? Is that in the middle of the point that they're actually making about the shape of the earth, they're bringing in some other like bias, like maybe even like a bigoted kind of bias that is just meant to like throw, like, it's like as almost like a tactic to try to create turbulence or whatever, rather than the actual point. And so, yeah, you're saying you see a lot. I hear you. Yeah, it happens. It definitely it happens.
Maybe not even brought in intentionally, like maybe also brought in out of frustration over trying to respond intellectually to their opponents, whatever words they've used in whatever combination, their argument or whatever. But yeah, it's often little sort of like snide comments or so, I guess, thrown in there. And I hear it from people that are making arguments on both sides of the debate, and it's just something that I've noticed that happens quite frequently. And in the groups that we're in, it's generally a majority of people that are supporting the flat Earth model, or arguments from the flat Earth side. And I feel like sometimes hearing the conversations that the people from the opposite side of the debate are also not being fairly represented. And for that, like a really good moderator could be really helpful, but that would probably work better in conjunction with a better schedule, like planned debates, planned meetings for debates, and maybe with select members, rather than just allowing anybody to jump in, because that's when a lot of the time there are people with opinions, and they think that they have conviction, and if they hear somebody make a counter statement to their conviction, then that can also trigger that person. And if they have the ability to just jump in, and which it's, I guess we're just talking about ideals here, right? Like it's not to say that we need to change this platform. This platform is fine and can just continue to be what it is. But in order to maybe make more progress, or to get more out of it, like how Riggs was talking, then I think these are perhaps some good ideas.
Yeah. Cool. I'm gonna have a shower.
I totally agree with what Riggs was saying. Like, let's say the train is chugging along really well, and then someone's there just to derail it. They derail the conversation that was like going really smooth, and the same saboteurs come in and, hey, let me throw something in here, derail the train because I don't like the direction it's going. And if it's the usual trolls, right? They need to be moderated, like one troll at a time. Like, because some other people, they jump in and derail the shit. You got the usual suspects. You know who they are.
Yeah, that's what I'm sort of saying. I sort of hear that on both sides, Wolfgang. I'm not.
Yeah, but it's mainly
saying
a
that it's
flat Earth
biased.
server, right? It's mainly a flat Earth server. We have all the proofs, and the other stuff is just, people coming in to derail our, when someone's in the middle of pointing out all the evidence, there's only evidence on one side of the argument. The other side comes with a bunch of.
I can agree with you in
It's
a
always the
way.
usual
But I would say
suspects.
that
Hey, Wolfgang.
The
not everybody,
obfuscation
not everybody's really
operative.
understanding that information, though. Like, not everybody's done the experiment. Not everybody's got the true knowledge. Like, a lot of people just are adhering to it or following it or believing in it, and for that reason, I think that there are a lot of people that sort of stuff up the conversation from the flat Earth side as well, because they reject whatever a person has said if they're coming from the globe side.
Well, let me just say real quick. Sorry, Ron.
Go ahead.
The problem that 24/7 made, obviously, this is just an offshoot. Hopefully, an improved offshoot. I mean, I think we all can agree that was the effort anyway. Like they ban all Glovers. Pretty much anybody who asks a basic fucking question that is in opposition to flat Earth, if there's even a fucking snicker in their voice, they're getting banned. And I don't think that's fair. I think that the scoffing and the snickering is totally normal reaction to a flat Earth conversation. I think it's totally normal. Sometimes it takes people, they need to be warmed up to the idea of like, oh, okay, well, this is actually a conversation. Oh, okay, so this isn't a troll. Okay, so sometimes it takes a while for people to stomach. Okay. Now, I'm not saying ban all Glovers. I'm saying the people who have made a career out of just sitting here posting the same, like, oh, this is how you calculate drop kind of shit. That's ridiculous. That is way below the kind of conversation we're trying to have here. And it just serves to muddy the water.
Then I would simply say all that's needed to remedy that would be some qualified moderators, people that are adept in knowing and being able to identify fallacies that can be made. And it's a big ask, but it's also a simple fix, really.
So
I think
you're
it is a simple
criticizing
fix.
Geo, criticizing his moderation.
Well, that's why I got banned like 2 years ago, right?
I'm not meaning to criticize Geo at all. I think he does quite a good job when he's around, but he can't be here 24/7 himself. The man's got to sleep. And
I hear there's a lot of 24/7 flat Earth mods out of work nowadays. What's up, guys? I think maybe we could hire a few of them if you want.
Moderate the convo. It's an open conversation, but like with the same
you guys are
argument.
asking is for sorry. I didn't mean to
Okay,
interrupt.
so I gotta say, and
No, hold
anybody
on.
knows
Wolfgang was going.
Geo's history,
And I got next.
it should mean a lot, but I like the way Geo moderates his
I think
server.
he lets it run loose, and that's good. But
He's
like
fair
as far as
hell.
like, yeah, I mean, but the
If
same.
you can't stand the heat, get out the kitchen because we don't
the
need the
same
help.
vendors, Mike.
That's
Like
the
night after
sentiment.
night.
They are, but
Hold up,
when
Michael,
you're
stop interrupting so much. Let Wolfgang say his thing.
Well,
Go
the
ahead,
usual
Ron.
people, they come in and they it's the same people every day that are derailing the conversation, and it's like it gets tiresome, especially if there was a good debate going on, and then it's more people on their side because we're in agreement. Most of us, we have the same proofs and things like that, so there's no need to interrupt if you're debating one of them because you've got any one of us will have it covered. There's no need. So it mostly comes from the other side.
Yeah, what you guys are saying basically, like, one man's derailment is another man's, salient point. People are different, and their subjective opinions of what's more crucial to the conversation is going to differ. So what you guys are asking for is not moderation. It's like, kind of like a censorship that
Selection.
It's called curation.
Yeah, but curation. I mean,
being
that's
selective.
subjective
Yeah.
too, man.
That's my point.
Tough.
So
It's a tough thing to
we
ask
can
for.
get rid of these guys, but we're going to see them on other servers and other
That's fine.
platforms.
There's plenty of
gonna
servers.
They're going to make alt accounts. And eventually, we're just going to end up the same way 24/7 did.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also
Anyway,
without
I'm going to shut off.
the opposition, there is no real conversation. Like it just becomes.
That's not true, though. That's not true. Just because these guys who made a career out of sitting on Discord posting the same fucking shit over and over again, that's not the conversation we want anyway. It's those people and that attitude that's going to keep regular ass people from even want to hang out.
How many new people come here to
None.
inquire
Yeah,
about
that was
None.
my first thought.
None.
It has more to do with advertisement than anything else. No offense, but
And then what am I going to advertise? I basically be inviting people to talk to Ruhif and Jesse and whoever the fucking co-show. And you know their little peckers are going to shoot right up as soon as I invite someone new here. It's just not a platform to get our message across. Unfortunately, this place has been pretty decently fair, but it's not curated, and it's ruining our message. They've been able to snuff us out, and it just needs to change.
This is a social platform, and the problem is some people are socially
To
inept.
curate something, you have to have a curator.
That's right, and a unified mission for our team. The best we can hope for here is a fair social interaction. Information on Discord isn't what I'm worried about. I'd rather see an academic level paper or acknowledgement.
Or
then
discussion.
We can talk about the or a discussion. Then we can talk about the distribution of information based on what we talk about. Till it reaches academia, we're just throwing shit at the wall here. Shit. All fertilizer, it's not valueless. You can feed a nation with fertilizer. It has value. So the right seeds.
Well, I think a big layer to it as well is the censorship in general. I mean, channels, especially related to talk about these topics are.
That's why we have to curate, because it's lopsided. It's censored, not in our favor. We have to create our own censorship, or this message is never going to get out there.
Well, if we had a flow of new people coming in, I think there's, I don't know what the number, 1,700 people right now on this server, but I think a lot of them probably have joined and have not even really engaged. So there's that, and there could actually be outreach to those. We could actually, try to bring them into the fold and help them as well, and so on, to be more involved. But I don't know. I think a lot of people who probably find this particular server are people that already are in the community, because the censorship is so strong. We're not necessarily I don't think any of these platforms are. I mean, even a lot of other platforms are not reaching too many new people. So it's all just kind of word of mouth in that sense. So I think a lot of people on this server have been on other servers that are related, or, have some connection through, Witsit or whoever it may be. But the thing is that there's not probably that big of a flow of new people in terms of brand new people all the time. You know what I mean? So if there was that, if we had that flow of the new people, then I hear what you're saying, Riggs, that for somebody new to come into a really heated, complex discussion might not necessarily be the most palatable for them. They might just want to hear more of a chill, podcast style thing to either introduce information or share information or share research or whatever it may be. And we could do a whole stream like that, more of that type of stream.
Well, those conversations. Here's the thing. I need to make sure you understand is that those conversations will still happen without the offenders. Who's that guy? Charlie. Charlie came in here one day, and he was new to the conversation, and we put him through the ringer, and everybody came in. We had a chance to talk to him, but stuff like that doesn't happen all the time because there's always some bullshit thing in the way. Brian Leakey, Lake Pontchartrain, same fucking bullshit every fucking day. That needs to stop. There's ain't nobody new gonna come in
Hey,
here.
Riggs.
Riggs,
Hey,
I
Riggs,
have something to say when
here,
you're done.
but would you mind, Gio, would you mind finishing saying what you were going to say? I was interested to hear the end of that. That was your train of thought. If you could, Riggs sort of cut you off.
Yeah,
before you
I'm sorry,
finished.
man. I was pointing out the fact that those conversations will still happen. Those more complicated debates will still happen.
It's just hard to regulate, Riggs. You know that. You can't. I mean, what are we supposed to say? That conversation already happened. We're not going to have that conversation now because it's at its limit. Where do you draw the line?
Yeah, and if Gio's got an idea for like a medium or a way in which we can have these conversations in a more organized manner, I'm interested to hear it.
Well, that's the thing. I think that I at least from my outlook on things, I've seen a lot of these platforms. You have too. Riggs has as well, and it's hard to regulate anything because then it's like people are there for a certain reason on a certain conversation. That's fine to have like certain things discussed, but the open platform really is the best way to go. That's where people congregate. They feel like there's no pressure. They don't want to feel like they can't say a certain thing and they can't have a certain conversation. And then you start like trying to be like monitoring, and it gives people like all the mods, all this more responsibility. Everything comes back on Geo. I just think it's hard, but I think there's a lot of great conversations. I think it is in our favor because the ballers get embarrassed in here on the daily. It's not at all making us look bad at all. I mean, they have nothing. They've had nothing, and even if they bring their standard arguments, it just gives us a chance to pick apart exactly how the deception was created. And I don't know if that's our message, but what do you think the message is, Riggs? What do you think our message is? I don't even know.
Not this topic. I think this topic right here is a derailment.
Yeah.
Exactly. Nothing was wrong until Riggs came along and made a problem.
Well, I'll mention this, and this has been in the works for some. Unless Riggs, if you want to respond to that, actually.
Yeah, sure. If you guys think that my point is a derailment, I will bow out, no problem.
I'm not saying that. I was asking, what do you think? Because I was interested when you said our message isn't going to get out there, but I'm just confused in general. Something that I've always been confused about, or not confused about, or just I think nobody really knows what's our message.
Really?
I don't think we all have one message. I think everyone would have a different interpretation if they had any like real, knowingness about what the message is. Like some of these things, like I was saying with Geo the other night, I don't know that flat Earth going mainstream is what we want. I think that's maybe what they want, and that this is all like you and I agree, Riggs, that this is probably rolled out for a reason, right?
Okay. You're talking about flat Earth
just going to help them
specifically.
get there. Well, I don't know what you're talking.
You're asking
me,
or you're telling?
No, I'm just saying. I think there's been a couple of conversations recently, like I was having with you the other night, like we slightly disagree about what might be like the ultimate plan. Like I think you and I agree maybe more on what they plan on doing with flat Earth and how they're using it, or it being a psyop that's based on the truth and all that. We probably agree on that maybe. And then there's also the like I heard Witsit talking with Issa earlier, and he was like, it's kind of getting to that point now where it's a little bit scary because what if it's like these mainstream people are acknowledging it and everyone finds out, and like you don't want to force the normie to have to accept it. And Issa's point's always been, well, it creates a secular society so people don't have to, he's a little bit more pro-spiracy about it than a lot of us. But what do you think the message is if you had to just condense
the message is that censorship is happening. Okay. And these are the things that are being censored, X, Y, and Z. Okay. Some of those things we can't talk about. Some we can.
Oh, I see. Well, yeah, because we're on YouTube.
I'm not here to convince anybody about flat Earth. I'm here to communicate the discussion that's being had. Okay. There's these points. There's these points. Compare them. These are the differences. This is what we've found. This is what they've put forth. It's about having that candid discussion. It's, and yes, maybe a more complex debate can happen from that. but the regular ass discussion is not being had, and that's intentional.
Wait.
I've watched it whittled down to fucking nothing, and I'm
Wait, what do you
tired of
mean?
it.
What do you mean though? I don't get exactly what you mean.
The basic discussion with regular people, it's not a discussion anymore. It's just straight ridicule or people listening to bullshit, complicated or like overly complicated arguments about mundane shit that has nothing to do with, oh yeah, and then this guy had this on his tombstone and these numbers equal to the 666 here, and there's this many motions happening, and then this happened back in this day and age. Like, there's not enough communicating of the full gamut of the argument. It's a problem.
Well, I don't know how much you tune in, but there's been a lot of different types of discussions going on in this on Geo's platform. I don't know if you're criticizing the platform for not allowing things or focusing too much on certain things and not enough on the others, but you and I go off on a lot of things that it's way too much.
Well, I'd leave that out of the there's a time and a place, right?
Yeah. And I think the same thing with the 666 and some of the cult stuff. Like, my take on a lot of that is they put that forward. They're not even trying to hide it. They want, there's
right.
like, obviously there's an esoteric and an exoteric interpretation, and a lot of these black and white looks on everything being like either evil or good or this or that is what they want. Whether it is or not, that's what they want. They want the misinterpretation. They want us to think these people are like, all demonic and they're all just want this. And I don't think there's any like hard and fast and absolute anything to any of it. I don't know. I mean, I think there's probably good and bad in all people. And I think that they want us to think that they're evil for that to be just like our interpretation, even though they are evil.
Can I
But to what
interject?
degree,
real
right?
quick? There's nothing good about a lie.
Well, is there
That's
a
all
noble lie? That's another good.
So
That's another
anyone
interesting topic.
promoting a lie is no good by definition.
Well, you can be absolute about it, but we could also have the discussion: is there such thing as a noble lie?
Well, hey guys, I don't know. I had a couple thoughts I wanted to say before, unless if we're going to go off into a whole topic, that it's all good. But is it all right if I said one thing just about what we were talking about before as well? Or maybe just keep that right on your mind, right where that was, if you want to continue pick up right on that, if it's all right. Because I was just going to say, with all the discussions about the server and all and the platform and the progression and all of these different components and some of the thoughts Riggs has mentioned, he kind of brought up his thoughts on that. But it's been in the works for several weeks, but we're working on doing an update. So there's going to be an update to the platform that will be coming soon, as it were. And within that update, it will be we'll probably add some additional moderators as well and additional live stream hosts, and then start running like 2 live streams and then have it to where basically any moderator can create an event. They can curate and create an event. Any moderator can, and anyone else can request an event, of any moderator as well, and so basically they'll be able to go right to the events page. Any mod will, to be able to go and just create events. So it just responds to what Adam was saying in terms of that concept of curation, because it does take a lot of work to do that. Like, we've done events and it is a lot of work. You have to like communicate with the person, messages back and forth, and get the title and the name and the times and get all the people lined up. So it is a good amount of work. And, we all are able to contribute the amount of time and energy as we are. So, unless it was someone's like full-time job to be curating all day, because that's a full-time job in and of itself. Like, that literally is something that, you know what I mean? So, and we're all kind of doing our part. So if any moderator can create an event like that, then yeah, there could be infinite possibilities. And if the 2 live streams are running all the time, then, a mod could create an event with like a panel show with 3 people. Maybe it'll be 3 people. They're going to talk about, any whatever topic, and then it's those 3. And then we can use the stage channels as well. So there could be in the audience. So the stage channels, you can bring people up on the stage, and it's more of a panel style. So with that would, and then we're also going to start streaming to Rumble as well. Add Rumble to be streaming there as well. So with that has been in the works for a while now. Actually, Mercury was retrograde. I definitely didn't want to do it under Mercury retrograde. So that's kind of getting to where it's completed. I would never do an update like that under a retrograde. So, but yeah, so now we're kind of past that point as well. So it'll come soon, and then we'll probably do like a mod meeting with everyone and so on. So I think that will, you know, in a sense, the potential to inspire, you know, sort of the team, as it were, here to be able to create more events, create different types of content like that. And then that could give for more variety rather than only having the more open style panel like it is now.
Plus those discussions could be recorded without going live, right?
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
You mean like pre-recorded, like podcast style?
Well, I just mean like if there was something that wouldn't be appropriate for live stream that could be discussed, that would be like, you know, uncensored.
Well, we could even use like live. Well, another option for that. So we could set up Livestream 3 and have that streaming to Rumble, and it could be uncensored.
Right. That'd be another way to go. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that would be pretty dope, actually.
Yeah, we could do it here. The only because the voice channel is okay here. It's just the thing is, Riggs, like there would have to be really good moderation in all the channels because it's just the text channels are the only risk, you know. Because if it's only, it would have to be only voice to Rumble, basically.
And who knows if they're going to start monitoring what we say, even in those alternate channels.
In the voice.
Yeah, they could start doing that if they feel like things are. I don't. Maybe they are already. Who knows?
Well, they say they don't. That's the word on the street, as it were, is that Discord doesn't have any access, or they don't like record or listen to the audio channels. But whether that's fully true or not, yeah, it's all a question, of course. But
actually, since you're talking right now, Gio, I wanted to bring up a point the other night when we were talking about the mainstream being able to, like, you know, like what's going to happen if it ever, you know, quote unquote came out, you know, and that kind of discussion. Like I would say, well, first, you know, it's already come out. You know, I think most of us agree it's come out that people already realize it's not a spinning ball. There's no more proof necessary for most of us that it's gonna. There's no like long distance observation is going to convince us it's a ball again, right? No matter how reverse engineered they make it, you know, which seems to be the case. Like that's not the convincing thing for most of us, at least not for me. So it's already come out. But if it comes out to the mainstream, then my argument was probably because that's what they want, or they have some contingency plan that they're going with that makes it okay to go mainstream, and then we should really worry. So it going mainstream may be the last thing we want, right? So if that ever does happen, then your argument on your side was maybe like, well, if everyone realized that, we would never trust them again, and then we would have our own way of, like, you know, creating more of a utopian type society. And then my argument maybe was, well, then they may make it seem like that and give us a fake revolution and then create these like smart city utopias that isn't what we want either, with more restrictions than we had before. But I was going to bring up the analogy that like a fish show, like you and I both have been to fish shows, and I don't think that their music really has like a deeper message to it. So it may not be the best example of groups to talk about, but like Eating the Dead either, you know, that these groups are jam bands, right, that we've been to, and we know like how the platform was or how the shows were when they weren't as well known, right? Like it was like, you know, it was a real experience to be in a bar where I'm like, you know, 30 feet away from the guys, and that was like, you know, a lot more intimate, very, you know, very real experience. Whereas now they're in like a stadium where you're like, you know, having to get vaxxed before you go in even or something, you know, all these kind of things. At a fish show, and it's commercialized and it's way less unique and cool as it was, right? So I just don't want them, if it ever gets out in that way, is what I mean. Like they'll commercialize it and make it like a thing that everybody is, you know, in tune with, in quotes, because that's the new truth, that's the hip thing, and that may be the last thing we want. Like
there's already agendas going on. There's already agendas going on all fronts, and the truth is the truth. So the truth.
I agree. I'm not saying you should hold back on the truth. I'm just saying if they ever try to accept it, then what? Because they'll use that.
I don't know, dude.
Incorporated with more lies, possibly. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Anyway, I just don't want it to get commercialized. I mean, it's ironic. That's only the thing I was pointing out is ironic, because that's we can only speak truth, and I don't disagree with that. But having it be a mainstream thing might be the last thing we want, ironically.
Is that why you're bringing that up? Because in terms of if in terms of this platform, if there's like, is that what you were linking it to? Like if it's more palatable to more, the thing is, there's not really an inflow of new people. That's the challenge. Right. So even, I mean, I think there's enough listeners, now. I mean, the actual there's enough listeners. That is a question. Is there enough?
Well, there are, Geo.
Is there
They're just
enough
not
to
on
have
Discord.
is there enough to have 2 live streams? There's also the question of if we have different content, it could attract different people as well. Because I know some of the conversations in this one live stream can get very heady, like very complex and heady, and it depends on who's talking. And it can be, it's like more of in some cases, it's like more of like the specialized, like nitty gritty part of things, and may not be as palatable to people that might just want to listen in for an hour and just hear something, you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, but there's the question of filling 2 live streams and then, in this next update, doing the next update like that. And so, yeah, I just thought I would mention
one of my
it.
other points though was that I don't think we want tons of people in here. It's hard enough to get a word in edgewise in here already with the small group we have. And I think it's not like a 24/7 where we want all newcomers to come in and have to go through like step 1 and step 2 of why we're not on a spinning ball and all that. But
Well, yeah, but a lot of people have a passion to want to share truth and share research and to have that,
If that's what you want. I didn't know that you wanted more newcomers because by the way, we were looking at the listings for Discord the other day on the other server, and Earth Awakenings doesn't come up under Flat Earth. I don't know because you didn't tag it with that or whatever, but like other ones came up way before Earth Awakenings as far as like Flat Earth information goes.
Listed on where? On Discord or something?
Yeah.
It's not listed. It's not listed on Discord.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be part of the reason a lot of newcomers aren't here.
But it wouldn't have the term Flat Earth in it anyway. There's the term Flat Earth is nowhere in any of this, but yeah.
Right. That's the reason I figured, which is good, I think.
But you have to add it to Discord. Yeah, that was an option that had come across the table near the beginning that was like, okay, I could add it to Discord. But there's other components about that are, because right now, like the important thing is that this platform stays live, that it doesn't get, shut down in that sense. And there's like when you're on different networks, it puts you in different categories, so it's,
I think you're doing a great job.
It all kind of has to be navigated in those ways in terms of what, just to, because it could change that status basically. Because there's also other things that Discord have. Like this is set up with this community thing they call it, where it allows you to do the stage channels. And there's one other thing that I think it has like that. But anyways, there's a couple other certifications. So it's like if you get more on the headliner list, for Discord servers, then they may treat it differently in terms of what they would let be discussed, I guess, in that sense. So that's the thing about the Discord thing. But no, I'm not really. I mean, it all is what it is. Like I don't, in terms of that idea of I mean, I think it'd be nice to have, if there was new people coming in, then yeah, of course, like having the setup for that. Right now, it's not really set up for that. And Witz has been talking about starting to want to share this server to a lot of the shows and places that he's doing things on. So he's saying that he feels like he could actually bring an influx of a lot of new people as he's doing his stuff. So if that's the case, but this was being talked about the other night, and it's in link with this whole conversation now. I mean, dude, think about the way this live stream is sometimes. It's pretty wild, dude. It can be hectic. Sometimes it's like borderlining on shit show debate thing. And if there's not mods around, sometimes it's, who knows? Sometimes it's off topic stuff because people are just, so it takes a lot to manage all that as it is. But unless it's like being hosted or it's in that kind of mode, I guess I'm just saying, think about like if Witsit did start sending new people here, if they come here, and then they hear this heated thing with, Ed Freeze and Negator and you know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry to call those guys out because they were doing that today. I'm just saying when there's like contentious, heated kind of, but it's not only that. So there's that vibe of it, the like people just fighting and, kind of like negative and that vibe that can be happening. And then there can also be the vibes of where it's like, it's just like too detailed. Yeah. It's like too much complex, like digging into. So anyways, I'm just saying like in terms of the next update, and if Witsit starts doing that as well, it would, or if he starts, introducing more people, new people to come here, then at the very minimum, if we have at least more than, to have 2 live streams going and then have the ability to organize it in a way that, that people, when they come here, they first come here, they can tune in and ideally, know that they could hear something that's, palatable, sort of like more of a, at least like a podcast style discussion that doesn't necessarily have all the heated technical debate stuff, people just banging on about that. And then, and being able to actually, hear something that would be something they've never heard before. And there's so much information that so many people haven't heard. And there's so many people in this community that have so much knowledge and wisdom and information that, there's so many nuggets that could be, shared. And if it's presented that way, then if Witsit is bringing, whatever number of new people in, or others, and anyone, if we all work together to bring in people as well, I mean, there's that too. Like I'm open to all suggestions and, and having more people working together too. So like I said, I kind of feel like I'm more like midwifing this program, this platform, kind of like midwifing it. I don't really feel like I'm necessarily, it's not like, like all has to be everything I want it to be or anything like that. It's sort of coming through me in a sense. But yeah, so I mean, all like any support or assistance from the community and others that want to help either with moderation or with organization or bringing in new people or events or whatever marketing and advertising. Cause I admit I'm not doing a lot of that stuff. I'm keeping the live streams going. I'm, managing a lot of the stuff and it's I'm kind of maxed out, although I can do some more, but I'm pretty maxed out in a sense, although I can do more, but I'm just saying I can't do all the marketing and advertising and all the different components just with all the other things I have going on in my life.
I would say not to say that any of that's bad, like it becoming more popular or whatever, but what comes with the popularity and more traffic and more viewers is a lot more trolls and people trying to focus on trying to disrupt and make sure that certain conversations get derailed and stuff. I would imagine that would happen to a lot bigger degree, and it'd be a lot more policing that would have to go on. It's like the cool kids table, like Witsit was talking about with Issa earlier. It is the cool kids table to a certain degree, where we're going to have some of these guys that are coming in here, but there's only few and far between that could be put on mute if they're like an Ed Freeze just saying the same thing over and over again. But we don't want like 20 Ed Freezes coming in here because they've got 100 people listening on YouTube. That might be the case. We have to warn, and kind of the reason that I was talking about the fish shows and it becoming like a stadium atmosphere as opposed to like a cool smaller venue, which has a lot more productivity and intimacy that makes for better conversations a lot of times, I think.
Well, dude, that's a very interesting point. Absolutely. Yeah. And that's something to consider. Although with Discord, you can always have other channels and even channels that only certain people can access, kind of more like a, private area or whatever. So there's all those options, I'm just saying to still have that kind of more communal vibe of just certain people getting together. It has those potentials, but I know what you mean about the fish shows thing. And it's funny you said that because fish in particular had that exact effect. Like they were playing small shows, small theaters and things. And when people claim when they saw them back then, it was, just really like intimate and profound. Whereas, in about 1995, they switched over to the arena style, so they're playing the huge arenas. And there's like hardcore fish fans and stuff who always said, it's like, oh, it was never the same. And now it's all, kind of more, yeah, exactly. It all went pretty huge. It went mainstream, as it were. So just huge arena shows and 100,000 people festivals, and it just didn't have that same thing. So I hear what you're saying, but I mean, are you suggesting that But that's the thing; it was inevitable. For
we're in a sweet spot. We're in a sweet spot with the server, and also I'd say with the discussion in general, maybe with flat Earth or some of these bigger truths that that they may decide to embrace and then do whatever they will with, and then then we have to start doing even harder, another check on the truth being then manipulated to lead us to something that we don't want, and to keep it the truth that is still going to be authentic rather than just being used as a way of leading us down a Primrose path. You know what I'm saying? Which is probably what they'll do. We have to be realistic. They're going to probably do something like that if too many people are realize it, and they're like, okay, yeah, it's flat now. We have to some of the scenarios I brought up, not to say it's not a good thing if everyone realizes what's going on, but at the same time, if that day comes, it may be another battle. Is all I'm saying, that we could maybe try to thwart or somehow figure out or warn against, or what I'm saying, somehow just keep on our toes about it rather than be satisfied with them admitting it. That's all.
Yeah, that's the thing about just maybe I'm still kind of just thinking about the live streams in that way. So for example, when there's so many of us that when we're in like a flow of like a peaceful conversation, there's so much good information that so many people have. I'm just saying it'd be awesome if like, you know, people were able to actually just hear that without necessarily the contentious fighting debate style. So then, I mean, we can move on from this and we could have like a mod meeting to discuss stuff more and stuff, but I just, my mind's still on it. So I guess I was just going to ask you, like, in your opinion then, or anyone else who wants to share right now, it's like this one live stream, etc. So what are your thoughts about having 2 live streams and 2 of them are running all the time? What do you, and then the different ways of splitting it up? For example, there's the idea of live stream 1 is more for only like podcast style, where you're just building, sharing ideas. It's not contentious. You're not fighting egos. You're not trying to win over the other. You're just everyone's sharing ideas. And then the second live stream is the debate one. That's the one where it's the debate. There's that idea, splitting it up that way. There's also the idea of having them both be open, like live stream 1 and 2, but then just having events so that moderators can create events, you know, and it can even be a spontaneous event. Like, hey, like Ron's here. Let's do an event on directed energy weapons. Boom, put it. Let's go to live stream 2. All right, go to live stream 2. I'll make the event, directed energy weapons, starting right now. Start a new YouTube video, YouTube, Rumble, Odysee, you know, streaming, Twitch, streaming to all these. So start a new video. It's called directed energy weapons, you know, whatever it may be. Maybe Ron wants to host it, or maybe Ron and I, because we're both into that topic. And we've had a lot of deep talks on it. And then boom, like Ron and I are there. And then maybe someone else comes and joins the panel, stuff like that. So in that idea, both live streams are open, but then you can just, you know, kind of label them or do events throughout the day. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, my real quick, I'll let other people respond, but real quick, my thought on that is there has to be one that's just open game, like where anybody can go and it's all, anything goes, because that's where people tend to congregate, and you don't want to have restrictions about, you can't debate on this. We're just talking about ideas, because even amongst those ideas, there may be people that are debating about what would be the best of those ideas. And, you know, it's hard to restrict anything. But then to have the other one, if you're going to do a second one, be like specialized in whatever way, like whether it be a certain topic of debate or certain, you know, even like just an idea that has no debates, you can maybe restrict it in that way, but just have one where it's a free for all, because that's where people feel the most comfortable. And I think where ideas out of nowhere get generated and people can spontaneously interact.
I like the idea, Gio, like 2 separate rooms, one for the usual crowd and then one for newcomers. So the newcomers don't get they can ask questions without these, you know, people like derailing it with the usual bullshit. Let the new people come in. Let it be a friendly environment where someone doesn't jump down their throat. Like, I mean, there's too many people that get a hard on over like getting one up on a noob. Like, oh, I got you. Like they think of everyone as their adversary instead of a potential ally, right? And instead of trying to win them over, they want to shove their face in the dog shit and say, I got you, like winning the debate points. When you got a royal flush and this person coming in, you know they ain't got shit, and you're like trying to ridicule them. Like, to me, I know they have no cards, right? I got the royal flush. There's no need to get, you know what I mean, to act like I got one over on them. Like that's not my deal. You know what I mean? I want to win over more people and inform them. I'm trying to build an army of people that get it, that see the big picture. Because we can't win this battle by ourselves. The more people we offend and turn off, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. You know what I mean? Like, the job is to grow the message, because, and we're on a limited time frame, dude, because the censorship's getting more and more rigid and tough. You know what I mean? Like, for this message, it's getting more and more, maybe not the flat earth, but other things are getting more and more restrictive. So we don't have much time. You know what I mean? Time is of the essence. We act like we have all the time in the world. Things are closing in on us.
I think the idea for events was quite good, actually. Like, if you could do notifications for them.
Yeah. Thank you for your input. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we can, because we've done that in the past, or also like, you know, like tagging everyone, for example, like the everyone tag, which gives everyone notifications. So if there's an event starting, you know. So yeah.
I could see filling dead air too. Like, you need an adversary to debate. So, but maybe only one of them at a time. Like, if let's say there's 4 of them in a room, and the one who's the least toxic, let that person speak, and then rotate between them. Only one at a time of the usual suspects. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, dude, we've done a thing like where it's like with like the list. we've kind of just called it the list, but it was like, it kind of started with this thing where each person gets 30 seconds. So like one goes for 30 seconds. And then if it gets to like 25, like someone's timing it. And when they get to 25 seconds, the moderator says, 5 seconds, and then they have to wrap up. And then it kind of started with that, like back and forth doing 30 seconds. Cause some of these guys are like just monologuing and interrupting and all the stuff that happens. Anyways, and then that kind of blended into the idea of doing like, well, the voice cue thing had been an idea even before that, but basically doing like a voice cue where you have like a list. So, and when the room's really packed like that, that is an interesting way to do it, where you're like, all right, who wants on the list? And 5 people say boom, boom, boom. The moderator kind of keeps but dude, there was a couple times, it hasn't really been done that much recently, but like Jeremy and Witsit, in the mornings, there was a while there, and they were like synced up with it. And Jeremy was really into it for a while, doing the list. And my only point in bringing it up is that, as you know, sometimes on these open panels, it can be kind of chaotic, different ideas. People throw in sometimes non sequiturs, sometimes just someone's like brings up some new topic out of the blue. All that stuff that happens. It can be a bit disjointed at times. And what I'm saying is that doing the voice cue like that, like the list, totally changed the energy of it to where it was like, I felt like I was listening to like just an on fire podcast. I was like, oh, that was the vibe it got. Like, it was just like almost like peak in a way, because the list means that everyone's listening to that one person because they're on the list. Like, for example, if I was on the list right now, like everyone's listening to me because I'm speaking, but I'm going to pass the mic in a second and I'm not going to be speaking. Then the next guy's on the list. So just the fact that there is a list and that the people in the room know that there's a list, it does kind of make everyone listen to that one dude. And then, and then the next guy on the list. The negatives of it is it makes it a little bit less organic. Obviously, it's different in that way. It kind of takes away the organicness. But there was a couple times also you can do the list where like one person is the debate one too. So like you got one on the list who does the debate point, and then the guy who's, says his debate point back, and then someone else comes and does it. So you can have like someone on the hot seat. So you can have a list and have someone in the hot seat, basically, kind of concept. Anyways, I only bring that up is to say like that was such an awesome listening experience because it didn't have all the disjointed and chaos and the interruptions. So, but it all just takes moderation. Like it takes time and energy, and no one's obviously able to have this be their job and be paid for it currently. So obviously it's not really, everyone's just doing this on their free time. But I mean, the more like people want to work together, and I mean, we can add moderators and anyone who wants to contribute in that way and, make it like that more. So yeah, it just made me think of that. It was awesome to listen to.
What I was thinking too is like a chess timer. Like they get, like if you want to filibuster, you've burned all your time, you're done. Like, cause these guys will burn up so much time. And then by the time you have a time sensitive comment, it's no longer relevant because they filibustered for 5 minutes.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, it's too late to make sense. So people like that, if you can't make your point in 30 seconds and then let someone have a counterpoint, it's just stagnating everything.
Oh, dude, that gets rough. Yeah, the monologuing. I know. And then like if we're just doing general moderation, I don't know about you, but like trying to moderate, other grown men, adults of like monologuing is not really how I want to spend my whole day. Oh, you're monologuing. Oh, you're monologuing. I already moderate, do what I can and everything else, but I mean, no one really wants to do that. So yeah, having like a timer like that. Well, dude, that's when it happened that night. Like Zanuck and Flat Earth Data were going just bonkers on each other. And that's when I first did that 30-second thing. And dude, within seconds, just doing that 30-second thing, it was the best conversation, actually probably to this day, I've ever heard those two have. Because Zanuck would go for 30 seconds. He was done. That was it. I would mute him even if he went over the 30 seconds. Well, that was the idea. I don't know. Yeah, sometimes we let him go a little longer. Boom, and then Data would go. And the thing I noticed about Flat Earth Data, he usually is very long-winded. But when there was the 30-second time limit, his psychology instantly changed to where he wanted to beat his time. So at one point, he was like 23 seconds. And he's like, oh, I want to do better. Like he was actually trying to do, because now he was trying to actually, instead of like the thing of win the argument and monologue, it was more like he had to like get his point in within the 20 seconds. So you make a good point there, like setting that boundary and having like the chess timer. And at that point, all the mod has to do is just do the timer, but it still takes a lot of time and energy. You got to like sit at a computer and do it. I'm saying, but then all you have to do is run a timer instead of having to like interrupt someone and tell them they're monologuing and you know what I mean? Like every time.
Right. Shut off his timer. Like, okay, you've got 5 minutes. Each of you get 5 minutes, however you want to allocate it. If you want to blow it all in one monologue, that's your problem.
Well, that's an interesting idea. Yeah, have a set time. That's interesting. And then
set amount of time, and usually try and keep the comments back and forth so there's a flow from one to the other. Maybe 30 seconds, but if you want to go over, go over. But then once you've burned your time, you're done. And then next on to the next person. Let them take the mic, whatever. I think 5 minutes is good. Like I can make a quick comment, then you insert one, and then there's a flow. There's a natural ebb and flow back and forth. It's you know what I mean? It's fluid. But when it's one person and they're meandering without making a fucking point, it's like, what? You're stagnating everything.
Yeah.
Or if you're redundant, if they repeat the same thing over and over, the redundancy, it just gets stale. It's like, come on, let's move.
You know what else too, dude? This is another. See, this is why, like, it would be. I mean, we're spending our time here. We do want to make it the best possible. So it just makes me think about a lot of these kind of things that have been happening, because it is a thing. Like another one where if it's in that more debate style, and I'm sure you've had this happen to you, where they say their point, or no, you say your point. All right, you lay down a whole thing, you make your point, boom, you pass the mic, and then when they start talking, they start their thing by refuting your point, like, oh, well, you're wrong because this and that. And then they just keep going and monologuing on some other topic. And it's like it traps you. You know what I mean? Like, you said your point, they say theirs, and instead of actually giving the rebuttal and then sending the mic back to let you rebut it, they say the point that tries to refute yours. So all the audience is listening to them refute your point. It makes it sound like they're right. It's like, oh my God, like they just refuted this guy. You know, and then he just goes off on some other topic, other monologue, and just starts gish galloping all over the place. And the thing about that is that when they do that, now like you're in this thing where like they kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Like they kind of you didn't get the chance to actually respond. And then if that's mixed with like ridicule and ad homs, it makes it even more. But anyways, that's a thing where it's like you want to actually respond to the point, and then they go off onto so many other things. But again, yeah, it either takes a lot of moderation or like some kind of timing system like you're talking about to really make it clean, because then the idea, that's what gets exciting, like getting to truth and may the truth win. Like we have to actually do these things for truth, essentially, for the truth to even get out there. Because when there's so many tactics people use to obfuscate and shift it away, and then ultimately it's the information that's kind of suffering getting out there in a sense. Well, you know, when that's happening. So it's like almost like we have to like be like warriors for the actual clarity of the information being exchanged.
You got to watch out for that. What they'll do, they'll straw man you, they'll pivot, and then they'll run the conversation cold by monologuing. So now it's like, okay, well, don't interrupt me, and they're not making a point, right? It's like, no, get to the fucking point. You have this amount of time. Get to the fucking point.
Dude, the way you just worded that was so perfect. Yeah, exactly. They'll straw man, pivot. Dude, that was perfect the way you said that. Straw man, pivot, and then they'll run the conversation cold. The way you just said that, dude, that was awesome. Exactly. That's it. That's the fucking.
They can make a point with efficiency. Don't fucking drag it out, and that's how they think they're winning, because now the person listening on the other end, he's taking you off down another trail and diverting your attention by the time you already forgot what the original conversation was.
Yeah, dude, absolutely. The way you just said that, straw man, pivot, run the conversation cold, either into some other category or run it off into God knows where. And at that point, yeah, dude, that is a tactic. See, the only way to mod that, like I've done that sometimes. I mean, I don't know, like you can just mute someone in the middle of their monologue, although I tend not to do that because it is kind of, but I mean, you know, when you've modded it,
just watch out for that tactic, because they pull it over and over. Just watch, and it's the usual guys. You know who they are. So when they try to pull that shit, if there's anything good going on, if there's new people in the room, put an end to it. Say, you know what? I see what you're doing. Like, you know, you got 10 seconds. You're done. 10 seconds. I'm muting you. Make your point. Because then it's still enough time to refute his bullshit. You know what I mean? And it's still somewhat fair, because you know their tactic, you know what they're pulling off, you know that you see what's going on.
Right. That would be like in a court case, you know, when you have like the witness up on the stand. Yeah, that would be akin to that. Like if you're asking the witness questions, you know, and if you were to ask the witness, like, where were you on the night of June 5th, you know, at 2 p.m. or whatever. And if the guy's like, Well, I really like this movie I saw. Have you ever seen that? And he just starts going off about something else. You know what I mean? It's like you got to put a stop to that. Like the judge has to be like, boom, like hit the gavel, like, all right, you're not answering the question. I don't know all those terms they have in court. Evading and all the different terms they have. So yeah, they put an end to that because obviously you're not going to get any questions answered if someone's just totally derailing or just not even answering the thing. And that happens a lot in these discussions. And then people get frustrated and angry. Like that was happening earlier. Like Witsit and Negator will go back and forth where they both feel like they're not getting their questions answered. They both feel like they're strawmanning each other. And it's just, it can be not ideal, I guess. So yeah, I think what you're saying is like, that would just have to be moderated for, which I've done that. Like I'll jump in and do that for moderation where I'll be like, yeah, try to like sift through it. And, but it's a lot to do. Yeah. But you're making good points, and in terms of,
Have you ever seen the professional arm wrestlers, like when they keep slipping out of their grip, they tie their hands together, right? It's like you got to stay on point. It's like here, and that's where the timer comes in. Like, okay, like you said, Negator and Witsit. Like, I'm sure that Witsit can get his point across, but I know Negator, right? Negator, whatever his name is, but he's been an OG troll for a long time. Like that guy, at least 5 years, he would jump in on Helio and I's live stream like way back in the day. It's like before we were on Discord too, but I mean, this guy is just there's people like that it's like, what's the point? What's the point of arguing with them? Like Riggs was offering some constructive criticism. Like if you want new people, it's okay to have an adversary. Like you got to have someone to debate with because all of us. What are we going to talk about? Hey, guess what? You're at this flat. Yeah, I know. Like you do need someone to debate with, but I don't know. Like I think there's a time and place. Like if you can keep the time constraints down and let other people. Like if there is, that's why I was curious if there's any new people coming in and how they're treated. Are they treated like shit? Did they get their jump down their throat or whatever?
Well, I would say that there's probably a thing on the server that new people who come in, because there's so many people that are here regularly that know each other and have been involved, the more kind of advanced discussions and these, different individuals that have known each other for years and have ongoing discussions and history. There's so much history between a lot of people. So I think that there probably is a thing where a new person here currently, the way it is with this one live stream at this current phase of it, they probably feel like they just can't even get a word in. It's just you got so many people that are just getting in. Sometimes it's only two people going back and forth. The minute the one ends, the next one comes in. But even right now, like the conversation we're having, we're both very actively speaking. So I guess what I'm saying is that, no, right now it's a welcoming enough environment, but it's not like the heated debate style. But we're filling the airtime. I'm just saying, I imagine a lot of new people feel like they because there's so many like more advanced style discussions going on, that there's not really like that introductory, style in this current live stream necessarily. I mean, we will answer obviously people's questions or, you know what I mean? But I think it tends to be such advanced, quick discussions that I think there's probably have been people that have been either come or listened and just felt like, wow, I can't even get a word in here. And also that might be excessively complicated conversation. So then that brings it back to having different live streams that have different things, because if someone's new, they might not be ready for some advanced, celestial navigation discussion or physics or quantum mechanics and relativity. You know what I mean? That some of that stuff might be way beyond what they're even the language they're aware of in terms.
And it's not necessary. Like it's not necessary to have that level of discussion for someone new. You know what I mean? Like, you could explain it in a lot simpler terms. You got to dumb it down and like act like if you can't teach it to like a fifth grader, like boil it down as if you're talking to a child and you try to paint an image with words, right? At least that's how I try to do it, so they could visualize it. So I use a lot of analogies, metaphors. That's just how I do it. But and I don't treat them as an adversary. I give them a little bit of slack because all of us once thought the way they did, right? So I try to be a little more upfront, like friendly, and not just be like jump down their throat and get one over on them. Like that's not what I'm about. And I don't think I don't think a lot of people here are like that. I think a lot of people here are a little like more open minded and maybe too much so, like giving them too much slack.
Yeah, it's a fine line for sure. It's like a tightrope. sometimes.
Yeah, the timer would be helpful. At least for the people that you allow here, like I know like the NASA shill and people like that, like maybe keep them on a tighter leash. Or the people that tend to filibuster, like the Australian guy, you know, the Australian truck driver or whoever, like because he has a tendency not to let you finish. He's just keep butting in and butting in. There's a thing called a CB radio, like when I was a truck driver, and one person would talk and like over or like don't even need to say that a lot, but only one person would talk at a time. You hit the thing, the button, you speak, and then someone replies back. And there's other convos going on. You hear other people, but they try and keep a certain flow, right? So it's just not like chaos.
Right.
They switch to another channel. Go to channel 19 or whatever.
Well, dude, the thing about that form of moderation, though, like, I mean, obviously, like, if this was like somebody's, like, you know, actual like job, as it were, like if they were being paid to actually moderate, then yeah, you'd sit all day. You know, someone could sit for hours and moderate and do. But what I'm saying is that I find that, like, for me, for example, I'm always multitasking. I'm doing a bunch of stuff. I'm in and out from my computer. So, I mean, you know, and I'm sure it'd be similar for yourself and others, you know, that. And what I'm saying is that some of the tighter mod stuff you're talking about, it literally takes like sitting at a computer like full time, you know, like sitting there clicking, you know, like looking at your Discord screen and like, because what you're saying is true though. Yeah, like with the two-way radio thing, that is the way that the actual like intellectual discussions, especially the ones that are more heated or really to get to the root of stuff, it pretty much just has to be done that way. And if people can't do it by not, you know, interrupting, then you have to mute and unmute, mute and unmute, you know, back and forth. There actually is a way. There's a bot that actually would work a little bit like the chess timer. I've never really used it. We've never really tested it this way, but it basically like it's a little text channel thing, and you click the emoji, and it adds you to the queue, and then you can click it when you're done, and then the next guy will come up on the queue. So there might be a way to do that, like where even on Discord, where like they could click an emoji. Now, granted, they're gonna have to sitting there be clicking their emoji because some people are like, you know, in the car and they can't really, you know. But I'm just saying there might even be a way to do it that way. But if you do it as a moderator, because I've done it, dude. I mean, can you imagine sitting there with a timer and timing every single person and then manually?
No, that's too much work. But I'm just saying when it's not, a lot of times it flows naturally. It doesn't get too, it's not always in need of moderation. Like sometimes it goes from one guy to the next and it's flowing good. You just let it go, let it roll. But only if there's someone like, you know what, this guy's coming in. I'm going to put a restriction on this certain person who has a tendency to filibuster and do things like that. Only on certain people, right? Give most people until they prove like, you know what this person does is repetitive and it's he's damaging the conversation. We're not gonna let him piss on the whole show. We're just gonna, you know, he's one of these guys. He's a turd in the punch bowl. So let's just hold him back instead of ruining this good flow we had going.
Yeah. There are certain individuals that will tend to cause most of the chaos, actually, when there is chaos, if and when there is. That's kind of the thing, dude. There's either no chaos and it's chill like it is now, or it's like, dude, I swear to God, it's like 10 people. There's like 10 or 15 individuals that basically cause most of the chaos on this entire server. I'm not even joking. It's 10 or 15 out of like 1,700 that are causing probably 95% of all the issues. Maybe that's a little bit. Maybe that's a little extreme, but it is something like that. It's probably like 10 are causing the most issues, and then there's probably like another 20 that are doing the rest of it, and that's probably it. It's like 30 are the old, you know what I mean?
Keep them on a short leash. Keep them on a short leash. The most toxic ones, keep them on a very short leash. Like that would be the best answer because a lot of times it just goes organically and everything. You never know where the conversation is going to go. It just builds and naturally goes to one thing to the next. Like there was an evolution discussion earlier. I'm like, okay, this is good. I listened for a little bit and it's like, all right. And the guy was saying like a single-celled organism evolved into a multi-cell organism, which I know is not true, but whatever. He wants to make his argument, let him. But he was a bit long-winded, you know what I mean? It was hard to debate someone like that because he monologues too long. There's no back and forth.
Yeah. I often think about it. It's like playing tennis, you know, like you and I are playing tennis right now in the conversation. You're saying something for 20, 30 seconds, and then I go, and then I say something. But it's like playing tennis. You hit the ball to me, I hit the ball to you. And that's what's like the most intellectually stimulating. So then you can actually hear what's being said. You know, you have your point you have your time to respond. And then when you got the floor, you know you're not going to be interrupted. Because that sucks too, dude. When you're just trying to talk and if it's the type of thing where everyone's just interrupting everyone, then it's like, you just feel like you're about to get interrupted, you know, and it's not a good feeling. But anyways, sometimes what people do instead of hitting the ball back and forth is like you hit the ball to them, you say your point, and then they just like hold on to it. You know, they don't hit it back or whatever. That's like the idea. That's
It's
like,
do you ever play with a dog and the dog won't let go of the tennis ball and you got to pull it out of its mouth? It's like, hold on, I need the ball back to throw it to you again. Like they're not
right. Right. I know dogs have that. What is that? Is it based in like narcissism or something? What is that? Like, I know.
It's like you're stealing their food. It's like, no, this is mine. I got it in my mouth. And then give it to me. Give me the ball. It's like,
yeah, that's funny.
You want to play catch or fetch? Here, go fetch the ball. I got to throw it to you again. And they just don't give it up. But that's where the moderation comes in. Only certain people don't give the ball up. You know what I mean? A lot of people that they're trained dog, they spit it back out. Here, let's play fetch. Come on, throw it again.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, there's always ways to improve for sure. And yeah, it does take just the time and energy and to be able to spend the time on it. Cause I mean, we've had some good, like, just like back in the day, I remember, we've had just some of those moments. Remember when everything was just running smoothly, you know, you had like the good balance of mods, you know, for whatever reason, like I mean, there's been a ton of amazing moments on this server, but I'm kind of referring to a bit back in the day when, like, you know, there was a whole like kind of team of mods. You and I have talked about it. It was on that 24/7 server, the original one, but it was back in the day, like in the early days where, and there was like,
it wasn't a dictatorship.
It was pre-Memulus. The Memulus thing in the second server, everything kind of devolved. Everything was kind of fluid. It was interesting. There was always interesting conversations, especially late at night when the Globies weren't rolling in. We would have interesting conversations about a lot of stuff.
A 100%, man. Yeah, it's premium minutes for sure.
Like Riggs was there back in the day, and like me, Riggs, Geo, Helio would always be there. It would be Jose, like the usual people, and we'd have just different combos every night. Because what do we talk like? What do a bunch of flat earthers talk about when it's not flat Earth? You'd be surprised. A lot of interesting shit.
yeah, and then that server, like the first one, it had that kind of flow of new people. I guess just because it was like the only one at the time, and I think like I know like Jose Meza, he used to do a lot of like back then. He would like just go out and just post links all over, and I think the algorithms were probably working better then maybe than they do now. I don't know, but because like what was bringing that flow of kind of new people there? That's a whole question in and of itself. But
I brought a lot. I spammed like everywhere. Jose was spamming it. I was spamming it. I was like modding a lot of chats on Discord, a lot of live streams on YouTube before it got really nasty and the censorship. And a lot of people, like after the live stream, they would come on over and we'd check them in. Like, yeah, come on over here and gotta come to Discord. A lot of people didn't even like the name. No, I don't do Discord. They would say that. A lot of people. No, I don't want to do that. I just like YouTube.
Discord is like the name is not like, I know it's not the most positive sounding name, and then it's like it's a whole new thing to get into. So yeah, a lot of people do seem to have a little bit of like
it's off-putting. Yeah, it's really off-putting for like a noob, someone that's a little bit shy.
I mean, the thing is, having new people coming in is a different vibe. You know, like you asked if there's a lot of people on, new people on this server. I would say in general, there's not that much of an influx of new people, probably because there's like, the censorship, obviously the link's not getting out there that much. And then, obviously it's somewhat more recent. I mean, been like a year and a half, but it's still. But yeah, like what the reasons are is to bringing in new people. How that. I mean, I know that I don't do tons of like marketing and advertising, for it, and I don't think anyone else really is. So that's the thing. And I mean, if anyone wants to contribute and help with that, it'd be awesome. And I'm sure we'll do more of that. But, and I just think, the censorship as well. But all I was trying to say is that when there's influx of new people, it's a different vibe. And I kind of miss that in a way because I enjoyed that in the early 24/7 days when it's the new people. It is kind of fun and exciting. Remember how many fun times we'd have, dude? Just like, be like, just you, me, and a couple others, like talking to, new people are asking questions and stuff. It is fun. Whereas like this server has tended to be more people like in the community and more like I said before, kind of it's tended to be more the like more advanced type discussions and other philosophical discussions as well. But I just was thinking too about the reason I was reminiscing on all that. Sorry for being long-winded, but the reason I was reminiscing on it is just because when I was saying like the way that like if you have new people and a lot of new people coming in, like there's new people always asking questions, that's where like a team of moderation is really that's what I was referring to. When it was all like a well-oiled machine, and like it was when, it was just, there were times when it was so on point where like, people were getting their questions answered. There was several moderators to take care of everything to keep it all flowing. I just remember that, man. It still sticks out in my mind. I hope we can have more moments like those in the future. I'm sure we will.
We were hitting on all cylinders, dude. That was a perfect, when you make soup, if you throw one ingredient too much salt, you ruin the soup. You put too much of one ingredient, like it had a good balance. And like over here, it's a little lopsided on the trolley side, right? Just, I'd say it's a bit lopsided. And I think Riggs was giving constructive criticism. He's like, you know what? The same assholes keep ruining good convos when they do come up. There's not always something good, right? Sometimes it's just whatever, small talk, mostly small talk. But if there's a good convo and the same suspects come in and like ruin it, like in other words, like do you think here's where this is better? I like you're a little bit more you do give them their time to talk, but it's not always productive. Let's say your brother was to come here. Do you think any one of us flat earthers would disrespect him or talk down to him? Is there anyone over here that would do that to him, to ridicule him and call, insult his intelligence?
Well, that's I mean, what do you mean? I mean,
well, like if you sent him 24/7 in Quantum Eraser, he jumps down his throat and insults, your brother, and you would never send him there to be insulted. Like, you know what? I wouldn't feel comfortable saying, "Hey, go here to learn something." Like, no, I wouldn't. There's certain places I wouldn't want that type of personality. I wouldn't send a family member there. Because you see right. These people, they're so rude and toxic. I'll never go. Like, you know what I mean? I would never do that.
Well, that's what I was wondering, if that's what you were kind of alluding to. That thing of like, could you recommend a family member, to come here or to go anywhere, to go to a channel or a community or something? I mean, dude, the thing is, this is so much to moderate, and like these particular discussions talking about this truth and many truths, dude. Yeah, there's so much sort of attacks, and like I said, though, it's really like a small group that caused most of the issues. But I mean, if I were to give what I would say in the voice channel. Yeah, I would say they, because we moderate it pretty closely in here for like, all the like ad homs and name calling and stuff, at least the best we can. So I would say, inviting my brother or a friend or someone here in the voice channel, I would say, yeah, I would feel pretty confident that we could do the best we can to keep it, because that's what it's been an enormous amount of effort to even get it to where it is now. But anyways, the text chat is can be pretty off the chain. Yeah, it's pretty. It seems like it's not as kind of tightly moderated overall.
You need timeouts. You need like a bot to give them timeouts. If they, remember the bad word bot? If someone typed a bad word, they get a 5-minute timeout. So certain topics, like if they're being toxic, give them a timeout or whatever.
Yeah, well, Discord has a timeout feature now. So there's actually two ways. There's several ways. There's bots on this server that do. There's a whole system for it. Because like we generally don't just ban people like that. So there's like a warning system, and then that does like a 30-minute timeout. But then the warnings add up over time. So anyways, there's a whole system. It's kind of like a filtering system that's very forgiving, but also, anyways. And then that's a whole thing. But the way the server is, and then there's also like the Discord timeout where when you right click, there's like kick and ban. Well, I don't know if you know that, if you haven't used it in a while, but there's like a timeout one now where you can just do like
I've seen that 10 minutes, whatever. Yeah, if you just want a short one, like okay, he learned his lesson. Like if it wasn't too obnoxious, you give him a short timeout. Because usually if they get a long timeout, they're just going to leave and not come back. So that's like a soft ban. Give them a soft ban, they probably will never come back. Just a timeout, they'll probably never come back. But if they're just being a little obnoxious, if you were having a convo for like 10 minutes and then they're getting a little bit annoying, give them a short timeout. Give them a chance. Oh, I'm only banned for 5 minutes. I'll come back. I'm not going to. You know what I mean? Because they might be someone you could salvage, work with. But I was saying your brother would get insulted by the other side. I'm saying the flat earth side wouldn't, and say your brother comes in as, a globe believer, whatever, he's not going to get ridiculed so much from the flat earthers over here.
Well, I mean, in text chat, I would say, but yeah, in VC, I think as long as like, I don't know, I think some mods are more strict than others, as it, or actually, say something. You know what I mean? Like, there's probably times where there's like, there might be some crazy insult stuff happening in some like in early in the morning,
really?
late at night or whatever. Well, I'm saying if there's not like mods around, yeah, like it could happen or whatever. It probably still.
No, the thing is, flat earthers got thick skin. Like to even be like to go through the ringer for as long as we have, you got to have thick skin. So it's like I'm used to being attacked. Bring it. Like it doesn't bother me. But I do punch back. So like if you're going to bring bullshit, I will punch back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even like a big fan of even like moderating anyone's behavior, as it were. Like I'm just like a live and let live kind of person. But with a platform like this, if it's a free for all, then we know what it'll be, dude. It'll just be the most toxic cesspool. With these topics, these truth topics we're discussing. I mean, as you know, dude, if there's no moderation, it's just absolutely most toxic cesspool ever. So where if you brought anyone new here, it would just be like they're just being like completely abused, like that's what it would be, because there's certain individuals like that, and so then you have to moderate. So then there's the question, then there's now we're and I mean it's like not ideal to even have to do it, but I mean, dude, we've done so much work here to try to even keep it within a range of normalcy in a sense, and even that is it's tough, so
it's not bad. I'll say it's not Jerry Springer anymore. It sometimes gets like that where they're throwing chairs and Jerry Springer stuff, but it's actually not too bad. And I don't think it needs a lot of moderation. It's only just like you said, it's 10 people at the most, really. They give you 90% of the problem.
Yeah, so on that, but I mean, I think that's a little bit what Riggs was maybe alluding to, is like, hey, there's like maybe 10 or 20 people, maybe just, I don't know if he was saying ban them or just, mute them or whatever. I don't know if he was saying that or not, but is that,
short leash, maybe don't give them much speaking. Maybe if they let them ask for speaking permissions, because if they're just going to butt in and say stupid, like there's a guy Piss Drinker and there's some other people that are just toxic trolls, keep them on a short leash so they're not just derailing everything. There's no progress being made.
So I'll just a fine line, I think, though. Like, for moderating for the conduct totally makes sense. Like the server guidelines on this server are very defined. Everything's there. And I don't see any mods like wrongly abusing or misusing their mods. Meaning if someone gets a timeout or a mute or whatever, it's like valid like 99.9% of the time. Like I've seen very, very little like problems with any moderators in that sense. So anyone who's getting moderated, it's valid. But that's for the conduct, that's for just, egregious ad homs and attacks and doxing and whatever else might be going. That's for that stuff. But when you get to some of these other topics, it starts to be a fine line, I think, because when you're talking about like Percentage said earlier, like Riggs was saying, like, oh, if somebody comes in and derails a combo, and Percentage kind of pushed back a little bit and was like, well, what if that person coming in, what if they feel like they're making the valid point, and the other person is derailing? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, whose eyes are you seeing it through? you know, and are you being biased on one side or the other? Like, oh, well, this guy's asserting the globe, so shut him up kind of thing. So, and then it gets into a dictatorship. It could pretty quickly, or it could get to that totalitarian vibe or the kind of, you know, and it could also lead, that can also blend into a cult vibe where now it's not really an open platform where everyone is, where it's open. It's now like, well, we don't, you know, just like you said about the engineers and architects for 9/11, you can't talk about no planes, you can't talk about do weapons. You know what I mean? That's what they're doing. So if we did that here, where it's like, oh, you're talking about refraction on the globe, you're out of here. You know, if you start doing that, now you have now you're being the man on that level. Now you're censoring them for their ideas rather than you're censoring them for their. Okay, I'll finish on this. It's the idea of maybe it's like censoring people for their ideas versus moderating for conduct. Those are very different.
Well, not so much. Like if you know this person is telling a lie, like, okay, wrap up your refraction bullshit. Don't monologue, because they'll take that ball and run with it like forever. They're just going to go on a monologue forever, and you know where that's going to go. So like, no, make your point, and then we're going to move on. Like I know what you do every single time you go down that road. Don't let them go down that road. If you know where it's going, right? Take the ball from them. If you've heard his argument hundreds of times, and there is people in here like daily with the same shit. So they got to make the dog give up the tennis ball. No, you're not going to do. If there's something interesting, if you're bored and it's dead air, go, you know, let them run with the ball, whatever. That's the discernment. You know what I mean? If you feel like it's stagnating it, and that's where the moderation comes in. And you know the troublemakers, so yeah, and you don't always have to be here. There's always mods, right?
Yeah, although I think especially when we do this next update, I think adding some mods is going to be required as well because I think we could even use a bit more coverage than we currently have. But because everyone's in and out different times of the day and all that, and it would take a little. Ideally, if there could be some weight taken off Jeremy and I, because we're both doing a lot. But I was going to say too, dude, it's like the thing is there are some people with this with the conversation about the Earth in particular that they want to oppose anything that's not the globe. You know what I mean? So they are like, all right, I'm going to say this, but forgive me for the connotation because it's not quite the best analogy, but I'm just going to say it anyways. Like, no, okay, I won't even say it. It's too much. Just when you have haters, let's just leave it at that. If you have an idea, like let's say that you are, name anything, you're anything in the world that you're into or something. So my point is, whatever that thing is, if there's people that are against that or don't, you know what I mean, either don't want you to think it or want to go against you or want to convince you you're wrong or whatever, it's like they're haters in a sense, or there's other terminology too, but they're like opposition. They're like actually against you and they want to change you in that way. So I do think there's people with this globe thing, especially the way that it's a huge deception and all that. There are people who it's like they just want to, it's like a sport to them to just come and tell everyone, tell us we're wrong. And when I say us, I mean, yeah, just, et cetera. Those of us saying the Earth is not a globe and et cetera, just tell us we're wrong and then reindoctrinate us with the globe. Tell us about the 7/6R and just this is it and it's this refraction thing. And I do understand how that is very like, it's like kind of loopy and like mind numbing. It's like, all right, bro, I've heard your refraction thing a billion times. We get it. Like, you're not going to convince anyone in here that that's the thing. You know what I mean? So I can see that perspective. And then some of them do have like a real agenda to want to force that. But at the same time, I can see from the other perspective that an open platform that has lively discussion allows everyone to have their perspectives, because there's even, to use the term flat earth, there's people on the sort of flat earth oriented, and they use that terminology, who are doing the same to them. They're there's no curvature, and they're doing all those tactics to them. So they're kind of pushing it on them too. The flat earthers are pushing on globe earthers and globe pushing on flat, to use those two terms. So it's like, it kind of goes both ways too. So if you have an open environment, well, I guess, sorry, I'm long-winded again, but I'm just sort of alluding to, like, if it starts to get to the point to where you're just kind of selectively shutting people down, it's a fine line, I guess.
The repeat offenders, really, the 10%, the 10 people, not even 10%, but my point is like, if it's always consistently them, and you say they're haters, and like we know there's a couple haters, like take their hate somewhere else. You know what I mean? Like, if you feel like arguing, you should make them like mute them and unmute them. Like, okay, if they ask you, hey, could I come in here, whatever, okay, but I don't want a bunch of bullshit, and maybe they'll change their ways. Like Kosho has, he tuned down his bullshit, and he's less toxic as he used to be. Matthew is like another polite troll. I mean, but at the end of the day, they still do their same shit.
Polite troll.
Yeah,
it's a little much to call Matthew a troll. Although I'll stand up for him a bit there. Although he kind of does admit that he's kind of poking the bear a bit. Yeah, he kind of wants to. He comes in and he's he does play that role in terms of like asserting the globe and kind of doing that whole thing.
Yeah, passive aggressive. He's not like really toxic troll. He's polite, and he's not like, even Kosho. It's hard to like hate him because he's not really the rude, obnoxious. Sometimes he is. Like I did hear him get pissed off, but very rarely does he ever get pissed off.
Yeah, no, he does sometimes though, bro. He'll yeah, I've seen him. He gets.
But you hang around. We never gave him that much slack. It's like, no, this fucker's out of here. We're done with you. We heard your spiel. Get the fuck out. It's like, because there were so many new members coming in, we couldn't have this one guy polluting their mind and trying to pull them aside and getting in their DMs and telling them what to say. You know what I mean? He was doing that. And that was, I mean, I understand you need someone to argue with, because otherwise we're going to argue with ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the thing with like this current server, in a way, I would say that like I said before, it's a lot of people that have known each other and have history and so on. So it's almost like a family in that sense. You know what I mean? Like if you kind of like intellectually spar with your brother or something like that, it's sort of like, and I almost feel like this is like a large family in that sense. But if you have a stream of new people coming in, it does change the whole vibe, because now it's not just like the family shooting the shit. Now it's kind of like, oh, instead of like these people that have been in it for years, they all have history and stuff. Now, if it's new people, you're like actually presenting something to the world. Like they're coming and they're getting some experience. So it does change the whole vibe of it in that way. And yeah, it changes a lot of those things you're talking about. Like, cause like you just said, like on 24/7 back in the early days like that, it was like that, to where that server did have a vibe of wanting to introduce the new people, and a little debating as well, but like answer their questions, like how does the sun set, and how does all these questions, the basic questions, like how do eclipses work, and just all these different kind of things. And when you're doing that, then it is counterproductive, it seems, to have like a hardcore globe guy who's in there just, you know what I mean? Because someone's asking new questions like, oh, how does the sun set, this and that, and then you got someone in there just absolutely pushing the globe stuff. However, you could then even argue another way that you let them hear both sides. But I know what you mean. The globe guys can get really like aggressive in that sense. So I don't know. It's a lot to think about. It's definitely complex.
Well, the problem is that all they've heard their whole life was the other side. That's the problem. They don't need to hear it in there. You know what I mean? They were coming in as fresh and new with questions, and I like that. I like answering the questions. But like, I mean, if all you ever heard is the Earth is a globe, it's this, it has these characteristics, it's tilted at this angle, it spins around the sun at this speed. Like all that shit that you've heard, you don't need to hear it from someone like Kosho or whoever getting in your DMs.
Yeah, that's why, like I was saying earlier, like I think ideally, like let's say that this server was 5 or 10 times the size it is right now, which it will be as time moves forward. So let's say it's at that point to where there's, a lot, have to have multiple live streams and stuff, or, whatever size it would need. That's what I was saying earlier. Like ideally, it seems like, at least for the foreseeable future, to have one live stream that is like introductory, just new. People can ask questions about a wide range of topics. Doesn't only have to be about the Earth, could be about other things too. But, truth topics and so on, they could ask questions. And when no one's asking questions, there's just like content being streamed, just like, there's people just, either just sharing information, like just literally like, just long distance observations or whatever it may be, whatever topic, they're just literally speaking. So if someone new comes, they're hearing the stream, and it's not like some pre-recorded thing. It's live, it's fresh. They can ask questions. It's the discussion's happening in that kind of introductory way. And then a second live stream that could be more for like, building and sharing ideas and, advancing things forward and exploring, more in a kind of podcast style. And then the third one would perhaps be the debate one, where it is that more heated, intense thing where there's both sides that are going at it. And I feel like if that was offered to the world in that way, that does seem to be, at least for the foreseeable future, like structured to where somebody who comes, because dude, some people who are brand new, they might want to go right to the debate. They might be like, I want to hear the debate. I want to hear really what's, some might go there. Other ones might want to go to the introductory. Like they just want to be chill. They want to hear some introductory stuff and ask questions. And then another group might want to go to the more kind of podcast style and just kind of hear some general ideas and just kind of, just hear some different things. So yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on that. And all of those three have very different vibes. Because like the introductory one, if you have a certain like, set of ideas that you're sharing, whether it is, in a sense, like, then, you have to kind of have that content being offered without all kinds of opposition, just trying to derail it, for example.
That's a good idea too. Like, how you had your flat earth live stream, and then you had a religious discussion, you had a chill chat, and then people would find their own room. Like sometimes they would hop from the main live stream, come down to the religious section. And sometimes this person was like a Globy, but he was a Christian or whatever. And then they would have a conversation and, bring up certain things, and you build a rapport with that person, and they stay on, and they finally wake up to the truth, like through another avenue. You know what I mean? There's a different avenue to reach that person. They might come at it from the religious angle, and then that opens their eyes like, oh, damn, this religious book tells the same thing that, this flat earth, stable, geocentric earth, right? You could maybe reach someone that way. Like Blaze was good at that. Blaze and Becky, and then they would have a whole nother side. It was like a whole nother server within a server. And then maybe remember there was like an arena where people would go and do the more, bare knuckles brawling. Okay, go down there if you want to do that. And that's kind of, if you want to do that with some people, like, okay, we know what these guys want to do. That's if it gets big enough. Like right now, I don't think there's a need to too much extra moderation, but just maybe throttle back some of the guys, the offenders. That's all.
Well, part of this discussion is, I hear you on that. I mean, I think part of this discussion is also just connected to just growing in general, moving forward. And I mean, and don't know what may or may not come, but I know Witsit is saying that we've talked about that he might, like he could basically recommend, this platform to a lot of people who want to continue the discussions, because he's doing, different shows, and he's trying to get on different podcasts and stuff. So same with like David Weiss, he's getting out there on different podcasts and things. So, and since Witsit is, is here quite frequently, and so on, he's talked about sharing, this platform with, like he was just saying how, like, let's say he does a podcast or something that has a pretty decent viewership, and if he wants to recommend a place for people to continue the conversation where they can ask questions and so on, he was just saying this the other day on, in terms of like, where would he send them? And he was just sort of pointing out, which I don't disagree in a way, but like, sending new people here at times might be a bit much, because the topics are like super advanced, and you got guys like Zanuck that are just running sometimes the room in circles with certain stuff, so that's not necessarily like the best place for something.
I got an idea. Don't let those people in the room with the people coming in, like have those people quarantined. We know who's going to give you problems. Have them quarantined where they can't come in the main chat where the new people are flowing in. Just have them. If you want to debate people, there's a separate quarantine area. You could debate them and keep them out of the main room, because they're going to pollute it. They're going to piss in the swimming pool. So don't even invite them in the main. If you got a bunch of new people that Wits is coming, don't let them in the big swimming pool. Or if you think you could trust them, let them in, but give them fair warning. Say, look, we're not going to tolerate bad behavior. We'll allow you to come in, but we're going to keep you on a short leash. You start messing up, and you're done. It just depends. Like if you had 100 new people coming in, there's no need for those other trolls that you've already give numerous chances, right? And they keep ruining the convo. Don't let them do it. I mean, it's like you got to learn from your mistakes. And if they don't learn, like, okay, I mean, we've given you enough chances. It's like later, keep them in quarantine. If someone wants to go debate them and then the other people want to go hear the debate, let them go from one room to the next. I mean, could you imagine like a meme-less type thing where there's hundreds of people rolling in every couple minutes? Geo?
Yeah. You said,
Like meme-less. Remember we had that meme-less where he made a video and not all of it, but a bunch of his subs, they kept rating
okay.
the server.
Yeah. Okay. I thought maybe you were talking about that. Anyways, okay. You're talking about the YouTube channel where exactly. Yeah.
It was a guy Meme-less came and trolled us, and he was just in the lobby trolling us. He didn't come into voice chat, I don't think. But anyway, he's like, yes, these people actually think the Earth is flat. And then afterwards, he goes, please don't troll them. By the way, this is their server. But it was kind of like a wink, wink. I'm like, where are all these people coming from? It was that Meme-less. He had 3 million subs on his channel, so a lot of them came over, and actually some of them stayed. I mean, we banned a shit ton. You remember? But it brought a lot of new people there. So if Witsit's going on a bigger live stream and he's like, yeah, if you guys have any questions, say there's like 5,000 people watching a live stream and say 500 come here and they pile in. It's like, oh shit, you don't want the turds in the punch bowl. The people, when you got a whole bunch of new people rolling in, you don't want those few people, the repeat offenders, to pollute their minds. But you haven't crossed that bridge. You're not at that stage where you have that kind of influence, so it's not that big a deal.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there's just different things that are required for different kinds of, activity, on a platform in general, and what's needed. Because like when that happened, that guy Meme-less, he had like 3 or 4 million subs, and then he wasn't he like a British guy? Like,
I think he was, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, and dude, after that, that was crazy because that was on the 24/7, the 1.0 server, and we were going along. I want to say the server maybe had like 12,000 members or something, and then that Meme-less video dropped, and it literally went up to 30,000 within like a month or two.
Yeah, and you know what? We banned about 30,000. It seems like it's like there might have came like 50,000 people, and we banned most of them because they were so nasty. When they came there, it's like, okay, this guy's out of here. When they come and cuss us, they're cussing at us and calling us, these names. Okay, out of here, done. Like, but sometimes I would give the trolls, like if it wasn't too busy, I'd let them say their little jokes and piss around a little bit, and I'd troll them back. And then, like, you know what, you guys are all right. Like we would get a rapport. You get a certain rapport, and they kind of like you, and it goes. And then some of them will stick around. When they see we're not that stupid. You know what I mean? They think we're just like the most retarded people ever, and when they find out we're not, and we have answers for their questions, some of them stick around. I think it could get like that. Like if he's going, if Dave Weiss too is promoting this, like shit, you guys could get a ton of people from Witsit and Dave Weiss. I know he goes on radio shows like all the time. Like he was talking to someone in Australia, Dave Weiss, on a radio show, and we got members from all over the world, from Australia and everywhere.
Yeah, and obviously Witsit's with Jaren and David Weiss, and I know Jaren as well. It'd be interesting at some point if because also with David Weiss's app, if he ever, because if as time moves forward, as different, things will be organized, in moving forward in different ways and so on as things progress. But if Witsit is doing that at some point, then if David Weiss ever, because dude, think about how many of those blue dots are on David Weiss's app. Like that's a lot of people, and how many of them even know that any of these discussions are even going on, or that the community is even here. Like a lot of them might not even know. So there's like, if David Weiss ever put, a platform like this on his app in some way, might be now those would maybe be people that already know the Earth isn't a globe, or have, in terms of cosmology and have similar perspectives. But that would also be awesome, because a lot of those people, may want to actually interact and meet people and have conversations that they might not even know is even here.
That's what I wanted. Like when I first found out was in the early times when it was alienating. There was no one to talk to, and it's like, man, and I found this support group. I'm like, a family, like people who get it, because you can't just talk about this with anyone. At least back then you couldn't. Now it's not so taboo. Talk about this with pretty much anyone. But it was like, it's very alienating. You had no one to hang out with and nobody with the same mindset, and it was lonesome. You know what I mean? It's like, wow, all these other people, this is great. So you have this resource, and there's probably people that feel like it, that they don't know that there's a resource like this. It's like, no, come here. There's thousands of us. There's actually more than 1,000, but you get what I'm saying. In one group, in one room like this, or one group, there's a community of tens of thousands that you can join.
When I first found out, I shared it with everybody I knew. I was like, holy shit, check this shit out. And then later, that's when I realized, well, you can't really talk about that with everybody, because you lose.
Well, it turns off certain friends.
Family, friends in your family, your coworkers, they'll just freaking act, they don't talk to you anymore. And then you're just like, all right, well.
You burned bridges like that?
Well, I was just trying to share some shit. I was like, wait, have you guys ever taken a look at this?
I haven't burned any friends. I know when to back off. You know what I mean? I'm not forcing it down their throat. So I'm subtle at first. I drop subtle hints, and I don't try and force it down their throat.
Dude, I didn't even say anything. I just show them like simple shit like trigonometry, the curvature and the size of the ball, and the math they give us, and based on the curvature and all that shit. I was like, hey, you guys taking a look at this? And I know a lot of military guys, like Navy, Air Force. They're like,
I could barely hear you. Could you say that again? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, Flack, your mic was kind of low volume.
yeah, I don't know what's going on with this stupid thing. It keeps doing that. Can you hear me?
I could barely hear you.
No, don't worry about it. You probably don't need to hear me then.
No, I hear you now. Maybe you were speaking, you had your hand over the mic. Yeah, like,
Dude,
if anyone's
I didn't
gonna
even move it. It's all good, dude. Whatever. Cool.
But I'm saying, if anyone's gonna unfriend you, I didn't lose any friends over it, but I was concerned about that. Like people I had known for 20 years. I'm like, you know what? Maybe I don't want to bring it up with this person. And I have brought it up with my friends, and if they don't want to talk about it, I don't force the issue. I try not to like make it a wedge issue. And some of them will joke about it, like even my older brother will joke about it, but not so much anymore. He did like, but this is years ago when it was more unusual. Now it's not really unusual, because I think everybody knows someone, a close family or friend, that's a flat earther. I don't think there's anyone out there that doesn't know one. What was funny is early on, my brother, we went to a concert. My older brother, who's the Globetard, and his friend, one of his best friends, was also a flat earther, and there was two other friends. And I don't even know how we got to talking about it. I think he brought up Tesla, and I had this loiter. He wanted to smoke a joint, and I had this electronic lighter. It was like a taser. It had electric spark. It was called a Tesla lighter. Anyway, that we got to talking about Tesla, and within minutes, it went to flat Earth, and it's like, oh no, not another one. One of his friends, we were like tailgating in the parking lot. It's like, oh no, not another one. And we were only in a group of like 6 people, and 2 of us are flat earthers. So this is years ago too. This is like 2016. There wasn't as many back then.
Yeah, I lost my friends in like 2011, dude. Like,
oh, you were early.
2015 is when they started censoring shit.
That's when I found out, actually, around 2015. 2011, that's like fucking way early.
Yeah, I was just playing MMOs. We were just sharing information, playing MMOs, dude. Because they couldn't really censor that because we had our own comms, we had our own channels and shit like this. We'd play MMOs and we'd share shit while we're playing. They can't really, you know.
Actually, 2015 was not bad. It kept getting recommended to me. And I was thinking this is some kind of psyop. They're trying to infiltrate, because the stuff I was looking up on YouTube, it was stuff that would be considered conspiracies and stuff, right?
Yeah, that's when it got out of control. That's when they monetized YouTube, and then that's when everybody started getting censored because all these corporations could say, "Oh, that's hate speech" or whatever the fuck they could make up.
It was toward the end though, because early on, maybe it was 2014. I was in on it earlier, but I'm saying I fell down the rabbit hole like 2015.
Sorry for the F-bomb.
But I was like way earlier, like 2012. Things like Sandy, the Sandy thing. That's where I was finding lots of good stuff about that thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Are we allowed to say that one? That
Dude,
word? Or is
I was printing T-shirts and buttons right after 9/11. I was like, if freedom had a price, it'd be called Pricedom. That was one of the T-shirts I sold. It's like they start trying to warp definitions of shit. It's like, wait, no, there's free shit, and then there's stuff that costs, and there's whatever. But if there's no such thing as freedom, then there wouldn't be such thing as the word. Like it would, like the whole idea. If it didn't exist, the whole idea of it wouldn't exist.
See, 9/11 was like one of my first big ones. It was but before that, it was the Federal Reserve. Found out about that, and then the see, like Alex Jones was kind of a gateway thing because he would talk about the Federal Reserve and the New World Order and things like that. But I didn't know that he was just controlled op. I'm like, oh, he's a truth speaker. He wants to get the truth out. I didn't know this. I was more naive. I was young and naive, so I didn't. And I was hearing terms like from him that I didn't hear anywhere else. It was a false flag. It was this. It was like psyop, and like all these things I was picking up. Like he was giving me a good, they're putting fluoride in the water, chemtrailing the sky. Like he would give you this much, but he doesn't go outside these parameters. You know what I mean? He would never talk about flat Earth ever. Like that would never come up on his show. He's there to keep you in his corral. He doesn't. There's a controlled leakage, right? They'll allow you to know about this certain leakage, but he can't go outside of those boundaries. Like the Bilderbergs, we're going to send Rob Dew to the Bilderberg meeting, and he's going to. Oh, there's General Petraeus, and he's going to go ask General Petraeus tough questions. He's chasing him down the street.
Who are you talking about?
Rob Dew. He's a reporter for InfoWars. General Petraeus was at a Bilderberg meeting, and Rob Dew, one of his reporters, like, General Petraeus, come here. And Petraeus starts running away, and he starts chasing him with a microphone and a camera. I was talking about like Alex Jones, like early on when I found out about 9/11 and Sandy Hook and things like in 2012 was that was the second one, but before that 9/11 was one of my first big ones, the Federal Reserve and 9/11. Like when that came, I was already kind of red pilled on that. But I didn't know back then. I didn't know. I think right around 2016 is when I found out about the Dew thing. So I was already a flat earther, but then I didn't necessarily know what 9/11. You know what I mean? I thought it was probably like an implosion type thing, like filled with explosives or something, which a lot of people were thinking because okay, where have I seen a building collapse like this? Oh, I know, when they do a controlled demolition. I've seen that before.
Dude, you know what's insane? I just flipped on it. I mean, sorry, I'm not trying to totally derail the topic, but I was just thinking right in that, like, okay, the potential of, like, the idea of the directed energy weapon at 9/11 being able to, like, do that dustification that we talked about, like that actual, because, like, where do the towers go? Like, the material is not there. That's what's so fascinating about that whole, like, the actual amount of material of that building that should have been in the footprint is missing, literally is missing. And it's a massive amount of material. So that is just a fact that cannot be ignored. And where did that material go? And then and anyways, all of the components of which I know you already know a lot about. And then the dust, the incredibly thick dust. So if there is that, like, dustification effect, what if that needed, like, that part of the directed energy weapons that they use? Like, we talked about this the other night. What if it's that? I think we came to this the other night. What if that is what needs the hurricane? So maybe, like, they can't do that, just like they couldn't just dustify a whole city, or could they? I guess that's the question. Or do they need the hurricane to do it? What do you think?
Well, the one in Beirut, like, there was one in Lebanon, right? It was just one pulse of energy that hit that grain silo. There was one, I don't know if they have the footage, but Oklahoma City, I think it was one pulse of energy. But the other ones, it seems to consume the building slowly. Like, those screenshots I was showing you from that Hilton hotel, how it's slowly consuming from the roof down like a candle. It's just like consuming the building into nothing. And the other one is instantaneous. It's like boom. So I don't know if maybe for that instance of 9/11, it might have been necessary for that scale, for a total destruction of all those buildings. It needed more energy, where the one in Oklahoma City was just one blast of energy. The other, Beirut, Lebanon, just a single blast of energy. But multiple buildings were destroyed on that day. So I think maybe that acted as the power source, and, charging the air, the ether, charging all the surrounding air, and then doing their pulse energy within that charged field. Right? Because you got a giant toroid field in a hurricane. You're tapping into all that energy.
Yeah, so maybe they can do other, like, effects with, like, HARP and other, like, effects with the atmosphere to, like, create enough of that charge effect so that they could do it on a smaller scale. But then maybe on that larger scale, like, they needed more power from that hurricane.
Right. So that single blast, single building. See, they didn't even demolish the whole grain silo in Lebanon, and it was powerful, right? They didn't demolish the entire Oklahoma City building. It was just one hit. The field in Pennsylvania, or the Pentagon, it was just one blast. It was just a one-shot deal. But 9/11 was multiple blows. You know what I mean? There was the two towers, Building 6, Building 4, Building 7, right? So they had to recharge between their episodes. Like, okay, boom, one building. Okay, let's charge our battery. And then there's another discharge. Boom, there goes another one. They didn't come down all at once, right? There was a period between each collapse. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they can. Maybe they can just do them boom, 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 boom. Or if they do, like, there's different versions. When they just went through Paradise and they flattened it, they did it in a different manner. They did it like the Hilton Hotel, where it's consuming it. I don't want to say burning, because I don't want to imply that it's not oxidation. It's not burning, but it's some kind of reaction where it's consuming non-combustible material, brick, stone, just consuming it. Steel, even, like, where's all the steel for that building? Where is it? Like, you talked about 9/11, there should have been a 150-foot tall stack of debris, like, and that's if you compacted it. Like, when you demolish thing, you get what's called voids, these air pockets between the concrete slabs and steel. It doesn't get 100% compaction. This, even if it was 100% compacted, would have been 150 feet tall. It would have been 10 or 15% of the building's height. So between 100 and 150 feet of height for the debris. And like you said, there's no material left. It's like, where is it all? It just blew away in the wind, most of it. Like, did you see, Gio, you watched the video, right? The Zoom truth, where the guy was caked in that cloud of dust and he came out. That was so eerie. Like, that guy was just an innocent bystander. Like, trying to help people. He's there in his hospital garb. You know, I don't know if he's a doctor or nurse, whatever, but he wanted to give first aid. Is anyone injured? Can I help anyone? He was just going there to be charitable. And then that shit happens to him. He's like, oh shit, I hope I live. I hope I live. That was so eerie watching that whole dust cloud come at him. And there's 2 minutes of total darkness.
Yeah, dude, that is crazy. I know. That is just unreal.
That is rare footage. 99, like very few people have ever seen that. And I don't want it to go away. Did you save it?
No, I didn't, but we should get that saved. Yeah. I don't know if I still have it pulled up on my tabs or not. I'll have to look, but dude, yeah, that footage is absolutely striking, I will say. I don't think I had seen that one, although I feel like I might have seen a part of it, but I never watched the whole thing. And dude, yeah, that whooshing.
You might have seen my clip. That clip that I made, I clipped out the relevant section because that's like a 30-minute video, 20, 30 minutes. It's kind of long. But to get to the juice, you know what I mean? I cut out all the bullshit and got right to the juice, the relevant part. I didn't even have a way to edit it. I just made it on my tablet. I didn't like chop pieces out. I was just pausing one video. I was just doing screen record. Because I don't even now, I don't really know how to do much video editing. I've done like one video. I'm not really accustomed to chopping up videos and making, you know, putting all the clips together. Do you know anybody who's good at video editing, who's good at like chopping all that stuff together? Because I have a music video I want to make for a song that I wrote. You've seen it. Did you watch the video that what Helio, he was singing that song? Have you ever seen The Curve?
Yeah, for sure. Dude, that's awesome.
You've seen. Did you like the song?
I have I pulled it up on my tabs and I was gonna watch it, and then I think I haven't heard it yet. However, every time I reboot my Chrome, I make it to where it reopens all my old tabs, and it starts playing right off the bat. So I've already heard like the first half of it, but I don't think I've heard the second half yet. So yeah,
it's only 2.5 minutes, dude. It's only 2.5 minutes. The whole song.
It's good though, dude. It's it's catchy and the lyrics are good.
Yeah, it's like when I first heard that song, it's the John Fogerty song, Have You Ever Seen the Rain? And it starts out with this opening line. He's like, someone told me long ago. And then I just filled it in, right? That the earth is not a globe. And I wrote the whole song from that first lyric. When I heard that, someone told me long, I changed the whole lyrics out from that.
Yeah, for sure, dude. That's good.
It worked though. It basically wrote itself. The song after that first line, it wrote itself. But Helio, he sang it, and then he was gonna redo it. He kind of messed up one little piece, but he wanted to touch it up that bit. But he's got a great voice for that. And there's a girl on the other server that's a flat earther, and she sings. She's got like a country accent, and she's really good. Her name's Flatsy Klein, like Patsy Cline, and she sings in the style of like Patsy Cline, like a folksy, like a folksy voice like that. And she plays acoustic guitar too. So she said she was going to record it. She's like, I love it. I love it. I want to learn how to play it on my guitar. I'm like, yeah, do it. Like anyone can use it. It's open source. Go ahead, Flat Smack. Change the lyrics if you want. Do whatever you want. And I think stuff like that, like that song is not too in your face. You know what I mean? It's like, have you ever seen The Curve? It's not in your face. It doesn't necessarily say the earth is flat. It says, have you ever seen The Curve? It's just questioning.
Yeah. Right. So it's not as much in your face. It's more like kind of yeah, exactly. It's not as it's not confrontational really.
No, and it touched on evolution in there, the Big Bang. Like that's basically like if you listen to the whole thing, or the Earth is. I'll just send you the lyrics. You can read it, but I've got the video if you wanted to see it. This guy Ethergrass made the video, but I think it needs a little bit of work. That's like a rough draft because there's not a huge amount of time, so he needed to be more efficient with the visuals. You know what I mean? There's a pre section right here. Dang it. See, dude, my touchscreen is not working. It's not letting me copy this. Geo?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you any good at video making, like video editing and putting clips together?
Not really. No, it's not necessarily my specialty. I've done some editing just for projects I've had to do. But yeah, not necessarily. It's not. I'm not really like super skilled with it or anything.
No, me neither. Yeah. I was mostly working on a tablet back then. That's all I had. I didn't have a computer to work on. Discord. I wonder if this is it. I just think those are little snippets like that are effective. Songs like that. Now that's not a popular song nowadays. It's an old song, but I made it out of old songs too, like Frank Sinatra. You heard that one. I know you did. I just kind of sang it a cappella, and I don't have the voice for it.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, that was funny. That's how like mostly it's comedy. Like it's just making fun of it. Here we go. Here comes the clip. I'll send it into the chat so you can watch it. Oh fuck! I did it again, dude. It's 5 a.m. Did an all-nighter. How much sleep do you get, Geo? You stay up late. I know you're on West Coast time, but shit, you don't sleep much, do you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, for sure, man. I only stay up late on some nights. Yeah, I don't stay up late every night, but yeah, some nights I do. But yeah, no, I always get good sleep every night.
Oh, all right.
Gets good sleep, but he's always on.
He is,
Somehow.
man. He's
I don't know if it
ubiquitous. He's
fucking works
always
out,
here.
but he does it.
He's got dedication. He's determined to have a successful server, and I think it has been. There's good convos over here. Like sometimes I had to come over here because it was getting a little bit stale over. I was on 24/7 talking with Helio and some other people, and like, oh man, it's getting a little bit stale, repetitive.
Well, one thing is I leave my account in the VC all the time, but I'm not always here. I just leave it in basically all the time. So, but yeah, I'm not always like actually. Sometimes I'm listening, or sometimes I'm. But yeah, so it might look like I'm here all the time, but I'm not always necessarily listening.
Yeah, you got to give the appearance that someone's watching. You got to guard in the house. Yeah, I know, because like sometimes I'll just drop in really late, and I'm like, "Hey, Gio, you here?" Like, and you're AFK or sleeping or whatever. I leave. I don't even turn. Like, it looks like I'm always online, but I'm not. Like, I leave my tablet on all the time, and because I don't sleep much. I'll wake up at unusual hours, and I'll see who's online, or I'll go watch for videos on YouTube, see if there's anything new. I used to go on D Live too. D Live was, and then that kind of died out. It was interesting because there was like thousands of people there, and a lot of them were like more awake, like red pilled, and it was much easier to talk with them. Sometimes I go on Telegram if I'm bored. Telegram's not bad, but the activity is not. There's not this type of like personal chat thing. I mean, they have it, but not too many people do it.
What do you think about like blockchain? Like, do you think that there could be some new social media blockchain things coming in the future?
We have one. It's called Odysee. There's one out there. It's already. They have a coin. This you could buy their Odysee coin.
Yeah, we're streaming we're streaming right now on there.
Yeah, that's. I mean, if we could promote it and build it up, that would be great. If it got to like a certain scale, like you know how Discord was a little bit small early on, and now it's huge.
Let's see. Yeah, I know. I don't think there's many on there though. At least, like I have it multi-streaming to there. But I'm saying in terms of this channel, like I don't know how many actually like see it. You know.
Oh, live? Yeah, probably not many. I mean, there's the people that go to Odysee are the people that are already red pilled. You know what I mean? It's like they already know, but they can't find it on BitChute, so they go to Odysee. Like first you would try YouTube. There's almost nothing good on YouTube, so you got to go to like BitChute, and then there's BitChute is censored, so you got to go to Odysee. Or people were going to Rumble, but Rumble's still kind of like censored. So there's like the only place left is like Odysee, or that's one of the last places people look because the bandwidth is slow. It takes a long time to load your video. It's more laggy, and BitChute is laggy. It's also laggy, so it's like it doesn't. It's not as convenient to watch videos. They're like, oh fuck, I got to go here. It's gonna lag out on me. It's not gonna. It's just. It's not as smooth of an experience.
Yeah, I found that about Odysee. It was a little bit glitchy.
That comes with scale. If they had multi-billions of dollars, they could upgrade their servers, and it would run smoother. They could buy more bandwidth. It's just you know what I mean. Their data is bottlenecked because they're running on a very small budget.
Yeah, what you do on BitChute is that you start the video and pause it straight away, and once the bar loads, gray, and then play it.
Yeah, BitChute even a little better than Odysee.
Yeah, and shorter videos run better on BitChute, obviously.
I run them at 2x. Like I don't like to. I like to get through them quick because I have so many things I need to get to. So I run everything at 2x. You can crank them up, but when you do, sometimes they glitch out.
Yeah, you just got to pause it. Or what you can do, just say you rack up 5 videos and start and pause all of them and go and do something. Come back a couple minutes later, then play them one by one. But yeah, I know what you mean. I use BitChute a lot. It's a really good source of information. They don't
Oh yeah, there's
filter
a
or
lot.
censor, or it's not biased.
It's a little bit more censored than you think. I mean, there are restrictions that they pull stuff down that
Mm.
you could find it before, but it's disappeared. They do have ways of it, like
Oh, copyright strikes, yeah, or stealing people's material, or uploading movies and videos. They frown upon that if it's still under copyright. Yeah,
I'm
like
just
if
saying,
there's a
like
new release
Odyssey,
of this, yeah.
it's supposed to be on a blockchain, like Gio was saying. So once you load it, you know what else was like that? Steam It. There was one called Steam It years ago. They're still around, but I don't
Yeah.
know. I haven't used it in years.
The thing is, look, you shouldn't talk down alternative platforms like Odyssey and BitChute. We got to talk them up because
I
YouTube,
use
like,
them. I'm just saying
there's a
we need
lot of
more
good
people.
stuff out there. And there's a lot of good stuff out on YouTube, but a lot of it's censored, and the people aren't getting the real data. So, yeah, I
I'm
know
not
what you
shitting
mean.
on them. I'm just saying I wish
Yeah,
they
yeah.
had better bandwidth. If they had better
Yeah,
bandwidth
exactly.
and more
Yeah, no,
users,
hey, you know what? Send them money. Send them an email if you want to send them money and say, this to help with your bandwidth or get some server time or whatever.
you can buy
They'll
the
appreciate it.
crypto coin.
And Ray will, if you contact Ray directly, he'll email you back, even though he's busy 24 hours a day. He's a good guy. He's in the UK.
Who
So
is the BitChute guy?
yeah, Ray. His name's Ray Varvas or Vervis or something.
Yeah, we
I
do
said
need
I made a
we do need
suggestion one
competitors.
time. I made a suggestion last year. In the notifications tab, and when you get messages and you get video notifications under the same banner, I made a suggestion. Could you make two compartments, one for messages and one for video uploads? I thought it was a good idea, but it'd be a lot of work.
What do you mean messages like DMs on BitChute?
Yeah, yeah, or comment replies. Just say you post a comment, someone replies to you, and you get a notification inside in world.
Like YouTube has, yeah. You know what was good? YouTube had for a short while that you could direct message other members on there. Like you could send them a direct message. I thought that was awesome. I'm like, oh sweet. Like people that I follow, I could click on their name and send them a DM almost like it was a
Really?
quick. Yeah, they had it for a short time. It was a few years back.
Yeah. And what happens? A lot of creators get 20,000 messages a day, especially the popular girls and all that. So it was
I don't know if
pointless.
it was that. No, I don't know. I think you might have to friend them first. You send them a friend request. So it was like people that I
Okay. Yep.
knew. Yeah, you send them a friend
Gotcha.
request and they agree, then you could send them a direct message. So like, yeah, if you're like a streamer girl, you're not going to get 100,000 penis pics.
But yeah, I tell everyone, post your shit on BitChute. You got anything at all, get it up there. Because BitChute, they will censor copyright stuff and other stuff, but largely they're not out there just deleting channels and shit like YouTube. So
No, not deleting channels, but certain things that were like frowned upon, like certain things about like we don't talk about
yeah,
here.
they don't allow porn on the platform, which is good.
Not even porn, but things that were like had to do with the the pandemic stuff.
Nah, no, that's where all the data was coming in. People were posting
Well,
all their videos and
some of it,
information,
but
and it's all up there. You go back there, man, and you've got all the other alternative science and the natural medicine stuff, and a
no,
lot of
it's
it,
much
a lot of
better.
it's there.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying even they will bend to the will. There's only so far they can go on BitChute.
Yeah,
Where
yeah,
Odyssey has
that's I know what you're saying. Yeah,
a little more freedom of speech on there, a lot more. But it's just the bandwidth is very slow. It's not
but
as
what
smooth.
you know what the most this is very interesting. You know what the most censored country in the world is for videos
Probably
and information?
probably China.
No, it's Netherlands on BitChute.
Really?
Yep. If you have a proxy or whatever, and you can swing it over to Netherlands, and then start scrolling BitChute, it blocks it at the IP levels. Like fucking hell.
So it's
Netherlands
worse.
was
China has like a controlled internet. It's like As far as I know, I don't actually live there, but I mean that's what I hear about them is they don't have
Yeah, but
open
people are
internet.
just using VPNs. But the thing is, you know what? If you're walking down the street in China, and apparently the police can stop you for any reason and search your cell phone, and if they find a VPN on there, you get arrested.
That's what they want to do here,
VPN.
dude. They wanted to make it a crime.
Yeah,
No bullshit.
that's why I think China is taking over the world. This whole BRICS nation thing is a conspiracy. That's why they're
Well,
undermining all.
the world is already taken over, my friend. It's already too late.
Yeah.
It's already been taken over.
Yeah, but people are blaming everybody else, right? But I'm sitting there going, hang on, all you leaders are running to China, you're running to Vietnam, and you're faking all these conflicts. I'm like, but hang on, Russia and China are steaming ahead with their plans on BRICS.
Well, that's how
So
they point the finger at everyone else. You know what I mean? That they're playing good cop, bad cop on the world stage. They literally call it the world stage. So, like here, China's the bad guy, Russia's the bad guy, and Iran. So those are in North Korea. So they point the finger at those guys, and it's a divide and conquer strategy. Meanwhile, they're all on the same team. They're all playing us for fools, right? But that's what they need. They need strife. They need divide and conquer to control the populations. If we didn't have the Soviets, like the Cold War, and then now it's a beef with China, it's a beef with Iran, and about this thing about nuclear weapons when no such weapon exists. Like this whole thing, this narrative. Oh, they're developing nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
It's a fear porn,
And the thing
dude.
is, this is what disturbs me the most. They're allowed to sacrifice the population and the working class. So
Who,
that's
China?
what concerns me the most. They're allowed to line them up or send them to war or drop bombs on them. And, oh, he dropped this bomb, she dropped that bomb. I'm like, no, it's the government doing that, dude.
They're bombing us, dude. They're bombing us with different weapons. Our own, like,
Yeah.
you could point the finger at your own government, and they don't give a shit if it's you or someone in another country. They will
Yeah.
get rid of you just the same.
That's what I didn't understand at the start, right? Of the so-called PCOC,
Yeah,
And all
right.
this so-called, when the lockdown started, I fell for the deception, all right? Because I watched the videos in China, and a lot of the alternative media was getting caught up in the hype, and the mainstream media wasn't following. So, and all of a sudden, oh, maybe this is getting serious, right? Because I was on holidays at the time. So I came home, and all of a sudden it came into March, and all of a sudden all the dates lined up. Like it was March, Friday the 13th. Then all of a sudden it was like March, Friday the 20th. So that was 222, so 666, right? And I thought, hang on, this is a fake. Guys, this is a hoax, man. This is government shit. And I'm like ringing up everyone, don't believe it. It's all crap. Oh no, the government's going to lock us down. Like, get out there and protest. Let's go. Stand in the street. And all of a sudden, yeah.
So are you a flat earther?
I'm more of an anti-glober.
Okay.
Because I know it's not a globe.
Uh-huh.
And the deep state keeps changing their. See, they're changing their information now because we keep catching them out. They're just backpedaling on everything.
So you're a globe skeptic, right? You can be a globe skeptic.
Well, no, I'm fully anti-globe. I just don't believe in globe at all. But the thing is, we actually don't. We have a lot of evidence for flat, level, and stationary.
Mm-hmm.
But as someone pointed out, we can't actually prove anything yet because our data is too restricted. Our
What do you
knowledge
mean?
base is too. Well, we can't go to Antarctica yet.
Well,
I don't
those
know.
are the boundaries of the swimming pool, but you can establish the swimming pool as level, right? Without, if you can't see the edge of the pool, let's say it's a giant, bigger than an Olympic-sized pool, or you're in a lake, the lake has a shoreline, right? Eventually, there's a shoreline containing the lake, so we can determine that much, and that alone leaves us with one option. It leaves us with the option that it's flat. There's no other option because you can't wrap a flat, 90% or 70% of the water. What do you do? What do you have left? You only have one option.
You've got to make a barrier, yeah.
Yeah, it's a flat plain with land within it. Like the ocean is the majority of it, the boundaries.
So I do believe it's a matrix, like not the matrix as we've been told, because we're living, we're alive, we're real. But they create the false reality, whoever they are.
Yeah, the
So
controllers. The controllers pull the
that's what I
strings
can
of the
establish.
puppets. The world,
Mm.
you know, the world stage, right? So, like when I did, you know, when I hear people say, "What if China? If you think we don't need a government, but what if China attacks us?" I'm like, wait, they already could. Like if that was the narrative on the controller, the people controlling all these
Mm.
nations, there is a group controlling all these countries, a group of
Mhm.
elites, and they tell them exactly what to do and they follow orders. Nobody steps out of line. And it's just everyone agrees to follow orders because they're all in on it. They're all benefiting from the current system. The way it is, all the people at the
Yeah.
top benefit while the rest of us are peons. So they have no
Mm.
reason to change it. They're comfortable with this setup. Like cuz they're the kings of this setup. Even the higher ups like presidents, congressmen, they get to enjoy benefits of being at near the top level, of being friends with the
Yeah.
leader. And if everything was knocked down as house of cards, they would go down to the bottom rung with the rest of us. They wouldn't have their
Mm.
benefits.
No, they will go down. They're coming down with us soon because they're the insiders, right? Once this whole new world order, if this new world order is allowed to take place by 2030 or whatever it is, or
It's
2050,
already here, my man. It's already here.
they're coming down with us.
But I mean,
They're not
the
going to have
order's
privilege.
been in place, bro. It's been in place. They just disguise it as different nation states. It's been in
Yeah.
place. And this takes cooperation to run this show, to run things the way they are. It takes 100%
Yeah.
cooperation. The way they have
That-
currency exchanges and like there's one central bank running all these. The Bank of International Settlements is
yeah.
one bank. It's a centralized bank with all these nations part of it. They all need to be
Mhm.
in 100% lockstep or it would fall apart. Like if there was any BRICS nations in their own currency, maybe that's what they want. Maybe they want to collapse the dollar and then they want to reintroduce a digital currency, like a
Mm.
digital Federal Reserve printed
I guess we
CBDC.
could blame Russia and China then. You know, China did this to
Probably,
you. It's
yeah.
not
They
us.
collapse the currency. Yeah, they'll say Russia or China sold all its bonds and collapsed the dollar. They might pull something like that.
Mm. Yeah, because China does hold a lot of debt, but the United States is in so much debt now. What is it, 35 trillion or some shit?
It's all debt to the Federal Reserve. Like they print the currency and then you're indebted to them, but it's like all that debt
Mm.
could be extinguished because it's fake debt. Nobody ever earned the money
Uh,
that's being loaned.
I'm
It was
getting a
not
call.
earned.
I'll see you later, dude. I'm getting a call. I'll see you later.
Oh,
Up, Ruhiv.
right. We've been going back and forth with Gleam for like, I don't know, 4 hours. Maybe.
What is going on in there?
He's scrambling. He's got this idea that planes that go long haul hug the coastline, and they just don't. And he keeps bringing up these little like private pilot, Cessna 172s being like 50 nautical miles from the coast, and I'm like, okay, but we're not taking those across the ocean, are we? Hey, kitty. He's just scrambling really hard. Kitty, can you get off my desk? No, off.
Well, why don't you guys just do it in VC then?
I don't think he can. Otherwise, he'd be in there. Probably would have gotten sick of it hours ago if it was in VC.
Yeah, things can get drawn out in text chat a lot more.
Every time I sit at the study desk, Kitty just decides to get up and walk in front of my keyboard. Kitty, off. Brown. Yep. Yeah, Glenn, you got to address Sydney Johannesburg, champ. Oh, Jesus. Glenn, you've shown a 737 avoiding special use airspace. That's what you've shown. And we've shown the same flight not hugging the coastline. What's Dawn saying?
Did you hear any of earlier with the 700-mile mountain?
Not really.
Oh, dude, we did it for hours. It was on fire, bro. It was like just the VC was packed, and it was awesome. Actually, we were going through a bunch of points.
The azimuths is the only point that matters, really.
I haven't really seen an argument against it yet, other than like we don't know for sure whether those are the peaks, but there hasn't really been any valid rebuttals really yet. Did you hear that Negator and Kosho both said that if that is those mountains, especially Negator, and Kosho said he would too. Negator said he would no longer be a globe earther.
Yeah, fair enough.
Jeremy was so funny. He's like, all right. He's like, it's about to go down. We're about to get in the gator. He was just being funny about it.
It's not the mountains, so I'll happily join that group. Hi, you ready for dinner? Almost.
I mean, I have my questions on it. Yeah, I don't necessarily think I'm not convinced that is the peaks because that'd be 700 miles. That's like more than double in the world's longest distance world record photography. And that guy did it with an iPhone. It's like, really? But it still could be. It'd be amazing if it is.
Uh-uh.
So would you actually want to be involved in any of these tests, or do you just always kind of want to be on the sideline telling everyone they're wrong?
Well, it would be if they were close. But I'm not going to frickin' Wales or the Alps to do that.
Just tell your wife, hey, I got to go to Wales for a week, hon. I'll be back.
Certainly not going to climb fucking Mount Blanc. Mont Blanc, whatever. Jesus Christ. Oh, it was Della. Bloody hell.
I just don't always get the vibe from you that you want to do tests to actually get more data.
Oh, no, I do.
Seems like you often have a
Absolutely.
thing where you want to kind of stick to your comfortable points or whatever, and then you know what I mean. Like you're often less interested in like the brainstorming and the ways of doing things.
I think a lot of the ideas you come up with, because you guys basically reject any sort of optical method, it's my opinion that a physical method is impossible. So, I've given you the way to measure drop, and no one wants to do it.
Can I have some speaker, please?
You may. You may, boo. Oh, that's how it started. Glenn, fuck. It all started when I posted. Where are we? I posted this meme. No, not that one. Hold on. Posted this one. There we go. Posted this one, right? Because one of Banjo's flights, he goes, why did the soccer players from the World Cup go from Doha to Rome to Buenos Aires? Like it looks like a straight line on the A map. And Gleam originally said those flights don't exist. And I'm like, what? The flight numbers are literally on the page. And that took half an hour to get to the point of, oh, those flight paths don't exist. And I'm like, of course they don't. This is what they should look like on the AE map. And if Banjo accepts the AE map as a true representation, then why do these white flight paths take 2.5 hours less? So anyway, it all started from that.
Doesn't look like a very good AE map there. It's like all distorted.
That is
It's all distorted.
the AE map is distorted. Yes.
No, I'm saying that doesn't even look like the regular one.
That's the AE map.
Did you make
All
that?
maps are distorted.
No, the globe isn't distorted. Google Earth's not distorted.
Yes.
The globe's the most distorted of all.
How do you get an accurate distance between 2 points?
That's a great question, isn't it?
Yes, I know how to do it. I use the globe. The globe is not distorted.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. How do you get an accurate distance between 2 points?
Straight line.
All right. So draw them on the AE map and then just measure it against a scale.
Even realize that that the triangle that goes from the bottom to the top, the lines, they're all shorter than the one previous, right? So that equals distortion.
Say it again. What triangle?
Hang on, let me look at your thing again. Hold on.
Oops.
Right. So there's no triangles, but they would be. The lines emanating from the North Pole, I should say, in degrees. Right?
Longitude
So
lines, yep.
got the curvy lines that are connecting the straight lines.
Latitude lines, right?
Right? Are you following?
I think so. We're on the AE map, right?
Yeah. The last one you just posted, yeah.
Yes. Okay, cool.
All right. And so every I don't know. Let's call it, what do you say? How do you say
60
concentric
miles.
circle?
Yep.
Every
Latitude
concentric
lines.
circle towards the top or the emanating lines, those all get shorter. The concentric circles and the rays from the center point, you get kind of like almost like little rectangles, but not like they're
Yeah.
curvy.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
they all change shape. So you automatically have distortion.
On the AE map, yes.
Yeah.
Not on the globe.
Okay. Can you show me how that? Can you break it down for me,
Yeah,
like I just broke it down for you?
So the distance between the longitude lines, so the radial lines, right? That distance between those lines on a globe and on the AE map should get bigger as you approach the equator. But once you get past the equator, that distance shrinks.
Should?
It does in reality, yes.
Okay. So
that's why the Earth is a globe, because the distance between longitude lines gets shorter as you go to the poles.
You say they don't in reality, right?
They do in reality. They do in reality get shorter as you get away from the poles. Both directions, north and south, not just north.
You're trying to tell me that the globe is not distorted.
The globe is not distorted.
Oof. You realize all maps are distorted. Are you? Yeah. Is a globe a map to you?
Yes. I know some people don't regard it as a map, but yes, I do.
So when you're trying to get from somewhere to, you have a globe in your glove box, in your glove compartment.
No.
Out your globe and figure out where to go.
No.
So not a map then.
Again, I see Google Earth as a map. I can use it to plot where I want to go. It's a map. Some people assert that maps have to be two-dimensional. I'm like, fine. If it's two-dimensional, it's got distortion.
Some people say what?
That maps by definition are two-dimensional. And if they are, then any map will have distortion.
So there's no distortion in 3 dimensions?
No, there's no distortion on a three-dimensional globe map.
Globe map. 3D globe map.
Yes, which is what Google Earth is, in my opinion. Again, and you can
So
call it not a
three
map. That's
dimensions
fine.
has no 3 dimensions has no distortion. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Yep.
Oh, it's interesting. How do you?
Again, how do you get a distance between 2 points? You have to use a globe.
I'm sorry. Say again.
If you want to get the distance between any 2 points on the surface of Earth, you need to use spherical trigonometry. To do that, you need to use Haversine or Vincenti, which are globe calculations. They give you accurate distances.
So that's your answer to not accounting for the distortion in a mirage.
Sorry, in a mirage.
3D.
What? Mirage? What?
A mirage is distortion, is it not? In
What?
3D.
I'm talking about a map.
Talking about 3 dimensions.
Right.
Like reality.
Right. Latitude, longitude, elevation. I don't understand what mirages have anything to do with this at all.
Okay, so you're talking about 3 dimensions on a 2D plane?
It's not a 2D plane. It's a three-dimensional globe.
We're talking about distortion on a map.
Right. If it's two-dimensional, there will necessarily be distortion because the Earth is a globe.
Because of the what?
Again, I just have to ask the question, how do you determine the distance between 2 points?
I mean, I don't.
Well, I do. I use a globe for it, and it's accurate. We can back it up with flight paths, anything you like.
If I go like, oh, okay, so from me to that place over there, it's probably like, I don't know, a quarter mile.
Yeah, quarter mile's not going to have any spherical effects, is it?
No, I don't.
Right. So do something longer distance, right? What's the
Say
distance?
again?
Distance between do something for over a longer distance. So what's the distance between Sydney and Santiago?
Between where and where? I'm sorry. Again.
Sydney and Santiago, Chile.
I don't know.
Okay, I do. I will measure it on a globe, and the flight times match.
Okay, so if you measure it on a map of your choosing, would that be distorted at all, or would it match up?
On a globe, it's an accurate distance. I'm yet to see any other map, or particularly a two-dimensional map, that comes anywhere near it.
Well, a 2-dimensional map is just a figment of our imagination. So you mean like a flat map? Like a regular old map you can see in reality, right?
Yeah, a map of flat Earth.
Pick one, the Mercator. Doesn't matter.
Yep.
Yeah.
Draw a straight line between 2 points, and I will guarantee you I can find some massive anomalies that just don't work with flight paths and flight times.
Well, no shit, Sherlock. That's what I'm saying. Because of the distortion.
Yeah, it's distorted. So Mercator's not the right map. Is the AE map the right map?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm telling you it's not.
Either way, if you draw, it doesn't matter. If you draw a straight line on a map that's supposed to be like curvy, you're going to get distortion.
No,
it doesn't make any
there's
sense
no
to do it
distortion on a globe. There's no distortion on a globe. You will get an accurate distance on a globe. Accurate distance, accurate heading, accurate path.
Your heading. as far as
Yeah.
like in an airplane.
Yeah.
You know that
Like, for
constantly
example,
changes.
yeah, they do, but your initial heading, right? If you draw a line on the AE map from Santiago, Chile to Sydney, you should take off to the northwest, right? But you actually take off to the southwest. You go way down, like 60 something degrees latitude. Were you hungry? You hungry? You're making a lot of noise. Be quiet. Yeah. Yeah. Oops, off he goes. Anyway, there we go. Guess what time it is, Shara?
Time, time to feed the chickens.
It is chicken feeding time. There we go.
Time to feed the feed the
I think it's like a
gerbils.
word. I'm going to show you what I've got looking at me. The camera. There it is.
Yeah, Sugar Cookie, there's like loud music coming from your mic.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think I got it fixed.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah. Says we're wanting dinner. Oh, be careful. Anyway, anything to add, Sugar Cookie?
Not really. No.
Cool. All right, I'll go and feed the doggies. See you. Bye.
Oh shoot. I guess I do have something to add. Did he just bounce out?
Yeah,
The
I
only
think
thing I would,
you go
he
feed the
did.
dog. Yeah.
The only thing I'd like to add is like you can't draw a straight line on a globe because it's curved. It's impossible. So I don't know why I didn't say that earlier.
Yeah, that's right. Get out of here.